Political theory, meaning and significance. Introduction. Human beings are different from all other living creatures. The other living creatures depend, for most part of their life and living, on conditions not made by them and hence do but little in changing them through their efforts. Human beings too, though, find themselves in a situation not made by them but do or can at least do a lot in changing the atmosphere they live in. This was what Marx meant when he said that man is both the product of history as well as the maker of history. Indeed, there were times when human beings, like all other creatures, lived at the mercy of nature and developed in accordance with the law of natural evolution and as such were powerless to make changes. But as they developed, they became conscious of their environment and set themselves to explain and plan modifications and improvements. Human beings, due to their more developed mental faculties, were able to do much more than the other living creatures who remained. End. Academic field. LL. Political thought, political philosophy, political theory, political science. This is not an attempt to investigate the details of what came first and when, politics, political thought, political philosophy, political theory, political science, or with whatever name one likes to address it, but a clear distinction. And if possible, relationship be highlighted to emphasize that something relating to politics has always been on the rise. We can assume, for reasons more of conviction than of belief, that it is political theory which is continuously rising, political thought that is related to politics. Or political activity and or what is rising is that which is relevant to politics, as George Sabine, A History of Political Theory, very aptly says. Political thought, we may say, refers to the systematic reflection of the practices and institutions of political life. It is about political life, about politics. It is not about society and hence is not social thought, but is about society in relation to politics as is social life in relation to political life. It is not about economy and hence is not economic thought, but is about the impact of economics on politics or vice versa. It is not about ethics, although it does contemplate about ideal political institutions and about political life. Political thought is not orderly reflection of the political institutions and political practices about how people live under a political authority, obey it, challenge it if it does not conform to what they think is proper dispassionately. About how it is influenced by the external world and how it is influenced by the world around, about how does it work as a system and it is related to subsystems under it and other systems of which it is only a part. Political thought signifies, as traditionally understood, at best, political philosophy. When we speak, for example, of the history of political thought, we generally focus on the classic texts of political philosophy in Plato's Republic, Hobbes's Leviathan, or say Marx's economic and philosophic manuscripts. These classics deal with the broad-ranging explorations of politics which relate politics to the general conditions of life and experience. Plato elaborated, we must remember, the nature of relationship between knowledge, practical life, and philosophic understanding. Hobbes related the necessity of the state to man's demand for an assuredly peaceful life. Marx highlighted the importance of materialism in our social life as well as in nature. Political philosophy becomes the political thought of a particular philosopher of a particular time. But it is not political thought only or merely. So regarded, it is more than political thought in the sense that it also reflects a political concept which exists over a long period of time and circumstances. The concept of justice, for example, from Plato to Rawls, is a part of political philosophy, covering, thus, the theorization of the concept of justice as traveled through the writings of numerous philosophers. Political thought and political theory are related to each other insofar as thought has a measure of theory and theory has some amount of thought. The two are really inseparable. Thought and theory go together, the two supplement each other. And yet there is much that is uncommon between the two. As we seek to change a phenomenon into abstraction, we attempt to build a theory. This leads us to assume that political theory admits a measure of theoretical assumption, but political theory does not end up here. In fact, starting from this position, political theory covers a wide range of practical political activities and in the process, interprets, examines, and relates them with one another. This is to say that political theory is as much related to theory as to the practice of politics. Political theory is a pure theory as well as a practice, an inspiration as well as a goal. So widely understood, political thought, like political philosophy, is one part, though a significant part, of political theory. Political thought is tied to a particular time frame. Political theory is above time, above all times. Political thought, by nature, is both temporary and permanent. Political theory, by nature, is one that is future-oriented as well as developmental and to that extent has a measure of ideology. Political thought is related to history as well as politics. Political thought provides political theory with the necessary data in which it contemplates and acts. Political thought is the complete philosophy of a philosopher. Hobbes' political thought, for example, is the complete philosophy of Thomas Hobbes. Political theory is concerned with, so far as Hobbes is concerned, a larger question of the Hobbesian thought: why do the people need a state, or why? Political theory is concerned with, so far as Hobbes is concerned, a larger question of the Hobbesian thought: why do the people need a state, or why do they obey the law? Political science, the Americans regard it very comprehensive, of which political theory is a part. Its subfield and political theory share a lot. Both deal with matters related to politics, both are scientific in their discussion or understanding on what is related to politics, both take the help of history insofar as the latter helps in understanding politics. But there is much which sets them apart. Political science is more a science than theory, political theory is more a theory than science. Political science adopts scientific methods for its study. It is empirical, positivistic, observational, and clinical. Political theory is all that political science is, and it is something more as well. It is normative, philosophical, and idealistic. Political science abhors what is ideological and value-laden. Political theory is both ideological and value-laden. Accordingly, political science is direction-free if not directionless, while political theory is with a direction with a definite aim. It proceeds on theory and it also creates theory. Political theory is not only a theory of / about politics, it is also the science of politics, the philosophy of politics at that. As a theory, Bloom explains, political theory stands for an abstract model of the political order, a guide to the systematic collection and analysis of political data, theories of political system. Andrew Hacker, enlarging the point of view, says that political theory as a theory, in ideal terms, is dispassionate and disinterested. As science, it will describe political reality without trying to pass judgment on what is being depicted, either implicitly or explicitly. As philosophy, it will describe rules of conduct which will secure good life for all in the society. Political theory, philosophy, ideology, science. Political theory is not fantasy, though it may contain an element of political vision. It is not politicking, though it does take into account political realities for its study and analysis. It is not all scientism, though it seeks to reach the roots of all political activity analytically and systematically. It is not ideology, though it attempts to justify a political system and condemns another. It is theoretical, scientific, philosophical, and, at the same time, dynamic with a clear objective of attaining a better social order. It thus has, in varying degrees, elements of theory, science, philosophy, and ideology. Political theory is all about politics. It is an overview of what the political order is about. It is a symbolic representation of what is political. In its nature, it is a formal, logical, and systematic analysis of processes and consequences of political activity. It is, in its method, analytical, expository, and explanatory. It is, in its objective, an attempt to give order, coherence, and meaning to what may be referred to as political. LLL. Political theory, meaning, definitions. The meaning of political theory necessitates the meaning of theory. To know what political theory really is, to know, first, what is theory? Originating from the Greek word theoria, theory means, or at least, may mean a well-focused mental look taken at something in a state of contemplation with the intention of grasping or understanding it. Arnold Brecht, what is theory, refers to both the broader and the narrower meaning of the word theory. In the broader sense, he says, theory means a thinker's entire teachings on a subject, including the description of facts, his explanation, his conception of history, his value judgments, and the proposals of goals, policies, and principles. In the narrower sense, he says, theory means explanatory thought only, or at least primarily. In his book, Political Theory, Brecht uses theory in the narrow sense, saying, explaining is the function of theory. Thus, for him, theory means a proposition or a set of propositions designed to explain something with reference to data or interrelations not directly observed or not otherwise manifest. Theory has to be scientific. Without the quantum of science, it is unthinkable. But theory without philosophy is as meaningless as it is without science. Theory is a combination of elements characteristic of both science and philosophy. Theory is not practice because doing too needs thinking. Theory involves a theoretical frame which practice really lacks. Theory is not merely description. Because describing is only a part of thinking, its other parts, for example, include discovering, determining, augmenting, explaining, and framing a phenomenon. Theory is not hypothesis, for hypothesis denotes a tentative assumption of facts and, therefore, lacks what theory really has, definiteness. Thought is not philosophy because while theory is about something, philosophy is about everything. Theory is not thought because it is a thought about thought and not an entire thought itself. There is, indeed, much that is common between thought and reason, for both have a claim on being scientific, yet theory looks beyond reason, beyond science. Theory, we may sum up with Karl Deutsch, The Nerves of Government, 1963, attempts to explain, order, and relate disjointed data, identifies what is relevant and therefore points out what is missing in any phenomenon, predicts on the basis of observable facts. Theory is a guide to practice, adds much to what is merely description, clarifies hypothesis, and as a part of theory explains an issue which meets the requirements of both reason and vision. Theory implies both science as well as philosophy. It is against this background that one may say that a theorist is both a scientist and a philosopher. A theorist is more than a scientist, he is more than a philosopher. To understand theory when applied to politics would mean understanding politics as a theory, as a science, and also as a philosophy. Bloom would, thus, explain political theory as an explanation of what politics is all about, a general understanding of the political world, a frame of reference. Without one, we should be unable to recognize an event as political, decide anything about why it happened, judge whether it was good or bad, or decide what was likely to happen next. A theory helps us identify what is happening in a particular case of politics. It helps us to explain why an event occurred and to predict future events. Theory also is a tool for evaluating what is happening and for guiding our political choices. The job of the political theorist is really important. Brecht, Political Theory, makes a note of it, saying it is the function of the political theorist to see sooner than others and to analyze more profoundly than others the immediate and the 4. Political theory is a network of concepts and generalizations about political life involving ideas, assumptions, and statements about the nature, purpose, and key features of government, state, and society, and about the political capabilities of human beings. David Held. 5. A body of thought that seeks to evaluate, explain, and predict political phenomena. As a subfield of political science, it is concerned with political ideas, values, and concepts, and the explanation of prediction of political behavior. In this broad sense, it has two main branches. One is political philosophy or normative theory, with its values, analytic, historical, and speculative concerns. The other is empirical theory, with its efforts to explain, predict, guide, research, and organize knowledge through the formulation of abstract models and scientifically testable propositions. Political Science Dictionary. The above definitions indicate the following. 1. The area in which political theory works extends to the realms of politics only, political life of a citizen, his political behavior, his political ideas, the thought he establishes, and the tasks the government performs. 2. The methods which political theory applies include description, explanation, and investigation of any political phenomenon. 3. Though political theory is all about what is political, yet it attempts to understand political in relation to social, economic, psychological, ecological, historical, moral, and the like. 4. The object of political theory is to ultimately build a good state in a good society and in the process create processes, procedures, institutions, and structures that are historically tested and rationally attuned. 5. As a body of thought, political theory seeks to explain, evaluate, and predict political phenomena and in the process build not only scientifically testable models but suggest value as rules of human conduct. 6. Political theory is both prescriptive as well as explanatory. Political theory is, thus, an overview of what the political order is all about. It is a symbolic representation of what is political. It is a formal, logical, and systematic analysis of the processes and consequences of political activity. It is analytical, expository, and explanatory. If politics means what relates to political, then political theory may rightly claim to be a disciplined investigation of what constitutes political. If political theory deals with what relates to the domain of political, then its subject matter is bound to vary from time to time. From the early Greeks to about the end of the 18th century, political theory concerned itself mostly with what politics ought to be. Almost during the whole of 19th century and the first half of the 20th century, political theory largely dealt with the nature and structure of government as a decision-making body. Then came a period when some of the American political scientists, under the influence of scienticism, declared the death of political theory as against those, mostly the British. Then came a period when some of the American political scientists, under the influence of scienticism, declared the death of political theory as against those, mostly the British traditionalists, who kept advocating the value and usefulness of political theory as guide to political action. With the culmination of debate about the decline and resurgence of political theory, the two sides came to realize the process and the purpose of political activity. As such, the concern of political theory today has been both the nature and proper ends of government. Political theory, as a disciplined investigation of political problems, implies the discussion of those problems which are associated with the institution of government. Indeed, political theory is closely related to the study of what and why of a government, but it is, on the other hand, associated inescapably with the relationship between the government and the outer world. Political system is a part of social system, and social system exists within a particular environment. The environmental bearings are to be understood to the extent they influence the social system. The social system, encompassing in itself the whole variety of social sciences, molds and gets molded by the political system. Political theory, while examining any political phenomenon, has to take account of what is non-political, be it economic, moral, geopolitical, cultural, ecological, or whatnot. We need to place political theory within the realm of political system within the realm of social system within the environment it breeds. If political theory, David Held says, is concerned with what is really going on in the political world and, thereby, with the nature and structure of political practices, then a theory of politics today must take account of the place of the polity within geopolitical and market processes, that is, within the system of nation-states, international law, and world political economy. Political theory does not, and in fact should not exist in isolation. It exists within a context. To understand political theory is to understand the context. Political theory includes understanding of what is really political, to link political within what is non-political, and to integrate and coordinate the results of the numerous social sciences for knowing its own nature. Its scope is not limited to what it constitutes but to what exists in the periphery and beyond. Political theory is what goes on in the political world. Accordingly, the basic components must be determined. Arnold Brecht refers to some units of political theory, especially the following. 1. Group and not the individual is the real basic concept in political theory. As political theory deals with group, it is natural that there should be clash of interests not only among the individuals but also among the numerous groups. As a result, equilibrium or reconciliation of opposing interests has to serve the other components of political theory. The group life in the realm of politics lies at the heart of political theory. Accordingly, the concepts with which it concerns itself are or should be power, influence, control, legitimacy, justice, and the like. Another unit of political theory is action. Political theory is not all philosophy, it is philosophy associated with action. Any political theory not connected with action or policy can hardly be a political theory. 5. To understand political theory is to know its agents and its actors. In politics, they are called the elite. The elite, therefore, constitutes another component of political theory. 6. Choice and decision-making are also the units of political theory because they help know the seat where the power rests, suggesting that the task of defining what is political as a continual one. Sheldon Volin includes the following in the contents of political theory. A form of activity centering around the quest for competitive advantage between groups, individuals, or societies. B. A form of activity conditioned by the fact that it occurs within a situation of change and relative scarcity. C. A form of activity in which the pursuits of advantage produces consequences of such magnitude that they affect, in a significant way, the whole society or a substantial portion of it. 4. Political theory. Nature. To know clearly as to what political theory really is to know its nature. Political theory is said to be political thought, and that is why there are some who describe political theory as denoting the works of numerous thinkers. But it is not what political thought is. There are others who equate political theory with political philosophy. It is true that political theory constitutes a part of political philosophy, but it is only a part. A part can never be a whole, and as a part it remains only a part of the whole. There are still others who are incorporating science in politics and who prefer to call it political science. But those who insist on a science of politics refuse to admit if there ever had been a history of politics or a culture of politics. Brecht, therefore, would say, political philosophy, political theory, and political science are no longer interchangeable terms. With the emphasis placed on science and a distinction from political philosophy, political science now refers to efforts limited by the use of scientific methods, in contrast to political philosophy, which is free to transcend these limits. Likewise, political theory, when opposed to political philosophy now, is usually meant to refer scientific theory only in distinction from political human beings. Any speculative thesis that is proposed by political philosophy can be part of scientific political theory only as a working hypothesis, an auxiliary in the scientific kit, and not yet, as a piece of scientific knowledge. Political theory is not all history, but it is history in the limited sense. It is not all philosophy, but it is philosophy in some degree. It is not all science, but it is science insofar as it responds to reason. A political theorist has to be a part historian, a part philosopher, and a part scientist. A political theory as history. That political theory as history has been emphatically advocated by scholars like George Sabine, but all history is not political theory, just as all political theory is not history. Political theory without history is a structure without a base. In studying and analyzing politics, what we learn to understand is a political tradition and a concrete way of behavior. It is, therefore, proper that the study of politics should essentially be a historical study. History, we should know, is more than the tale of the dead and the buried. It is a storehouse of experience and wisdom, successes and failures, of what has been achieved and what has been lost. It is the sum total and simultaneously the formation head of a new development, something, as Professor L.S. Rathore says, eternally significant and instructive, inseparably linked with contemporaneity in the perpetual progress of mankind. Ignore history, he warns, and the delight of political theory is never to be retrieved. Political theory as history defines what has lost its value. No one cries now that the state has been a divine creation or the result of a contract in the state of nature. As history, political theory conserves what has significance and helps posterity to cherish it for a long time to come. Concepts such as justice, liberty, equality, obligation, as evolved through the annals of time, are being held high by political theory today and shall continue to be so in future. Indeed, history seldom repeats itself, but it can hardly be ignored. In the attempt to divorce itself from history, political theory loses its own significance, for there can be no fruits without roots, as Seeley had said long ago. It is through history that political theory explains what is what. One can never understand a text without its context. Plato's communism was significantly different from what is claimed to be Marx's communism, and one can understand communism of each by understanding the history of their respective times. It is one's age that prompts and propels one's political theory. History shapes and reshapes political theory. How can then political theory ignore its one aspect, the historical aspect? Sabine writes that great political theory excels in both an analysis of a present situation and in suggestiveness for other situations. As such, a good political theory, Professor S.P. Verma, Modern Political Theory, 1987, right? As such, a good political theory, Professor S.P. Verma, Modern Political Theory, 1987, writes, even though it is the outcome of a peculiar set of historical circumstances, has a significance for all times to come, it is exactly this universal character of political theory which makes it respectable. See George H. Sabine. What is Political Theory? Journal of Politics, Volume 1, Number 1, February 1939. Political theory is history in the sense that it seeks to understand the time, the place, and the circumstances in which it evolves. If it ignores its historical context, it loses its strength, its focus, and its message. Any political theory has to have facts as the basis, the factual historical factor as Sabine would say, circumstances in which it develops, the causal factor as Sabine describes it, and the message, i.e. political theory, the valuational factor as Sabine would insist. Political theory is not merely or only history, the statement of facts on which it works and has worked in the past, i.e. history. It is a science insofar as it is not understood in isolation, and also a philosophy insofar as it motivates. B. Political theory as philosophy. That political theory is a philosophy has been very well enunciated by scholars like Leo Strauss. What is political philosophy? Journal of Politics, 19 August 1967. But all philosophy is not political theory, as all political theory is not philosophy. Philosophy as an abstract study encompassing the whole universe in general and morals, norms, and values in particular, is the sum total of general laws governing the whole world. It has served political theory well through the ages as its valuational factor, as Sabine has said. Philosophy, as Kant says, has answered three questions. E. What can know? E. What must I do? And E. What can hope for? And this is what makes philosophy a lodestar of life. With philosophy, no political theory can ever hope to exist. Without an eye on future, no present can ever afford to stay, as no present stands without its past. Political theory is a philosophy, for it not only seeks to know the nature of things but also attempts to explain as to why things really exist. One understands an action or a thought only by evaluating it. Evaluation is a part of understanding. Philosophy as distinct from theory is a quest for wisdom, or as Strauss holds the view, quest for universal knowledge, for knowledge of the whole. Political theory as philosophy is the attempt truly to know both the nature of political things and the right, or the good, political order, Strauss. Politics is not what one assumes or opines. In fact, a political theorist is expected to possess more than an assumption or an opinion. He has to have knowledge. Philosophy emerges when opinion/assumption attains the heights of knowledge, and that is what exactly is the task of political theory. Political theory as philosophy is an attempt to replace opinion/assumption about the nature of political things by knowledge of the nature of political things, Strauss. Values, Strauss believes, are an indispensable part of political theory as they are of philosophy. Every political philosopher has to be a teacher in his own right. He must profess, he must teach, he must persuade. Professor Verma, therefore, writes that the object of persuasion is always there before the political theorist. What some of the modern writers have described as folklore of political philosophy, or more specifically ideology, is vital for the understanding of political theory. Political theory not only explains, but also influences favorably or adversely. Evaluational aspects of a political activity are as important as its factual aspects. It is, in this sense, that values and facts form an integral part of any political theory. See political theory as science. That political theory is a science has been forcefully emphasized by scholars from Arthur Bentley, The Process of Government, 1908, To George Catlin, The Science and Method of Politics, 1927. David Easton, The Political System, 1953. To Robert Dahl, Modern Political Analysis, 1963. But all science is not political theory, just as all political theory is not science. Political theory is not science in the sense chemistry or physics or mathematics is a science. It is not as exact a science as these natural or physical sciences are because there are no universally recognized principles, no clear cause-effect relationships, no laboratories, and no predictions are made in political theory the way these are found in natural and exact sciences. It is a science insofar as it admits concepts and norms which are both observable and testable, and insofar as it responds to the requirements of reason and rationalism. The American social science researchers in general and the behavioralists in particular sought to create a science of politics and in the process indulged in what may be called reductionism. Political theory is a science insofar as it can, and in fact is applied to a social gathering, and the definite rules of the exact sciences are applicable within the limitations as in any social science. Political theory as a science is only a social science. It is a science, a prime science, as conclusions are drawn after study, observation, experiments, features which go along with any normal definition of science. There is no need to go a long way to make a science of politics, and to find techniques and tools to make politics an exact politics, no matter whether there remains in the process any political theory or not. The role of science in political theory should be limited to the extent that it helps understand a political phenomenon, and to that extent science should have an entry in the realms of political theory. Political theory admits objectivity in association with subjectivity, facts together with values, research with theory. Political theory as science generates neutral, dispassionate, and objective knowledge. See Colin Hay, Political Analysis, 2002. There are limits of social sciences. In contrast, the rules of the game, that of the exact sciences, do not change with time. The laws of physics, for instance, can be assumed to pertain to all situations at all times past, present, and future. But this is not true of the social sciences. The nature of the economic and the political is, Colin Hay says, different after Keynes and Marx in a way that the physical and the natural is not after Newton and Einstein. We must remember that social structures, unlike natural structures, do not exist independently of the activities that govern. 2. Social structures, unlike the natural structures, do not exist independently of the agent's conceptions of what they are doing in their activity. 3. Social structures, unlike natural structures, may be only relatively enduring. Cr. Bosker, The Limits of Naturalism, 1979. This is where the social sciences are different from the natural sciences. The limits of political theory are worked out within the ethics of political analysis. The evolution and growth of the discipline. While the study of politics can be traced back to ancient times, its rise as a discipline has a late arrival in the 1870s. The first institution dedicated to the study of politics, the Free School of Politics Science, was founded in Paris in 1871, though Herbert Baxter Adams is accredited with coining the phrase political science, while founding the Johns Hopkins Historical and Political Science Association in 1877. The first journal, the Political Science Quarterly, was inaugurated by the School of Political Science, Columbia, in 1885 for scholarly writings on the subject. The American Political Science Association came into being in 1903, and its journal, American Political Science Review, in 1906. The International Political Science Association was founded, under the auspices of UNESCO, in 1949. The Slashdine Journal of Political Science appeared in 1939, reflecting the aims and tradition of its parent body, the Indian Political Science Association. The study of politics in the Western tradition is first found in ancient Greece. However, the discipline has a clear set of antecedents such as in moral philosophy, political economy, history, and other fields concerned with normative determinations of what ought to be and with deducing the characteristics and functions of the ideal state. In each historic period and in almost every geographic area, we can find someone studying politics and increasing political understanding. In ancient India, the antecedents of politics can be traced back to the Rig Veda, Samhitas, Brahmanas, and Buddhist Pali canons. Chanakya, c.350-275 BC, was a teacher of political science at Takshila University, and later the prime minister of Mauryan Emperor Chandragupta Maurya. Chanakya is regarded as one of the earliest political thinkers, and is also known as the Indian Machiavelli. He wrote Arthashastra, which was one of the earliest treatises on political thought, economics, and social order, and can be considered a precursor to Machiavelli's The Prince. The antecedents of Western politics can also be traced to their roots even earlier than Plato and Aristotle, particularly in the works of Homer, Hesiod, Thucydides, Xenophon, and Euripides. Later, Plato analyzed political systems, abstracted their analysis from more literary and history-oriented studies, and applied an approach we would understand as closer to philosophy. Similarly, Aristotle built upon Plato's analysis to include historical empirical evidence in his analysis. During the times of ancient Rome, famous historians such as Polybius, Livy, and Plutarch documented the rise of the Roman Republic and the organization and histories of other nations, while statesmen like Julius Caesar and Cicero provided us with examples of the politics of the Republic and Rome's empire and wars. The study of politics during this age was oriented towards understanding history, methods of governing, and describing the operation of governments. With the fall of the Roman Empire, there arose a more diffused arena for political studies. The rise of monotheism and Christianity brought to light a new space for politics and political action. During the Middle Ages, the study of politics was widespread in the churches and courts, and works such as those of Augustine of Hippo, The City of God, and Thomas Aquinas' Summa Theologica synthesized current philosophies and political traditions with those of Christianity, redefining the borders between what was religious and what was political. In the Middle East and later other Islamic areas, works such as the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam and Epic of Kings by Ferdowsi provided evidence of political analysis, while the Islamic Aristotelians such as Avicenna and later Maimonides and Averroes continued Aristotle's tradition of analysis and empiricism by writing commentaries on Aristotle's works. During the Italian Renaissance, Niccolò Machiavelli established the emphasis of modern political science on direct empirical observation of political institutions. Later, the expansion of the scientific paradigm during the Enlightenment pushed the study of politics beyond normative determinants. With the beginning of the 16th–17th centuries, traditionalism with its speculative and normative analysis of political system and political concepts began losing ground, though historical and comparative methods of understanding politics were still in vogue. In the meantime, the empirical scientific approaches started gaining importance. The focus on politics began to shift from the description of political institutions/concepts to their structures in the latter part of the 18th century, when the constitutions and the governmental organs were discussed together with their legal and constitutional obligations, the approach now being descriptive legal, though it was relatively more practical. The 19th century study of politics, besides debating on questions such as merits and demerits of varying forms of government, came to lay emphasis on the study of facts and on the functioning of the political systems, i.e., from the study of institutions to their working. James Bryce, American Commonwealth, 1888, and Modern Democracies, 1924. With Arthur Bentley, The Process of Government, Graham Wallace, Human Nature and Politics, and later Charles Merrim, New Aspects of Politics, and his Chicago School, the departure from the traditional political science to the modern one was complete when the process aspect came to be regarded as important. 2. Human behavior came to be seen as the basic unit of study. 3. Facts and data, and the interdisciplinary thinking, came to be described as realistic for analyzing political phenomena. The approach that came to be recognized for political analyses was no more historical, legal formal, or evaluative. The scientific, empirical, positivistic approaches with their varying degrees came to be pursued by the behavioralists and post-behavioralists during the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s. The dialectical materialistic method of the study of politics was common in the Marxian writings. From 1980s, the discipline entered its contemporary period when phenomena such as substantive democracy, social justice, human rights, feminism, environmentalism, development, terrorism, global warming, and globalization caught the attention of political theorists. Contemporary political science has a full agenda of challenges before it, seeking to meet it with approaches, both traditional and modern, i.e., normative, empirical, strategic, and with tools such as consensual and conversational. Additionally, contemporary political theory needs to resolve the dilemma between normative philosophical analysis, between the philosophical and behavior analysis, as also the reemergence of ideological divisions as coming through John Rawls, 1971, and Robert Nozick, 1974, and the rise of feminism and emergence of new left and new right and communitarianism. 6. Political theory. Classical, modern, contemporary. A. Classical political theory. Political theory, in a traditional form, emerged in ancient Greek culture, largely in the writings of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, and continued until the beginning of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The classical paradigm, according to Sheldon Volin, Politics and Vision, has the following features. The classical political theory is related to the practice of The classical political theory had largely been ethical in nature. Its response was rooted in a moral outlook. Plato advocated the ideal state. Aristotle, a state that can achieve the best possible. St. Augustine, the city of God. Systematic inquiry so as to acquire reliable knowledge about matters relating to the people, especially those concerning their political life. Ace of philosophical pursuit, the classical political theory sought to establish a rational basis for belief, and as a political pursuit, a rational basis for action. The classical political theory attempted to identify the political with common involvements, which men shared as partners. The Greek polis, the Roman respublica, the medieval times usage of commonweal, all denoted a sharing of what is common. The basic unit of analysis relating to the classical political theory has always been the political whole, the state, the idea of a system and order, and the resultant conception of balance, equilibrium, stability, and harmony. That was why the classical political theorists always tried to analyze the sources of conflicts, anarchy, instability, and revolution, and on them, attempted to enunciate the principles of justice and morality, of duties and obligations. The classical political theory thrived on the significance of comparative studies for supplying a more comprehensive explanation and a wide range of alternatives. That was the reason why the classical political theory developed a classification of political forms, e.g. monarchy, aristocracy, democracy, and their variants, and a set of concepts such as law, citizenship, and justice. 7. The classical political philosophers, by projecting the best form of polity as the ideal, revealed the boldness and radicalism of classical theorizing, though some dismissed such ideas as utopian and visionary. B. Modern political theory. Modern political theory encompasses in itself a host of diverse trends which include the institutional structural, scientific, positivistic, empirical, behavioral, post-behavioral, and even the Marxist. Thus, when one talks of modern political theory, one talks of all these trends which dominated the greater part of the 20th century. It is since the 1960s-70s that contemporary political theory starts. The classical political theory, by and large, was philosophical, normative, idealistic, and to some extent, historical. Ideologically, modern political theory can be classified into two divisions, the /liberal including the individualists, the elitists, and the pluralists on the one hand, and the Marxists including the dialectics. Ideologically, modern political theory can be classified into two divisions, the /liberal including the individualists, the elitists, and the pluralists on the one hand, and the Marxists including the dialectical materialists on the other. The liberal tradition, beginning from 15th to 16th centuries, arose as a reaction against the classical political theory and after traveling through its institutional structural voyage reached scientific positivist empiricist goals so to make way for the behavioral and the post-behavioral political theory. The Marxist political theory offered a diametrically opposite view to the one advocated in whole of the West. Having found the classical political theory sufficiently inadequate to answer the questions posed by the changing times of the 18th to 19th centuries in the West, the modern political theory, as it came to be expressed in the institutional positivist, empiricist behavioral, and post-behavioral trends, dubbed the whole classical tradition as dull. Their advocates, from Merriam and Key and down to Dahl, Laswell, Easton, deplored the historical evaluative tradition of the classical political theory. Instead, they laid emphasis on the scientific empirical behavioral study as the most plausible one to understand the intricacies of politics. They sought to lay stress on present rather on past, living rather on dull, immediate rather on remote, objective rather on subjective, analytic rather on theoretical. They attempted to build a science of politics objective, clinical, value-free, observational, measurable, and operational. Historically stated, modern political theory as it arose in the West emerged from the shadow of positivism empiricism. Until then, political theory, mostly classical, was confined to a marginal role, being conceived at best as a body of classic texts of mostly historical interest and usually found in philosophy, history, and logic. Positivism empiricism denied the early political theory the status of a legitimate form of knowledge and inquiry. According to positivist and empiricist outlooks, all knowledge is found in sensory observation. Concepts and generalizations represent only the particulars from which they have been abstracted. Values do not play any role in the formation of knowledge. As the meaning of concepts and theories, the positivists empiricists believe, is directly tied to empirical observations, therefore, value judgments should not be accorded the status of knowledge. Accordingly, the normative statements of political theory are characterized as mere declarations. Though positivism and empiricism did not last long, their legacy thrived for a long time, particularly in North America. This legacy was scienticism. The influence of scienticism on the emerging behavioralism and post-behavioralism was both apparent and real. Behavioralism on its own had certain features. It encouraged the systematic introduction of quantitative methods of analysis as the supreme methods of inquiry. It sought to displace the theoretical framework of normative political theorists by the development of empirical theory, and it decisively rejected the history of political theory as the primary source of interpretation. Post-behavioralism was an extension of behavioralism which added the credos of action, relevance, and values to behavioralism. Thus, the challenge to behavioralism came from within, from post-behavioralism. Modern political theory of the Western shade, as it developed over time, had certain features, particularly the following. Facts and data constitute the basis of study. Facts are accumulated, explained, and used for testing hypotheses. 2. Human behavior can be studied and regularities of human behavior can be expressed in generalizations. Ely. Subjectivity gives way to objectivity, philosophical interpretation to analytical explanation, purposive to procedural, descriptive to observational, and normative to scientific. 4. Facts and values are separated. While in the early period the facts were given all values, the values had no place in research, yet in the later period values came to make the facts as relevant as possible. The methods adopted for research and studies are to be self-conscious, explicit, and quantitative. 6. Political activity is an activity influenced by numerous other activities, social, economic, religious, moral, psychological, ecological, and the like. Hence, interdisciplinary synthesis is bound to yield rather better results. 7. What it is more important than either what it was or what it would be, for the present is nearer to either past or future. 8. Realism holds more weight than what is due / or what is utopian. What and how and why a state does is more relevant than what it had been doing or is likely to do. 9. Values are to support facts, substance to forms, theory to research. This is the theme of post-behavioralism. X. The journey from behavioralism to post-behavioralism is a journey from status quo to social change. The modern Western political theory combines the merits of its empirical, formal, and normative shades. It is concerned with both facts and values, both description and prescription, both explanation and valuation. At the other end of modern political theory stands the Marxist political theory. The Marxist political theory, also called the dialectical materialist or the scientific socialist, is one which describes the general laws of motion in the development of all phenomena. Its importance lies in change through the struggle between opposites, between relations of production and productive forces with a view to have a better mode of production, development from the lower stage to the higher one, from, say, capitalistic to socialistic and from socialistic to communistic. The dialectical materialist theory provides a systematic and scientific framework of analyzing and explaining, say, for example, social and political change. It is a method of interpreting the past, understanding the present, and projecting the future. See contemporary political theory. The political theorists after the 1960s and 1970s have demonstrated the need of political theory in this fast-changing world of ours. That is why the interest in political theory is constantly growing in our times. This is partly because behavioralism and post-behavioralism, with their too much emphasis on science, have led us nowhere close to realities on the one hand, and partly because of the failure of the Marxist model in some parts of the world on the other. Soon, it was realized that political theory is more than a philosophy, as it is also more than a science. Its mere reliance on philosophy robs it from being relevant, and its too much stress on science obviates it from serving as a vision. It is not that we are parting away from our immediate past, but it is as if we are attempting to build on it. If the task of political theory is, as it had been, to make us understand the political phenomenon, then it becomes necessary that it should confine itself to the explanation, investigation, and ultimately comprehension of what relates to politics, concepts, principles, and institutions. This is what contemporary political theory is doing. Brian Barry, Political Argument, 1965, while seeking to reconstruct and rediscover the role of political theory, attempts to study the relation between principles and institutions. Explanatory task of political theory should not lose sight of what existed in the past. John Rawls, A Theory of Justice, 1971, refers to another task of contemporary political theory, a continuous search for truth, and suggests that the attempt can be made alongside the scientific empirical methods. R. Nozick, Anarchy, State, and Utopia, 1970, while rejuvenating on the recovery of political theory from its virtual demise, reverts to the individualist model of minimal state and believes that contemporary political theory can solve many political problems by combining the classical ends with empirical means, traveling through the great debates of the end of ideology, Bell, Galbraith, Lipset, and the end of history, Fukuyama. The consensus, for example, John Plamenat's Democracy and Illusion, 1973, is that the empirical analysis and reflections of a logical and moral character can coexist in political theory. Highlighting the characteristic features of contemporary political theory, David Held refers to the following. Vi. Contemporary political theory has been renewed as the history of political thought involving an attempt to examine the significance of text in their historical context. Contemporary political theory has sought to revitalize the discipline as a form of conceptual analysis and in the process finding political theory as a systemic reflection upon and classification of the meanings of the key forms and concepts such as globalization, democracy, justice, and the like. Contemporary political theory has been developed as the systematic elaboration of the underlying structure of our moral and political activities, the disclosure, examination, and reconstruction of the foundations of political value. Contemporary political theory has been revitalized as a form of argument concerned with abstract theoretical questions and particular political issues. Contemporary political theory has been championed as a critique of all forms of foundationalism, either postmodernists or the liberal defenders. It, accordingly, presents itself as a stimulant to dialogue and to conversation among human beings. Contemporary political theory has been elaborated as a form of systematic model building influenced by theoretical economics, rational choice theory, and game theory. It aims to construct formal methods of political processes. 7. Contemporary political theory has developed as the theoretical enterprise of the discipline of political science. As such, it attempts to construct theory on the basis of observation and makes empirical generalizations. Summing up, David Held offers a number of distinct tasks of political theory. First, the philosophical concerned, above all, with the conceptual and normative. Second, the empirical analytic concerned, above all, with the problems of understanding and explanation. And third, the strategic concerned, above all, with an assessment of the feasibility of moving from where we are to where we might like to be. To these, one may add the historical, the examination of the changing meaning of political discourse, its key concepts, theories, and concerns, over time. The post-1970s, while witnessing new developments in political theory, gave rise to 4 distinct views. With Rawls, political theory as branch of moral philosophy has been described as essentially normative. Accordingly, the task of political theory is not only to develop general principles for evaluating the social structure, but also to design appropriate institutions, procedures, and policies. See Ackerman, Social Justice in the Liberal State, 1980, Barry, A Treatise on Social Justice, 1989, and Beetz, Political Theory and International Relations, 1979. 2. Political theory is primarily contemplative and reflective inquiry concerned to understand human existence in general. So understood, as was really viewed in its older form, it is neither a branch of moral philosophy nor normative in its orientation. See Taylor, Philosophical Papers, 1985, McIntyre, After Virtue, 1981, Connolly, Political Theory and Modernity, 1988. 3. Political theory is primarily concerned to articulate the self-understanding of a particular community and that it is necessarily municipal in its scope and interpretive in its orientation. See Walzer, Sphere of Justice, 1983. 4. Political theory needs to be tentative, exploratory, conversational, open-minded, ironic, and sensitive. Such scholars draw inspiration from post-structuralist and postmodernistic writers. See Rorty, Contingency, Roney, and Solidarity, 1989. Ville. Political theory, significance, and utility. Political theory is no easy and simple enterprise. It is an elaborate and a consistent exercise aiming to achieve a better world of politics. Philosophy and science have no privileged cognitive status in political theory. All political philosophy makes claims about the operation of the political world, claims which require detailed examinations within the model of inquiry which go beyond those available to philosophy alone. All political science raises normative questions which a dedication to the normative explanatory does not eliminate. Political theory requires the philosophical analysis of concepts and principles and the empirical understanding of political processes and structures. Neither philosophy nor science, in their individual capacity, can easily replace the other in the projection of political theory. This is so because systematic political knowledge embodying generalizations about patterns of political life is possible, and the efforts to achieve it are, rather should be, the major tasks of political theory. Political theory is more than a discipline, it is an intellectual exercise as also an activity. It is needed as a philosophy just as it is needed as a science. Germino very aptly writes, turning his back to distortions, over-implications, sloganeering, and demagoguery, the political theorist speaks out with honesty on the perpetual problems confronting man and his existence in society. Political theory as a philosophy will always attempt to find out the truth in every situation, and as a science will always reach the truth. Plamenats holds the view that political theory is not fantasy or the parading of prejudices, nor an intellectual game. Still less it is a linguistic analysis, but is an elaborate, rigorous, difficult, and useful understanding, and as much needed as any science. John Plamenats, in his essay entitled The Uses of Political Theory, does not agree. As he puts it, political philosophy, meaning here political theory, is dead, have heard men say. Killed by the logical positivists and their successors who have shown that many of the problems which exercises the great political thinkers of the past were spurious, resting in confusions of the sight and the misuse of the language. According to him, political theory has its uses which may be stated as under. Political theory is a serious and difficult intellectual activity, and the need for this kind of exercise in modern times is indeed much greater. 2. It is a study of values, norms, and goals, though it does not produce the same kind of knowledge as empirical political theory does. 3. It is a study of theories which have, historically, powerfully influenced men's images of themselves and of society, and profoundly determined their social and political behavior. 4. It is an element of socially conditioned ideology. This ideology may be an illusion, and yet, unless man had these illusions, the course of social development would not have been what it is. V. It produces a coherent system of political principles which can guide us to an appropriate political action. Its political theorists, as Plaminat says, do not, like honest shopkeepers, display a large variety of goods, describing them all accurately and leaving it to the customer to choose what pleases him most. They produce a hierarchy of principles and try to explain how men should use them to make their choices. They are not mere purveyors of ideas, they are the preachers and the propagandists. C. Wright Mills, the Marxists, 1962, writes, political philosophies are intellectual and moral creations. They contain high ideals, easy slogans, dubious facts, crude propaganda, and sophisticated theories. He describes the significance of political theory, saying, Firstly, it is itself a social reality. It is an ideology in terms of which certain institutions and practices are justified and others attacked. It provides the phrases in which demands are raised, criticisms made, exhortations delivered, proclamations formulated, and at times policies determined. 2. Second, it is an ethic and articulation of ideal, which at various levels of generality and sophistication is used in judging men, events, and movements and as goals and guidelines for aspirations and policies. 3. Third, it designates agencies of action of the means of reform, revolution, and conservation. It contains strategies and programs that embody both ends and means. It designates, in short, the historical levels by which ideals are to be won or maintained after they have been won. 4. Fourth, it contains theories of man, society, and history, or at least assumptions about how society is made up and how it works. It tells us how to find out where we stand and where we may be going. Political theory aims at comprehending the world in which it comes into being. It tries to identify its salient character, to understand its crisis, and it assesses its capacity to resolve that crisis. Political theory contributes to the capacity of man to understand himself and after himself, his polity and history. It exhorts man to take command of his own common affairs. In short, it explains, illuminates, understands, evaluates, enlightens, and alters. By way of conclusion, one may say that political theory builds a model of the highest political order, serves as a guide to the systematic collection, and provides an analysis of political data. As a science, political theory describes political reality without trying to pass judgment on what is being depicted. As a philosophy, it describes rules of conduct which help secure good life. Summing up, political theory has in its elements of history, science, and philosophy. In relation to history, political theory is the outcome of a peculiar set of historical circumstances and as such has significance for all times to come. This makes the character of political theory as an attempt truly to know the nature of political things along with what is right and good in them. In relation to science, political theory seeks to strive knowledge as of facts or principles gained by systematic system. Political theory, so understood, is philosophical as well as scientific, normative as well as empirical, evaluative as well as explanatory, historical as well as analytical. Contemporary political theory is more of continuity than of change. When the political scientists in the West were trying to bring in scienticism and empiricism, they were not rejecting all that was the essence of traditional political theory. To an extent, they were developing it to what is considered political. In a way, they were liberalizing political theory from its descriptive interpretative shackles. They did realize the utility of knowing what political had been at a particular time and under a particular situation. They did acknowledge the teachings of a particular political philosopher and his legacy. As such, they did not dismiss anything as worthless in all these philosophies. Seen in this perspective, the empirical scientific behavioralism and post-behavioralism including trend in political theory was not a change but a continuation of normative philosophical tradition. Likewise, those who attempted to look at political theory more from a sociological point of view, de Tocqueville, Graham Wallace, Bagehot, and others, or more from a psychological point of view, Hobbes, for example, were merely adding numerous dimensions so as to understand political theory more clearly. Understood as this, the emphasis laid by the American scholars during the greater part of the post-war period in the interdisciplinary approach in politics was not an attempt to denigrate it but was an endeavor to give politics a full meaning, making it more understandable and relevant. Similarly, recent efforts to reject scientific jargons, purely empirically drawn conclusions, and technique-oriented models are measures to set the worthlessness of political theory aright. Contemporary political theory is not condemning all empiricism or behavioralism. Its science element has been retained to point out the benefits of social sciences as its philosophical content useful for understanding sciences related to society. So understood, political theory is not, and has never been, a break with the past, but is one that is in the state of constant continuity. We may conclude with Isaiah Berlin in a rather lengthy statement: neo-Marxism, neo-Thomism, nationalism, historicism, existentialism, anti-existential, liberalism and socialism, transportation of doctrines of natural rights and natural laws into empirical terms, discoveries made by skillful application of models derived from economic and related techniques to political behavior, and the collusions, combinations, and consequences in action of these ideas indicate not the death of a great tradition, but, if anything, new and unpredictable developments. Political theory is an attempt of all times. It explains, examines, and investigates problems where it exists and suggests, as a corollary, the solutions to them. David Easton mentions 3 useful functions of political theory. To identify the significant political variables and describe their mutual relations. To ensure this, an analytical scheme is essential. This would render research meaningful and arranges facts leading to generalization. 2. The existence and wide acceptance of and consensus by workers in the field on a theoretical framework would enable the results of the various researches to be compared. It would help in the verification of conclusions drawn by the earlier researches and may also reveal the area of research which require more empirical work. 3. Finally, the existence of a theoretical framework, or at least a relatively consistent body of concepts, making research more reliable. But this is what a theory does as a science. Though such functions of political theory in themselves are, indeed, important, yet they help in understanding the phenomena, not the phenomenon, the whole and not a part. Theory is not merely a science, it is a philosophy as well, not a phenomenon but phenomena as well, not a part but a whole as well. Indeed, political theory does make people understand as to what the present is and for what the present exists. But it does more than that. Accordingly, it rises above being the attendant of the status quo. It deals with larger functions of how the present has come to stay, on what assumptions does it exist, and where would it, in future, lead to. Political theory, no doubt, arises from a specific context, but its significance extends beyond that. It, to a great extent, contributes to the capacity of man to understand himself, his system, his society, and his history. Its job is not merely to understand the system around him, but is one through which he is to take the command of his own affairs himself. Political theory serves as a teacher, a guide, and a philosopher of human beings, in general, in their attempts to comprehend and control the whole environment, both social and natural. Practice questions. 1. Distinguish between political thought and political philosophy. 200 words. 2. Distinguish between political thought and political theory. 200 words. 3. What do you mean by the word theory? 200 words. 4. Political theory is not an escape mechanism but an arduous calling. John Plamenetz, 700 to 800 words, 2014. 5. Write an essay on the nature relevance of political theory. 700 to 800 words. 6. What content of sciences political theory have? 200 words. 7. Evaluate political theory as history or as philosophy. 200 words. 8. Bring out the highlights of classical political theory. 700 to 800 words. 9. Write an essay on the characteristic features of modern or contemporary political theory. 700 to 800 words. 9. That is the significance of the study of political theory? 200 words. Political theory, approaches, debates, trends. Introduction. Is studied and how understanding about political phenomena, political institutions, and political theory/thought is acquired. These may be broadly classified into traditional, based on ideals, norms, history, law, philosophy, and modern, based on facts, data, science, empiricism approaches. Major traditional approaches are philosophical, normative, historical, legal formal, institutional, and, to a degree, comparative, while the modern approaches are experimental, empirical, scientific, rational choice, behavioral, post-behavioral, and dialectical materialistic. Approaches are roadmaps which deal with how politics. Approaches. Traditional approaches. Almost all traditional approaches are related to one another. The philosophical approach does have a measure of idealism, history, and comparison, while the historical approach, too, has in it some degree of normativism, idealism, and comparison. What separates each of them is their relative emphasis associated with a particular approach. The major traditional approaches are: Comparative. The comparative approach, which, drawing generalizations from comparisons, helps in relating events, establishing causes and effects, and in arriving at general principles. It emphasizes on gathering a multiplicity of phenomena with regard to political systems, institutions, and legislatures, arranging them in order and relating elements to them. John Stuart Mill, 1806-73, on liberty, considerations on representative government, the subjection of women, utilitarianism, refers to 3 forms of comparison. Through the process of difference, the USA and India, for example, are both democratic, and yet the USA has a capitalistic economy while India, a mixed economy. Through the process of indirect difference, United Kingdom and People's China, for example, are both different insofar as the former is a bi-party system and the latter, Communist Party-dominated party system, and still the UK pursues a monarchical democratic system and China, the authoritarian one respectively. Through the process of agreement, the USA and the former USSR, for example, were different insofar as the USA was a capitalist nation and the erstwhile USSR a communist, and yet both had a federal system of government. Comparative political has the following limitations. Resemblances and differences are not taken into account. Vague generalizations usually creep in. Analogies and identities are not adequately distinguished. Comparisons often result in superfluity and thus appear faulty. Among the advocates of the comparative approach, one may mention Aristotle, Politics, Montesquieu, The Spirit of the Laws, de Tocqueville, Democracy in America, and Bryce, Modern Democracies. B. Historical. The historical approach seeks to lay emphasis on the use of historical evidence for a proper study of political phenomena. Every political phenomenon, for example, is the construction of a time, some place, and circumstances. One can understand an institution in the light of its origins and growth. Political theory, we must take note of, has thrived in times of immense historical situations. The ancient Greek times of Plato and Aristotle gave the two great streams of Western political thought, political idealism and political realism. The English Civil War of the 179th century produced Hobbes and Locke. We can understand a philosopher through the times he lived. It is no use evaluating a philosopher of ancient times from the present-day standards. Every political philosopher uses history in explaining his political philosophy to demonstrate the practicality of his perception. George Sabine, A History of Political Theory, is a prominent advocate of the historical approach. Its other advocates are Seeley, political science without history has no roots and history without political science has no fruits, and Freeman, politics is current history and history is past politics. Machiavelli, Montesquieu, and Henry Maine had used the historical method in their studies. In fact, history provides us an experimental approach, is corrective in its objectives, it is inductive insofar as it provides facts and observation, it is teacher insofar as it explains past, and a guide insofar as it helps politics build future, it is factual, casual, and evaluational, as Sabine remarks. Michael Oakeshott, Political Education, had said. A genuine historical study is indispensable for political education. It may, however, be remembered that all history is not politics as all politics is not and can never be all history. We do not step in the same wave twice at the same time. The American scholars Charles Merriam, 1876–1935, New Aspects of Politics, Political Power, and David Easton, The Political System, condemn the historical approach and calls it historicism, a term Karl Popper. 1902–94, The American scholars Charles Merriam, 1876–1935, New Aspects of Politics, Political Power, and David Easton, The Political System, condemn the historical approach and calls it historicism, a term Karl Popper, 1902–94, The Poverty of Historicism, the Open Society and its Enemies, had popularized. What is historicism? Historicism refers to philosophical theories that say there is an organic succession of developments, and that local conditions and peculiarities influence the results in a decisive way. The elements of historicism appear in the writings of Hegel as also in those of Marx. Popper attacked the term along with the determinism and holism which he thought of them as its root. New historicism is said to have some connections with Hegelianism and anthropology as the post-structuralists believe. History is not merely an event. It is a social event, an event that had occurred with certain causes helping it to occur. If the event is a social event, the causes must also be social. Whatever happens leaves behind some impact, some lessons for the future. History is not merely an event to be discarded. It is something of an event which has to be evaluated as a lesson. History is a teacher, a guide, and a philosopher. As Watkins, Political Theory as a Doctrine of Political Science points out, by studying political thought as an integral part of a total historic context, the historical approach sets ideologies in meaningful relationships to all the other political and social forces operating at a given time and place. By placing these events in a moving stream of historical development, it provides the basis for an estimation of the possibilities of future change. See philosophical. The philosophical approach dates back to the days of Plato in the West. As against Aristotle, Plato's disciple, Plato was always interested in what states ought to be or should be, rather in what they actually are. The philosophical approach is prescriptive, essentially normative, one that relates all knowledge and reality to certain underlying principles. It seeks to replace opinion about the nature of political things to the knowledge of the nature of political things. Beginning with abstract concepts, the philosophical approach attempts to harmonize them with actual facts and in the process becomes speculative. Deductive as this approach is, it lands up in becoming ideological, subjective, and partisan. It leads to utopian conclusions. The philosophical approach can be traced to philosophers like Plato, St. Augustine, Rousseau, Hegel, and Leo Strauss. Leo Strauss, What is Political Philosophy? Says, philosophy, being the quest for wisdom or quest for universal history, for knowledge of the whole, is the attempt truly to know both the nature of political things and the right, or the good, political order. The philosophical approach is not so much concerned with revealing truth in the manner of science as with asking questions about how knowledge is acquired and about how understanding is expressed. Philosophy is the study of reality, knowledge, and ethics, i.e. metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics, and its methodology is to approach these through ideas. That is the reason that philosophy is dubbed as the science of ideas, reaching reality, knowledge, and ethics through ideas. This has made philosophy and philosophical approach as normative, speculative, imaginative, and deductive. Normative questions like the following attract this approach. Why should one obey the law? What a state ought to do? Who should rule? What should be the limit of individual freedom? So all the philosophers, including the political philosophers, seek to prescribe and evaluate what they have to sermonist. The philosophical approach. It is essentially an ethical approach. In nature, it is both normative and prescriptive. It is concerned with what should or ought to be, rather than with what it is. It is related with whole rather than with parts of the whole. Principles and norms are more important with this approach than the techniques or processes. It is, thus, a future-oriented approach which looks beyond the present. Accordingly, it is idealistic and therefore impracticable and imaginative. Normative. The normative approach, like the philosophical one, describes how things should be, the ideal type. It needs to be distinguished from philosophical approach in the following way. While the normative approach is idealistic, dealing with ideals and norms primarily, the philosophical approach is idealistic, dealing with ideas, beliefs, and opinions primarily. And through reasoning, deductively as well as inductively at times, taking them all to the knowledge of things. The normative approach has to be distinguished from the descriptive approach. The descriptive approach is saying what the case is, while the normative approach is saying what the case ought to be. The normative approach can be I, minimalist, and 2, maximalist. In the minimalist approach, the minimum standards are formulated below which no phenomena, political including, ought to fall. In the maximalist normative approach, ideal standards are formulated which no phenomena would ever achieve. The normative approach in political theory is theorizing values in politics. It provides politics a direction, a purpose, a vision, or a frame of reference, which guides all normative inquiries. This is why none of the normative theorists, Plato, Rousseau, Hegel, and the like, have never lost sight of projecting the ideal form of government. Idealism forms a part of normative commitment. Most of the earlier political thinking has been normative in its approach. It may, however, be made clear that without normative precepts, one may move towards a visionless direction, giving rise to conflicts that would destroy the community. Like the philosophical approach, the normative approach is speculative, either justifying a system that once existed in the past or propose a system that may, hopefully, dawn in some remote future. The political philosophers following normative approach are either conservative, Burke, Oakeshott, or idealists, Plato, Rousseau, Hegel. The normative approach. The normative approach is evaluational insofar as it seeks to theorize political thinking of political phenomenon in ethical terms. Obviously, it avoids conflictive trends, condemns revolution. Conversely, it is concerned with stability and order. This approach is undoubtedly or can rightly be called a practical art. It does view facts scientifically, but views them from moral and ethical perspectives. The normative approach lays emphasis on continual classification of objectives as also the discovery of means for their realization. In the absence of normative objectives, politics degenerates rapidly into purposeless notions and transactions. The purpose is not what the states do, but rather is, as Lord Acton once remarked, what the states ought to do. Modern approaches. Almost all modern approaches are closely related to one another. The empirical approach, for example, does have a measure of behavioral approach. The post-behavioral approach is not the negation of the behavioral approach but is its corrective. Empiricism. The term empiricism has a dual etymology. Comes from the Greek word, the Latin translation of which is experiential, from which we derive the word experience. It also derives from a more specific classical Greek and Roman usage of empiric, referring to a physician whose skill derives from practical experience as opposed to intuition in theory. Empiricism and rationalism. Empiricism is a theory which holds that the origin of all knowledge is sense experience. The term also refers to the method of observation and experiment used in natural science. The empiricists are not rationalists. The empiricists tend to emphasize the tentative nature of knowledge, while the rationalists tend to be dogmatic when they assert that they have found a method to discover absolutely certain knowledge. The rationalists, Plato, Descartes, Spinoza, assert that they had the vision of a knowable universe, of laws governing all the parts of the whole, of a unified whole, of minds made for knowing this universe. On the other hand, the empiricists, Locke, Berkeley, Hume, had the vision of subjective perceptions limiting knowledge, of the need for faith to believe anything beyond immediate perceptions, of minds incapable of knowing much of anything, of dire skepticism. Thus, the rationalists had the vision of science, the empiricists had the vision of anti-science seen from the rationalists' point of view. In philosophy, empiricism is a theory of knowledge that is practical rather than abstract and asserts that knowledge arises from experience rather than revelation. Empiricism is one view held about how we know things, and so is part of the branch of philosophy called epistemology, which means theory of knowledge. Empiricism emphasizes the role of experience and evidence, especially sensory perception, in the formation of ideas while discounting the notion of innate ideas. In science, empiricism emphasizes those aspects of scientific knowledge that are closely related to evidence, especially as discovered in experiments. It is a fundamental part of the scientific method that all hypotheses and theories must be tested against observations of the natural world rather than resting solely on a priori reasoning, intuition, or revelation. Hence, science is considered to be methodologically empirical in nature. The advocates of empiricism include Francis Bacon, 1561-1626, John Locke, 1632-1704, George Berkeley, 1685-1753, and David Hume, 1711-76. They relate all knowledge to be derived from experience through the following ways. Experience, the only basis of knowledge. 2. All hypotheses and theories to be tested by the process of observation. 3. Facts to be examined objectively, collected, arranged, classified, categorized, and explained. 4. Scientific and inductive method. Research to be related to theory and theory to the facts. The empirical approach in its emphasis on experience becomes irrelevant in the face of varying experiences where, therefore, objectivity is usually not possible. It lays overemphasis on facts and scientific methodology. It often boasts of its rejection of values, which is its plank, robs it of all basis of evaluation. Behavioralism and Marxism. It is usually argued that the behavioral approach rose as a response to the Marxian approach. The popularity of Marxism forced the liberal pluralist stance in the West, especially in the USA, to argue against the Marxian thinking. The behavioral approach sought to explain the political behavior of the people in the manner as followed in the naturalistic sciences. As against the Marxian class-oriented stance, the behavioralists came forward with the individual-oriented focus. As against the economic materialistic factor, the behavioralists sought to explain political behavior sociologically and psychologically. The ideological fervor in the Marxian approach did not attract the non-historicists and the behavioralists. Behavioralism. The behavioral approach to the study of political science is a newer method of analyzing men's political behavior. Easton does not regard it a movement at all, interpreting it as a revolution in political science, to say the least. The term came not from those who thought of themselves as the behavioralists but from those who were opposed to the term behavioralism. So, Easton says, behavioralism was defined by some as an attempt to apply the methods of natural sciences to human behavior. Other scholars, he continues, define it as an excessive emphasis upon quantification, others as individualistic reductionism. From the inside, mentioned above were all outsiders. The practitioners were of different minds as what it was that constituted behavioralism. In terms of its commitments, behavioralism may be defined, John Dryzek, Revolutions Without Enemies, Key Transformations in Political Science, says. A research focus on political behavior. 2. A methodological plea for science, and 3. A political message about liberal pluralism. Robert Dahl refers to 6 interrelated factors which, as S.D. Akindele and A. Adibo, a revisitational assessment of the rise of behavioral approach in political science, tell us influenced the rise of behavioral approach. Chicago School under the leadership of Charles Merriam emphasized on the science of social behavior, doing for political science what science had done for the hardcore sciences. 2. Influx of the European scholars into the United States, encouraging the use of sociological and even psychological theories for the understanding of politics. 3. Inadequacies of the conventional approaches for describing reality, much less for predicting in any given situation. 4. The growth of the social sciences research committees helped the entire focus of the discipline of the behavior of the individual as the empirical unit of analysis. The development of the survey method as a tool in the study of politics. 6. The influence of the philanthropic foundations and the nature of the American polity and culture. The behavioral approach to political science is one in which explanations are based on people's observable and expressed behavior. 2. Behavior, facts, and data can be scientifically and empirically tested. 3. Politics can be a science and hence value-free. 4. Individual and group behavior can be influenced by other disciplines. Its advocates include Robert Dahl, Carl Deutsch, David Easton, Harold Laswell, Amond and Powell, Kaplan, and Schills. Behavioralism, a reaction against traditionalism, better to be wrong than vague, in itself has inherent defects. Behavior cannot be measured, too much scienticism, objectivity not possible, and in nature apathy towards values. Post-behavioralism is corrective in nature and an extension of behavioralism. Its credo is action and relevance, and better to be vague than irrelevant. Its features are substance with techniques, purpose with process, social change with status quo, and values with facts. Easton's criticism did not fall on deaf ears. It has been taken to heart by many contemporary theorists. Robert Dahl, Charles Lindblom, Christian Bay, and Benjamin Barber have demanded a radically value-oriented or egalitarian agenda for behavioral research. These authors call for full procedural democracy or substantive justice as the goal for U.S. political science. In their view, true liberty requires economic and social as well as political equality. The Vienna Circle. The Vienna Circle, in German, Der Wiener Kreis, was a group of philosophers who gathered around Moritz Schlick when he was called to the Vienna University in 1922, organized in a philosophical association named Verein Ernst Mach Society. Among its members were Moritz Schlick, chairman of the Ernst Mach Society, Gustav Bergmann, Rudolf Carnap, Herbert Fiegel, Philipp Frank, Kurt Gödel, Hans Hahn, Viktor Kraft, Karl Menger, Marcel Nat-Kin, Otto Neurath, Olga Hahn-Neurath, Theodor Radakovic, Rose Rand, and Friedrich Waismann. With the exception of Gödel, members of the Vienna Circle had a common attitude towards philosophy characterized by two main beliefs. First, experience is the only source of knowledge. Second, logical analysis performed with the Hell symbolic logic is the preferred method for solving philosophical problems. See other approaches. I. Marxist, i.e. dialectical materialist approach. A. Emphasis on the economic basis of human society. B. Class as the fundamental division in society and a belief in the possibility of human betterment. C. Politics as a superstructure built on the material base. D. A two-way relation between human beings and the material world. E. Overemphasis on material factor and underestimation of the potentialities of the other factors. 2. New institutional. A. People's choices are shaped by institutions within which people find themselves. B. Political behavior is embodied in institutional structures of rules, norms, and expectations. C. Key idea is that the state is not only affected by society but also affects it. Olson and Marsh are its advocates. 3. Rational choice. A. It is drawn mainly on the methodology of economics. B. It regards individuals as the key political actors. C. It states that collective behavior stems from individual behavior, which alone is important. D. It regards individuals as the utility maximizers. E. Its drawback is that it takes an over-optimistic view of the individual. 4. Postmodernism and critical theory. These are broad rubrics for intellectual movements rather than specific theories, but they are essential parts of social semiotic analysis. Postmodernism derives from post-structuralism and deconstruction maximizers, which were initially criticism of the structuralist movement of the 1960s. Critical theory derives from neo-Marxism and feminist theory extended to include post-colonial theory and queer theory. V. General social theory. A general social theory usually identifies the categories of persons constructed by the practices of a community and specifies the relations among these categories in terms of power, prestige, and specialized functions within the community. It then tries to explain how these categories and relationships function, how they come to be established historically, what keeps them going, and how they are always changing. An ideal theory relates the global scale phenomena of the community to the local event scale phenomena, e.g. gender and class to conversation and action. All existing macrosocial categories are subject to radical critique and should not be taken as absolute, merely as indications of the existence of macrosocial phenomena. The principal useful social theories and their basic principles and formulations are A. Neo-Marxism, class-based analysis, K. Marx, L. Althusser, A. Gramsci, B. M. Foucault. Discursive formations, archaeology, power relations in historical context. The Chicago School and the Frankfurt School. The Chicago School. The significance of the University of Chicago School, 1920-40, lay in its demonstration through concrete, empirical studies that a genuine enhancement of political knowledge was possible through interdisciplinary research strategy, the introduction of quantitative methodologies, and through organized research support. The school, which Charles Merriam founded in the 1920s, was staffed in part with his own students. It made a quantum leap in the empirical investigative rigor and in institutional innovation. The Frankfurt School is a school of neo-Marxist critical theory, social research, and philosophy. The grouping emerged at the Institute for Social Research, Institut für Sozialforschung, of the University of Frankfurt in Germany when Max Horkheimer became the institute's director in 1930. The term Frankfurt School is an informal term used to designate the thinkers affiliated with the Institute for Social Research or influenced by them. It is not the title of any institution, and the main thinkers of the Frankfurt School did not use the term to describe themselves. The Frankfurt School gathered together dissident Marxists, severe critics of capitalism who believed that some of Marx's followers had come to parrot a narrow selection of Marx's ideas. The school was influenced by Kant, Weber, and Freud as well. C.P. Bourdieu, habitus, structuration, capitals, fields, comprehensive except for historicity. D.B. Latour, act-ant networks, heterogeneity of types and scales. Very sophisticated. E.N. Luhmann, systems theory, discourse, more cybernetic than self-organizational. And F.C. Gertz, thick descriptions, hermeneutic ethnography, phenomenological approach. LLL. Great debates. A. Decline of political theory debate, traditionalism versus behavioralism. Many scholars talk of the decline of political theory. Many others make claims about its revival. If there is a Brogan to doubt whether any such academic discipline as political science exists, there is a Germino who insists that this thesis is seriously in error. If there is a Verney to share the view that politics has reached its dead end, there is a Berlin who believes that political theory will not wholly perish from the earth. If there is a Daslash who declares that in the English-speaking world political philosophy is dead, there is a Plamentaz to emphasize that political theory is much needed as any of the sciences. If there is an Easton who condemns political theory declining into historicism, there is yet another Easton to favor an evaluative or value theory in political science. Loss/ETT and Runciman in 1956 deplored the death of political philosophy in 1962. The same men claimed a modest revival in political philosophy. In 1963, Friedrich wrote a book titled An Empirical Theory of Politics, and stated the importance of political philosophy to the observable phenomena, and the same author in 1967 writes another book called An Introduction to Political Theory and examines perennial issues through the writings of the political philosophers. The traditional political theory lays stress on the state as a moral society. The classical political theory concerned itself with the moral evaluation of political theory, as Alan Goworth informs us. The normative political theory seeks, as Derek Crabtree believes, to answer the question what is the end or the good at which the state should aim. It was against this mood that a revolution to change the perspective of political theory was in the offing. Men like Burgess, Lowell, and Merriam in the first quarter and Herbert Simon, V.O. Key, Robert Dahl, David Easton, and Harold Laswell in the later period of the 20th century rose against the classical political theory. These writers deplore the historical, normative, or the evaluative approach to the study of political theory which has hitherto adopted and emphasized instead on the behavioral, objective, scientific, or the empirical approach. They seek to lay stress on present rather than past, living rather than dull, systematic rather than interpretive, immediate rather than remote, objective rather than on subjective, general rather on particular, analytic rather than on philosophic, explanatory rather than descriptive, evaluative rather than on moral, process-oriented rather than on ideal-oriented, scientific rather than on theoretical. They think the ancient role of the political theory is irrelevant. In place of it, they seek to build a science of politics, as objective, clinical, value-free, observational, measurable, and operational as any mutual or exact science can ever be. What was dead was political theory. What was born out of it was political science. The arguments, as stated by the empiricists, positivists, and behavioralists in the 1950s and 1960s include I. Historicism. 2. More relativism. 3. Hyperfactualism. 4. Technological revolution. V. Inadequacies of traditional theories. These arguments impart a general tendency to cease thinking about society in terms of political theory, as Cobbin says, has been the prevailing mood all around, particularly among some of the Americans. This has forced men like C.B. Macpherson to raise a voice for a rethinking with regard to normative theory of political science. While a rethinking over the normative theory was much required, and it actually should have helped much in understanding as to how politics is changing, the apologists, those who insist on its revival, chose better to contest the positivists and the empiricists on their own grounds. They condemn their critics on the following grounds, to mention a few among many. Undue importance on facts. B. False conception of scientific approach wherein man is related to a chemical or a matter. C. False conception of the relationship of the observer. and his observations where the observer's detachment is claimed to be highly objective. D. Isolation of facts from the realities of life. E. Separation of means from the ends. And F. Overemphasis on methodical processes which put a mask on man's imagination. McCoy and Playford would accuse the behavioralists of having concocted their own ivory tower out of jargon and scienticism. No school of positivism can lead, Germino is convinced, to anything but a retrogression in the history of political and social thought. All this makes him conclude that at the moment a truly creative flowering and a renaissance of political theory in the grand manner are in the offing, and that, like the proverbial phoenix, political theory is today rising from the ashes of its own destruction. B. The end of ideology debate. Ideology is usually described as the science of ideas. The French scholar Destutt de Tracy, 1754 to 1836, was the first to use the term. In his work, Elements of Ideologies, his another work was Treatise on Political Economy, he termed ideology as ideas personified. Drucker, The Political Uses of Ideology, 1974, calls ideology the correction of ideas about society. Karl Marx, 1818 to 1883, The German Ideology, defines ideology as a process achieved consciously but with a false consciousness. Karl Mannheim, 1893 to 1947, Ideology and Utopia, says that all social knowledge is determined by social structure. The ideology of an individual and a group is shaped by the status of the individual/groups. Jorge Larraín, The Concept of Ideology, draws attention to its meaning, including exposition of the worldview, positive sense, a false consciousness, negative sense, its subjectivity and its relationship with science. Concept of ideology draws attention to its meaning, including exposition of the worldview, positive sense, a false consciousness, negative sense, its subjectivity and its relationship with science as its antithesis. Numerous definitions of ideology, Felix Gross, European Ideologies 1948, Lyman Sargent, Contemporary Political Ideologies, 1969, Martin Seliger, Theology and Politics, 1976. Bloom, Theologies and Attitudes, 1974 bring to the fore its following characteristics. A. Ideology is a value or a belief system. B. It pertains to the worldview of a social group holding the view as a matter of fact. C. It explains and analyses the world as it is, the foundations on which a given society stands. D. It exists to perform an inspirational function. E. It attempts to explain the cause-effect relationship of a given society. F. It provides an action program to justify the status quo, conservation, or seeks reforms, liberalism, or reconstructs the society anew, radical. After the Second World War, some social scientists in the USA, Daniel Bell, The End of Ideology, S.M. Lipset, Political Man, J.K. Galbraith, The Coming of the Post-Industrial Society, began advocating the end of ideology theory or de-ideologization or the twilight of the era of ideology. Some other concepts strengthening the end of ideology theme were post-capitalist era, the rule of the technocrats, convergence between capitalism and socialism, people's capitalism, socialism with a human face. All these kept declaring the elimination of ideological conflict as an accomplished fact. The Cold War character of the end of ideology theory was evident from the fact that the Congress for Cultural Freedom, an American-sponsored propagandist agency, took a leading part in organizing a seminar of writers, politicians, journalists, and academicians in 1956 at Milan to pronounce the death of ideology in advanced capitalist societies. While some of the delegates were conservatives and reactionaries at one end, there were also the liberals, radicals, and social democrats of all varieties and hues at the other. It may appear that a conference of this nature would have produced intense political debates and ideological hostility. In fact, nothing of this nature occurred. The delegates assembled there had displayed full doctrinal unity. Raymond Aron said that the rightists and the leftists in West European politics were converging towards each other, disclosing new similarities in their attitudes and beliefs. Edward Shills pronounced liberation of mankind from obsessional visions and fantasies and declared opposing viewpoint as the harassment of ideologists and zealots. S.M. Lipset developed the end of ideology theme in Political Man, the social basis of politics. Raymond Aron wrote an article titled Industrial Society, Ideologies and Philosophy, and the book The Opium of Intellectuals to prove that ideological thinking was confined to an intelligentsia with little relevance for actual party politics or electoral behavior in liberal countries. Daniel Bell wrote a book, The End of Ideology, on the exhaustion of political ideas to prove that a democratic liberal consensus has been reached in the Western democratic countries, which has made all ideological conflicts anachronistic. The conservatives no longer opposed state regulation to promote welfare, and the socialists no longer advocated indiscriminate nationalization. Lipset therefore concluded, the change in Western political life reflects the fact that the fundamental political problems of the Industrial Revolution have been solved. The workers have achieved industrial and political citizenship. The conservatives have accepted the welfare state, and the democratic left has recognized that an increase in overall state power carries with it more dangers to freedom than solutions to economic problems. This very triumph of the democratic social revolution in the West ends domestic politics for those intellectuals who must have ideologies or utopias to motivate them to political action. He, however, maintains that bridging of ideological cleavages leaves ample scope for party controversies in democracies. Galbraith, the new/industrial state, argues that the industrialist societies in both the USA and in the former Soviet Russia were pursuing essentially similar developmental paths. 2. In such societies, professional classes and the technocrats hold all powers. 3. These societies witness centralizing and bureaucratizing tendencies. Barrington Moore thinks that in the United States, with the exception of the Negro, it is difficult to identify any group that has any ideological motivation for confrontation with the governing elite. David Reisman thinks that the general increase of affluence will put an end to the Madisonian basis for political conflict in developed capitalist countries. Lipset feels that these scholars confuse the decline of ideology with the end of the economic class system, which, according to him, has sustained democratic controversy. The evidence on the voting behavior in the United States and West European countries proves that many voters continue to vote for different parties in accordance with their class images and perceptions of the role of these parties. The end of ideology theorists, critics have argued, fully express the need of the ruling class in a liberal capitalist society to find ways of denying historical inevitability and the objective necessity of reconstructing its social system on new socialist foundations. While rejecting the end of ideology thesis, Richard Titmuss, Essays on the Welfare State, argues that the capitalist economies have attained monopolistic concentration of economic power. 2. The post-industrial societies suffer from processes which have led to social disintegration. 3 such developed societies have been facing tendencies of economic power. B. McPherson, Democratic Theory, speaks of the post-industrial societies no better than the market societies. The end of ideology theory has been criticized by C. Wright Mills in his The Marxists. Mills characterized the end of ideology theory as the self-image of self-selected circles of intellectuals in capitalist countries which constituted a fraction of mankind. To speak in such terms, he said, of much of Asia, Africa, Latin America, or the Soviet bloc countries was quite ridiculous. Mills observed, end of ideology is a slogan of complacency, circulating among the prematurely middle-aged. In the final analysis, it also rests upon a disbelief in the shaping by men of their own futures, as history and as biography. According to David Aiken, the vision of the end of ideology as an end to rhetoric and rhetoricians, especially of revolution, is a utopian fantasy. It is an evil fantasy because it would mean a virtual end to discourse, to communication, and to argument. Pragmatism has come to rob the rigidity of ideology. David Cameron, the British Conservative Party leader, declares himself with a touch of pride that he is a practical and pragmatic politician and not deeply ideological. He regards Tony Blair, the former British Prime Minister, as the most pragmatic of modern Western leaders. The rightists are not so rightists while the leftists are not so leftists. Spain has already abandoned the right. In Italy, right is struggling. In Latin America, there is almost a left-wing swing. The one-time communist China is allowing entrepreneurs to join the Communist Party, while the Indian left had worked sometimes with the Congress Party, which was moving towards liberalization. The vast majority of people have never been overtly ideological. They want their problems solved. In the words of Chinese leader, they are not interested in the color of the cat so long as it catches the mice. C. The end of history debate. Francis Fukuyama, a second-generation American, in his work The End of History and the Last Man, 1992, expanding on his 1989 essay The End of History. The other works include Our Post-Human Future, Consequences of the Biotechnology Revolution, 2002, State Building, Governance and the World Order in the 21st Century, 2004, America at the Crossroads, Democracy, Power and the Neoconservative Legacy, 2006, argues that the end of the Cold War signals the end of the progression of human history. He says, what we may be witnessing is not just the end of the Cold War or the passing of a particular period of post-war history, but the end of history as such. That is, the end point of mankind's ideological evolution and universalization of Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government. Quoted from The End of History, 1989, Fukuyama has established himself as a leading conservative intellectual. At the outset, his The End of History is a celebration of the New World Order. But it is also much more. The book contains a theory, drawing on Plato's view of the soul and Hegel's dialectic of spirit, that legitimates the new order of spreading liberal democracy by establishing its philosophical origins. Fukuyama does not hesitate to identify liberal democracy with capitalist democracy. He argues that the debacle of Soviet-style communism has left capitalist democracy unchallenged as the only system with global appeal, and he contends that this appeal is not transient but has deep roots. Liberal democracy, read as capitalism, he says, is now the goal of virtually every single country of any importance. Communism has proven to be an empty promise. There can no longer be any other conflicts of major interests, no more shifts in academic thought, or new spheres of philosophical argument. Every system of government that could be thought or has been thought of, and the human race has basically reached its optimum level. Hence, the end of history. Fukuyama's principal argument is that communism has not worked. Marxist theories, he says, are clearly outdated in a global economy. Fukuyama's thesis consists of three main elements. First, there is an empirical argument. Fukuyama points out that since the beginning of the 19th century, democracy, which started off as being merely one among many systems of government, has grown among the majority of governments in the world today as democratic ones only. 2. Second, there is a philosophical argument taken from Hegel. Very briefly, Fukuyama sees history as consisting of the dialectic between two classes, the master and the slave. Ultimately, this thesis, master and antithesis, slave, must meet in a synthesis, in which both manage to live in peace together. This can only happen in a democracy. 3. Finally, Fukuyama argues that for a variety of reasons, socialism, for communism, is likely to be incompatible with modern representative democracy. Therefore, in the future, democracies are overwhelmingly likely to contain markets of some sort, and most are likely to be capitalist or social democratic. Fukuyama's thesis has the following arguments in his favor. Empirical evidence has been used to support the theory. Freedom House argues that there was not a single liberal democracy with universal suffrage in the world in 1900, but that today 62% of the world's 192 nations are such democracies. They counted 19% nations with restricted democratic practices in 1916, 8% today. They counted 14% constitutional monarchies in 1900, where a constitution limited the powers of the monarch, and with some power devolved to elected legislature, and none today. Other nations had and have various forms of non-democratic rule. 2. The democratic peace theory argues that there is statistical evidence that democracy decreases systematic violence such as external and internal wars and conflicts. This seems compatible with Fukuyama's theory, but hardly with the increasing class conflicts that Marx predicted. 3. The end of the Cold War and the subsequent increase in the number of liberal democratic states were accompanied by a sudden and dramatic decline in total warfare, interstate wars, ethnic wars, revolutionary wars, and the number of refugees and displaced persons. Fukuyama's end of history thesis is criticized on the following grounds. Islamic fundamentalism does not indicate the end of history. B. The Marxists do not subscribe to Fukuyama's reliance on Hegel, for they argue that Hegel's philosophy was fatally flawed until Marx had turned it on its feet. C. Some radical libertarians, represented by Hans Hermann Hoppe, argue that democracy failed the classical liberal tradition by subordinating individual rights, especially private property, to the public interest, and that democracy is actually a decline of civilization compared to monarchy, democracy, the god that failed. D. Numerous other intellectuals and thinkers have disagreed with the end of history thesis. For example, Samuel P. Huntington, in his essay and book, The Clash of Civilizations, argues that the temporary conflict between ideologies is being replaced by the ancient conflict between civilizations. The dominant civilization decides the form of human government, and these will not be constant. In the end, we may say that Fukuyama is an endist. Endeism to Fukuyama means end of all bad things. So his argument leads to progress is on now. People are becoming better and better, and history will end. Huntington rightly says that one can build one's life on the premise that the bad things are coming to an end. It is, in fact, walking on the road of disaster, for progressivism would naturally lead to taking things easy, to relax complacency, and in the process inviting nonchalance and apathy. 4. Trends in political theory. Hermeneutics. Hermeneutics is described as the development and study of the theories of interpretation and understanding of the text. Habermas, in his article, The Hermeneutic Claim to Universality, says that hermeneutic refers to an ability we acquire to the extent to which we learn to master a natural language. The art of understanding linguistically communicable meaning and to render it comprehensible in cases of distorted communication. It is the art, skill, or theory of interpretation, of understanding the significance of human actions, utterances, and institutions. Hermeneutics rejects the thesis that science alone provides systematic interpretation and asserts that philosophy too helps us understand events, texts, and utterances. We can interpret by asking relevant questions, for our answer lies in the question asked. It is an aid to comprehend text through context. Wilhelm Dilthey, 1833 to 1911, in his Hermeneutics and the Study of History, says that every expression must be understood in its social, historical, and cultural context if its full meaning is to be revealed. Martin Heidegger, 1889 to 1976, in his work Being and Time, applies the term broadly to emphasize the general metaphysical meaning of his investigation into the nature of human existence. The advocates of the hermeneutics approach claim that the texts are the conventionalized expressions of the experience of the author, and therefore the interpretation of such texts reveals something about the social context in which they were written, but, more significantly, provide the reader with a means to share the experiences of the author. Hermeneutics refers to the idea that one's understanding of the text as a whole is established by reference to the individual facts and one's understanding of each individual part by reference to the whole. Neither the whole text nor any individual part can be understood without reference to one another. Furthermore, interpretation makes it possible to interpret the text by emphasizing that the meaning of text must be found within its cultural, social, historical, and literary context. B. Behavioralism, post-behavioralism, neo-behavioralism. Behavioralism has been rightly described as a protest against traditionalism, historicism, and formalism as Dahl sees it. It emerged out of old institutionalism, which was preoccupied with formal structures of government. It was a movement which took into account the findings which had developed in social sciences, a movement which provided for scientific methodology, and a movement that created an empirical political science. Behavioralism gave to political science a new focus, individual, group, a new emphasis, behavior, and a new methodology, scientific, empirical. Behavioralism is, essentially and primarily, a methodological approach to knowledge that studies what empirically happens in the course of human behavior. This creed, in the words of Albert Sommet and Joseph Tannenhaus, The Development of American Political Science, 1967, contains the following points. I. Political science can ultimately become a science capable of prediction and explanation. 2. It should concern itself primarily, if not exclusively, with phenomena which can actually be observed. 3. Data should be quantified and findings be based on quantifiable data. 4. Research should be theory-oriented and theory-directed, evolved through the development of hypothesis. V. Political science should adjure in favor of pure research. 6. The truth or falsity of values cannot be established scientifically. The truth or falsity of values cannot be established scientifically and is beyond the scope of legitimate inquiry. 7. Political science should be more interdisciplinary. 8. It should become more self-conscious about its methodology. The behavioral revolution in political science has had its contribution by making the discipline of political science rather scientific, objective, observational, operational, measurable, and value-free. The discipline became aggressively secular in orientation following its insistence on separation between facts and values, declaring, in the process, the historical descriptive paradigm as obsolete. And yet the limitations of behavioralism cannot be overlooked. These limitations revolve around its use of unliterary and shabby language leading to empty jargons, too much scienticism, emphasis on techniques, apathy towards values, stress on objectivity, and in the process robbing the discipline from the study of past and future and confining it to the studies of elections. In its efforts to reject the vagueness of traditionalism, behavioralism embraced irrelevance with no answers to the vital problems facing the world, Vietnam, questions of peace and war, etc. In its efforts to study the West, behavioralism failed to perceive social, political, and cultural changes occurring in other parts of the world, especially in the communist and the third world countries. Post-behavioralism is not a negation of behavioralism nor its opposite, but is its extension, rather its corrective. It arose with credos of relevance and action from the same set of advocates, Dahl, Easton, and from the same soil, the USA, though the timing was different. It was in 1969 when David Easton, delivering his presidential speech at the 65th session of the American Political Science Association, sought to introduce post-behavioralism. Post-behavioralism does not reject behavioralism but builds itself on it. It begins where behavioralism ends, relieving the latter from its inconsistencies and inadequacies. Its tenets can be stated as these. Substance should precede techniques, purpose should not be separated from procedure, social change should guide status quo, facts and values be made inseparable. E-value premises need to be related to knowledge, e-quantum of science to be used in political science to the extent that it helps comprehend the political phenomena. E-intellectuals have to shoulder the responsibility of shaping and reshaping society, of putting knowledge to work. Neo-behavioralism is the revision of behavioralism insofar as it helps review the methodology and the content, favoring a revival of interpretive understanding and historical analysis of political theory. With the emergence of new concerns such as feminism, environmentalism, nuclear war, ethnicity, racial identity, and equality, there has been a general loss of central focus regarding the subject matter and consensus about methodologies. Easton announces the beginning of neo-behavioralism in the 1990s in order to bring about a new unity in the theoretical focus of the discipline. C. Normative and empirical. The two approaches, normative and empirical, belong to different times, differing in their nature and in their methodologies while addressing the political phenomena. The normativist is more interested in a good life, ideally framed, the empiricist in actual life, based on facts. The former is usually subjective and the latter objective. The former is prescriptive while the latter is analytical. The former relates facts to values and the latter VA/UEs to facts. The former, in its approach, is philosophical and historical while the latter is scientific, behavioralist, and ahistorical. The former is value-laden while the latter is fact-laden. The former does not separate facts from values while the latter does not allow their union. The division between normativism and empiricism revolves around methodology. All normative theory is philosophical and idealistic. All empirical theorizing is scientific and analytical. Normative research is never scientific while empiricism is all about research with self-stated and self-conscious roadmap. The normative approach has its limitations, so has the empirical approach. The normative intention is subjective and speculative and, therefore, fails to bring about standardized methodology and in the process casts serious doubts about the validity of generalizations so developed. The empirical approach, in its attempt to have objectivity and neutrality, builds ridiculous jargons. In its attempt to reject values, rejects all grounds of evaluation. This precisely is the complaint of trans-empiricists against empiricists. To conclude, one may say that the two approaches miss what each lacks. Complete objectivity is unattainable while value-free research is only imagination. For comprehending any political phenomenon, the two approaches are essential. While the normative approach sets goals, the empirical theory sets tools. One provides the purpose, another its procedure. D. Libertarianism and communitarianism. Libertarianism, an ideological stance of America of the 1960s and the 1970s, seeks to build autonomous individuals with inalienable rights and unrestricted liberty. Its advocates include Hayek, The Road to Serfdom, The Constitution of Liberty, Friedman, Capitalism and Freedom, Rawls, A Theory of Justice, Nozick, Anarchy, State and Utopia, and Dworkin, Taking Rights Seriously. For the libertarians, individuals' rights are inborn and they cannot be taken away by anyone, not even by the state. Individual liberty cannot be restricted, can be, but only for the protection of liberty. Libertarian politics lays stress on the minimal state and its economics, on free and open market system. Communitarianism, as expressed in the writings of McIntyre, After Virtue, Taylor, Sources of the Self, Sandel, Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, and Walzer, Spheres of Justice, is a theoretical position which says that an individual is not an isolated self but self-constituted through and shaped by the community, and as such it expects respect, consideration, and obligations from its members. Political science in the 20th century and after. Gabrielle Ammon states the status of our discipline as thus: we would record 3 rising blips in the 20th century growth curve. There was the Chicago blip in the interwar decades, 1920 to 40, introducing organized empirical research programs emphasizing psychological and sociological interpretation of politics, and demonstrating the value of quantification. A second, much larger blip in the decades after World War II would measure the spread of behavioral political science throughout the world, improvements in the more traditional subdisciplines, and professionalism. A third blip would register the entry of deductive and mathematical methods and economic models in the rational choice/methodological individualist approach. E. Traditionalism, modernism, and postmodernism. Traditionalism, in politics, means love for philosophy, norms, and ideals as revealed through history, more akin to truths and principles of an ethical nature. It is not all past, though it is associated with history. It is not all philosophy, though it lays emphasis on knowledge as accrued from the basic values. Modernism, on the other hand, is separated and isolated from the immutable principles, rejects faith in favor of reason, philosophy in favor of science, assumptions in favor of autonomy. Postmodernism, as it comes to be understood from Heidegger, the postmodern explained, Lyotard, the postmodern condition, Foucault, the order of things, Lasch, sociology of postmodernism, is the name for the general quality of our time. As a recalcitrant child of modernism, it holds that all worldviews are constructed by historical processes, nothing designed, nothing reasoned out. For the postmodernist, there is no objective truth. Reality is what is configured or constructed. All knowledge is partial and partisan. There are no facts about social and political world. What are called facts are only interpretations. Such a world is not characterized by sameness, but by difference. All comprehensible worldviews are oppressive, therefore all such worldviews are to be deconstructed, therefore deconstructionism is progressive pulverization of reality. Much as postmodernism condemns modernism, it has remained only a temporary phenomenon. Feminism. It is a revolt against patriarchy, against male domination, against the very idea that women are a medium of joy for men. It is an ideology which seeks the end of female exploitation and discrimination against women. It is a movement that seeks a new definition for everything till now defined by men. Its advocates include Shulamith Firestone, The Dialect of Sex, Germaine Greer, The Female Anunch, Kate Millett, Sexual Politics, Pay Man, The Sexual Contract, Robin Morgan, Sisterhood is Powerful, Elshton, Public Man, Private Woman, and Simone de Beauvoir, The Second Sex. Mary Wollstonecraft, one of the major feminists, wrote a vindication of the rights of women. The International Women's Year was observed in 1975. Liberal feminism advocates women's equality with men. Socialists/Marxists regard women as a suppressed lot. Engels once remarked that man is a bourgeoisie and woman a proletariat, whereas the radical feminists seek redefinition of all ethos and reversal of roles for men and women. According to Maggie Hum and Rebecca Walker, 3 waves of feminism have been noticed. A first wave refers to the period of feminist activity during the 19th and the 20th century in United Kingdom and the United States. It focused originally on the promotion of equal contract and property rights for women and opposition to chattel marriage and ownership of married women by their husbands. However, by the end of the 19th century, activism focused primarily on gaining political power, the right of women's suffrage especially. In Britain, the suffragettes brought the Representation of the People Act in 1918 when right to women was granted to women over the age of 30 who owned houses. In 1928, this right was given to the women of U.S. in 1928 of all women over 21. In the women feminist movements included Lucretia Mott, Lucy Stone, Elizabeth Stanton and Susan B. Anthony. The French Simone Beauvoir in The Second Sex wrote, "One is not born woman but becomes one." Second-wave feminism refers to the period of activity in the early 1960s and lasting through the late 1980s. The scholar Imelda Wellahan suggests that the second wave was a continuation of the earlier phase of feminism involving the suffragettes in the UK and USA. Second-wave feminism has continued to exist since that time and coexists with what is termed third-wave feminism. The scholar Estelle Friedman compares first and second-wave feminism, saying that the first wave focused on rights such as suffrage, whereas the second wave was largely concerned with other issues of equality such as ending discrimination. The feminist activist and author Carol Hanisch coined the slogan, "The personal is political," which became synonymous with the second wave. Second-wave feminists saw women's cultural and political inequalities as inextricably linked and encouraged women to understand aspects of their personal lives as deeply politicized and as reflecting sexist power structures. Third-wave feminism began in the early 1990s, arising as a response to perceived failures of the second wave and also as a response to the backlash against initiatives and movements created by the second wave. Third-wave feminism seeks to challenge or avoid what it deems the second wave's essentialist definitions of femininity, which, according to them, overemphasize the experiences of upper-middle-class white women. A post-structuralist interpretation of gender and sexuality is central to much of the third wave's ideology. Third-wave feminists often focus on micropolitics and challenge the second wave's paradigm as to what is or is not good for females. The third wave has its origins in the mid-1980s. Feminist leader rooted in the second wave like Gloria Anzaldúa, Bell Hooks, Chela Sandoval, Cherry Moraga, Audre Lorde, Maxine Hong Kingston, and many other black feminists sought to negotiate a space within feminist thought for consideration of race-related subjectivities. Post-feminism describes a range of viewpoints reacting to feminism. While not being anti-feminist, post-feminists believe that women have achieved second-wave goals while being critical of third-wave feminist goals. The term was first used in the 1980s to describe a backlash against second. Socialist feminism connects the oppression of women to Marxist ideas about exploitation, oppression, and labor. Socialist feminists think unequal standing in both the workplace and the domestic sphere holds women down. Socialist feminists see prostitution, domestic work, childcare, and marriage as ways in which women are exploited by a patriarchal system that devalues women and the substantial work they do. Socialist feminists focus their energies on broad change that affects society as a whole rather than on an individual basis. They see the need to work alongside not just men, but all other groups, as they see the oppression of women as a part of a larger pattern that affects everyone involved in the capitalist system. Marx felt when class oppression was overcome, gender oppression would vanish as well. Ecologism, environmentalism, sustainable development. Ecologism can be described as a doctrine that seeks to establish the essential link between human beings and the natural world. It emphasizes that the human beings are a part of nature, they are not its masters. Two streams of ecologism are usually referred to: deep ecology, one that rejects the belief that the human beings are superior to or more important than the other species; shallow ecology, one that harnesses it to human needs and ends. The logic is that if we serve the natural world, it will, in turn, sustain human life. Environmentalism refers to the concern about the damage done to the natural world by the increasing pace of economic development. To that extent, environmentalism is concerned with protecting nature, ultimately for human benefits. Sustainable development is essentially concerned with environmentalism insofar as it seeks development within the framework of environment. It is not above or against or at the cost of environment, but is in tune with it. It is a union of present with future, present in the sense that developmental course has to respond to the needs of today, future in the sense that it gives room for accommodation. It, as David Reed, Sustainable Development, an introductory guide, says, strikes two chords. First, touches on our sense of guilt about what we have done to the planet, and second, on a very deeply rooted human desire to make sure that our children's futures are provided for. Environmentalism. Environmentalism is a broad philosophy and social movement centered on a concern for the conservation and improvement of the natural environment, both for its own sake as well as its importance to civilization. Environmentalists frequently speak of a planet or place faced with a plethora of grave and urgent threats, often associated with unbridled consumption, economic growth, materialism, insensitive development, and booming human numbers. Perhaps most problematic from an environmentalist perspective is the modern view that humanity's fate is divorced from that of the natural world and that our responsibility to nature is at best limited to the satisfaction of shallow desires. Practice questions. 1. Discuss the historical approach to the study of political theory. 700 to 800 words. 2. Explain the term historicism. 200 words. 3. What is Strauss's argument for the philosophical approach? 200 words. 4. Write a detailed note on feminism. 200 words. 5. Explain the term empiricism and differentiate between empirical approach and normative approach. Or 700 to 800 words. Comment between normative and empirical theories of politics. 2012, 200 to 250 words. 6. Highlight the chief characteristics of behavioralism and examine it critically. 700 to 800 words. 7. Evaluate Easton's contribution to behavioralism, post-behavioralism, and neo-behavioralism. 700 to 800 words. 8. Write brief notes on 200 words each. I. Chicago School. 2. Frankfurt School Ely. Rational choice theory. 4. Hermeneutics. V. Personal is political. 9. Bring out a case for and against the end of ideology debate. 700 to 800 words. I. 10. Critically state and examine the end of history debate. 700 to 800 words. Theories of state. I. Introduction. Keyword state comes from Latin status, meaning a situation or a state of being. G. Sartori, the theory of democracy revisited. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469-1527, The Prince, his famous work, was the first to use the term state, though he did not give its definition. The state can be defined, see Andrew Haywood, Key Concepts in Politics, as a political association that establishes sovereign jurisdiction within defined territorial borders and exercises authority through a set of permanent institutions. With characteristics such as sovereignty, public institutions, legitimacy, coercive powers, territoriality. Following Dunleavy and O'Leary, Theories of State, John Hoffman and Paul Graham / Introduction to Political Theory sum up the features of the state as under. A. State is a public institution different from the private activities of society. B. State alone possesses sovereignty, though exercised by its concrete form, the government. C. State to apply its law and power over all the individuals and groups living on its territory. D. State's officials to be recruited on merit rather than nominated on patrimonial criteria. E. State's capacity to extract revenue taxes from a subject population. These characteristics follow the position taken by Max Weber, 1864 to 1920, Politics as a Vocation, in which he refers to features such as state's territoriality, its monopoly of the means of physical violence, and its legitimacy. The state needs to be distinguished from its other numerous related terms. It is not government because the government is the concrete reality of the state. It is sovereign, though its sovereignty is exercised by the government. It is not society because society concerns itself with the social order while it is, itself, the embodiment of a legal system. It is not community because the community stands for fellowship, personal intimacy, and wholeness while it is always an impersonal entity. It is not nation because a nation is the union of hearts while it is what laws make it to be. It is not country because a country relates itself to borders, climates, and the earth, what it contains in its womb and above it. It is not the political system because a political system is much larger than what it is. Political system consists of formal and informal structures which manifest the state's sovereignty over a territory and people. While the political system is the civil aspect of statehood, the state, on the other, is the political aspect of the political system. State definitions. There is a reference of the state in all the writings of philosophers from Plato down to our times. Plato 427 to 327 BC. Thought of the state as a system of relationships in which everyone does what he is capable of doing, the rulers only maintaining and promoting such relationships where the object is the happiness of all. Aristotle 384 to 322 BC defines the state as the union of families and villages sharing a life of virtue and aiming at an end which consists of perfect and self-complete existence. Cicero 106 to 43 BC speaks of the state as the people's affairs who are united by a common agreement about law and rights and by the desire to participate in mutual advantages. St. Augustine 354 to 430 AD defines the state as an assemblage of reasonable beings bound together by a common agreement as to the objects they desire. St. Thomas Aquinas 1225 to 74 regards the state as an instrument that helps man attain salvation by providing him both his natural perfection and material necessities. Marsilio of Padua 1270 to 1343 considers the state necessary if peace is to reign, if cooperation among people is to be sought, and if actions injurious to the health of the state are to be removed. Niccolò Machiavelli 1469 to 1527 regards the state as against the medieval concept as an end in itself which exists for its own preservation and for its own advantage. Jean Bodin 1530 to 96 defines the state as a lawful government of several households and of their common possessions with sovereign power. Thomas Hobbes 1588 to 1679, speaking about the state, says, "The final cause, end, or design of man, in commonwealths, is the foresight of their own preservation and of a more contented life thereby, that is to say, of getting themselves out from that miserable condition of war, where there is no visible power to keep in awe and tie them by fear of punishment to the performance of their covenants and observation of the laws of nature. And that power instituted as a result of the founding of commonwealth," Hobbes says, "is omnipotent." John Locke 1632 to 1704 says, "The great and chief end, therefore, or men's uniting into commonwealth and putting themselves under government is the preservation of their property, to which in the state of nature there are many things wanting." And for Locke, a government so constituted is by its very nature of the end it performs is limited. Jeremy Bentham 1748 to 1832 considers the state, once composed as a means for attaining the greatest happiness of the greatest number, and this is why he specifies four subordinate ends of the government: abundance, subsistence, equality, and security. Herbert Spencer 1820 to 1903 regards the state as a committee of management which has no intrinsic authority beyond the ethical sanction bestowed on it by the consent of the citizens. He says, "The function of liberalism in the past was that of putting a limit on powers of kings. The function of true liberalism in the future will be that of putting a limit to the powers of parliaments." Jean-Jacques Rousseau 1712 to 78 speaks of the state, saying, "This public person, so formed by the union of all other persons, formerly took the name of city and now takes that of republic or body politic. It is called by its members state when passive, sovereign when active, and power when compared with others like itself. Rousseau's state, based on the general will, is sovereign. Whoever refuses to obey the general will shall be compelled to do so by the whole body. This means nothing less than that he will be forced to be free." Edmund Burke 1729 to 97 defines the state as a partnership in all sciences, a partnership in all arts, a partnership in every virtue and in all perfection. A partnership not only between those who are living, but between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are to be born. G.W.F. Hegel 1770 to 1831 considers the state as divine and moral entity which alone is capable of bestowing all spiritual reality, a march of God on the earth. Alexis de Tocqueville 1805 to 59, while realizing the value of the democratic state, is afraid of democracy as the rule of the incompetent. John Stuart Mill 1806 to 73, on the other hand, regards the state, if democratically established, as a positive instrument which can help the individual achieve progress and enjoy liberty. Thomas Hill Green 1836 to 82 defines the state as a body of persons recognized by each other as having rights and possessing certain institutions for the maintenance of those rights. Karl Marx 1818 to 83 and Frederick Engels 1820 to 95 regard the state as the political organization of the class dominant in economy whose purpose is to safeguard the existing order, nothing more than a machine for the oppression of one class by another. The state is individual writ large. Plato. The Republic has been acclaimed as a masterpiece. Solomon and Higgins, the original source of the rationalist tradition in Western civilization. Levine, and the most famous dialogue among the educated public at large. Foray. Supposedly, the whole of Western philosophy is but a set of footnotes to Plato, Danto, who was the greatest writer in philosophy, Solomon and Higgins, and the father of all rationalist philosophers, de Bono. Plato had rooted his perfect society in a metabiological metaphor, namely, the state was individual writ large. Therefore, like the just man who harmonized the rational, spirited, and appetitive elements of his warring nature under the governorship of his intelligence, the just state would harmonize its societal nature via three counterbalancing social stratifications. A. The guardian/ruling class, i.e. kings/governors. B. The auxiliary/military class, i.e. soldiers, and C. The working/producing class, i.e. farmers, businessmen, the man on the street, but not slaves. All three social stratifications were to be governed by the guardians, who were considered the king bees in a hive Plato. This semi-organic, tripartite system was roughly characterized by the Thracian sophist Thrasymachus, representing intellect, the warlord Polemarch, representing courage and spirit, and the retired businessman Cephalus, representing the appetitive. For Plato, the ideal state is presented as the social embodiment of justice. The division of functions in the state is the principle which expresses the nature of justice, Melling. Therefore, the Republic is not merely a political tract, it is an allegory of the government of a man's own soul, Lewis. A. Theories of the state, constituents. The idealist theory. It is a theory which seeks to explain as to what the state should contain and for what purpose, a state that it ought to be. Plato's ideal state has three elements: appetite, spirit, reason, and the corresponding classes with functions would be the producing class, production, the auxiliary class, protection, and the ruling class, leadership. This is what one finds in Republic. Hegel, The Philosophy of History, The Philosophy of Law, refers about three moments of social existence: family, particular altruism, civil society, universal egoism, and the state. Universal altruism, the state is all good, all perfection, the march of God on earth. The functional theory. It is a theory which focuses on the purposes of the state for what the state exists or for what it has been composed. Plato expects the rulers to maintain and promote happiness of the state. Aristotle's state exists for good life, Cicero's law for mutual advantages, so is Augustine's city of man. Aquinas' state exists to attain salvation, while Marsilio's peace and cooperation. Machiavelli's state is an end in itself. The liberals, from Locke to Nozick, seek the state to act as a means, hence they do not favor a collectivistic state. Their state is limited. A/I says fair state, a positive one to the extent of being a welfare state, and the later liberals settle down to a minimal state. The conservatives, Burke particularly, want the state to protect everything that has the approval of tradition, a partnership in all sciences, in all arts, in all virtue, and in all perfection. The instrumentalist theory. It is a theory that regards the state as an instrument to serve those who control it. The capitalist state serves the capitalists and exploits the workers. The workers' state serves the workers and exploits the capitalists. The patrimonial state seeks to maintain the patriarchal order to the disadvantages of women. The organizational theory. This is a theory which defines the state in terms of its machinery, the apparatus of government, the institutions of government, bureaucracy, the military, the police, the courts, and the social security system. The Leviathan theory, which grants the state all power so to make absolute, i.e. omnipotent. Hobbes' Leviathan gives the state absolute powers, centralized and undivided. Bowden, Republic 2, defines the state as one with sovereign powers. The fascists and the totalitarians do not look beyond the state. Everything for the state, nothing against the state, nothing alone the state. The state is prior to the individual. Aristotle. The state is by nature clearly prior to the family and to the individual, since the whole is of necessity prior to the part. For example, if the whole body be destroyed, there will be no foot or hand except in an equivocal sense, as we might speak of a stone hand, for when destroyed the hand will be no better than that. But things are defined by their working and power, and we ought not to say that they are the same when they no longer have their proper quality, but only that they have the same name. The proof that the state is a creation of nature and prior to the individual is that the individual, when isolated, is not self-sufficing, and therefore he is like a part in relation to the whole. But he who is unable to live in society, or who has no need because he is sufficient for himself, must be either a beast or a god. He is no part of a state. B. Theories of the state, origins. There are numerous theories with regard to origin of the state. The divine theory advocates all religious sects. James I, The Law of Free Monarchies. Filmer, Patriarch, regards state as the handiwork of God, monarchy as divinely ordained institution, kings as the breathing images of God. Disobedience to their laws is a crime as well as a sin. The theory has no support today except among the religious people. It has been criticized for being unhistorical, reactionary, and unscientific. The force theory advocates Oppenheimer, the state, Jenks, History of Politics, makes force the basis of state, war helping in begetting the state, force helping in protecting and expanding it. The theory's greatest drawback is that what has been one factor in the making of the state has been magnified as the only factor. Green, Lectures on the Principles of Political Obligation, rightly says that will, and not force, has been the basis of the state, or as Rousseau, the social contract, had said, to yield to force is an act of necessity, not of will. McIlver, The Web of Government, declares, force alone never holds a group together. The social contract theory advocates Hobbes, Leviathan, Locke, Two Treaties of Government. Rousseau, The Social Contract, describes the state as the product of human will, the result of the contract which took people from the state of nature to the political society. The theory failed on grounds that it was a bad history, a bad law, and a bad philosophy. The three contractualists among themselves differed drastically. For Hobbes, the state of nature was the state of war, while for Locke, it was the state of peace, and for Rousseau, it was almost the state of plenty and prosperity. Man in the state of nature was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. For Hobbes, he was a social, moral, and rational being. For Locke, Rousseau described man in the state of nature as a noble savage. Hobbes's social contract created both the society and the state. Locke's contract created state so as to protect man's property. Rousseau's contract created the society based on man's actual, i.e. selfish, will. Hobbes' sovereign was all-powerful, legal sovereignty. The Lockean state was limited political sovereignty. Rousseau built a popular sovereign. Rousseau's sovereign was like Hobbesian Leviathan, its head chopped off. Vaughan, Studies in the History of Political Philosophy, for he began like Locke but ended up as Hobbes did. The evolutionary or historical theory advocates almost all the present-day liberals believes that the state is an evolution, the result of the whole past, evolving slowly and gradually with numerous factors, major ones being social instinct, kinship, force, religion, economic activities, political consciousness, etc., contributing their lot. The Marxist theory advocates Karl Marx, E. Engels, The Origins of the Family, Private Property, and the State. V.I. Lenin, The State and Revolution, describes the state as the result of a class society, the manifestation of irreconcilable interests working in the interests of the possessing class and as an instrument of exploitation against the non-possessing one. The patriarchal theory advocate Henry Maine, Ancient Law, and the matriarchal theory advocates Morgan, Studies in Ancient Society. McLennan, Primitive Society, regards the state as the expansion of families which were patriarchal, Maine, or matriarchal, Morgan, McLennan. The state evolved through simplicity to complexity, from tribal stage to national and global one. See Theories of the State, Nature, Justification. The state appeared differently to different philosophers. For Plato and Aristotle, the state is the embodiment of human traits. With Plato, it is individual writ large, with instincts such as appetite, spirit, and reason, and with Aristotle, the state is prior to the individual as the whole is always prior to its parts. The medievals, especially the Church Fathers, thought of the state as an institution created by God. Those associated with law and judiciary see in the state a juridical person, a legal personality. With these such as Crabbe, Kelson, Gierke, Blackstone, Bentham, Austin, the state is an institution which acts through and by means of law. The organismistics, René Worms, Organism and Society, Paul Lenenfield, Thoughts Concerning the Social Sciences of the Future, Albert Schaffel, The Structure and the Life of the Social Body, Spencer, Principles of Sociology. Think of state as a human organism with sustaining, distributive, and regulative systems found in stomach, veins, and brain. The extreme idealists such as Hegel, The Philosophy of Right, and Kant, Political Writings, regard the state as a godly institution and therefore omnipotent, and the moderate idealists such as Green. Lectures on the Principles of Political Obligation, Bradley, Ethical Studies, and Bosanquet, The Philosophical Theory of State, consider the state as an ethical institution which responds to social instincts of the people. All liberals from Locke to Nozick think of state as a means for the end of the individual, i.e., the state exists for the individual. All Marxists, Marx onwards, regard the state as a class institution and therefore partisan, oppressive, and exploitative. The justification of the state has been made out by some while it has been ruled out by others. The anarchist view, as represented by the Englishman Godwin, 1756 to 1836, An Inquiry Concerning Political Justice, the French Proudhon, 1809 to 65, Philosophy of Poverty, What is Property? The German Stirner, 1806 to 56, The Ego and His Own, Bakunin, 1814 to 76, Statehood and Anarchy, Kropotkin, 1842 to 1921, Modern Sciences and Anarchism, deplore every type of political authority, condemning it both as unnecessary and undesirable. The anarchists, Tolstoy, The Kingdom of God is Within You, What Shall We Do Now? Ruskin's Unto This Last, Thoreau's essay on civil disobedience, his statement that government is the best which governs the least, consider the state, i.e., the government or the law, as both useless and mischievous, and have, therefore, no justification whatsoever. The religious view, on the contrary, justifies the state on the ground that it has been the creation of God. The force theory justifies the existence of the state on the ground that it alone possesses the monopoly of superior physical force and its use of coercive force regarded legally valid. There is the contractarian view as represented by Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau, justifying the state for its being the deliberate choice of the people. The utilitarian view of the justification of state is that it, by providing the conducive atmosphere of law and order and security, is itself a useful institution. Bentham 1748–1832 and J.S. Mill 1806–73 had offered the utilitarian justification of the state. The idealist view, as presented by Plato, Hegel, and Rousseau, justifies the state as both being the ideal and the ethical polity. The Marxist view of the justification of the state stems from the fact that it, being an instrument of social and economic change, helps build the newer order after abolishing the older one, though it withers away in the long run. State as a lawful government. Bodin. The state, for Bodin 1530–96, Republic, is more than a mere collection of several households. It is a lawful government with sovereign power. He says, a state is a lawful government in order to distinguish it from a gang of robbers or of pirates. However much such a gang may seem to form a society and its members to live in unity among themselves, we ought not to call it a society or state, because it lacks the principal mark of a peaceful society, namely a lawful government, according to the law of nature. It is obvious that a mere collection of several families alone would not make Bodin's state. That may be a civil society. But the civil society must have a government, a legitimate government. That lawful government has to be a government according to the law of nature. D. Theories of the state. Role. The rival theories exist with regard to the role the state should perform. Some such theories are the minimal state, liberals, libertarians, neoliberals. Liberalism is fairly an old ideology. Negative. Locke, Adam Smith, Bentham, Montesquieu, Spencer, positive, Mill, Green, welfare, Lasky, Keynes, McIlver, libertarian, Hayek, Rawls, Dworkin, Nozick, neoliberals, Reagan, Thatcher, Roger, Manmohan Singh, Republican, Skinner, Pettit, Sandel, and communitarians, McIntyre, Taylor, Walzer. All the liberals or their variants favor a minimal state, or say the limited state, i.e., a non-collectivistic one, considering the state as a means, some liberals giving relatively more powers, some less powers. On one ground or on another, some trying to avoid absolutism, some trying to defend liberty. Hobbes lays the foundation of the liberal state, though he is not a thoroughgoing liberal in the sense that he makes the state based on the intentions of the people. Locke is a liberal, in fact a forerunner of liberalism, begins with the individual, and ends up with him. Limited state and autonomous individual exists only to protect the property of the people. From Hobbes to Locke, the liberal state moves from the absolute state to limited one. Montesquieu, 1689–1755, calls for institutional safeguards. Theory of separation of powers. Adam Smith, 1723–90, seeks I says fair state, a state to guarantee rights and liberties of the people. Bentham moves from I says fair to a non-interventionist state. The state exists to promote the greatest happiness of the greatest number, possibly only when it intervenes the least in the life of the individual. Subsistence, abundance, security, equality. The positive liberals, Mill and Green, come to build an individual-friendly state. It is not an evil, not a necessary evil, but a necessary, if not a good. The positive liberals, Mill and Green, come to build an individual-friendly state. It is not an evil, not a necessary evil, but a necessary, if not a good, institution. Both incorporate a democratic element in the state. It is what people make it to be. Liberal state becomes a liberal democratic state. McPherson, in his book, The Real World of Democracy. The welfare liberals, Lasky and McIlver, refer to protective and promotive state, all these rejecting the collectivistic state. Libertarians, Hayek, Nozick, Rawls, Dworkin, advocate a minimal state, a state with minimum functions, night watchman state, protective in nature from theft, fraud, injury, and a state that does only the general functions and that supervises the market rules as they exist, and one that need not tax the rich to help the poor. It is neither a welfare state nor an anarchist one. It is one that respects the rights and liberties of the people, protecting them and in no case taking them away from the individuals. It is, to that extent, a police state, the Lockean night watchman state, a U-turn position towards Locke. The new right is the new libertarian right, as the new left is the new libertarian left. The new right arose as a protest against the new left, broadly a group with socialist sympathies, the feminists, the ecological campaigners, the pacifists, in the late 1960s and the early 1970s. The new right, also called the new liberals or neoconservatives, are committed, generally, to the following. 1. That political life, like the economic life, is or ought to be a matter of individual freedom and initiative. 2. That there has to be accordingly I says fair market society with a minimal state. 3. The political program, David Held says, of the new right includes the extension of the market to more and more areas of life. 2. The creation of a state stripped of excessive involvement in economy and in the provision of opportunities. 3. The curtailment of the power of certain groups, for instance, the trade unions, to press their aims and goals, and 4. The establishment of a strong government to enforce law and order. The new left liberal scholars, Pateman, McPherson, and Poulantzas, seek to combine the insights of the liberal and the Marxist traditions. Their perspective of the state is the neoliberal state and the minimal state. There is a lot that is common between the neoliberal state and the minimal state. Both advocate a limited state/limited in functions and limited in powers. Both allow the private sector to flourish and thus regard a collectivist state detrimental to individual initiative and freedom. Both tend to seek a non-welfare state. Both do not want the state to spend on social services. The minimal state wants the state to be a police state, protecting the individual from fraud and injury. The neoliberal state wants the state to leave economy free from state regulations and controls. The minimal state is a night watchman state. The neoliberal state is a state to be regulated by the law of the market. The minimal state advocates more of political liberty than of economic, whereas the neoliberals are for economic freedom. I. That all the key institutions of society from the large state to the small workplace should be built on direct participation of the citizens. 2. That the leaders of the political parties be made accountable to their respective members. 3. That the open institutional system be maintained to ensure the possibility of making experiments in the system itself. 4. That the poor be taken care of, unaccountability of bureaucratic power be eradicated, and open information system be ensured so as to have access to decisions made and policies determined. The neoliberals are market-oriented liberals who have moved from libertarians' politics to economics. They see market to be morally and practically superior to government on the following bases: rule of the market. Market as self-regulating device, unionizing, freedom from the state or government. They emphasize reducing of public expenditure on social service, health, services, deregulation, privatization, and liberalization. Laissez-faire state and the minimal state. The I says fair state and the minimal state are not the same. Historically, the laissez-faire state arose with philosophers such as Locke and Smith, whereas the minimal state with Nozick, the former during the 17th-18th centuries, the latter during the late 20th century. In content, the two types of states differ. Indeed, both favor a limited state, but the laissez-faire state was not averse to welfare services to be performed by the state. This is not true about the minimal state. While, for the laissez-faire state, market was itself a perfect institution, the minimal state advocates never assumed of any institution, including the market, as perfect. The two differ on the definition of liberty. As Hayek points out, liberty for the advocates of the minimal state means the condition of men in which coercion of some by others is reduced as much as is possible in the society. For the laissez-faire state, liberty meant the total elimination of coercion. Sayabara makes a difference by saying that the two share the same root but have become two different plants. Though they both share the same world in terms of heart, they do not share the same world in terms of mind. Neoliberalism criticizes the welfare state on grounds such as the increasing cost of bureaucracy, the public sector as unproductive labor, and the government rules and regulations obstruct commercial enterprise and initiative. Overtaxing the people in order to pay for a large public staff and public programs. Lack of economic competition in many parts of the economy, e.g., nationalized monopolies. Culture of welfare dependency, many people become too dependent on the welfare state rather than being self-responsible. The state stifles and prohibits initiative, independence, and choice. In a global era, the state is ineffective and powerless to act unilaterally in isolation and in contradiction to policies in other countries. The neoliberals suggest that the welfare state must reduce cutbacks in social expenditure such as welfare payments, education and medical services, supply-side economic management such as incentives to work and to reward innovations. Privatization of nationalized companies and deregulation of the public sector. Redefinition of the relationship between the state and the citizen, so less social rights, more self-responsibilities. And the use of consumer and enterprise discourses, concepts, and ideas in the public sphere. This means a reduction of social rights and the person as an entrepreneur, a consumer, and a self-responsible citizen. The communitarian state. The communitarian state, McIntyre, Walzer, and the like, as opposed to the libertarian state, regards the individual not as isolated but as one constituted through the community, a social animal, neo-Aristotelianism. It is a state that weds individual to her community, expecting from the individual respect for the community, its culture, its values, its history. It is a positive state with active citizenship. The usual three types of communitarianism seek varying degrees of loyalty from the individual: left-wing asking unrestricted freedom and social equality for the community, centrist acknowledging reciprocal rights and obligations, right-wing requiring request for authority and social values. It is a state which promotes community values. Republicanism. It is still another variant of liberalism. Its advocates include Skinner, Pettit, and Sunstein. Its roots go back to Cicero, Machiavelli, Montesquieu, and Jefferson. Basically, Republicans are opposed to aristocracy, oligarchy, monarchy, and dictatorship. Like the liberals, they lay emphasis on liberties and rights of the people. Like communitarians, they advocate citizenship as civic virtue. They remain committed to institutional devices such as the rule of law, separation of powers, federalism, and constitutionally entrenched rights. Haywood regards republicanism as politically incoherent and illiberal for ignoring issues such as multiculturalism, distributive justice, and environmentalism. It has yet to formulate its views on international relations. LL. The pluralist state. Contrary to classical theorists, most English pluralists, Figgis, Barker, G.D.H. Cole, Lasky, Maitland, Follett, condemned the Austinian sovereignty. The American pluralism emerged during the post-Second World War period on a land referred usually as a mixture of races. The American pluralist society is best understood through the generalization that power is relatively broadly, though unequally, distributed among many more or less organized interest/pressure groups that compete with one another to control public policy. To some extent, there is no single, unified power elite, but rather there are competing power elites with varying backgrounds, values, and bases of support in the pluralist society. State/government tends to be a mechanism for mediating between diffused groups and an instrument to work for dominant groups where the latter are relatively significant. The pluralist theory of state does not visualize state as an innovator. It revolves around less or more powerful groups. Less powerful the groups, there is relatively an assertive state. More powerful the groups, there is relatively a less significant state. The numerous pluralists, working in the liberal tradition, mostly in the United States, are classical pluralists: Truman, The Governmental Process; Dahl, Pluralist Democracy in the United States; the Reformed pluralists: Richardson, Statistics; Deadly Quarrels; Jordan, The State, Authority and Autonomy; the pluralists: elitists: McConnell, Private Power and American Democracy; Lowy, The Politics of Disorder; and the neo-plural. The numerous pluralists, working in the liberal tradition, mostly in the United States, are classical pluralists: Truman, The Governmental Process; Dahl, Pluralist Democracy in the United States; the Reformed pluralists: Richardson, Statistics; Deadly Quarrels; Jordan, The State, Authority and Autonomy; the pluralists: elitists: McConnell, Private Power and American Democracy; Lowy, The Politics of Disorder; and the neo-pluralists: Lindblom and Dahl, Politics, Economics, and Welfare. Their perspectives of state can be stated as follows. The classical pluralist perspective of the modern state includes the following features. I. The state is a site of group conflict and therefore highly responsive to group pressures. 2. Groups, with varying resources, while easily formed, exist in their relations of continual conflicts. 3. Power is an observable and a dispersed phenomenon. 4. Groups are the basis of government, especially the potential groups. B. The reformed pluralist perspective of the modern state includes features such as the state is fragmented and is responsive to groups, but the access to the state or government is differential. All the groups are not equal. Only privileged groups participate in policymaking, but there is a role for excluded groups in forcing policy changes. Power, here as well, is both observable and dispersed. Democracy is threatened by policymaking potential groups, but the excluded groups do have a limited role in protecting the democratic norms. Civil society is distinct from the state, but has a limited influence on it. Society and the state get integrated into each other through potential groups. C. The pluralist elitist perspective of the modern state has features such as the state is, indeed, fragmented with highly resourced potential groups having a degree of access to the state and hence claiming a corresponding degree of state autonomy. The potential elite groups have easy access to the governmental positions, but different groups dominate in different areas. Power is both observable and unobservable. Although there is a tendency towards the concentration of power, yet it is dispersed at least in certain policy areas. There exist groups, though in segmented policy areas, but they do limit the effectiveness of democracy. The characteristic features of the neo-pluralist perspective of the state are I. The state is biased towards the business interests in economic policy. 2. Business interests have a crucial role in policymaking, reducing, thus, the importance of group behavior. 3. Power is unobservable, structural, and ideological. It is concentrated in primary issues but dispersed in secondary ones. 4. There is no control over power, which is concentrated in primary issues, and hence, there is democracy, but it is very little. V. Society is distinct from the state but has a limited influence on it. The neo-pluralist theory of state is relatively more complex, in which industrial/ausiness houses enjoy a privileged position and is, thus, less responsive to the people at large. Lindblom is of the opinion that the state in a pluralist society is inclined towards business, and it may tend to serve its own state elite composed of senior civil servants, judges, police chiefs, military leaders, and so on. Lil. The developmental state. Thandikam Kandawire says the development state has two components. One, ideological, and the other, structural. Its ideological component helps distinguish it from other forms of states. In terms of ideology, such a state is developmentalist, i.e. its mission is economic development through industrialization and high rate of economic growth. The developmental state structurally emphasizes capacity to implement economic policies sagaciously and effectively. Capacity is institutional, technical, administrative, and political. So understood, the developmental state is neither socialist, nor dictatorial, nor totalitarian, nor Marxian. It is, indeed, neither conservative nor even idealist. It may or may not resort to planned production. It may be a strong as well as a soft state. What is important to note about the developmental state is that it recognizes the association of economic and financial groups to help the state attain development. It is a partnership state in which, as Andrew Haywood, Politics, says, an emphasis is placed on the maintenance of a close relationship between the state and major economic interests, notably the big business and organized labor. Such states have come to exist following the World War IL in Japan, South Korea, Austria, Germany, East Asian countries such as Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Indonesia, Malaysia with tiger economies. See Haywood Politics, also referred to as newly industrialized countries. The characteristics of the developmental state may be summed up as follows. I. A positive state supporting industries. 2. Self-sustaining growth. ELI, a non-challenging civil society which does not interrupt the process of growth. 4. Technological upgrading and supportive economic and financial policies. V. Social, political, and institutional modernization. 6. Widespread improvement in human conditions. 7. Unprecedented degree of autonomy in managing economic life. 8. Flow of subsidized capital and technical assistance. 9. Public and private sector elites work together to pursue the goal. And X. A highly efficient bureaucracy to facilitate growth and development. LV. The totalitarian state. Idealist, fascist, conservative. The totalitarian state is a state with all-comprehensive functions. Such a state tends to be an absolute one, i.e., a state with absolute powers. The idealist, the fascist, and the conservative states tend to become totalitarian in functions and absolute in powers. The idealist state, Plato, Rousseau, Kant, Hegel, is ethical to the point of being a divine one. It is organismic insofar as it is oriented towards the whole than towards the parts existing for the whole and not the other way. It is visionary so far as it seeks to advocate the idea of good, the ideal type, responding to human will and consciousness. It is a state with all functions, all powers, collectivistic, and tends to be a Leviathanian one, totalitarian and authoritarian statism at that. As against the libertarian state that exists to respect civil society, the idealist state dominates all its aspects, economy including. For Rousseau, it can force the individual to be free. For Hegel, it is a march of God on earth where the individual's freedom lies in the obedience of its laws, and not in their violation. The fascist state is a shade worse than the idealist one. Like the idealist state, the fascist state is totalitarian and authoritarian, but it tends to become a racist one. It is a state where political authority is not only autocratic but also aristocratic. The fascists, followers of Mussolini and Hitler, believe in one party and one leader where nation and society merge into the state into government, the government into the party, and the party into the leader. In such a system, words like liberty, equality, and fraternity get replaced by duty, discipline, and devotion. Civil society, economy, and culture are attuned to the dictates of the state. War becomes natural for the state, also for the man, as is maternity for the woman. The conservative state, Burke 1729-97, thrives on traditionalism, i.e. on traditional values. For such a state, all that is old is good and thus has to be preserved. All that is present is to be protected and all that is new is to be avoided. All that is innovative is to be opposed. For the conservatives, conservation is more than an ideology. It is a faith, it is a religion, it is an attitude, if not a mentality. For them, all traditions are flawless, society is an organic whole, authority is just, property is sacred, common individuals are imperfect, the state is all perfection. Conservatism is authoritarian insofar as it advocates reforms from above and rejects revolution from below. 2. Libertarian insofar as it seeks the greatest possible economic liberty and the least possible governmental regulation, the new right tradition. V. The social democratic state. The social democratic perspective of the state includes numerous shades such as evolutionary, Fabian, guild socialist, parliamentary, and, to some extent, syndicalist. The common features of this perspective are the complete abandonment of the idea of revolutionary methods and violence as a means to power and the complete acceptance of parliamentary means. 2. The transformation of the socialist parties which speak only for the interests of the working class to people's parties which seek to establish general welfare. 3. The recognition that the definition of socialism as a social and economic ideal is inseparable from the idea of democracy both as a means and as an end. As a means, socialism has to be attained through democratic means, or democratic polity has to bring about legislation relating to social justice. As an end, socialism has to establish democratic norms, and democracy has to attain the ideal of socialism. 4. Respect for human freedom and human personality. 7. A complete opposition to all types of totalitarianism and authoritarianism, and the establishment of a polity, democratically constituted, which is responsible for what it does and responsive to what it ought to do. It is as much a democratic state with the ideals of socialism as is a socialist state with the ideals of democracy. V. The acceptance of the state to the extent it is necessary. 6. The surrender of the idea of nationalism or state ownership of the means of production as a first principle of socialism, and the substitution of public control of enterprise and planning as the means of achieving economic growth and equitable incomes. 5. The Marxian state. The Marxian perspective of state is one which believes that the state is the product of class society, and is, therefore, an instrument in the hands of those who control the society. As it arose following the rise of the class society, it remains in operation so long as the class society remains. In the socialist society, following the capitalistic class society, the proletarian state exists to protect and promote the workers and exploit the capitalists. As such, as and when socialist society helps build socialism, it will change into a communist society, a society without the state, a classless and a stateless society. A Marxian socialist society is a classless society where everyone gets work according to her abilities. A communist society is a classless and a stateless society where everyone's work creates a situation of the fulfillment of everyone's needs. Marxists regard the state as an instrument of class exploitation. The economically dominant class exploits the non-possessing class. They also regard the state as an instrument of social, economic, cultural, and political change, destroying the social, economic, cultural, and political change of the earlier society, and building, through changes, fabric of the new society. The master state destroyed the fabric of primitive communist society and built that of the masters. So did the feudal state destroy the fabric of the master society and built that of the feudal lords. The capitalist state destroyed the fabric of the feudal society and built that of the capitalists. The socialist Marxian society will destroy the fabric of the capitalist society and build that of the working class. All such changes will come through revolution. As the socialist Marxian state will be an instrument of classless society, its transformation into communist society will be smooth and peaceful, and in the process, the socialist Marxian state will, itself, wither away. In any case, the state, as an institution, will remain relatively autonomous, whatever be the kind of society. Marx on the state. Marx saw the state as being a product of class struggle. It was the executive committee of the ruling class. Political power, properly called, is merely the instrument of one class for oppressing another, capitalists oppressing the workers in the capitalist society and the workers oppressing the capitalists in the socialist society. In the socialist society, Marx claims that the worker must employ forcible means, hence governmental means. In the Civil Vivre in France, Marx says that the state, following the Paris Commune of 1871, has assumed more and more the character of the national power of capital over labor, an engine of class despotism. Therefore, he continues, the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and hold it for its own purposes. What will be the role of the state in the transitional socialist society? Marx visualizes the transformation of the state as a means of deception which it was, under capitalism, into an instrument of emancipation. But eventually in the communist society, the state will wither away. The Marxian perspective of the state can be stated as under I. The economic factor is the sole guiding factor in the development and understanding of the history and the modern state. 2. Society and state are two distinct realities. The type of society explains the type of state. The society, thus, furnishes the basis over which the superstructure of the state is constructed. 3. The state is not independent of society, though it will seem relatively autonomous. 4. The state is a means for the fulfillment of the ends of those who control the society. The slave-owning society serves the masters, the feudal state serves the feudal lords, the capitalist state serves the capitalists, and the socialists of Marxian state, the workers. V. The class society produces a state that serves the economically dominant class in order to exploit the weaker classes. 6. The state, thus, is an instrument of class oppression and plays a dual role of destruction and reconstruction in any society. 7. The abolition of private property is necessary for a classless society. 8. The dictatorship of the proletariat is not the abolition of state. The state works for the welfare of the proletariat and eventually for the preparation of a classless society. The The Marxists, unlike the anarchists, Godwin, 1756 to 1836, Stirner, 1806 to 56, Proudhon, 1809 to 65, Bakunin, 1814 to 76, Kropotkin, 1842 to 1921, realize the utility of the state so far as it helps bring about social and political changes, though like them, regard it as an instrument of exploitation and, unlike the anarchists, seeking its withering away ultimately. Following Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, Prison Notebooks, and Nikos Poltanzas, a Greek neo-Marxist, political power and social classes argue for a relative autonomy of the state itself, particularly in the capitalist societies. Vil. The post-colonial state. Immediately after the process of decolonization, there have appeared what may be called the Third World nations. The Third World countries not only differ among themselves, they differ from their counterparts in the West. In the West, the nations have created the states, whereas in the Third World countries, the state has created the nation. The Third World countries differ among themselves drastically socially, culturally, and economically. What was common among them included economic and social backwardness. Almost every such sovereign state was exploited by its colonial power. Poverty, illiteracy, ill health, the low level of standard of living, and the like were their lot. With these liabilities, the Third World countries were to protect their recently won freedoms. The task was Himalayan, the path was difficult, the base was very weak. The post-colonial state that emerged in such nations had its own characteristics. Hamza Alavi, the state in the post-colonial societies Pakistan and Bangladesh, refers to two such features. A. The post-colonial state is equipped with a powerful bureaucratic military apparatus and mechanisms of government. B. Such a state appropriates a very large part of economic surplus and deploys it in the bureaucratically directed economic activity in the name of economic development. The post-colonial state, once established, came to be led by political elite which fought for independence. The Indian National Congress, for example, led the freedom struggle and became later the ruling political party. Such a type of colonial state came into existence elsewhere as well. It gave the people a constitution, democratically based universal adult franchise, an economy, a socialist or a semi-socialist, and a foreign policy, relatively non-aligned. In numerous such Third World countries, the post-colonial state was unable to deliver goods partly because of its own compulsions such as electoral compulsions, political corruption, totalitarian tendencies, and partly because of the problems of the post-colonial societies such as widespread inequalities, social and economic backwardness, social apathy, political inexperience, lack of socialization, and political culture. Obviously, somewhere legitimacy came to be challenged and somewhere power came to be abused or misused. Somewhere, authoritarianism replaced democracies and somewhere democracies became government of the people, for the people, and by or say by the people. Vil. The feminist perspective of the state. The feminists do not have any definite theory of the state, though they have a wide range of different attitudes towards state power. For them, the nature of the state is not a political issue at all. They condemn all the institutions, including political, on the ground that these represent the male power. There are liberal feminists who seek to attain equal rights for men and women and in the process ask for women empowerment. There are the Marxists and the socialist feminists who saw the emancipation of women linked with the weakening and in fact elimination of the capitalist state. There are the radical feminists who seek to abolish the patriarchal system altogether and reorient society afresh. The feminist scholars are very critical of state and the state power. Mary Wollstonecraft, A Vindication of the Rights of Women, lamenting the idea that power rests with the male, says, the power of generalizing ideas, of drawing comprehensive conclusions, is the only acquirement that really deserves the name of knowledge. The power has not only been denied to women, but writers have insisted that it is inconsistent with their sexual character. Kate Millett, Sexual Politics, has broadened the term politics to include all power-structured relationships and posited that the public was made actually political. Shulamith Firestone, The Dialectic of Sex, has described men as husbands and lovers, oppressors of women. Germaine Greer, The Female Eunuch, has argued that the sexual repression of women cuts them off from the creative energy they need to be independent and self-fulfilled. Feminism became a river of competing eddies and currents. Anarcho-feminists, who found a larger audience in Europe than in the United States, resurrected Emma Goldman and said that women could not be liberated without dismantling such institutions as the family, private property, and state power. Individualist feminists, calling on libertarian principles of minimal government, broke with most other feminists over the issue of turning to government for solutions to women's problems. Amazon feminists celebrated the mythical female heroine and advocated liberation through physical strength. And separatist feminists, including many lesbian feminists, preached that women could not possibly liberate themselves without at least a period of separation from men. Cultural feminism. Cultural or difference feminism rejects the notion that men and women are intrinsically the same and celebrated women's differences, such as their greater concern for affective relationships and their nurturing preoccupation with others. Inherent in its message was a critique of mainstream feminism's attempt to enter traditionally male spheres. This was seen as denigrating women's natural inclinations by attempting to make women more like men. 9. The Gandhian perspective of state. Mahatma Gandhi, 1869 to 1948, has been an all-in-one sort of man. To say that he was only a political leader is to conceal much that was in him. He was religious in his convictions, political by compulsions, a reformer by temperament. Among the anarchists, he was an individualist. Among the individualists, he was a liberal. Among the liberals, he was a socialist. Among the socialists, he was a Marxist. Among the Marxists, he was a spiritualist. His personality was an embodiment of numerous facets, each incorporated in the other. There is a bit of every ism in him. This is what is reflected in every act that he did and on every phenomenon he chose to ponder, perspective on the state including. Gandhiji favored a state with the least functions. He was of the opinion that until society becomes self-regulative and self-evolving and until the individual becomes perfect, the state, so long, would be necessary. Notwithstanding his opposition to the coercive and absolute state, Gandhiji never advocated its abolition lock, stock, and barrel. Knowing fully well the limitations of human nature as also the non-realization of the stateless society in any near future, he permitted the institution of the state as minimum as possible. He fully ascribed to what Thoreau had advocated, that the government ought to rule the most minimum. Less are the functions of the state, less would be its powers. What he visualizes is the absence of the state coercive apparatus in his ram regia. Until then, the state exists. Paul Power says, unlike Tolstoy, Gandhiji did not endorse a stateless society for the temporal world. His approach to the ethical nature of the state agrees with Max Weber's view that the state is a technical tool rather than something of intrinsic worth. Gandhi and Marx. Gandhiji was close to Marxism insofar as he propounded a type of society which is stateless in character. Like any Marxist, Gandhiji opposed the institution of the state as an instrument of oppression and exploitation. Like any Marxist, he found all evils in private property. Like any Marxist, he condemned the partisan state. And like any Marxist, he visualized in his ram regia a society without coercion and without force. But Gandhiji was more than a Marxist. He did not feel content with material advancement. In fact, material progress did not concern him much as did moral progress. By conviction, Gandhiji was a spiritualist, an ethical being, and this is where he rose above Marxism. He transformed his views on private property into a trusteeship, a concept which ate away all types of exploitation. His concept of ram regia was more of a state that would be than the state. As it is, real Svaraja was not merely the attainment of political freedom but was much more than that. According to him, Svaraja begins from the individual. It is the rule of the self. It is a matter of self-evolution and self-regulation. In the concept of Svaraja, with the individual, with the self, such a power flows from bottom to top. It is power that is decentralized. More the power advances up, more does it become decentralized. Gandhiji's perspective of the state was a polity more moral than physical. He viewed it as an ethical institution, a spiritual institution at that. Gandhiji was not non-political. In fact, he was immensely political. This was so because politics, for him, was one method of seeking one part of the whole truth. The political activity, therefore, for Gandhiji, was an activity that would take people to ram regia. At heart, he was for an autonomous individual. According to Richards, his, Gandhiji's, concern for individual liberty is such that he thinks we should be prepared to die rather than live in slavery, and his lifelong struggle for self-government in India seems to bear out his passionate belief in the value and importance of freedom. To quote Gandhiji himself, we must be content to die if we cannot live as free men and women. Freedom of the individual rather than the absolutism of the state was Gandhiji's essence of political philosophy. X. The hollow state, civil society, globalization. The concept of a hollow state has been the result of the emergence of stateless nationalities within the framework of the state already in existence but one that is not being recognized. The notable examples, as Haywood points out, are the Chechens in the Russian Federation, the ethnic Albanians, the Kurds, the Igbos. These stateless nationalities seek to grab functions once performed by the state. Elsewhere, there are demands for state functions to be performed by numerous institutions of civil society largely because of distinct though interrelated developments such as globalization, rolling back, and restructuring, and the growth of sub-state government. The state is no more an institution today as it had been in the past. The early modern period in Europe gave rise to the institution of the state as one possessed with sovereignty. Bowden introduced sovereignty as the chief characteristic of the state, Hobbes gave it a shape, and scholars like Bentham and Austin gave it the prominence the state had wanted. Gradually, the other elements such as citizenship, rights, duties, nationality, law, and the like made the state exclusively an institution unlike society, nation, or country. The first major attack on the state's sovereignty came up when it sought to assume absolute powers in the changing circumstances of the period during the 19th and first half of the 20th centuries. The political pluralists of the European soil, Figgis, Crabbe, Lasky, Barker, Maclever, and the like, attacked the Hegelian and the Austinian absolute state. The warring conditions of the first half of the 20th century considered state sovereignty as a threat to individual liberty, making room for the emerging federal form of society and world peace. The process of democratization in the 20th century made the civil society relatively more assertive. The civil society is a public sphere, location of the experiences of individuals and communities. It is an arena of uncovered collective action, a totality of voluntary civil and social organizations and institutions separate from the state, enjoying its autonomy. Of late, the civil society has come to assert itself, taking upon itself numerous functions, social, cultural, educational, etc., performed earlier by the state. Obviously, the expansion of the area of civil society is minimizing the role of the state. In a way, the state is shrinking. As the state operates through compulsory and coercive authority, and as the civil society is an embodiment of autonomous groups and represents whole realm of common interest, it is important that the civil society needs have a preference over the state. Free choice should have an advantage over compulsion. The civil society must be free to challenge the state in order to preclude the bureaucratic rationality of the state. The state is not above the civil society, and if it has to stay, it must stay on the consent of the people who make up the civil society. Without the consent of the people, the state would only impose and validate its own rationality in the exercise of power. The fact of the matter is that the civil society has come to discipline, control, and make the state accountable to the people of what it does and tends to do. The state has to compulsorily remodel its role with the fast-changing realities of the 20th century politics, especially in the international field. With imperialism gone after the Second World War, the emergence of the power blocs NATO, CENTO, CETO, Warsaw Pacts ate away the erstwhile sovereign rights of the relatively weaker state members of a bloc. The shape of the world economy and the growth of multinational and transnational companies and the world organizations such as IMF, World Bank, IBRD, IFC, and WTO and the like have gone a long way to make the so-called sovereign states adjust their policies accordingly. The regional international organizations such as ASEAN, OAS, ANZUS, SAARC, EU, and informal bodies such as the British Commonwealth and the Commonwealth of the Independent States have made the nation-states realize the worthlessness of the state sovereignty. International law and the international bodies such as United Nations and others working under the UN system have brought the nations close to one another where the very existence of sovereignty have become meaningless. Globalization, with all its misgivings, has come to stay. It has been able to lift trade barriers, has liberalized world capital, swift technological progress especially in the field of information and technology. Transport and telecommunication have increased and accelerated the movement of the people, information, and commodities. The process of globalization has, in a way, helped, some scholars feel, bring about the death of politics and the irrelevance of the state. OMS, the end of the nation-state, says nation-states are no longer meaningful units in which to think about economic activity. In globalization economy, the units that do make sense are region states. Besides privatization and liberalization, the other two companions of globalization and those giving strength to it have led to deregulation and decontrol and debureaucratization. The role of the state within the framework of globalizing tendencies has to be redefined, in which the victim has to be state sovereignty. OMS concludes globalization redefines the role of the state given the pressures and responses it must give at the local, national, and international levels. Haywood remarks, globalization has fostered the emergence of competition states, states whose role is primarily to develop strategies of national prosperity in the context of intensifying transnational competition. Sovereignty, if is not to be undermined, has to modify itself. Practice questions. 1. The state is individual writ large. Plato. 200 words. 2. The state is prior to the individual. Aristotle. 200 words. 3. Bring out the similarities between the minimal state and neoliberal state. 200 words. 4. Differentiate between the /a/says fair state and the minimal state. 200 words. 5. Why and on what grounds do the Marxists regard the state as an instrument of social and political change? 700 to 800 words. 6. Does globalization make the state irrelevant? 200 words. 7. What is the pluralist theory of state? 700 to 800 words. 8. Bring out the difference between the liberal, negative and positive, libertarian and neoliberal states. 700. 800 words. 9. What is meant by relative autonomy of state in the Marxist analysis? 2012, 700 to 800 words. 11. The feminists have no theory of state. Explain. 700 to 800 words. 12. Do you believe that the notion of state sovereignty has become irrelevant in the present world? 700 to 800 words. 10. What is post-colonial state? What problems have such a state faced or is facing? 700 to 800 words. 13. Differentiate between liberal and radical forms of feminism. 2013, 200. 250 words. Justice, Rawls' theory of justice. Introduction. So not because of what it includes, it is because of what it excludes. So, with numerous people, it has a different connotation. For a man of law, justice means the judgment pronounced by a judge. For a man of religion, justice means a set of morals and values which we should follow. For a poor man, justice means abolition of poverty. For a cephalus, justice means keeping one's word. For a polemarch, justice means helping a friend and harming the enemy. For a thrasymachus, justice means the will of the stronger to be imposed on the weaker. For a glaucon, justice means the protection of the weak. The list is endless. What it means is that justice depends on our view of society and its various aspects as also on our type of society. For a worker, justice would include, among other things, adequate wages. For a subaltern, absence of outrages committed on him. And for a feminist, abolition of masculinist repression. Etymology, meaning, development. Derived from the Latin word jus and also included justice and justitia and connected with the word jungere, again a Latin word, justice means what Professor Barker says primarily adjoining or fitting a bond or a tie, gliding into a sense of binding or obliging. Defining the word just Barker, Professor remarks that in its original form it means something what is fitting and, therefore, also binding. Elaborating the etymological meaning, he says that the word just conveys the idea of valid custom to which any citizen can appeal and which is recognized and can be enforced by a human authority. It is clear that Professor Barker, while largely drawing from the original Latin word, goes on to give justice a legal connotation. So, he says, the word just in its developed form would mean a body of binding or obliging rules which the courts recognize as binding and not only recognize but also enforce. But for Professor Barker himself, justice is not merely a relationship between man and man as about law and its courts, but is a relationship between value and value. He therefore concludes, the function of justice may be said to be that of adjusting, joining, or fitting the different political values. Justice is the reconciler and the synthesis of He therefore concludes, the function of justice may be said to be that of adjusting, joining, or fitting the different political values. Justice is the reconciler and the synthesis of political values. It is their union in an adjusted and integrated whole. Justice quotes, the virtue of justice consists in moderation as regulated by wisdom. Aristotle. Justice is the first virtue of social institutions as truth is of systems of thought. Rawls. If we do not maintain justice, justice will not maintain us. Bacon. The challenge of social justice is to evoke a sense of community that we need to make our nation a better place, just as we make it a safer place. Edelman. It is the spirit and not the form of law that keeps justice alive. Earl Warren. More the laws, less the justice. Cicero. As the word justice has its reference everywhere, in every field of human life, its meaning varies from person to person, place to place, and from time to time. Justice, indeed, is a virtue. In the Republic, Plato, through the mouth of Socrates, described it as harmony, a proper harmonious relationship between parts of an individual and the city, reason, spirit, and appetite. The advocates of the divine theory declare it as the authoritative command of God. Thomas Aquinas and John Finney say that justice means natural law, while others, Hobbes in particular, say that justice is created by public, enforceable, authoritative rules, and injustice is wherever those rules forbid, regardless of their relation to morality. The natural rights theorists of the early modern period viewed justice as the rule of reason, a bridge between the medieval religious notions of justice and the ethical notions of justice as developed by a modern rationalist individual. Locke and his followers held on to this concept of justice. That law is the expression and embodiment of justice was the meaning given to the word justice by theorists in most part of the 18th and 19th centuries, declaring law as the declared will of the state and as the most obvious dimension of justice. With the development of democracy and democratic processes and institutions, justice came to be understood as equal participation of all the sections of society in political and public matters. The liberals, till date, identify justice with legal and political equality, including in it the rule of law, equality before law, equal protection of laws, and one person, one vote. Again, with the development of industry, economic dimension of justice began to be advanced by socialists, syndicalists, and anarchists with whom justice meant the establishment of a just social order. An order without economic exploitation and without political enslavement. Later, the Marxists developed the idea of socio-economic justice in which there were to be not only just laws, but also a just society. Social justice, a recent phenomenon, is associated with an egalitarian order with social ownership of major means of production if possible and without private property if necessary. Justice, in the Marxist sense, means distribution of burdens according to our capacity and of benefits according to our needs. It, in the contemporary liberal and libertarian sense, means fairness, sufficiency for all, and thereafter competition for greater benefits. LLL. Justice ITS dimensions. Numerous dimensions of justice include legal, political, social, economic, and socioeconomic. The legal dimension of justice assumes A. That law is the declared will of the state. B. That it includes both the customary and statutory law. C. That it is issued by a defined authority and is enforced and imposed by the court. D. That if violated, it is accompanied by a corresponding punishment. E. That it is limited by the provisions of the Constitution or the conventions, and F. That the Constitution is its supreme form, regulating the activities of the government and prescribing the rights and duties of the people. The political dimension of justice is an extension of the legal dimension for both the legal and political dimensions and is advocated by the liberals both of yesteryears and modern. Its features include A. Establishment of a democratic order without any discrimination. B. Political equality. C. One person, one vote. D. Rule of law and not rule by people's whims. E. Enactment of the constitutional provisions. F. Free press and democratic rights, and G. Fair and impartial periodic elections. The social dimension of justice reflects a just social society. Its features would include A. Elimination of all kinds of discrimination. B. Abolition of privileges based on birth, race, caste, creed, or sex. C. Social roles to be determined by capacity. E. Equality of each with all and of all with each, and D. Social mobility to be an alternative to rigid stratification. F. Universal brotherhood. The economic dimension of justice attempts to discover justice in the economic structure of the society. Its features, as expressed in the writings of socialists, anarchists, syndicalists, are A. Establishment of a social order as the principle of mutual cooperation. B. Attainment of maximum production achieved through voluntary and independent economic enterprises. C. Equitable distribution of commodities so produced. D. Abolition of exploitation of man by man. E. Social security in the event of accident, illness, and old age, and F. Prohibition of concentration of material resources in the hands of the few. The socio-economic dimension of justice is, by and large, a Marxist connotation of justice. Its features include A. A classless society. B. Abilities be matched to work. C. Work to be matched with needs, and D. An exploitation-free and oppression-free social order. 4. Justice and its relation with liberty and equality. Justice is a unifying force, a force that unites person to person and value to value. It is, as Professor Barker rightly says, a synthesis, a final principle that regulates the general distribution of rights as one's share in the whole system, and it thus adjusts person to person. Adding to his argument, he continues, justice gives to each principle of distribution, liberty, equality, and cooperation its share of weight in determining the distribution actually made, and it thus adjusts principle to principle. The idea of justice is the general right ordering of human relations or the final adjustment of persons and principles. It resides in all minds and, as such, is no abstract conception but is a social reality. It is neither morality nor ethics, for it relates itself to the outward life. But that outward life needs a set of conditions as also a set of norms which only are provided by morality. Professor Barker thus concludes, if justice is not morality, it is based upon it. If its code is not that of ethics, it is a code which is ultimately derived from ethics. Explaining the relationship of justice with liberty and equality, Professor Barker points out, justice is a joining or fitting together not only of persons but also of principles. It joins and knits together the claims of the principle of liberty with those of the principle of equality. It adjusts them to one another in a right order of their relations. Equality may quarrel with liberty, for, if its application be pushed to the length of what is called a classless society with absolute equality of possessions, it is at once brought into conflict with the liberty of each to try himself out in the effort of acquiring for himself some individual equipment. The job of justice is to adjust, balance, and reconcile person to person, principle to principle, value to value, and claim to claim. Professor Barker rightly regards justice as the holder of balance, saying that justice holds the balance, both the claims of persons to rights and the claims of different principles to determine the distribution of rights, measuring them by the standard of the maximum development of the capacities of personality in the maximum number of persons. V. Conceptions of justice. Different perspectives. Democratic socialism with the anarchist perspective on its right hand and its Marxist perspective on its left hand views justice as something that is related to workers' welfare. Anarchism and its variants want to abolish the institution of the state in one go and accept socialism willy-nilly. Marxism and its variants wish to abolish capitalism lock, stock, and barrel. It believes in the indispensability of socialism as a higher, though not the highest, state of society's material development. Democratic socialism with its variants holds the view that capitalism can be regulated, workers' cause can be taken care of, socialism can serve to be an end in itself. With socialists of all shades, justice exists where there is no injustice. This commonly understood meaning of justice does not explain much, but it is from where all the socialists start. The chief concern of all the socialists has been injustice that is meted out to the workers, peasants, poor, unemployed, the lowly, and so on in the system which exists in the society in general and the capitalistic one in particular. That is why the socialists are more vocal and even furious in explaining what is unjust than in describing what justice really is. So, the socialists' idea of justice springs from the realms of injustice, and therefore, justice, according to them, would exist where the individuals are free. For the Marxists, justice in the class societies is always a class justice, justice for the capitalists, and conversely injustice for the workers. Hence, the Marxists find justice only in a classless society. The democratic socialists are both socialists as well. The democratic socialists are both socialists as well as democratic, and therefore, for them, justice exists in a just order and in a just society. The Marxists are vocal about uneven distribution of income as an example of injustice. While advocating their theory of justice to be more specific as something that is opposed to injustice, the Marxists go much beyond the anarchists. Proudhon rightly remarked once that all property is theft, but Marx and his followers relate property to class society of antagonistic classes, one owning the means of production, the exploiters, and another without the means of production, the exploited, and antagonistic classes into a class concept of justice for the rich. For the Marxists, justice is not merely just laws, but also just laws emanating from just society. It is not merely economic or social in nature, but also socio-economic in its ramifications. The idea of justice in the Marxian scheme is associated with the nature of the society itself. In a slave-owning society, justice would highlight something that is most impracticable, the ethical ruler. The medieval European society saw justice in Christianity. The capitalist Western society seeks to find justice in the justification of private property system. In a communist society, justice is just society and its corresponding just rules, a justice without coercion, without repressive state machinery, a justice where people obey laws as a matter of habit rather than any threat of punishment. The Marxian justice is one which springs from within the socialistic and cooperative relations among the people. The Marxists do not believe that the idea of justice is the idea coming from the sky, hence eternal, sprouting from the deep sea, hence hidden. It, they say, exists in the system it finds itself. It is the system that gives it a meaning. It would mean different things in different systems of relations of production. If in the capitalist system, the Marxists seem telling us the principle of justice would and in fact is take as much from the society as you can. In the Marxian society, if it could really be built, the principle of justice would mean give as much to the society as you can. In the capitalist justice, rights have an edge over the duties, whereas in the Marxian justice, duties override the rights. The capitalistic notion of justice is more close to liberty than equality, while the Marxian idea of justice is more close to the idea of equality than that of liberty. The anarchists are of various types. Mention may particularly be made about William Godwin, 1756–1836, An Inquiry Concerning Political Justice and Its Influence on General Welfare and Happiness. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–65, What is Property? And with them the Russian Bakunin, 1814–76, Kropotkin, 1842–1921, and Tolstoy, 1828–1910. One may, however, be tempted to include, among the anarchists, Mahatma Gandhi and Bertrand Russell. All these anarchists regard the state as a negative institution, some to the extent of abolishing it altogether. All of them take the disdainful view of the present capitalist society and dub it most exploitative, oppressive, and unjust. They see justice in the absence of political coercion, political authority. In its any form is all evil and therefore not only unnecessary but also undesirable. They therefore declare that the only way to establish justice is to abolish the state completely and replace it by an entirely free organization of society. For the anarchists, justice is not to be found in the presence of the government but in its absence, not in the submission to any political authority above but in the existence of free individuals with their independently arrived agreements. Not in their natural quarrelsomeness but in their natural cooperativeness. The democratic socialists, like all the liberals and libertarians, hold the view that justice exists where the law exists, but the kind of law that is an embodiment of social service and not of awful majesty. Indeed, they think that police is necessary but it need not be extensively armed, that law, as an expression of justice, must regulate the conduct of the people but it need not be more than necessary. That courts have to dispense justice but they need not be subject to those who hold political power. The democratic socialists find the idea of justice in the idea of rule of law and hence, they provide for the courts a heavy agenda such as diffusion, decentralization, and federalization of political and economic power. They regard justice as a frame, as a system, as a goal to be set and attained by laws and laws which have to be made by the state democratically structured. Hence, the democratic socialists do not throw the baby of justice along with the bathtub of liberal capitalism. Justice exists as does liberalism capitalism. What does not exist in the bathwater is the filth and the dirt. For the democratic socialists, justice cleans the dirt, shines as gold in the society, reconciles man with man, principle with principle, value with value. They believe that justice exists in a democratic order for undemocratic system is always unjust. It exists in the framework of equality for inequality is never just. Where people participate more, there is more equality, and where there is more equality, there we find the idea of justice. Subaltern perspective of justice. For the subaltern, justice is not the rule of law, much less a code of morals. For the tiller of the land, grant of land is justice. For a socially boycotted individual, social equality is justice. For a culturally underdeveloped, elimination of all impositions is justice. For a slave, emancipation is justice. If the subalterns rise in arms, it is understandable, for their revolt is the expression of their outrages against the system itself. Their nonconformity speaks of their alienation. The subaltern perspective on justice demands social justice for the disadvantaged. It demands twofold objective at the same time. Elimination of all types of discrimination, and 2. Provision for special care so to attain social equality. The subaltern perspective of justice is not merely economic but is also social, cultural, educational, and even psychological. The subaltern is to be developed, but more than it, he/she is made to feel that he/she is developing. The subaltern perspective of justice would, among other things, seek to remove traditional disabilities, eliminate exploitation in all forms, reserve positions in all public sector enterprises as in legislatures, make available all facilities required for social development. But for the democratic socialists, justice is not merely a matter of equality, it is also a matter of liberty. Liberty which is not a license to do anything but an atmosphere in which one grows without impeding the liberty of any other. The democratic socialist theory of justice reconciles, rather adjusts, the two extremes as are provided by the liberals and the Marxists. They are liberals insofar as they see justice in some infrastructure, in laws, courts. They are Marxists insofar as they see it in a system which is exploitation-free. In conclusion, we may say that the Marxist view of justice is share the burden according to your capacity and benefits according to your needs. The anarchists, on the other, regard justice as a principle which says share at will, take as you can. And the democratic socialist view of justice is take in proportion to what you give. The feminist philosophy, including its political theory, speaks of man's domination of women as a curse inflicted on her by a socially structured male society. What is actually a natural sex inequality is made out a social gender inequality and then follow all sorts of torture. The female, feminism believes, is regarded inferior to male. Physically she is dubbed as dull and dud, intellectually as a being with less or no intellect, socially she has a place lower than man. She is considered ineligible for all public activities. Her life is confined to the private life of the family, mothering the babies. Even in the family, she is not only second but is always secondary. All her miseries, the feminists say, are the result of man's atrocities. Because she is physically weaker than man, she is made to lead a subordinate life. Almost half of humanity lives and has, in the past, lived in servitude, dependent always, at one or the other time, on man, be he a father, a brother, a husband, or a son. Until recently, public or political life had been an area out of her bound. This is the situation in most parts of the world today for most of the female folks. The rise and development of feminism has helped in not only understanding women's woes but also in bettering their conditions, social, economic, familial. Indeed, there have been cases of dowry deaths, brides burning, and of sati, yet the woman today is no more than a commodity to be bought and sold at man's whims. Worth quoting are the few lines from a feminist icon Simone de Beauvoir to Chicago writer Nelson Algren. I'll be good. I'll do the dishes. I'll sweep and I'll go buy eggs and rum cake myself. But won't touch your hair, your cheeks, or your shoulder without your permission. Justice, in feminist perspective, demands escapism from woman's internalization of female gender and the low self-esteem, apathy, and sense of helplessness that goes with it. What is needed, the feminists say, is not merely equal rights which man possesses but also, as the socialist feminists insist, communalization of domestic and childcare functions. The male superiority would have to be fought out. The feminists do not regard law to be neutral in disputes between man and women. The idea of justice is, by its very nature, male-structured. McKinnon says, when law, in the male-structured society, is made ruthlessly neutral, it will be most male. The feminist perspective on justice means, among others, elimination of all male domination, equality of rights, bridging the public and the private spheres, and creation of society, culture, and politics in new, rather non-patriarchal forms. 6. Justice types. There are 6 types of justice that people can seek when they have been wronged. Distributive justice. Distributive justice, also known as economic justice, is about fairness in what people receive from goods to attention. Its roots are in social order, and it is at the roots of communism, where equality is a fundamental principle. If people do not think that they are getting their fair share of something, they will seek first to gain what they believe they deserve. They may well also seek other forms of justice. Procedural justice. The principle of fairness is also found in the idea of fair play as opposed to the fair share of distributive justice. It is justice as being seen. If people believe that a fair procedure was used in deciding what is to be distributed, then they may well accept an imbalance in what they receive in comparison to others. If they are both procedural and distributive injustice, they will likely seek restorative and/or retributive justice. Restorative justice. The first thing that the betrayed person may seek from the betrayer is some form of restitution, putting things back as they should be. The simplest form of restitution is a straightforward apology. Restoration means putting things back as they were, so it may include some act of contrition to demonstrate one is truly sorry. This may include action and even extra payment to the offended party. Restorative justice is also known as corrective justice. We may call it substantive justice. Retributive justice. Restoration may well not be enough for the betrayed person, and they may seek revenge of some sort whereby they can feel the satisfaction of seeing the other person suffer in the way that they have suffered. Revenge can be many times more severe than reparation, as the injured party seeks to make the other person suffer in return. Legal justice. Legal justice refers to the apportionment of punishments and rewards as a result of wrongdoing, in particular, lawbreaking. Social justice. Social justice refers to a morally justifiable distribution of material or social rewards, notably wealth, income, and social status. Social justice has been the concern of both the socialists Marxists on the one hand and the liberal libertarians and the neoliberals and the other on the other. The socialist Marxist view of social justice is justly made by just society, whereas the liberals libertarians neoliberals view it as philanthropy, the corporate, social responsibility, i.e., help as one wills. The libertarian Justice Hayek, Rawls, and Nozick. The notion of justice as has developed over the ages is really very old. It has moved in its nature, say, from Plato's ethical to Aristotle's distributive, then it has moved to religious, utilitarian, socialist, and finally down to the libertarians. F. A. Hayek, The Constitution of Liberty, 1960, J. Rawls, A Theory of Justice, 1972, Robert Nozick, Anarchy, State, and Utopia, 1974, to name a few among them. The libertarian justice stands opposite to any and every socialist view of justice and hence is an argument against social justice. It has nothing to do with any moral, ethical, intrinsic, eternal, and natural values. It is individualistic, for it evolves around individual, libertarian, for it follows the notion of liberty. In economic terms, the libertarian justice demands no more redistribution. In political terms, it asks for a minimal state. In social terms, it admits the claims of inequality. A. Hayek fallacies of social justice. Friedrich Hayek, 1899 to 1992, an Austrian-born British economist, is a philosopher of freedom. He feels that the freedom of individual has been reduced by an activist state. His answer to the onslaughts of ever-increasingly powerful state is a limited state based on spontaneous order in society, a state providing essential condition for preservation of an overall order. Freedom as the condition of man in which coercion is most minimum, Hayek says, goes well along the limited state. For Hayek, justice, in its nature, seeks to attain individual good rather than the one that is called the social good. He argues that social justice does not secure liberties for the individual through which she can pursue her own good. Purpose of distribution of goods and/or services to be given to the individuals in society. It is concerned more with the procedure than with the result, patterning the norms of distribution so that people share goods/services equitably, forgetting as to what an individual should get in return and as reward to what she gives to the society. So, for Hayek, justice seeks not this or that purpose but a spontaneous order that helps develop rules of conduct, in short, the rule of law generally. His theory of justice, therefore, is a procedural justice. Justice must be sought in a rule of law, treating individuals equally, disregarding their position if any. All state-directed policies are incompatible with the principle of rule of law. The Hayekian justice is freedom, all freedom for the individual, all that she wants to obtain for her good. Conversely, for Hayek, injustice occurs when an individual interferes with the domain of freedom of another person. When this is secured by just and universally observed rules, injustice means the existence of coercion. Condemning social justice, Hayek offers two adverse consequences of the idea of distributive social justice. First, an attempt to secure a particular pattern of justice will mean that one set of values related to human purposes will be given a preference to others in a society, and this is incompatible with a liberal and free society in which the diversity of ends is recognized. Second, owing to a lack of clarity and precision about these values reflecting social and moral diversity, an attempt to distribute goods and income and services according to one or the other of those criteria will be a very indefinite enterprise. This will empower the officials who will, of necessity, have to exercise power in a discretionary way. He, therefore, concludes that the claims of social justice would ultimately lead to the arbitrariness of government. In the name of the government's responsibility of securing just rewards for the individuals, it would usher in an era where the government would act unjustly and would ultimately yield before the interest groups that stand for private and not for public interest. The idea of social justice does not only, in practice, end up in a sort of civil war among the numerous interest groups where the government itself becomes a party, it also helps transform a free society into a totalitarian one. His solution, therefore, is a state that acts neutrally between the competing interests of numerous groups. 2. A set of abstract laws which will secure optimum individual freedom from minimum coercion, and 3. A free market unconstrained by the distributive principles of social justice. Hayek's views on the subject cannot be accepted in toto. His overdependence on the free market and its rules do not prevent, and in fact cannot prevent, the economically strong groups to act in their own selfish interests. Such a situation would ultimately demand some norms of distribution, and this would not indeed be unjust. Furthermore, it cannot be predicted in a free market as to what would be the economic benefits for an individual as also for a group which is relatively weak. It is also difficult to accept Hayek's arguments that the state seeking social justice is illegitimate and that the market is always legitimate, for the state is not always wrong and the market not always right. B. Rawls' contractarian justice. John Rawls, 1921–2002, was an American political scientist. His work, A Theory of Justice, has been regarded as a significant contribution to liberal political theory. His interest in the liberal state and in the concept of justice has led him to formulate and reformulate his theory of justice for about 4 decades. In 1958, justice, for him, is fairness, one that became the part and parcel of Rawlsian vocabulary on justice. A revised version of Rawls' theory was published in Distributing Justice, 1967. The most elaborate and comprehensive argument of his theory was presented in A Theory of Justice, 1971. Communitarian critique of Rawls' justice. For their part, communitarians such as one-time Michael Sandel and at present Alistair MacIntyre and Charles Taylor question the very project of elaborating a formal theory of justice from which to build political membership. Rawls's theory is attacked on moral grounds for reducing social life to the neutral observance of rights and contracts, which places liberal society in constant danger of disintegration and breakdown. The communitarians also make a methodological critique which invokes the age-old complaint that liberalism employs an atomistic conception of the person, i.e., an unencumbered individual. Communitarians urge an alternative philosophical anthropology which sees the human being as socially constituted, living a life in a context of shared meanings and understandings in reference to a culture, or as MacIntyre puts it, a tradition or narrative. For Sandel, only this intersubjective conception of the self can ward off attacks from libertarians such as Robert Nozick, who finds Rawls' attempt to redistribute wealth an illegitimate infringement of liberty. Rawls' view of justice refers to original position in which rational contractors under a veil of ignorance decide how they wish to commit themselves to being governed in their actual lives and wish to cooperate with one another so to obtain mutual benefits, social primary goods, to all the members of society in just and fair manner. Invoking Kantian rationalism, Rawls deliberately explains the intellectual or theoretical motivation behind construction and the 2 principles specified below of justice that he argues would be agreed upon under the contractual condition he specifies represent a kind of egalitarian political liberalism. John Rawls' views on justice can best be summed up in his own words by highlighting the following. First principle. Each person is to have an equal right to the most extensive total system of equal basic liberties compatible with a similar system of liberty for all. Second principle. Social and economic inequalities are to be arranged so that they are both a. to the greatest benefit of the least advantaged and b. attached to offices and positions open to all under conditions of fair equality of opportunity. Priority rules. First priority rule, the priority of liberty. The principles of justice are to be ranked in lexical order, and therefore, liberty can be restricted only for the sake of liberty. There are 2 cases. A less extensive liberty must strengthen the total system of liberty shared by all. B. A less than equal liberty must be acceptable to those with the lesser liberty. Second priority rule, the priority of justice over efficiency and welfare. The second principle of justice is lexically prior to the principle of efficiency and to that of maximizing the sum of advantages, and fair opportunity is prior to the difference principle. Rawls' concept of justice. Stated simply, Rawls' conception of justice demands the maximization of liberty subject only to such constraints as are essential for the protection of liberty itself. 2. Equality for all, both in the basic liberties of social life and also in the distribution of all other forms of social goods, subject only to the exception that inequalities may be permitted if they produce the greatest possible benefit for those least well off in a given scheme of inequality, the difference principle. 3. Fair equality of opportunity, and the elimination of all inequalities of opportunity based on birth or wealth. Rawls' contractarianism is not essentially of Hobbes, Locke, or Rousseau. It is so only to show that certain moral principles are binding upon us because they would be acceptable by rational beings like us in the original position. Justice, for him, is not law of nature of something based on reason, but is fair distribution on fair procedure. This is what justice for Rawls is, justice as fairness. Rawls admits that all individuals are not equal. Say, equal in knowledge, all do not live in similar conditions. Say, in similar social and economic conditions. There are some, Rawls declares, who are subject to what he calls a veil of ignorance, and this veil excludes them not only from others but also from themselves, the least advantaged members of society. Justice demands, so far as Rawls is concerned, due care for the least advantaged members of the society as well. It is the distribution of benefits among all the members of the society not in proportion to what one does but in such a manner that the weakest of the weak is duly benefited. Such a distribution of benefits, Rawls feels, is not only fair but is also in accordance with the norms of justice. Thus, we may conclude by summing up Rawls' notion of justice as under: a justice for Rawls is fairness. B. It assumes a view of society as a fair system of cooperation between free and equal persons. C. Its objects are to find out appropriate principles which help realize liberty and equality. D. These appropriate principles attempting to seek liberty and equality are the result of an agreement among the people concerned in the light of their mutual advantage. E. As the people see themselves free and equal, they soon realize that they need the same primary goods as to pursue their own conception of good. F. These primary goods include, among others, the basic rights, liberties, opportunities, income, wealth, self-respect. G. Justice would mean that all the primary goods are to be distributed equally unless an unequal distribution of any or all of these goods is to the advantage of the least favored. Rawls' theory of justice was well-timed. It was presented at a time, 1971, when liberalism was going out of fashion and facing serious challenges. In his own country, USA, dominant values and political institutions were being questioned by various movements led by students, Black, and anti-Vietnam War activists. The utilitarian tradition, till then so popular, seemed inadequate basis for the protection of minorities. Sarungi writes, there were questions about proper use of political power and just distribution of liberties and other social goods. Perhaps Rawls was responding to these historical developments and trying to present a persuasive theoretical alternative to utilitarianism. Theory of justice is indeed important, at least in A. Providing, as Chantal Mouffe says, a defense of political liberalism which establishes its autonomy from economic liberalism. B. Providing an alternative to utilitarian thought. One of Rawls' important contributions, as Biko Parekh says, consists in giving liberalism a new foundation and a new vitality. He gives liberalism a moral depth which it had always lacked. Parekh writes, Rawls shows that men are not only materially, but also morally and ontologically interdependent, that they grow together and complete one another, and that the full development of each is inseparable from the full development of all within a just society. In taking this view, Rawls is able to relate liberty, equality, and justice and to elucidate the radial dimension of liberalism, basing his premises on the twin principles of liberty and difference. And yet, the shortcomings in Rawls' theory cannot be overlooked. His account of the original position is far from clear. Why people who are not in the original position should adopt principles chosen by those who were. If there is a bias in the original position, and what will be the situation if, as a consequence of that bias, the principles chosen do not respond to the norms of fairness. Sandel says that Rawls' notion of original position contains a strong individualistic bias. The original position seems to presuppose not just a neutral theory of the good, but a liberal individualistic conception. 2. His difference principle is not without some demerit. Admitting the differences, i.e. inequalities, Rawls believes that an agreement would be reached between people. But will the wealthy share and cooperate? 3. Rawls gives priority to liberty, and this, in itself, is another attack on him. Rawls says that a person in the original position will choose the basic liberties in priority to any distribution of income, wealth, and power because by so doing he would have better chances of obtaining primary goods. If that is so, what would happen if the basic liberties conflict, or how, at all, can they be restricted? Rawls has no answer to such questions except that he assumes a state of cooperation among them. 4. There is a clear contradiction between the first principle which demands equal liberty, liberties for all, and the second principle which justifies inequalities. Inequalities between the most favored on the one hand and the least advantaged on the other. V. It is difficult to assume, as Rawls wants us to assume, liberty for all in a system of inequalities. Liberty among the unequals is liberty of the stronger, his power to control the weak. 6. Rawls' argument favors the principle of liberty, whatever tall claims he may insist on with regard to the principle of equality. The fact that Rawls' first principle relates to the principle of liberty demonstrates his choice for this principle. Liberty comes first, everything else follows it. 7. Rawls' theory of justice is largely individualistic and libertarian. It is social in a very limited sense insofar as it does not exclude the weaker sections of society in his arrangement of justice. Rawls' theory of justice, especially the difference principle, indeed suffers from the following objections. Advocates of equality do not accept Rawls' difference principle, insisting that benefits would always help the least advantaged. B. The utilitarians object that the difference principle maximizes utility, as Rawls argues. C. The libertarians also object that the difference principle involves unacceptable infringements on liberty. D. The difference principle ignores claims that the people deserve benefit according to their actions. The communitarians' attack on Rawls' theory. Rawls' theory of justice has been attacked by the communitarians. Sandel, Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, who had changed his position from communitarian to Republican, criticizes Rawls' liberal egalitarian conception of justice for emphasizing individuals' rights at the cost of community. He condemns Rawls' notion of unencumbered self in opposition to the situated self. Rawls regards the right as prior to good and justice as the first virtue of society. Sandel regards justice as a remedial virtue needed only in an individualistic society, considering common goal of the community prior to the individual. Taylor, another distinguished communitarian, attacks Rawls' conception of the individual as atomistic. He asserts that the well-being of the individual depends on the good of the community and therefore concludes that the group or cultural rights of the community are no less important than freedom and equality rights of the individual. The libertarians, Nozick particularly, do not agree with Rawls' patterned conception of justice and insist on the entitlement theory of rights, the rights as entitled ones. See Nozick entitlement theory of justice. Like John Rawls, Robert Nozick, 1938–2002, is an American libertarian political philosopher known for his restatement of classical liberal case for a minimal state and his rejection of both economic management and social welfare. He is for a state which is like a night watchman, one which is limited to the narrow functions of protection against force, theft, fraud, enforcement of contracts, and so on. Nozick's theory of justice stands opposite to that of Rawls in an important respect. Whereas in Rawls' theory, justice is seen as a particular pattern of social arrangements adjusting entitlements and resources in as neutral and fair manner as possible, in Nozick, it is a view that individuals have rights and that those rights be respected at all costs and in all circumstances. According to Nozick, justice is not a matter of attempting to organize or reorganize society, and its institutions are not there to achieve some distributive pattern, but is one of respecting basic rights which limit what may be done to someone without consent and the entitlements which such rights yield. For Nozick, rights are so fundamental and the constraints upon others' actions are so strong that only one can justify a minimal state. A minimal state means most minimum laws and conversely most maximum liberties and rights of the individual as individual. This is a position which takes Nozick close to Hayek and farther back to Locke. We may briefly outline Nozick's theory of justice, which is entitlement theory, as against the distributive theory. His argument is that if the state does something against the individual for which he is entitled, it is a case of injustice. Individual is entitled to certain rights already with him, and if the state takes them away, it does something which is not just. Nozick's assumption is that individual's rights are with the individual because he is an individual. No state had ever given these rights to him, and no state through any arrangements can ever take them away from him. Justice, for Nozick, lies in not disrupting individuals' entitlements. Anything that disrupts them through any patterned device is illegitimate and unjust. As against the Marxian principles, from each according to his ability to each according to his need, which, for Nozick, is a pattern device, he offers justice as one, from each as they choose to each as they are chosen. Nozick's entitlement theory of justice has the following characteristics. A. There is no social entity with a good that undergoes some sacrifices for its own good. There are only the individual people, different individual people with their own individual lives. B. Individuals have rights, and these are things no person or group may do to them. So strong and far-reaching are these rights that they raise the question of what, and if anything, the state and its officials may do. C. The fact that there are different individuals with separate lives means that no one may be sacrificed for others. D. The idea of basic rights implies their enjoyment by the individual and also constraints on the others not to coerce the rights of the fellow individuals. E. Justice has historical essence in that it came about in course of time and not through any set formula or pattern. F. Justice seeks to protect the rights of the individual, rights which individual has because she is an individual. Things come, Nozick says, into the world already attached to people having entitlements over them. Individuals have rights because, as individuals, they are entitled to them. All and any type of interference in the entitlements or rights of the individual are illegitimate. Nozick's justification of property right is based on the principle that it is an entitlement of an individual. In this context, the buying and selling of property in the market is merely the transformation of property rights. Following Locke, Nozick believes either the person is inviolable, either he/she has an absolute property right in his/her own person, powers and capacities that he/she comes to possess unquestionable property right in unowned things, extending Locke's argument, and either no one else has the right to question or coerce an individual's rights, property right including. In Nozick's view, justice is not a matter of how the distribution should be made. If it means so, then it becomes a type of patterned distributive justice which, according to Nozick, would involve appropriating the other persons. It is a matter of how the distribution has come about, it is a matter of what one is entitled to, and finally, it is a matter of protection of one's entitlements. Such a type of justice is compatible with a minimal and not with an extensive state. There is much that separates Nozick from Rawls. Rawls favors distributive scheme, Nozick opposes it. Rawls' state is relatively more than a minimal, Nozick's is merely minimal. Rawls is a defender of liberal democratic and to some extent, a welfare state. Nozick, on the other hand, argues in favor of a libertarian minimal state. For Rawls, justice is always distributive. For Nozick, it is not justice if it is distributive, and he says that a society is just so long as its members possess what they have a right to possess. Nozick's entitlement theory of justice is more a theory of rights, especially that of property, than a theory of justice. He extols the virtues of 18th century individualism on the one hand and the 19th century laissez-faire capitalism on the other. He isolates individual from other individuals, forgetting that individuals do possess sociality, howsoever lone he may be. There is, above individual private interest, a social interest as well. Indeed, individual rights are inviolable, but Nozick goes on to make them absolute. His concept of minimal state and his passion for individuals' basic rights make him a defender of Locke's theory in the 20th century. His notion of justice is vague, if not abstract. He throws away all the norms and principles normally associated with the idea of justice and brings it to mean the protection of status quo. To conclude, one may criticize Nozick's theory, C.T. Nagel's article, Libertarianism Without Foundation, on following points. Nozick seeks to argue from small-scale examples to universal principles. 2. He sees rights as absolute thanks to his intuitions. 3. He is wrong in holding that benefit to one person can never offset cost of another. In fact, sometimes benefit can. 4. He is wrong about the basis of rights. John Kilcullen, Robert Nozick, Against Distributive Justice, draws comparison between Rawls and Nozick's conception of justice, saying Nozick points out an analogy between his own entitlement theory and the process by which in Rawls' theory the rules of justice are arrived at. Rawls specifies an initial situation and a process of deliberation and says that whatever results from this are the rules of justice. Similarly, Nozick specifies a process and says that whatever distribution results is just. Each theory specifies starting points and processes of transformation, and each accepts whatever comes out. But Rawls's process for generating principles cannot generate process principles but only end-result principles. Nozick says that this is ironic. It presents a dilemma. If processes are so great, it is a defect that the process cannot lead to process principles of justice. If processes are not so great, then why should we accept the outcome of Rawls's process? And yet, Rawls and Nozick share a great deal in their approaches to political philosophizing. Both are individualists who employ a procedural model of justification. Each specifies an initial status quo, state of nature in Nozick, original position in Rawls, and a procedure for altering that status quo while ensuring the justice of the result via justice in holdings for Nozick and constraints on the choices of original contractors in Rawls. Finally, both are similarly wedded to a deep theoretical commitment in regard to natural rights. A word on distributive justice theories. Some of the theories relating to distributive justice can be briefly summed up as under. A. Egalitarianism. Goods to be distributed equally. It is usually elaborated in many different ways, what goods to be distributed and what they are to be distributed equally between individuals, nations, groups. It advocates a position which includes demand for equality of opportunity and equality of income. This egalitarian principle ignores differences in efforts, talents, and productivity. As the people have different needs, an equal distribution may not result in equal outcome. B. Meritocratic theory. Meritocratic theory suggests the fair treatment that is giving people what they deserve. Obviously, people deserve to be awarded for their efforts and productivity, punished for their transgression, treated as equal persons. According to this theory, goods, etc. should be distributed to match individual merit. This theory is opposed to needs-based theory, which demands the fulfillment of the needs of all the people, though it runs smoothly with the contribution need theory. Goods, etc. to be distributed to match an individual's contribution to the overall social good. Marxism comes nearer to need-based and contribution theories, from each according to one's ability, to each according to one's work, and from each according to one's work, to each according to one's needs. See equity theory. Goods, etc. need to be distributed to individuals in proportion to their input. While input typically comes in the form of productivity, ability or talent might also play a role. People who produce more or produce qualitatively better products, either by working harder or by being more talented, this argument goes, should be paid more for their efforts than should people who produce less. This sort of distribution may, in meeting the needs of all members of society. Need theory. This theory proposes that we seek an equal outcome in which all society or group members get what they need. Thus, poor people would get more money, and rich people would get less. This principle is sometimes criticized because it does not recognize differences in productive contributions or distinguish between real needs and manifested needs. Fairness theory. Rawls used a social contract to show that justice, and especially distributive justice, is a form of fairness, an impartial distribution of goods. Rawls imagines veil of ignorance which denies all knowledge of our personalities, social status, wealth, talents, and life plans, and wants a theory of justice that would choose to govern our society when the veil is lifted. The decision in ignorance models fairness because it excludes selfish bias. Rawls argues that each of us would reject the utilitarian theory of justice that we should maximize welfare because of the risk that we might turn out of the someone whose own good is sacrificed for greater benefits for others. Instead, we would endorse Rawls' two principles of justice. 1. Each person is to have an equal right to the most extensive total system of equal basic liberties compatible with a similar system of liberty for all. 2. Social and economic inequalities are to be arranged so that they are both A. to the greatest benefit of the least advantaged, consistent with the just savings principle, and B. attached to offices and positions open to all under conditions of fair equality of opportunity. Entitlement theory. Robert Nozick's influential critique of Rawls argues that distributive justice is not a matter of the whole distribution matching an ideal pattern but of each individual entitlement having the right kind of history. It is just that a person has some good, especially some property right, if and only if he or she came to have it by a history made up entirely of events of two kinds. 1. Just acquisition, especially by working on unowned things. And 2. Just transfer, that is free gift, sale, or other agreement but not theft. If the chain of events leading up to the person having something meets this criterion, then he or she is entitled to it. If the chain of events leading up to the person having something meets this criterion, then he or she is entitled to it. It is just that he or she possesses it, and what anyone else has or does not have or needs is irrelevant. On the basis of this theory of distributive justice, Nozick argues that all attempts to redistribute goods according to an ideal pattern without the consent of their owners are theft. In particular, redistributive taxation is theft. Utilitarian theory. According to the utilitarian theory, justice requires the maximization of the total or average welfare across all relevant individuals. This may require sacrifice of some for the good of others so long as everyone's good is taken impartially into account. Utilitarianism, in general, argues that the standard of justification for actions, rules, or institutions is impartial welfare consequentialism, and only indirectly, if at all, to do with rights, property, need, or any other non-utilitarian criterion. Practice questions. 1. Do you hold the view that justice is a virtue that strengthens harmony? 200 words. 2. Justice is the first virtue of all social institutions. Comment. 200 words. 3. Elaborate the concept socioeconomic justice. 200 words. 4. How is justice related to equality? 200 words. 5. What do you mean by subaltern perspective of justice? 200 words. 6. Explain the numerous types of justice. 700 to 800 words. 7. Write an essay on the Marxian theory of justice. 700 to 800 words. 8. Explain and examine Rawls' theory of justice. 700 to 800 words. 9. Write a detailed note on Nozick's entitlement theory of justice. 700 to 800 words. 10. Discuss the various theories of distributive justice. 700 to 800 words. 11. Comment on Rawls' concept of original position, 2013, 200 to 250 words. 12. Explicate the conception of justice in the critique of communitarian theorists. 2014, 700 to 800 words. Equality, types, forms, relationship with freedom, and affirmative action. IL. Introduction. T is difficult to define equality. Lasky aptly puts it, no idea is more difficult in the whole realm of political science than the word equality. The concept of equality has such varied facets and a multitude of implications that even after an exhaustive study on the subject, one really feels of not having defined it clearly. An important hindrance in understanding the term equality stems from the fact that nature has created men unequal. This inequality can be observed in terms of physical and intellectual strength, capacity, and beauty. The human society has further accelerated inequality on grounds such as caste, color, creed, property, sex, and so on. Apatarai, therefore, says the statement that all men are equal is, then, as erroneous as that the surface of the earth is level. Burke condemns equality as a monstrous fiction, Coleridge as an infeasible proposition, Bentham as an anarchic fallacy, and Carlyle as a palpable incredibility and delirious absurdity. Still people talk of equality of men. LL. Meaning of equality. Equality is sometimes referred to as equality of characteristics in men. The obvious inequalities among men in terms of intellectual and physical strength, sex, color, character traits, natural endowments, religion, age, social rank, property, and other factors do exist. But the task is to identify certain properties that are similar in men. That men are equal means that men share certain qualities. Hobbes had said that nature has made men so equal in the faculties of the body and mind that even the weakest can kill the strongest and no one can outwit the other. He postulated two kinds of equality between men, equality of ability and equality of expectation of satisfying their wants. Understanding equality in terms of equality of characteristics means that the resemblances among men are more significant than the obvious differences. Equality quotes, "Men are born equal, but they are born different as well." From "Have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." Martin Luther King Jr. Equality is not in regarding different things similarly, it is in regarding different things differently. Robbins. Democracy not only requires equality but also an unshakable conviction in the value of each person who is then equal. Kirkpatrick. Democracy does not guarantee equality of condition. It also guarantees equality of opportunity. Crystal. Equality is also understood as equality of treatment. This means that men, irrespective of their differences, are of equal worth and dignity. Therefore, they are entitled to be treated equally. Locke argued in this fashion. According to Locke, men are equal because everyone has equal right to his natural freedom. Indeed, men have equal worth does not mean that they have equal talent and equal capacity, and therefore equal treatment would not fit in the meaning of equality. Equality does not mean equal reward, in fact, it should not mean so. Gandhiji used to say that men are equal because they are identical. But to say that equality means identity amounts to giving equality a wrong meaning. Two identical objects are never completely equal, sameness is not equality. The term equality in political science is a relative term. It is never perfect. What at best it means is that it is not inequality. What it implies is that equality does not increase or enhance inequality. What decreases inequality is not what we mean by equality. The basic principles of equality can be summarized as under: equal opportunities for all. Absence of privileges. A system that does not admit discrimination, protective discrimination not including equals to be treated equally, unequals, unequally uniform apportionment. Equal respect and recognition. 7. 8. Equality of resources, equal promotion of fellowship and self-fulfillment. All are equal because all share equal human values. Equality means absence of privileges. Privileges broaden inequalities. It is equal opportunities to although it grants preferential treatment to the weaker sections of society. It is equality before law, equal protection of law. No one is so pure that he alone knows all the virtues, and no one is so wretched that he does not see a human being in others. Equality. Equality is not opposite of inequality, though it gives, to some extent, the essence of the meaning of equality. It is not uniformity, though it seeks leveling of those conditions of social existence which are regarded crucial to human well-being. For a clearer idea of what really constitutes equality, it is important that a distinction is made between foundational equality and distributional equality. Foundational equality refers to the equality where human beings are nearly equal in strength as also one having an equal moral worth. It presumes that people are fundamentally equal, equality of person. 2. That there is equality of opportunity to achieve desirable ends. 3. That there is equality of conditions for all social groups. 4. That there is equality of outcome or equality of results. Distributional equality refers to a desirable set of social conditions: one person, one vote, a more equal distribution of income, social opportunities. LLL. Equality, evolution, and growth. Until the 18th century, it was assumed that human beings are unequal by nature, i.e., that there is a natural human hierarchy. This postulate collapsed with the advent of the idea of natural rights and its assumption of an equality of natural order among all human beings. Against Plato and Aristotle, the classical formula for justice according to which an action was regarded just when it offered each individual his or her due took a substantively egalitarian meaning in course of time, i.e., Everyone deserved the same dignity and the same respect. This is now the widely held concept of substantive, universal, moral equality. All religions especially. Beings as children of God, i.e., equality of human beings before God. In the modern period, starting about the 17th century onward, the dominant idea was of natural equality in the tradition of natural law and social contract theory. Hobbes postulated that in their natural conditions, individuals possess equal rights because over time they have the same capacity to do each other harm. Locke argued that all human beings have the same natural right to both self-ownership and freedom. For Rousseau, the resulting inequity and rule of violence can only be overcome by tying unfettered subjectivity to a common civil existence and popular sovereignty. In Kant's moral philosophy, the categorical imperative formulated the equality postulate of universal human worth. His transcendental and philosophical reflections on autonomy and self-legislation led to a recognition of the same freedom for all rational beings as the sole principle of human rights. Such Enlightenment ideas stimulated the great modern social movements and revolutions and were taken up in modern constitutions and declarations of human rights. The Marxian concept of equality does not deviate from equality of human essence. The principle of equal dignity and respect is now accepted as a minimum standard throughout mainstream Western culture. Some misunderstanding regarding moral equality need to be clarified. To say that men are equal is not to say they are identical. The postulate of equality implies that underneath apparent differences, certain recognizable entities or units exist that, by dint of being units, can be said to be equal. Fundamental equality means that persons are alike in important, relevant, and specified respects alone, and not that they are all generally the same or can be treated in the same way. In a now commonly posed distinction stemming from Dworkin, moral equality can be understood as prescribing treatment of persons as equals, i.e., with equal concern and respect, and not the often implausible principle of treating persons equally. This fundamental idea of equal respect for all persons and of the equal worth or equal dignity of all human beings is accepted as a minimal standard by all leading schools of modern Western political and moral culture. The meaning of equality, in any sense and in any age, neither admits distinctions and discrimination nor anything leading to it, nor anything being disadvantageous, either of past or of present, or at par with the rest. Equality, mathematically, understood. All men are men. Equals all men are equally men. Equals all men are equal. All numbers are numbers. All numbers are equally numbers. Equals all numbers are equal. Equality is a matter of leveling. In treating all alike, giving all equal opportunities. 2. In making all subject to the same law not to be violated by anyone, high or low. 3. In maintaining all types of equality. Political, social, civil, economic, cultural at all times and for all people, if not uniformly, at least so as nearly as possible. 4. Equality of outcome is not any form of equality though advocated by the socialists and the Marxists, for people do not do the same work and hence need not have similar rewards. But this is not what the liberal demand in separating equal chances, i.e. opportunities, with equal rewards. And yet, efforts need to be made, if the ideal of equality has to affirm, to bring different rewards as near to one another as possible. Rewards should not widen inequality, at least disproportionately. Equality of rewards according to the need is the Marxist ideal which can be met only in a well-advanced and well-developed society, but the state need not ignore people in providing them employment according to their abilities. Equality of rewards according to rights, one gets in return for what one does. 4. Types of equality. In understanding the concept of equality, the attempt has been made to clarify numerous connotations of equality. Numerous types of equality have emerged in course of time. It is, therefore, important that one refers to some such types to help us know what equality really means. A formal, substantive, foundational. Formal. Formal equality refers to the individual or group status in the society in relation to one's rights, duties, benefits, and entitlements. It is, in a way, legal equality or its form. It is a principle of equal treatment. Individuals or groups which are alike should be treated alike. Because individuals and groups are equal in relevant respects, they should be treated equally. Treat like cases as like, see Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. Such a type of equality is one that draws its meaning from rationality. We cannot treat equals unequally and unequals equally. Haywood, Political Theory, writes, formal equality implies that, by virtue of their common humanity, each person is entitled to be treated equally by the rules of social practice. As such, it is procedural rule which grants each person equal freedom without regard to the opportunities, resources, or wealth one may start with. Formal equality is only formal, legally vouched for, procedurally stated. All men are created equal only means that they are equals because they are human beings. Formal equality is negative in the sense that it helps eradicate special privileges. That is why such a type of equality requires that no one should be disadvantaged on grounds of race or gender or be discriminated. Substantive. Substantive equality has been initially formulated as critique of formal equality. Formal equality is nothing more than a relative principle in which all human beings are regarded equal because they are all human beings and as such equal as all are, they are able to obtain benefits equally. The whole case is not as simple as it appears to be. All are, indeed, human beings, but all are not always equal and therefore, all are not treated equally. A Dalit is a human being as a Brahmin. The question is, are the two treated equally in practice in reality? Leave aside the Constitution of India or the laws. Men and women are equal as human beings, but are they treated equally? These examples call for the hollowness of formal equality and necessitate the importance of the substantive equality. Substantive equality corrects the wrong committed by formal equality. It demands the allocation of benefits for the disadvantaged. The equality of fair opportunity as suggested by John Rawls must go to the advantage of the weaker sections of society. Individuals cannot compete equally if they begin at different starting points. Sin, Inequality Reexamined, has said very aptly, equal consideration for all may demand very unequal treatment in favor of the disadvantaged. The demands of substantive equality, he continues, can be particularly exacting and complex when there is a good deal of antecedent inequality to counter. Foundational equality is the idea that human beings are born equal in the sense that their lives are of equal moral value. The idea underlying this proposition is that all the human beings have equal worth and importance and therefore are equally worthy of respect. This type of equality can be called moral equality, the basic or the fundamental one. It means that the individuals are alike in important, relevant, and specified respects alone, and not because they are all generally the same. Dworkin, taking rights seriously, refers to such equality. He is of the opinion that the foundational or moral equality can be understood as prescribing treatment of persons as equals with equal concern and respect. In an article on equality, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, it has been argued, to recognize that the human beings are all equally individuals does not mean treating them uniformly in any respect other than those in which they clearly have a moral claim to be treated alike. B. Equality of conditions, equality of opportunities, equality of outcomes. Equality of conditions. Equality of conditions, or what one may call equality of access, means not as much as making inequalities fairer, nor giving people a more equal opportunity to become unequal, as is ensuring that everyone has roughly equal prospects for a good life. It is equalizing individuals and groups, i.e., equally by enabling and empowering them. It is bringing individuals/groups at par at the starting point. Equality of condition is not the stage of starting point but is a stage prior to it. Before one seeks to enjoy right to liberty, let her/him be given conditions necessary for the enjoyment of right to liberty, a condition which others already enjoy. It is an attempt to bring those people on the racing lines who are much behind that line. Before one gives people equal opportunity, it is important that all the people should be brought at par to receive equal opportunities. It is a stage prior to the receiving of equal opportunities. A Dalit as an individual or the scheduled castes/tribes as a group, for example, be given special facilities/care/access/conditions so to bring them in line with others who already possess such a position. One-legged and two-legged persons cannot run. One-legged and two-legged persons cannot run at the same speed. Lamb and wolf are never at par. One cannot make a lamb a wolf, but one can surely protect lamb from the wolf. It is here that the concept of protective discrimination of affirmative actions has some meaning. Equality of opportunities. Equality of opportunities refers to a situation where all have the equal start with equal opportunities, the same starting point and equal life chances. This amounts to career open to talents where obstacles do not prevent people achieving their public positions which their talents fit and where birth, caste, creed, color, sex, or any other like characteristic does not determine the opportunities which are open to a person or a group of persons. What matters and what decides is the talent, the merit. Plato, Republic, had proposed that the social positions should be based strictly on individual ability and effort. Almost all modern states endorse the concept of equality of opportunities, though some nations in India, reservations for weaker sections, and the United States, the concept of affirmative action, seek to bridge the gap by not only giving the initial conducive conditions but also special opportunities. Equality of outcomes. Equality of outcomes refers to an equal distribution of rewards. A radical concept as it is, equality of outcomes ensures that everyone finishes at the same time, everybody must win and all must have prizes. Like the equality of opportunities, equality of outcomes is not equal life chances, it is equal rewards. Haywood points out, equality of outcomes implies that all runners finish the race in line together regardless of their starting point and the speed of which they run. It is, in a way, another name for material equality. Rousseau was an advocate of this type of equality, though he was not a socialist at all. No citizen shall be rich enough to buy another, and none so poor to be forced to sell himself. Even the socialists and the Marxists do not advocate complete material equality in the sense of equality of outcomes. See numerical, proportional, distributional. With regard to the distribution of benefits, rewards, results, the types of equality which are usually referred to are the numerical, proportional, and distributional. A brief discussion of each is being given below. Numerical equality. Numerical equality, as Aristotle says, refers to the sameness in number and size, giving the following example: the excess of 3/2 is the equal to the excess of 4/3. In other words, it is a form of treatment of others, and as a result of it is a form of distribution. It is numerical when it treats all persons as indistinguishable, treating all the individuals identically or granting the same quantity of a good per capita, treating equals as equally. When in special circumstances persons are equal in the relevant respects, they be given equal relevant proportions. If under certain circumstances individuals are not equal in relevant respects, giving them equal proportions would be an example opposed to numerical equality. Again, if there is no equality in relevant respects, maybe individuals are equal, giving them equal proportions would amount to opposing the principle of numerical equality. Neither the distribution should be unequal among the equals, nor it should be equal among the unequals. Numerical equality is well associated, or at least should be associated, with social equality. Proportional equality. Proportional equality, as Aristotle says, is the notion that man is unequal in what he is naturally given as a talent. He explains that in practice, neither the individuals are always equal to one another, nor are the relevant respects or situations, social, economic, cultural, always equal. As such, there cannot be equal treatment, nor can there be the equal distribution. Both the treatment as well as the distribution are usually, or say always, proportional. Inequality arises when equals are treated/distributed unequally and when unequals are treated/distributed equally. We should always make a distinction between a deserving and an undeserving, one who is more talented and one who is relatively less, one who produces more than one who produces less. The treatment among the individuals, and therefore the distribution of benefits/rewards/returns, should always be related to their talent, capacity, and circumstances under which they contribute to the society. Numerical equality involves a quantitative ranking of elements. Proportional equality involves equality according to desert. Proportional equality, thus understood, may be put as when factors speak for unequal treatment or distribution because the persons are unequal in relevant respects, the treatment or distribution proportional to these factors is just. Unequal claims to treatment or distribution needs to be considered proportionally, that is, the prerequisite for persons being considered equally. See Equality, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Proportional equality is or should be associated with economic equality. Distributional equality. Distributional equality. There are numerous theories which seek to make a case for distributional equality. These represent a host of views stating grounds on which distribution of benefits/results/awards is accorded so to satisfy the claims of equality in the society. The claim of simple equality, advocate Babeuf, seeking to furnish the same material level of goods and services for each, is one that is generally rejected as untenable. Libertarianism, Rawls' distributional criterion to maximize the welfare of the worst off, Nozick, the state's attempt to repattern or redistribute is immoral and unjust by taking from some and giving it to others, maybe on ground of fulfilling the needs, defends market freedoms, and opposes the use of redistribution of taxation schemes for the sake of social justice as equality. Rawls would permit furnishing of basic goods to assure equitable or fair value of the basic liberties. Utilitarianism advocates Bentham and Mill, former in particular, while counting everyone as one and no one more than one, seeks that the interests of all should be treated equal without consideration of contexts of interest or individuals' material situation. Distribution to maximize utilities even at the cost of equal respect for each individual. Welfarism as a concept that helps equality does not take into account either desert or possible or reasonable responsibility, though it does concern itself with the overall well-being of all in the society. Dworkin argues for equality of resources. He says the priority of liberty is achieved not at the expense of equality but in its name. Rights adequate to an alternate conception of liberty, he continues, are given so foundational a place under equality of resources that conflicts between these rights and that view of distributional equality cannot arise. V. Forms of equality: social, political, economic. B. Social equality. Social equality is defined as a social state of affairs in which all people or isolated groups within a specific society have the same status in a certain respect. It refers to the absence of social class or caste boundaries, as also the absence of unjustified discrimination on grounds such as of gender, age, caste, creed, origin, disability, and the like. According to David Miller, Principles of Social Justice, wherever there is social equality, people feel that each member of the community enjoys an equal standing with all the rest that overrides members' unequal ratings along particular dimensions. This is expressed in the way people interact, they shake hands rather than bow. So understood, social equality may be said to have characteristics such as A. Individuals or groups of individuals have the equal social status in certain respects. B. Equal status refers to social aspect, i.e. equal social identity. C. Equal social status demands absence of discrimination. D. Absence of discrimination relates to numerous aspects: age, gender, class, caste, creed, origin, and the like. E. Social equality makes no distinction between the rich and the poor, man and woman, a Brahmin and a Dalit, the high and low. In the eyes of society, all have the equal standing. No one so high as to he alone knows all values, no one so wretched that does not see a human being in others. F. Negatively, social equality refers to the abolition of all discrimination, i.e. a state of non-domination as the libertarians would use the term, and positively it refers to fellowship and harmony. Social equality is an ongoing affair, a never-ending task. However, at the outset it seeks, as Ruth Veenhoven says, redistribution of power through, for example, the introduction of universal adult franchise, redistribution of knowledge through, for example, compulsory education, and redistribution of income through, for example, social security. The Constitution of India grants right to equality and through Articles 14 to 18 guarantees /EGA/ and social equality. The state shall not deny to any person equality before law or the equal protection of law. Article 14. The state shall not discriminate against any citizen on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them. Article 15. Social equality is the basis on which the edifice of economic and political equality can well be built. In fact, neither the economic equality nor the political equality would have any meaning in the absence of social equality. These different forms of equality go on to provide a foundation for one another on the one hand and strengthen themselves in return on the other. Economic equality. Gandhiji never had meant that economic equality means that enough for his/her needs to each according to his/her needs. If a single man, he would argue, demands as much as a man with wife and 4 children, that will be a violation of economic equality. What economic equality means is the absence of economic disparities. It is sufficiency of all before there is superfluity for the few, meeting the urgent claims of all before meeting the particular claims of the few. It is not, indeed, taking from John and giving it to Peter. It is full employment of all, it is the abolition of exploitation of the workers, it is disciplining private property before it eats away nations' property. Of all forms of inequality, economic equality is the worst. The Marxists hold the view that it had led to the appropriation of private property in fewer hands, giving birth to the antagonistic, opposing classes, the economically dominant class exploiting the non-possessing class, sometimes slaves, while at others the serfs, and in the capitalist society, the working class. The transformation of the private property system into public property system, and as a result of it, the transformation of class society into a class-less society, would help give birth to an equalitarian society which would begin with from one's abilities to one's work and end up in from one's work to one's needs. This is the Marxian theories of the destiny of economic inequality, the end of all economic inequalities. The libertarians, neoliberals particularly, regard economic equality a cancer that would kill humanity. For them, economic equality is not only a disaster, it is never a possibility. On the other hand, they argue that economic inequality is a natural phenomenon. Individuals and groups should be free to initiate initiative, exploit resources, make use of their talents, and deploy their efforts. The state, the libertarians would agree, needs to protect the social order, forbid monopolization and manipulation of economic resources, and establish social justice. Inequalities in the distribution of wealth are justified, as Rawls declare, when they improve society as a whole. Origins of inequality. Rousseau was of the view that inequality was hardly perceived in the state of nature, and its influence was almost nothing. Man was, in the state of nature, a noble savage. Each began to look at the others as wants to be looked at himself. He who sang or danced the best, he who was the most handsome, the strongest, the most adroit, or the most eloquent became the most highly regarded. From the instant, Rousseau continues, that one man needed the help of another, and it was found to be useful for one man to have provisions enough for two, equality disappeared. Inequality of possessions led to conflict and nascent society. The happiest epoch, Rousseau laments, and the most lasting gave way to the most horrible state of war. Political equality. Political equality refers to the situation where citizens have an equal voice over governmental decisions. It therefore presumes principles such as one person, one vote, equality before law, right to free speech, expression, right to contest elections, right to participate in political activities, right to hold public office, and holds that each and every citizen should enjoy these liberties equally with others. Political equality works well in the democratic framework. All are equals and all enjoy equal political rights and freedoms, enjoying equal influence over government. Where there is a democracy, there alone we can have political equality. Indeed, in itself, political equality is a value that helps enhance and glorify one's personality. It is a value through which people participate in the formation of government. Through political participation, government's legitimacy can be generated or in fact is created. Educative as well as political participation helps to protect interests of all, equal protection of interests of all the citizens. Robert Dahl believes that only a democratic government is consistent with the logic of political equality. He refers to certain criteria which mark a democratic process. A. Voting equally. B. Effective participation. C. Enlightened understanding. D. Controlling the agenda, and E. Inclusion of all adult members in collective decisions. These 5 criteria, Dahl says, make the democratic process fully consistent with the logic of political equality. Violating any of the 5 criteria, he warns, not only renders the process undemocratic but also renders it incompatible with the logic of political equality. To deny any citizen, we may conclude with Dahl, adequate opportunities for effective participation means that because their preferences are unknown or incorrectly perceived, they cannot be taken into account. But to not take their preferences towards the final outcome equally, the account is to reject the principle of equal consideration of interests, which is a corollary of the logic of political equality. 6. Relationship between equality and freedom. The term freedom, though in the Marxian sense, is stated relatively more comprehensive than liberty. The libertarian Hayek, the Constitution of Liberty, regards it as interchangeable with liberty. Following Hayek, the two terms here are considered identical. The issue of relationship between equality and freedom, liberty, is as important now as it was during the 19th century. Alexis de Tocqueville, Democracy in America, and Lord Acton, History of Freedom, and other essays. Accepting the notion of equality as normative, the classical liberals, Kant's followers especially, thought of it as legitimate if it did not interfere with the fulfillment of personal freedom and individual autonomy. Equality as the right to freedom in classical liberalism is subordinated to liberty. For many liberals, it is a tool guaranteed through democracy's equal suffrage, etc. to achieve individual freedom and autonomy. Equality in liberty means that each person should enjoy as much liberty as is compatible with the liberty of others and may do anything which does not diminish the equal liberty of others. But soon, the two concepts came to be projected as opposing. The two views are, one that regards freedom or liberty and equality as incompatible, the other, consider them as compatible. The first view regards liberty and equality as opposed to each other. De Tocqueville, Lord Acton, Bagehot, Hayek, Friedman, Mosca, and Pareto believe the two concepts as antithetical. The basis of their argument is that liberty and inequality are natural. Therefore, by nature, liberty and equality are contradictory to each other. Secondly, every advance in equality diminishes freedom. Every protection of freedom effectively hinders the promotion of equality. For achieving the objective of equality would mean curtailing the freedom. Lord Acton said, "The passion for equality has made vain the hope for freedom." In order to develop the poor, the government not only taxes the rich but also puts constraints on their freedom in the name of democracy. John Randolph once uttered the famous line, "I love liberty, hate equality." That disjunctive would sound strange to the ears of those for whom liberty or freedom is just one aspect of equality. The disciples of equality envision a society of bland uniformity, economic parity, and benevolent brotherhood. They are insanely passionate in their attempt to fashion that society. Holding to the Marxist dogma that the basic concerns of this life are economic, they seem convinced that economic inequality is the greatest injustice mankind has ever suffered. The defenders of freedom, by contrast, view men as differing greatly among themselves in natural wealth, talent, and virtue, both actually and potentially. And they argue that the greatest injustice is not economic inequality but coerced social equality, which subordinates human freedom for a bland equality. The other view holds a position that the two terms, equality and freedom, are complementary. Its advocates are Lasky, Tawney, Pollard, Barker, and the like. According to Lasky, there cannot, in a word, be democratic government without equality, and without democratic government there cannot be freedom. He further says, political equality, therefore, is never real unless it is accompanied by virtual economic equality. Political power otherwise is bound to be the handmaid of economic power. The state must dominate property, or property will dominate the state. A society where liberty is devoid of equality will be a society of strifes and class conflicts. Lasky quotes Madison, who wrote, "The only durable source of faction is property." Lasky is of the opinion that where there are great economic inequalities, there the relationship between the citizens is that of the master and the slave. Equality that aims to end gross economic inequalities is the true basis of liberty. Tawney is right when he says, "A large measure of equality, so far being inimical to liberty, is essential to it." Pollard aptly puts it, there is only one solution to the problem of liberty. It lies in equality. The kind of tyranny democracies have to fear, de Tocqueville Alexis de Tocqueville in the above chapter of his book Democracy in America says that the tyranny of majority is the worst type of tyranny. It is a bland uniformity that hangs a pale, inhibiting closed over men, penalizing or neutralizing ingenuity, erudition, wealth and diligence. It is a tyranny no less tyrannical than the members of medieval royalty, for while the common people suffer under the tyranny or high-minded insensitive royalty, aristocrats and scholars suffer under the tyranny of a democracy. But to the modern democratic ideal, any tyranny may be suffered except the tyranny of inequality. The two views with regard to the relationship between them have their arguments. The fact of the matter is that if the two are not at war with each other always, the two are not always friendly either. The libertarian societies uphold liberty more than equality, whereas the equalitarian societies seek equality more than liberty. Equality is the only condition of freedom but not the necessary condition. Freedom is a constraint on equality, but it is not the on/why one. Equality and freedom do not run in opposite directions, they run in parallel directions. Affirmative action. Meaning. The term affirmative action, used first in the United States, denotes a positive policy either by public authorities or private employees. The term affirmative action, used first in the United States, denotes a positive policy either by public authorities or private employees to help compensate those who have been historically disadvantaged. These disadvantaged groups may include women, racial and caste minorities, disabled, socially and economically backward, and the like. In a word, those who have been discriminated in fields such as services, businesses, education, and the like. Affirmative action is an attempt to bring the unequals equal with the rest of the people in society. An attempt not only to eliminate discrimination but one to redress the wrongs done in the past. The underlying idea behind the affirmative action is the principle of equal opportunity, i.e., right to equal access of every person to attain self-development. People with equal abilities should have equal opportunities. Affirmative action is an attempt to bring about equal access to equal opportunities, an attempt to bring all at the starting point equally by giving preferential treatment to some, if necessary. We may, therefore, enumerate some of the features of affirmative action as under I. It seeks to eliminate discrimination in public life, especially in employment, admission, and public places. 2. It seeks positive action to be taken by the legislatures, executives, courts, and other public and private authorities to help the people of disadvantaged classes, women, disabled, aged, social/religious minorities. 3. Positive/affirmative action is not confined to recruitment only but is to be extended to training and promotional avenues as well. 4. Discriminatory treatment of these disadvantaged classes is to be followed by punitive/administrative/judicial action. Affirmative action is not a matter of policy only but also a matter of action, programs/plans. 6. It is a policy of correction, correcting the wrongs done to the disadvantaged sections of the society in the past or likely to be done in the future. 7. The civil rights leaders of the USA sought the affirmative action plans in 1960s, and in the process had emphasized in its following characteristics. First, they may be sponsored or instituted either by government agencies and public educational institutions or by private organizations such as businesses, vocational training schools, or private colleges. Second, affirmative action plans takes into account such personal factors as race, ethnicity, or gender when individuals are under consideration for employment in a job, promotion to a better job, or admission to a school or college. However, individuals must not receive education or employment benefits solely on the basis of such factors as race, ethnicity, or gender. Rather, these personal factors will determine who receives or does not receive certain opportunities only when minority candidates are otherwise well qualified for the jobs, educational programs, and so forth that they seek to attain. Third, affirmative action programs are based clearly on the equal or economic need of individuals resulting from unfair treatment in the past or racial, ethnic, or gender groups to which these people belong. Fourth, affirmative action plans are supposed to be temporary remedies and not permanent programs. Hoffman and Graham refer to the following types of affirmative action policies. Encouragement. The job is advertised by particular communities. Ethnic minorities, for example. Tie-breaking. If two persons are equally qualified, then that person is to be chosen who belongs to disadvantaged group. Handicapping. An example of this would be requiring higher entry points or grades for applicants to university from wealthy backgrounds. 4. Quota system. A certain percentage of jobs may be filled by a particular group. This is usually subject to a requirement of maximum competence. History of affirmative action in the USA. Affirmative action has its roots in the civil rights movement. In 1961, President Kennedy signed Executive Order 10925, which established the Commission on Equal Employment Opportunity. The order stated that the contractors doing business with the government will take affirmative action to ensure that applicants are employed and employees are treated during their employment, without regard to their race, creed, color, or national origin. Though this order did not advocate any preferential treatment of the affected group, it did seek the elimination of discrimination. The U.S. Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibited discrimination in voting, public education, accommodations, and employment in firms with more than 15 employees. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act offered a similar understanding of affirmative action as Executive Order 10925, stating that the act was not designed to grant preferential treatment to any group because of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. The act did not provide any penalties to those who discriminated, nor did it provide for compensation to the discriminated ones. However, the act sought the establishment of a conciliation process by which the victims could be restored to the position they had sought. President Johnson, in 1965, wanted to see more than discrimination in affirmative action and argued for a more active interpretation of affirmative action that could assure, along with equal opportunities, equality as a result. In 1968, the Office of Federal Contract Compliance issued regulations which required, for the first time, that specific targets be set by which the effects of affirmative action programs could be evaluated. The regulations stated that the contractor's program shall provide in detail for specific steps to guarantee equal employment opportunity keyed to the problems and needs of minority groups, including when there are deficiencies, the development of specific goals and timetables for the prompt achievement of full and equal employment opportunity. It was in these regulations and analogs measures by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, that the debate over affirmative action quotas had its origins. Goals and timetables were established by the U.S. Department of Labor using utilization analysis, which statistically compared the proportion of employed women and minorities in a firm with the proportion of women and minorities in the regional workforce, deriving a measure of what the department called disparate impact. In the absence of discrimination, it was assumed that these proportions would and should be roughly equal. Since these regulations focused on results and not on intent, the structural nature of discrimination was officially recognized. In addition, these regulations provided an official and measurable basis for the preferential treatment of affected groups. In the landmark Griggs v. Duke Power Co. case of 1971, the Supreme Court unanimously ruled against Duke's requirement of high school diploma or IQ tests for those applying for unskilled jobs. The decision held that Title VII forbids not only practices adopted with a discriminatory motive, but also practices which, though adopted without discriminatory intent, have a discriminatory effect on minorities and women. The ruling provided a legal foundation for cases of disparate impact, asserting that employers may not use job requirements that adversely affect women and minorities unless required by what it termed business necessity. Another significant Supreme Court ruling on affirmative action came in a 1978 case, Regents of the University of California versus Bakke. Under the University of California at Davis's admission policies, 16 of 100 places were set aside for minority applicants. Alan Bakke was a white applicant who was denied enrollment to Davis's medical school, even though his test scores were higher than the minority students who were admitted. Casting the deciding vote, Justice Lewis Powell held that Bakke should be admitted to the program since Davis's policies constituted a rigid quota, but that, nonetheless, Davis could continue to favor minorities in its admission practices and that it had a compelling state interest to attain a diversified educational environment. Two important Supreme Court rulings in the late 1980s also acted to substantially weaken affirmative action. The 1988 case Watson v. Fort Worth Bank and Trust overturned the landmark 1971 Griggs v. Duke Power Co., shifting the burden of proof in employment discrimination cases from employers to plaintiffs. In the 1989 case Ward's Cove Packing Company v. Antonio, the court ruled that a plaintiff could not simply show disparate impact to prove discrimination but must demonstrate that a specific employment practice created the existing disparity. In order to fight back the rollback of affirmative action, the U.S. Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1991. The act returned the burden of proof to employers in disparate impact cases, requiring employers to prove that employment practices that resulted in disparate impact were job-related and consistent with business necessity. The act, thus, overturned the Supreme Court's ruling in Watson v. Fort Worth Bank and Trust and Ward's Cove Packing Company v. Antonio. In addition, the Civil Rights Act of 1991 addressed issues of unlawful harassment and intentional discrimination, allowing minority and female victims of intentional discrimination to be awarded up to $300,000 in compensatory damages in addition to back pay and restitution. In 1994, the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, initiated one of the largest affirmative action programs. The FCC voted unanimously to set aside 1,000 to 2,000 new radio licenses for small businesses, women, and minorities. These licenses are for businesses serving the rapidly growing number of users of pocket-sized telephones, fax machines, pagers, and handheld computers. Small companies owned by women or minorities could receive up to a 60% discount on the cost of these licenses, which, federal officials estimated, have total market value of $10 billion. In 1996, California voters passed Proposition 209, which banned preferential treatment on the basis of gender and race in public employment, education, and contracting in the state. In effect, the measure eliminated affirmative action programs in California except as necessary to comply with federal law. There is a debate going on with regard to affirmative action. Its advocates regard it necessary to compensate for advantages that the other groups are said to have had, while its opponents argue that the affirmative action programs benefit only the middle and upper-class minorities at the cost of the lower-class whites. The proponents argue that affirmative action is the best set of principles to eliminate unfair decision-making. Their arguments for affirmative action are: A. Past historical discrimination had severely limited experiences. B. Ostensible measures of merit toward empowered. C. Regardless of overt principles, people of power are likely to hire people who or people. The proponents of affirmative action, therefore, either as a means to address past groups. They argue that the end result a student body, police force, or other, regardless of the adverse minority groups such as Asian Americans. The other hand claim that side effects and that it fails to achieve its goals, perpetrates new wrongs to counter old ones, the achievements of minorities. It increases racial benefits the more privileged people within. They say that affirmative action is counter of the system that oppressed such minorities. Furthermore, the opponents say, since the people have equal rights, no individual's rights should be sacrificed to compensate for another person's rights being taken away. Additionally, it is affirmed that affirmative action sometimes represses the qualified in favor of not so qualified. Notable opponents of affirmative action include Ward Connerly of the American Civil Rights Institute, the states of California, California Proposition 209, 1996, Washington, 1998-1-200, and Michigan, the Michigan Civil Rights Initiative or Proposal 2, 2006. Implementation of affirmative action worldwide. Of the major countries of affirmative action are Brazil. Some Brazilian universities, state and federal, have created systems of preferred admissions, quotas, for racial minorities, blacks and native Brazilians, the poor, and people with disabilities. There are already quotas of up to 20% of vacancies reserved for the disabled in the civil public services. 2. Canada. The Canadian Employment Equity Act requires employers in federally regulated industries to give preferential treatment to 4 designed groups: women, people with disabilities, Aboriginal people, and visible minorities. Some provinces and territories also have affirmative action type policies. For example, in Northwest Territories in the Canadian North, Aboriginal people are given preference for jobs and education and are considered to have P1 status. Non-Aboriginal people who were born in the NWT or have resided half of their life there, as well as women and disabled peoples, are considered a P2. Men receive the lowest priority P3. 3. China. In China, preferential policies required some of the top positions in governments be distributed to ethnic minorities and women. Also, selected universities give preferred admissions to ethnic minorities. 4. Finland. In certain university education programs, including legal and medical education, there are quotas for Swedish-speaking applicants. The aim of the quotas is to guarantee that a sufficient number of Swedish-speaking professionals are educated, thus safeguarding the linguistic rights of the Swedish-speaking Finns. The quota system has met with criticism from the Finnish-speaking majority, some of whom consider the system unfair. In addition to these linguistic quotas, women get preferential treatment in recruitment for certain public sector jobs if there is a gender imbalance in that field. V. France. No distinctions based on race, religion, or sex are allowed under the 1958 French Constitution. Since the 1980s, a French version of affirmative action based on neighborhood is in place for primary and secondary education. Some schools, in neighborhoods labeled priority education zones, are granted more funds than the others. Students from these schools also benefit from special policies in certain institutions, such as sciences. The French Ministry of Defense tried in 1990 to give more easily higher ranks and driving licenses to young French soldiers with North African origins. After a strong protest by a young French lieutenant in the Ministry of Defense newspaper, Armes d'Aujourd'hui, this driving license and rank project was cancelled. After the Sarkozy election, a new attempt in favor of Arabian French soldiers is ongoing. 6. Germany. Article 3 of the German Constitution provides for equal rights of all people regardless of sex, race, or social background. In recent years, There has been a long public debate about whether to issue programs that would grant women a privileged access to jobs in order to fight discrimination. There are programs stating that if men and women have equal qualifications, women have to be preferred for a job. This is typically for all positions in state and university service as of 2007, typically using the phrase, "We try to increase the percentage of females in this line of work." 7. Japan. Admission to universities as well as all government positions, including teachers, is determined by the entrance examination, which is extremely competitive at the top level. It is illegal to include sex, ethnicity, or other social background, but not nationality, in criteria. However, there are informal policies to provide employment and long-term welfare, which is usually not available to general public, to bureaucramen at municipality level. 8. New Zealand. Individuals of Maori or other Polynesian descent are often afforded preferential access to university courses and scholarships. 9. Norway. All public company, ASA, boards with more than 5 members must have at least 40% women, cannot be made up of more than 60%. This affects roughly 400 companies. South Africa. The Employment Equity Act and the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act aim to promote and achieve equality in the workplace, in South Africa termed equity, by not only advancing people from designated groups but also specifically disadvantaging the others. 11. Sri Lanka. In 1971, the standardization policy of Sri Lankan universities was introduced as an affirmative action program for students from areas which had poor educational facilities due to 200 years of purposeful discrimination by British colonialists. The British had practiced communal favoritism towards Christians and the minority Tamil community for the entire 200 years they had controlled Sri Lanka, as part of a policy of divide and conquer. This is one of the reasons for the Sri Lankan Civil War. 12. Sweden. Swedish democracy, though very solicitous about minorities' rights and integration, does not allow affirmative action, which is considered almost a kind of discrimination, and though aimed at strengthening workers' rights, it is considered unfair. Affirmative action is also regarded as emphasizing minorities' identity as a different, separate body, actually making the weak feel even worse and stigmatizing them as they are given entitlements on the basis of their ascribed characteristics. 13. United Kingdom. Positive discrimination is unlawful in the UK. Equals and quotas/selective systems are not permitted. A singular exception to this is a provision made under the 1998 Good Friday Agreement, which requires that the police service of Northern Ireland recruit equal numbers of Catholics and non-Catholics. However, a number of people are taking the UK government to EU human rights for alleged breaches of human rights. ACCT. 14. United States. Affirmative action in the United States occurs in school admissions, job hiring, and government and corporate contracts. Its intended beneficiaries are disadvantaged ethnic minorities, women, people with disabilities, and veterans. Affirmative action has been the subject of numerous court cases and has been contested on constitutional grounds. California, Michigan, and Washington have banned various forms of affirmative action by government organizations. According to U.S. Office of Personnel Management's annual report, Federal Equal Opportunity Recruitment Program, a total of 48,033 new minority employees, disadvantaged ethnic minorities, women, people with disabilities, and veterans have been hired by the federal agencies from 2001 to 2006. During the same period, there has been a net decrease of 3,900 white male employees in federal jobs. Protective discrimination, reservation policy in India. Protective discrimination refers to the protection of those who have been or who may be discriminated. The discrimination suffered by the oppressed and the disadvantaged sections of society, including the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, the women, the aged, the handicapped, socially economically backward classes, the religious minorities, and the like, over a great period of time has led to the concept of protective discrimination. Lamb and not wolf is to be protected. The main reason behind protective discrimination is to provide the necessary facilities to the deprived sections so as to bring them to the mainstream society. It is not only to eliminate discrimination, but it is to protect the interests of the discriminated, as also to give them preferential treatment so as to promote their interests. The chapter on fundamental rights in Part I of the Constitution prohibits any discrimination based on religion, race, caste, sex, and place of birth, Article 15, but allows the state to make any special provision for the advancement of any socially and educationally backward classes of citizens or for the scheduled cases, SCs, and scheduled tribes, STs. Article 16 calls for equality of opportunity in matters of public employment, permitting the reservation of appointments or posts in favor of the backward class of citizens which, in the opinion of the state, is not adequately represented, and another, Indra Soni and others versus Union of India and others, 1992, allowing reservation in matters of promotion for SCs and STs. The practice of untouchability has been declared illegal, Article 17. A separate section of the Constitution, Part 16, Articles 330, 331, 332, 333 provides for special provisions relating to certain classes, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, Anglo-Indians, giving them representation in the legislatures. With regard to the reservation of jobs, Article 335 says that the claims of the member of the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes shall be taken into consideration consistently with the maintenance of efficiency of administration. The National Commissions for Scheduled Castes and for Scheduled Tribes have been established to investigate, monitor, advise, and evaluate the progress of the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes under the schemes aimed at the socio-economic development of these groups. Another commission was also created to investigate the conditions of the socially and educationally backward classes. The Parliament has passed the Untouchability Offences Act of 1955, renamed as the Protection of Civil Rights Act of 1976, and another the Scheduled Castes and the Scheduled Tribes Prevention of Atrocities Act, 1989, outlawing untouchability and providing heavier penalties on those who indulge in discrimination. There is reservation in jobs, 22.5% and 22.5% in education for the SCs and STs. This reservation is extended every 10 years by amending the Constitution. In addition to the implementation of the provisions of the Constitution, the state has provided reservation in the legislature's services and has given facilities to the SCs and STs in matters relating to education, employment, and assistance in economic fields. The reservation policy, on the one hand, is being defended as ethically correct as it compensates the injustice done to the oppressed classes, while it is assailed, on the other hand, for robbing Peter to pay Paul. Following the Kaka-Kalikar Commission Report 1995, identifying 2,399 caste groups and socially and educationally backward classes, the Mundell Commission, appointed in 1978, formulated 11 indicators: 4 on caste-based social backwardness, 3 on educational backwardness, and 4 on economic backwardness, and identifying 3,743 backward classes and recommended 27% of the jobs for OBCs, other backward classes, in central services and public undertakings. Women's welfare has been one of the uphill tasks in independent India. The Constitution provides safeguards for women, Articles 15, 16, 19, 39, 51a. Numerous laws: Dowry Prohibition Act, 1961, 1984, the Equal Remuneration ACCT, 1976, the Criminal Law, Second Amendment, 1985a, have been passed by the Parliament for protecting the interests of women. Through 73-inch and 74th Amendment Acts, there has been one-third reservation in the rural and urban local bodies. The Women's Reservation Bill in the state and central legislatures is under the consideration of the Parliament. The National Commission for Women, 1992, and the National Policy for the Empowerment of Women, 2001, are expected to further protect and promote interests of the women in India. The reservation for minorities such as the Muslims, Satcher Committee, 2006, and of the Christians is being sought. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of Child, 1992, has been welcomed in India, while the National Policy for Older Persons, 1999, was announced by the Government of India. There is the Persons with Disability Act, 1995, which provides 3% reservation for the disabled in governmental jobs. The caste-based reservation in the country is, in central government-funded higher education institutions, is 22.5%, 15% for SCs and 7.5% for STs. There is an extra provision for 27% for OBCs. There is 22.5% reservation of seats in the legislatures in India. In few states like Tamil Nadu, the percentage of reservation in legislature is 18% for SCs and 1% for STs. In Andhra Pradesh, there is 25% reservation in educational institutions and governmental jobs, 15% for SCs, 6% for STs, and 4% for Muslims. There is the religion-based reservation in Tamil Nadu. This state has allotted 3.5% for the Muslims and 3.5% for the Christians. In Andhra Pradesh, there is 4% reservation for Muslims. Kerala Public Service Commission has a quota of 12% for Muslims. The religious minority status educational institutions have 50% reservation for their particular religions. The notion of protective discrimination as reflected in the reservation policy in India has, like the concept of affirmative action in the United States, generated heated debate in the country. The advocates of reservation policy argue, the reservation policy has been beneficial to the disadvantaged sections of society. 2. It has helped many people to grow and occupy top positions in public jobs. 3. It has helped the historically discriminated minorities blessed with social justice. 4. It is never too late to correct one's wrongs. Reservation policy attempts to attain this object. V. It has helped the deprived sections of society to avail education which has been denied to them for centuries. 6. There has been an attempt to bring unequals to the level of equals. The opponents have their own arguments against the reservation policy. I. It has perpetuated casteism and communalism, leading ultimately to conflicts in the society. 2. It has helped bring economic facilities to the disadvantaged only. The idea of social cohesion expected from the reservation policy has been a remote possibility. 3. Casteism and one's belonging to one's religion are birth-based, are inborn realities, inherent culturally, and as such cannot be set aside through externally mooted laws. 4. The electoral politics as adopted in India strengthens the vote banks emerging from the reservation policy, each political party attempting to work within the parameters of electoral politics. V. Allocating quotas is in itself a form of discrimination, contrary to the right to equality. It improves representation but may not guarantee the abolition of poverty. The disadvantaged begin to thrive on facilities without trying to improve their lot. The Indian notion of protective discrimination and the American notion of affirmative action are not the same. In terms of history, the reservation policy in India owes its roots to the days of the British rule in India, while the American notion of affirmative action has been of relatively recent times, i.e. early 1960s. The reservation policy has its roots in religion and caste. Other factors such as social educational backwardness, poverty, and the like came to be added later. The notion of affirmative action, from the beginning, arose with racial and gender discrimination. The reservation policy, in its nature, has been constitutive, i.e., devised in the Constitution, and has, for that purpose, attained a measure of permanence. The idea of affirmative action has come up through executive order and has never been intended to be permanent. The reservation policy has politicized itself while the notion of affirmative action has remained far away from politicking. The reservation policy is applicable only to the public sector institutions, government/state, whereas the U.S. affirmative action extends to private enterprises as well. The underlying idea of reservation policy has been to eliminate deprivation primarily, while that of affirmative action is to remove discrimination. The U.S. affirmative action is something which a numerically minority community, racial and gender minorities, wants to support, whereas in India the numerically majority community, almost all the political parties and almost all sections of society want reservation concessions. The World Development Report, 2006, finds similarities between the notion of affirmative action and the Indian idea of reservation policy. In both, merit/efficiency is lowered as a result of less qualified candidates. Preferences dilute incentives for self-improvement among the disadvantaged groups. Benefits do not reach the real beneficiaries, but are covered by the better-off sections of the disadvantaged groups. Both divide the society along the race/caste lines. Practice questions. 1. Explain equality as equal opportunity. Differentiate it from equality of outcome. 2012, 700 to 800 words. 2. How is liberty a precondition for equality? Explicate the relationship between equality and liberty. 2014, 700 to 800 words. 3. Discuss equality as equality of outcomes. 200 words. 4. Evaluate equality-freedom relationship. 700 to 800 words. 5. What is foundational equality? 200 words. 6. How does affirmative action eliminate discrimination? 700 to 800 words. 7. Write an essay on the implementation of affirmative action in major countries of the world. 700 to 800 words. 8. Why is affirmative action important in provision of equal opportunity? 2012, 700 to 800 words. 9. Evaluate critically the reservation policy as adopted in India. 700 to 800 words. 10. Write a brief note on protective discrimination. 200 words. Rights and the concept of human rights. Introduction. Rights are social claims which help individuals develop their personalities. They are individuals' entitlements, their possessions. They are claims socially recognized by the society. Society is the source of individuals' rights. The state only ensures them, maintains them for the individual. Bosanquet had rightly said, "Right is a claim recognized by society and enforced by the state." Wilde describes right as a reasonable claim to freedom in the exercise of certain activities. Rights, meaning, nature, and characteristics. Rights have been rightly described as claims of social life without which no man can seek to be his best self, Lasky. They relate to the development of human personality. They are entitlements a person is possessed with, entitlements. Neither as privileges nor as power, but rights as rewards in response to what a person does towards others, obligations done, responsibilities accounted for, and duties performed. They always go with duties before them, in fact, or at best along with them. Rights are social, for they exist in the society, granted by it. They are never before it, nor against it, nor above it. The state only maintains rights, recognizes and protects them. Though rights belong to the individuals, they are never absolute. They are limited in the sense that they are exercised within the framework of the social order. They are never permanent in the sense that no one can make a final list of rights for all times to come. They are claims which belong to the individual. They come in the domains of the individuals. They are claims, but every claim is not a right, for every claim may not be recognized by the society. If it is not social, then it is not a right. Rights are social claims in the sense that they emanate from society. They are reasonable in the sense they exist for the good of the society. Our rights are ours, but they are not those which harm others. They contribute to the common good as T.H. Green had rightly described them. Hobhouse says, "Rights are what we may expect from others and others from us, and all genuine rights are conditions of social welfare. They constitute the sum total of those opportunities which ensure the enrichment of the individual personality together with the good of the community." Rights are, indeed, rights of the individual, but they exist, originate, and are exercised in the society. They are not beyond, above, and or against society. They are social insofar as they help promote social good. Rights relate individual with individual. They are one's claims on others. One's rights are one's duties as also the duties of the others. They are never permanent insofar as they do not exist for all times to come. They change with changing times. Rights. A right is a social claim necessary for the development of human personality. Et is universal, for it is the possession of every individual, a possession in response to the duties performed. It is social, exists within the society, and is exercised in the interest of the individual and that of society. State protects rights and keeps recognizing and maintaining them from time to time. So understood, the characteristic features of rights can be summed up as under 1. Rights are possessions and entitlements of the individual. They provide individual opportunities so to help him, her develop her personality. 2. Rights are social by nature, social because they are not against the social good, they are neither antisocial nor immoral. 3. Rights exist in the society, neither before it nor above it, nor even against it. There are no rights where there is no society. 4. Rights are rewards in response to the responsibilities performed. They go alongside, and in fact before duties. 5. Rights are maintained by the state. The state protects rights of the individual, ensure them to the individual. 6. Rights are never permanent. They are dynamic in nature and keep changing with the changing times. Rights do not exist in vacuum. They imply a relationship, right holder on the one hand, and another against whom the right is held, a claim of one over the other. One having a claim, another a duty. Rights presuppose an institution/structure. The rights are exercised in a system. There are institutions/structures which overview the application of the system of rights and procedures in accordance with which the rights are exercised. This is what makes rights limited and not absolute. Rights are facilities/opportunities, which, as entitlements, help individuals do certain things that enable them develop their personalities. A right is a right because someone holds it. It is a right because someone else recognizes it. It is a right because some institution, say the government, its officials, maintains and a right is a right because someone holds it. It is a right because someone else recognizes it. It is a right because some institution, say the government, its officials, maintains and enforces it and penalizes those who infringe it. A right is a right because it provides an opportunity through which a person can grow to his/her heights. Rights tell us whether our actions are just and proper. They inform us as to which institutions are expected to enforce them. They help us propose the form of government that would maintain such rights. They prescribe the contents of the laws which would protect such rights. Rights approve the distribution of freedom and authority in a polity where they exist. LLL Evolution of rights and related theories. Natural rights theory. To know the meaning of any concept, say that of rights, is to go into the history as to when and in what sense the concept or its related term was used. Right, in its older objective sense, means what is just or what is fair. Finis, J. Natural law and natural rights. Aristotle is said to have used the word dikein to indicate that a society is rightly ordered, displaying the correct structure of human relationships. The Roman jurist Ulpian held the view that justice means rendering each his right, ius. So understood, a person's right is what is due to him given his role. Though the ancient Greeks and Romans did not mean by right what we understand in the modern sense of the term, yet the underlying idea of right contains the moral connotations such as rightly ordered society, or right is what is due to a person. However, the modern meaning given to the term right can be traced to Gratian in the 12th, Occam in the 14th, Gerson in the 15th, Hobbes and Grotius in the 16th, and Locke in the 17th century. This is from where we have the natural rights/theory of rights. During the greater part of the medieval ages, when Christianity played an important role in the life of people and polity, the historical theory of rights related individual and group rights to customs, conventions, rituals, and traditions. Freedoms of conscience, of faith, of religion, of property, of inheritance, and the like have been historical and therefore, to some extent, hierarchical, generation after generation professing the same religion and authoritarian. Some people being granted certain privileges while others being denied the same. The days of the natural rights theory are the days of 16th 17th century's Europe. This era began with Hobbes and Locke and continued to be dominated by them during the greater part of the 18th century, Rousseau including. The natural rights theory rejected the hierarchical authoritarian ethos of medieval times. Hobbes and Locke rejected the divine theory, condemning it as hierarchical and authoritarian and one that was against the idea of human equality. Hobbes' plea for natural rights of the individual and that of Locke differed drastically, the former relating them to natural psychology while the latter to natural law. Both did advocate natural rights theory for being in existence in the state of nature as individual properties, but it was Locke and not Hobbes who made a strong plea for the natural rights theory. Regarding life as a gift of God, the basic moral law that stems out from this theory is that anyone has no right to kill, harm, and injure others, and that all are equal in the eyes of God and equal before Him. This natural condition of equality along with the natural condition of freedom exists in the pre-political state of nature, regulated only by the law of nature. Individuals derived natural rights, those of life, liberty, equality, and property from the law of nature as an individual. Protected her own rights himself/herself because there was then no known settled law, no common judge, no universal executive. The society came to build a state to protect rights of the individual. Thus, for Locke, natural rights are natural because they were derived from the law of nature, because the natural law ruled in the state of nature, because individuals possessed the natural, basic, moral rights as gifts from God. Rights are rights of the individual bestowed on him, her by nature. This is why that rights become natural, inalienable and inviolable, with the state only protecting them. The natural rights theory has been criticized on grounds such as it being non-juristic, for such rights are not sanctioned claims. 2. Rights being in existence in pre-social/pre-political state of nature. 3. Rights come first and organizations such as society/state come later. Rights relate to individuals, isolated individuals, atomistic ones. The conservative Burke had attacked natural rights for being non-historical rights. According to the natural rights theorists, natural right existed in pre-political times of prehistory. The utilitarian Bentham described natural rights as nonsense. The idealist Hegel regarded them particularist egoistic. Marx objected to the isolated and atomistic conception of individuals having rights. The feminist Wollstonecraft pointed to the male bias in the natural rights theory. The historical theory of rights. The historical theory of rights has its advocates in men like Burke, 1729–97, a British statesman of the 18th century. Although he did not subscribe to the medieval historical argument of rights, yet he admired the traditions, customs, conventions, history for providing stability and order in the society. He rejected the natural rights theory because it rested on individuals' sense of wisdom. He had also dismissed the Declaration of the Rights of Man, 1789, based on the ideas of liberty and equality on the ground that it was not conducive to the established norms of the social fabric. He was opposed to the French Revolution for it had broken its relation with the past, i.e. history, but had supported the arguments of the American colonies for independence, for they were extending the past into the present. Burke was of the opinion that rights are the product of conventions, traditions, and percepts which turn into rights, but not of duties. Individuals' right to choose a government, for example, Locke's social contract theory, does not give him the right to destroy the social fabric. Rights should follow the duties of order, discipline, and obedience to authority. Paine, 1737–1809, unlike Burke, restated the idea of natural rights, condemning Burke, and landed up in jail by the French Jacobins when in France. The American Jefferson Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights sought to restate the Lockean concept of natural rights. Wollstonecraft, 1759–97, following Paine, was critical of Burke's support of history and tradition and of hereditary rights, and in the process appealed that women's rights were made part of the universal rights of man. The historical theory of rights, however, remained confined to conservatives here and there. The theory of legal rights. The theory of legal rights, or one may call it the legal theory of rights, finds its supporters in Bentham, 1748–1832, and John Austin, 1790–1859. The utilitarian Bentham comes to realize that no society or state could stay without laws and that no rights can be imagined without laws around. Without a lawgiver, there could be no law, no right, and no duty. Rights, Bentham argues, exist only within the framework of law and are not anterior to law. For him, right is a benefit and, therefore, it has to be determinate and intelligible and hence has to be legal. Austin goes a step further and regards the sovereign state as the source of rights, demanding the individual's habitual obedience to the laws of the determinate human superior. Right is a claim which the force of the state grants to the people. The essential features of the legal theory of rights may be mentioned as that the state defines and lays down the Bill of Rights. Rights are not prior to the state because the state is the source of rights. That the state lays down a legal framework which guarantees rights and that it is the state which enforces the enjoyment of rights, that is the law creates and sustains rights, so whenever the content of law changes, the substance of rights also changes. The legal theory of rights suffers from various defects such as the state does maintain rights, it does not create them. Our rights emanate because of our membership of the society. The state comes to give the rights their guarantees and realization. If for once it is admitted that the state creates rights as the theory affirms, it would have to be admitted that our rights are what the state wants them to be ours and not what we want for ourselves. If the state grants a right through one law, it can take away that right through another law. Under such circumstances, our rights would be on mercy of the state. The idealist theory of rights. Like the advocates of the legal theory of rights, the proponents of the idealist theory of rights reject the natural rights theory and like them regard the state as the source, regulator, and protector of rights of the individual. Among the advocates of the idealist theory of rights, the name of Hegel, 1770 to 1831, is worth mentioning. Like Burke, who regards the state as a partnership in all virtues and in all perfection, Hegel describes it as a godly institution, a march of God on the earth. Hegel is of the opinion that the individual's rights spring from the law of the state and remain as long as the state wants them to stay. State being an organic whole, the interests of the part, that is the individual's interests, are vested in the interests of the whole. Hegel would not grant the individual any right against the state. The idealist theory of rights suffers from all the defects as the legal theory suffers. The Marxian theory of rights. This theory is a part of the whole theory of Marxism. Marx 1818 to 83 and Engels 1820 to 95 regarded rights as bourgeois rights in a class society as in the capitalist one. The rights are the rights of the propertied people and are described as being so natural that they belong to the people from eternity. The Marxian view of rights is that the rights are benefits in the name of social claims possessed by the members of the possessing class, the slave masters, the feudal lords, the capitalists, and are exercised to favor them. Rights are denied to all those who belong to the non-possessing class. The Marxists do not subscribe to either the natural rights theory or to the legal, historical, and idealist theory. They believe that only in the classless society, the rights would be equally available to all and would be equally enjoyed by all. Between the capitalistic and the communistic societies, the socialist transitional society, the Marxists say, will grant to its citizens economic rights, work, social security, first, followed by social rights, education, and political rights, franchise rights. The social welfare theory. This is a theory of rights advocated by the non-Marxian socialists of all shades, evolutionary socialists, Fabians, democratic socialists, guild socialists, and the like. Lasky, 1893 to 1950, gives a social welfare perspective of rights. According to him, rights as social claims are given by the society. They are social insofar as they are exercised to promote the welfare of the individual and that of the community. They are maintained, enforced, and protected by the state. They help individual develop their personality. They go along with the duties, and they are dynamic. They change with the changing times. G.D.H. Cole, 1889 to 1959, does not see any conflict between the individual good and the social good. For him, the two types of good are complementary and that one cannot exist without the other. Rights quotes. A right is not what someone gives you. It's what no one can take away from you. Clark. Life, liberty, and property do not exist because men have made laws. On the contrary, it was the fact that life, liberty, and property existed beforehand that caused men to make laws in the first place. Bastiat. Liberty is worth whatever the country is worth. It is by liberty that man has a country. It is by liberty that he has rights. Giles. With every civil rights, there has to be a corresponding civil obligation. Haynes. Give to every human being every right that you claim for yourself. Injure soil. Act only on those rules of action that you would will to be universal laws. Kant. In the strictest sense, all rights are claims. Hofeld. A right is an established way of acting. Martin. Rights are permissions rather than requirements. Rights tell us what the bearer is at liberty to do, not what he must or must not do. Loudon. No one has a right to do something. He only has a right that someone else shall do or refrain from doing something. Williams. The libertarian theory of rights. This theory has been best represented by Robert Nozick, 1938 to 2002, who, like Locke, regards rights as those existing in pre-political system. Accordingly, for him, Rights are natural, inborn, and inalienable and are entitled ones. Things no person or group may do to them, not even the state. Rights are absolute so far as the state is concerned. Rights of the individual cannot be taken away by the state. Nozick does not believe in general rights. For him, rights are always particular. Particular rights over particular things held by particular persons and the particular rights to reach agreement with each other. As against the libertarians, the communitarians. McIntyre, Taylor, and Walzer, the neo-Aristotelians as one may describe them, dismiss the notion of natural rights and emphasize that rights do not belong to the isolated individuals, but to the individuals as members of the community. Communitarianism, during the later half of the 20th century, is a protest against libertarianism, the concept of rights including. 4. Analysis of rights. Wesley Hofeld and Lawrence Becker. Quite illuminating is the analyses of rights given by Wesley Hofeld, 1879-1918, Fundamental Legal Conceptions, and by Lawrence Becker, 3 Types of Rights. Hofeld describes 4 basic components, elements of rights. Hofeld, Wesley. Hofeld, Wesley, 1879-1918, was an American jurist. His work Fundamental Legal Conceptions remains a powerful contribution to modern understanding of the nature of rights and the implications of liberty. He engaged himself in a very precise form of analysis which distinguished between concepts and specified a framework of relationships for those concepts. His work offers a sophisticated method for deconstructing broad legal and moral principles into their component elements. Hofeld made the concept of right and related terms as clearly as possible. A. Rights as privileges, liberties. A right is a privilege or say a liberty. A has a privilege against B to a situation X just in case B has no claim right against a not to X. An example of right as a privilege means that one has a right to paint one's bedroom blue, but one has no duty not to do it. If A has a right to stay in the United States, then it is a privilege of A. This does not make the U.S. government to have a claim, right against A, meaning thereby that A has no duty to the U.S. government when he leaves USA. B. Rights as claims. A right is a claim. A has a claim right against B with regard to X just in case B has a duty to A to bring about X. An example of right as a claim means that if B borrows a sum of rupees 500 from A, and then A has a claim right against B that B returns the money to A. The employee has a claim that the employer pays him his wages means that the employer has a duty to the employee to pay their wages. The claim right is correlated to a duty, whereas in the case of privilege right, there is no duty involved. C. Rights as powers. A right is a power. A has a power over B with respect to X just in case he can change B's rights with regard to X. An example of right as a power means that a librarian A has a power over the student B with regard to the use of the library X. But if the student makes noise in the library, the librarian would have the power to stop the student to use the library. Right as power creates in the holder a newer duty. The right holder, through the exercise of the power right, changes her own situation or that of another. A person who has the property has the power to give a part of it to anyone, may choose to take it back or forget about it. This is a power right which confers on the holder a further role. Ordering, promising, sentencing, waiving, buying, selling, abandoning, etc. of all acts by the holder come in this category. D. Rights as immunities. A right is an immunity. A has an immunity against B with respect to X just in case B has no power over A's rights with respect to X. An example of right as an immunity is the diplomat's rights to enjoy immunities in the host country. The Indian Parliament lacks the ability to ask every Indian to go to the temple daily and worship there. This immunity is a part of every Indian's right to freedom of religion. The senior citizens, to take another example, are immune from being drafted into the army. Hofeld arranged the 4 incidents in tables of opposites and correlatives so as to display the logical structure of his system. In order to fill out the tables, he added some further terminology. For instance, if a person A has a claim, then A lacks a no claim. A no claim is the opposite of a claim. And if a person A has a power, then same person B has a /liability. A liability is the correlative of a power. Opposites. If A has a claim, then A lacks a no claim. If A has a privilege, then A lacks a duty. If A has a power, then A lacks disability. If A has an /immunity, then A lacks liability. Correlatives. If A has a claim, then some person B has a duty. If A has a privilege, then some person B has a no claim. If A has a power, then some person B has a liability. If A has an /immunity, then some person B has a disability. Becker, Lawrence. Lawrence Becker, born 1939, is an American philosopher. His area of specialization is ethics and social, political, and legal philosophy. A fellow of Hollins University, he has been a professor of philosophy. His works include A New Stoicism, Reciprocity Property Rights, Philosophic Foundations, and On Justifying Moral Judgments. High Article 3 Types of rights refers to three: derivative, original, and concurrent. He is of the opinion that each right has its characteristic specifications which help understand its real content. The Hofeldian analysis boils down to Lyon's description of active, privilege and power as rights, and passive, claims and immunities as rights. Lyons. The Hofeldian analysis boils down to Lyon's description of active, privilege and power as rights, and passive, claims and immunities as rights. Lyons. D. Rights, welfare and Mill's moral theory. Becker suggests that a right involves the right holder, the right regarded, the act the right does, the relationship between the right holder and the right regarder, circumstances under which the violation is by right regarder, the conditions under which the violation may be excusable, the remedies for both the excused and unexcused violations of the right, coercive measures for extracting the remedies, the agent s. who may extract the remedies, and the justification of the right defined. According to Becker, rights are derivative, original, and concurrent. Drawing from Hofeld, Becker says that the derivative rights are held only derivatively, by way of the existence of duties in others. The original rights originate in the right holders and entail duties or no rights or liabilities or disabilities in others. The concurrent rights arise simultaneously with their correlatives, as when rights and duties are created together by the making of a contract. The derivative rights are established entirely by derivation from the logically prior existence of duties in others. In derivative rights, there is first the existence of a right, correlative of some sort. For example, one may, first of all, have to establish that B has a duty to A. It would obviously then follow that A, as the beneficiary of that duty, must have something, in fact, must have a claim trait, if right is understood as the Hoffeldian correlative duty. The entitlement, then, by nature, would constitute derivative rights. A duty towards A would entitle A to certain acts or forbearances from B. A no right with respect to A would entitle A to act in certain ways regardless of B's wishes. A liability with respect of A would entitle A to alter B's rights, duties, liabilities, or disabilities. And a disability with respect to A would entitle A to freedom from a liability. Derivative rights may be held by anyone or anything to whom duties or no rights, liabilities, or disabilities are born. Do the rocks, trees, animals, and the like have derivative rights? The original rights, contrary to the derivative rights, seek to establish the right holder's claims or entitlements first, and thereafter derive the appropriate correlative from that. The original rights must originate with or in a person. There may be numerous sources of original rights. They may emerge from customs, as customary behavior gradually achieves the status of an entitlement for which there is no countervailing argument, emerging from, in a word, conventions. These rights may come from consensus about entitlements or through regularized legislative, executive, and judicial process. The so-called natural rights may also be described as original rights. The original rights may emerge from the holder's interests, through the holder's wants, desires. For example, A may have an interest in XX, and, therefore, it may be necessary or desirable for A to have a right to X. The original rights emerge from justifiable claims as well. A justified claim amounts to the existence of rights. Such a right is original because it causes from an act the claiming of the right holder. The original rights emerge from status also. People have right to life or liberty not from the exercise of any power but from their status as human rights. The concurrent rights are rights where the right and its correlative arise simultaneously, or when it appears that A's rights and B's corresponding duties, or other correlatives, arise concurrently. Example: suppose a third party drafts a document that, if accepted by A and B, would create a right in A and a duty in B. The document is presented to A and B, and they say, simultaneously, I accept. B now has a duty toward A, and A has a right against B. But the right is neither derived from nor antecedent to the duty. It arises concurrently with the duty. The kinds of rights. Rights may be classified as under a moral, legal, and contractual. Moral rights exist as moral claims or are philosophical assertions. Human rights are examples of moral rights, though they have been recognized by international bodies, United Nations, and international law. They lack legal sanctions. In fact, they reflect the essence of morality, Kantian in nature, describing virtually the rule of conduct. Legal rights are those rights which are laid down in a law. Accordingly, such laws are enforceable. They are what the law says they are. Such laws gain their force through constitution, legislations, or through executives' decrees and orders. The violation of legal rights is followed by punishment. The rights incorporated in the Constitution are sometimes referred to as fundamental rights or constitutional rights. Even the rights conferred by the law, though legal rights, have to be within the domains of such constitutional rights and enforceable like the legal rights, but these are more fundamental than the legal ones. Contractual rights are those rights which derive from the practice of promise-keeping. They apply to those individuals to whom contractual promises are made. They, therefore, arise from specific acts of contract-making, i.e., when the contract is made. Such contractual rights reflect the right as well as the duty. A has a contractual duty, say, to deliver some goods or services to B, who possesses the contractual right to such goods as services. The contractual rights may be legal or may be outside the legal framework. B. Negative and passive. Negative rights are those rights which mark out a realm of unconstrained action. Accordingly, they impose restrictions upon the behavior of others, government including. Such rights have their supporters in the liberals, the early ones who see such rights as a means of defending the individuals from arbitrary government. Traditional civil liberties, i.e. freedom of speech, freedom of movement, are examples of negative rights. The holder of negative rights is entitled to non-interference. Positive rights are those rights that impose demands upon others, especially on government. Such rights have their supporters in socialists, welfare liberals, and communitarians. Social and welfare rights are examples of positive rights, i.e. right to education, right to work. The holder of the positive rights is entitled to provision of some good or some service. The distinction between negative and positive rights is difficult insofar as a right may neither be negative nor positive. The right to enter into a binding agreement, for example, and the right to veto a bill are neither negative nor positive. When it comes to enforcement of rights, the difference between the two disappears. It may require more resources by the government to run a legal system which enforces citizens' negative rights than by the state to run a welfare system which seeks to realize citizens' positive rights. Holmes and Sunstein, The Costs of Rights, are of the opinion that in the context of citizens' rights to state enforcement, all rights become positive. See active and passive. As stated above, Lyons regards Hofeldian categorization of rights into active and passive rights. The privilege right and the power right are active rights because these are rights which their right holders exercise. The claim right and the immunity right, on the other hand, are passive rights which their holders merely enjoy. A has a right to X connotates the form of active right, whereas the form of statement that A has an indirect or hidden to X is an example of passive right. A station master has the active privilege right to walk on the platform and an active power right to give a green signal for the train to leave the station. A teacher has a passive claim right that the students need not disrupt the lecture and a passive immunity right that the administration would not take action if she indulges in tuition work. D. Individual, collective, group, and welfare. Individual rights are those rights which are held by individuals recognized by the legal system, when an individual is a citizen or an enterprise or corporation acts as a single entity. Right to equality or right to freedom is an example of individual rights. Business firms acting individually possess individual rights. Collective rights are those rights which are held by an assembly or group of people, say a minority group. Cultural and educational rights, given under Articles 29 and 30, are examples of collective rights. Wilkimlicka multicultural citizenship regards right to freedom of religion as a group or collective right, identifying three elements to this right. I. Freedom to pursue one's faith. 2. Freedom to seek new adherents to that faith, and 3. Freedom to renounce one's faith. The external protections of the religion by its followers make this right a group right. Welfare rights are rights which help attain development. Such rights can be attained for the individual through the states. The state seeks favorable socio-economic conditions for the betterment and upliftment of the individual. Right to development is an example of welfare rights. Development implies constant improvement of the well-being of the entire population of the state. E. Social, economic, and political. Social rights are those rights which are related to the individuals as members of a given society. These rights would include rights to life, to liberty, to equality, to education, to family, to freedom of the religion, and to equality between men and women. These rights are personal, civil, and individual rights. Economic rights are those rights which are related to the economic life of the people. On the one end, these rights include right to work, social security, social insurance, equal wages for equal work, and on the other, right to property, economic security, etc. Economic rights help to remove unemployment, poverty, exploitation, and wide economic cleavages. Political rights are those rights which help citizens participate in the governance of the state. These rights include rights to vote, to contest elections, to hold public office, and to seek political justice. F. Status-based and instrumental. Status-based rights are rights related to the status, humans, non-humans, or objects. A human right is a human right. Being a human is a status. As human beings, people have their rights. Natural rights are examples of status-based rights. An animal is a non-human right. To be an animal means having the status of an animal. Tom Reagan, The Case for Animal Rights, argues for animal rights on the ground that animal is also a status, a creature. All creatures, he says, have life and therefore all quality for rights. A tree or a rock or a book belongs to non-human status. As non-humans who have no life do not have original or concurrent rights but do possess derivative rights if one chooses Becker's language because these non-human objects establish in themselves the idea of a duty. A tree gives us mango. Natural resources perform their duties by providing us resources and in return they process the right to be protected and right not to be exploited. Instrumental rights depict rights as instruments for achieving an optimal distribution of interests. They serve as a means for the attainment of the best possible utility. Such rights help us attain our goals and objectives. Most of our rights are examples of instrumental rights. Right to work, for example, helps us to maintain our property right. 6. Functions of rights: will, choice, theory, and interest theory. Rights are not empty words. They have a specific function to perform. Each right has a specific corresponding task. The functional theory of rights as advocated by theorists such as John Stuart Mill refers to a valid claim of the holder of right on the society to protect him, her in the possession of it. There are two main theories of the functions of rights: the will of the choice theory and the interest theory. The will or the choice theorists maintain that a right makes the right holder sovereign insofar as he or she can choose to relieve others of the duty expected of them. A promisee has a right to waive the promiser's duty to keep the promise. The will or choice theorists believe that all rights confer the ability to control whether other must or must not act in particular ways. The interest theorists maintain that the function of a right is to further the right holder's interests. An owner has a right, according to the interest theory or rights, not because owners have choices but because the ownership makes the owner better off. According to the interest theory, a promisee has a right because promises have some interest in the performance of the promise. The contest between will-based and interest-based theories of the function of rights has been waged for hundreds of years. Influential will theorists include Kant, Savigny, Hart, Kelsen, Wellman, and Steiner. Important interest theorists include Bentham, Inhearing, Austin, Lyons, McCormick, Raz, and Kramer. Each theory has its advantages and drawbacks as an account of what rights do for right holders. The will theory captures the powerful link between rights and normative control. To have a right is to have the ability to determine what others may and may not do, and so to exercise authority over a certain domain of affairs. However, the will theorist's account of the function of rights leaves him unable to account for many rights that most think there are. Within the will theory, there can be no such thing as an unwaivable right, a right over which its holder has no power. Yet intuitively, it would appear that unwaivable rights are some of the most important rights that we have. Consider, for example, the unwaivable right not to be enslaved. Moreover, since the will theorist holds that all rights confer sovereignty, he cannot acknowledge rights in beings incapable of exercising sovereignty. Within the will theory, it is impossible for incompetents like infants, animals, and comatose adults to have rights. The interest theory is more capacious than the will theory. It can accept as rights both unwaivable rights, the possession of which may be good for their holders, and the rights of incompetents who have interests that rights can protect. The interest theory also taps into the deeply plausible connection between holding rights and being better off. However, the interest theory is also misaligned with an ordinary understanding of rights. We appear to accept that people can have interests in X without having a right to X, and contrariwise that people can have a right to X without having interests sufficient to explain this. Vil. Concept of human rights. A. Meaning of human rights. Human rights are rights to which people are entitled by virtue of being humans. They are, Haywood says, a modern and secular version of natural rights. They are what are inherent in our nature. Ramphal had very aptly stated that the human rights were not born of men but were born with them. They are not as much a result of the United Nations efforts as are emanations from basic human dignity. They are human rights because they are with human beings as human beings. Entitlements to treatment which people enjoy simply by virtue of being human beings. Human rights are essential, universal, fundamental, and absolute. Essential because they help us develop and use our human faculties, talents, and intelligence and seek to satisfy our needs. Universal because they belong to all humans everywhere. Fundamental because they are inalienable, i.e., may be denied or violated but cannot be unentitled. Abso/Uda because they are basic to a genuine living. The history of human rights. What is contained in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is, indeed, modern, but the ideas cover thousands of years and draw upon a wide range of religious, cultural, philosophical, and legal developments throughout the recorded history. Cyrus Cylinder of 539 BC, the Edicts of Ashoka of 272 to 231 BC, the Constitution of Mattaka of 622 AD, the English Magna Carta of 1215 are some such notable documents which have in them the essence of the modern notion of human rights. The Bill of Rights of 1689 was an act which declared the rights and liberties of the British subjects. The American War of Independence of 1776 and the French Revolution of 1789 had the very notion of the rights of man. Thomas Paine and John Stuart Mill are better known as the human rights philosophers. The term human rights came into use sometime between Paine's and Garrison's writings in The Liberator, saying that the readers are being enlisted in the great cause of human rights. Numerous groups and movements witnessed profound social changes over the course of the first half of the 20th century. The two world wars saw huge losses of human life and gross abuse of human rights. The League of Nations 1920, Meekly, and the United Nations UN 1945 strongly made out a powerful case for individuals' human rights. Human rights quotes. All humanity is one undivided and indivisible family, and each one of us is responsible for the misdeeds of all the others. Cannot detach myself from the wickedest possible. Gandhiji. Love life and want to hold on to it. But my passion for justice for my people, for their dignity and freedom must be greater still. For of what value is a life of slavery, of humiliation and contempt for that which you hold most dear? Leila Zana. All that is needed for the triumph of evil is that the good men do nothing. Burqa. To have a right then, conceive, is to have something which society ought to defend me in the possession of it. Mill. Absolute liberty is absence of restraint, responsibility is a restraint, therefore the ideally free individual is responsible. To himself. Henry Adams. We will not enjoy security without development, we will not enjoy development without security, and we will not enjoy either without respect for human rights. Kofi Annan. True peace is not merely the absence of tension. It is the presence of justice. Martin Luther King Jr. C. Description of human rights. The United Nations Preamble affirmed faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of human person, in the equal rights of men and women and the nations, large and small. The UN Charter contains a reference to the promotion of universal respect for the human rights in Articles 13, 55, 62, 68, and 76. The Committee on Human Rights was set up by the Economic and Social Council in February 1946 to submit proposals, recommendations, and reports concerning an international Bill of Rights. The Commission was formed under Eleanor Roosevelt, described as First Lady of the World by President Truman. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was approved by the UN General Assembly on December 10, 1948, which is celebrated as the UN Day every year. Articles description. 6 to 11 Equality before law, equal protection by the state, prohibition on arbitrary arrest and detention, right to fair trial. 12 Prohibition on arbitrary interference in private life. 13 to 14 Freedom of movement, right to asylum. 15 Right to nationality. 16 Right to marry, prohibition of forced marriage. 17 Right to own property. 18 to 20 Freedom of thought, conscience and religion, of opinion, expression to peaceful assembly. 21 Right to political participation, access to public service. Human beings to be treated equally. Rights to life, liberty, and security. Prohibition on slavery, on torture. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, with a preamble and 30 articles has been classified into 4 types of rights: civil and political rights, economic and social rights, minority and group rights, and development and environment rights. The below classification of human rights is described to ensure security rights, the process rights, liberty rights, political rights, equality rights, and group rights. These may be discussed as under I. Civil and political rights. These rights fit the general idea of human rights in the sense I. That they are political norms which primarily impose responsibilities on governments and international organizations. 2. That they are minimal norms so far as they protect against the worst things that happen in political society. 3. That they are international norms which establish standards for all countries. These civil and political rights include rights such as rights to life, to liberty, to security, to freedom from arbitrary arrest, to a fair trial, to equal protection of law, to freedom of movement, to right to nationality, to seek asylum, etc. These rights are not absolute and they may be suspended sometimes, may be restricted and limited so to protect public property and to avoid violence and disaster caused through hurricanes and earthquakes. 2. Economic and social rights. These rights include equality and non-discrimination for women and minorities, access to employment opportunities, adequate wages, safe and healthy working conditions, freedom to form trade unions and bargains collectively, social security and decent standard of living, healthcare and education. 3. Minority and group rights. Human rights documents emphasize that all people, including ethnic, religious, caste, and minorities, have the same basic rights so that they are enjoyed by them without discrimination. These rights give the minorities special protection. 4. Development and environmental rights. These rights can be understood as rights to environment, i.e., healthy and safe. Such rights are human-oriented as they do not cover directly issues related to the claims of animals, biodiversity, and sustainable developments. But they do concern the human beings insofar as such rights expect people to respect, protect, and promote environment and enjoy benefits accrued from them. D. UN Human Rights Treaties. For making the rights in the UDHR into the norms of international propriety, two treaties were prepared: the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, United Nations, 1966, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, ICESCR, United Nations, 1966c. These treaties embodying the UDHR's rights were not approved by the General Assembly until 1966 and only received enough ratification to become operative in 1976. The ICCPR contains most of the civil and political rights found in the UDHR. The ICESCR contains the economic and social rights found in the second half of the UDHR. There are many other UN human rights treaties that are implemented in roughly the same way as the ICCPR. These include the International Covenant on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, United Nations, 1966, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, United Nations, 1979, the Convention of the Rights of the Child, United Nations, 1989, the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, United Nations, 1984, Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, International Covenant on the Protection of Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of Their Families, 1990. Other human rights agencies within the United Nations. Human rights treaties are only one part of the UN's human rights programs. There are a number of UN agencies that are charged with promoting human rights independently on the requirements imposed by human rights treaties. These bodies include the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Human Rights Commission, and the UN Security Council. The High Commissioner for Human Rights coordinates the many human rights activities within the UN. The High Commissioner receives complaints about human rights violations, assists in the development of new treaties and procedures, sets the agenda for human rights agencies within the UN, and provides advisory services to governments. Most importantly, the High Commissioner serves as a full-time advocate for human rights within the United Nations. The Human Rights Commission is a standing body created by the UN Charter, composed of 53 state representatives. Its main job is to deal with the gross violations of human rights whenever they occur. Because its members are state representatives rather than independent jurists, the Commission is more of a political body than the Human Rights Committee established by the ICCPR. If the Human Rights Committee established under the ICCPR deals with human rights issues as a matter of international law, the Human Rights Commission deals with human rights issues as matters of international politics and diplomacy. The Human Rights Commission's achievements include authoring the UDHR and many human rights treaties, as well as the extended and successful campaign against apartheid in South Africa. The Security Council's mandate under the UN Charter is the maintenance of international peace and security. The 15-member body can authorize military interventions and impose diplomatic and economic sanctions. During the Cold War period, the Security Council tended to avoid human rights disputes other than apartheid in South Africa. But since the early 1990s, the Security Council has dealt with many issues pertaining to human rights and war crimes. It authorized the use of military force in Somalia, the former Yugoslavia, Rwanda, Haiti, and East Timor, and sponsored a number of peacekeeping missions. It also established international criminal tribunals for Rwanda and Yugoslavia. The United Nations Human Rights Council, created at the 2005 World Summit to replace the United Nations Commission on Human Rights, has a mandate to investigate violations of human rights. The Human Rights Council is a subsidiary body of the General Assembly and reports directly to it. It ranks below the Security Council, which is the final authority for the interpretation of the United Nations Charter. 47 of the 192 member states sit on the Council, elected by simple majority in a secret ballot of the United Nations General Assembly. Members serve a maximum of 6 years and may have their membership suspended for gross human rights abuses. The Council is based in Geneva and meets 3 times a year, with additional meetings to respond to urgent situations. Independent experts, rapporteurs, are retained by the Council to investigate alleged human rights abuses and to provide the Council with reports. The Human Rights Council may request that the Security Council take action when human rights violations occur. This action may be direct actions, may involve sanctions, and the Security Council may also refer cases to the International Criminal Court, ICC, even if the issue being referred is outside the normal jurisdiction of the ICC. Defining features of human rights. The following may be said to be the defining features of the human rights. Human rights are political norms dealing mainly with how people should be treated by their governments. The governments are directed in 2 ways by rights against discrimination. A. Rights forbid governments to discriminate in their actions and policies, and B. They impose duties on governments to prohibit and discourage both private and public forms of discrimination. 2. Human rights exist as moral and/or legal rights. A human right can exist as a shared norm of actual human moralities, as justified moral norms supported by strong reasons, as a legal right at the national level, or as a legal right within international law. 3. Human rights are numerous, i.e. several, rather than few. Locke's right to life and liberty and property were. 6. Human rights are high-priority norms. A human right is something of which no one may be deprived without a grave affront to justice. Few and abstract, but human rights address specific problems, e.g., guaranteeing fair trials, ending slavery, ensuring the availability of education, preventing genocide. They protect people against familiar abuses of fundamental human interests. The fact is that the formulations in contemporary human rights documents are neither abstract nor conditional. They presuppose criminal trials, governments funded by income taxes, and formal systems of education. Human rights are minimal standards. They are concerned with avoiding the terrible rather than achieving the best. Their focus is protecting minimally good lives for all people. Henry Shue, Basic Rights, suggests that human rights concern the lower limits on tolerable human conduct, rather than great aspirations and exalted ideals. As minimal standards, they leave most legal and policy matters open to democratic decision-making at the national and local levels. Human rights are international norms covering all countries and all people living today. They are the sorts of norms that are appropriately recommended to all countries. International law plays a crucial role in giving human rights a global reach. We can say that human rights are universal provided that we recognize that some rights, such as the right to vote, are held only by adult citizens, that some human rights documents focus on vulnerable groups such as children, women, and indigenous peoples, and that some rights, such as the right against genocide, are group rights. This does not mean, however, that we should take human rights to be absolute. As James Griffin says, human rights should be understood as resistant to trade-offs, but not too resistant. 7. Human rights have robust justifications that apply everywhere and support their high priority. Without this, they cannot withstand cultural diversity and national sovereignty. Robust justifications are powerful but need not be understood as ones that are irresistible. 8. Human rights are rights but not necessarily in strict sense. As rights, they have several features. One is that they have right holders, a person or agency having a particular right. Broadly, the right holders of human rights are all people living today. More precisely, they are sometimes all people, sometimes all citizens of the countries, sometimes all members of groups with particular vulnerabilities, women, children, racial and religious minorities, indigenous peoples, and sometimes all ethnic groups, as with rights against genocide. Another feature of rights is that they focus on a freedom, protection, status, or benefit. A right is always something which is the focus of the right holder's interest. Rights also have addresses who are assigned duties or responsibilities. A person's human rights are not primarily rights against the United Nations or other international bodies. They primarily impose obligations on government of the country in which the person resides or is located. Karel Vasak, the Czech jurist, described at the International Institute of Human Rights at Strasbourg, 1977, the three generations of human rights: civil political rights as of first, economic and social rights as of second, and the developmental and environmental rights of a third generations. The watchwords of the French Revolution / liberty, equality, and fraternity. G. Human rights violations. Human rights violations occur when any state or non-state actor breaches any part of the UDHR Treaty or other international human rights or humanitarian law. In regard to human rights violations of United Nations laws, Article 39 of the United Nations Charter designates the UN Security Council, or an appointed authority, as the only tribunal that may determine UN human rights violations. Human rights abuses are monitored by United Nations committees, national institutions, and governments, and by many independent non-government organizations, such as Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, World Organization Against Torture, Freedom House, International Freedom of Expression Exchange, and Anti-Slavery International. These organizations collect evidence and documentation of alleged human rights abuses and apply pressure to enforce human rights laws. Only very few countries do not commit significant human rights violations, according to Amnesty International. In their 2004 Human Rights Report covering 2003, the Netherlands, Norway, Denmark, Iceland, and Costa Rica were only such nations. The violations of human rights are of numerous types. Some of the gravest violations include massacres, the starvation of entire populations, and genocide. Genocide is the intentional extermination of single, ethnic, racial, or religious group, the most offensive crime against humanity. Political opponents are also denied human rights: house arrest, exile, police atrocities, apartheid, or racial discrimination, denying people right to political and/or social participation. Women are uniquely vulnerable to human rights abuses. There are examples of violations of human rights in several countries, mostly unreported. Human rights violations, attributed to the actions by the state, account for not less than 90% of those reported. Sometimes the state wipes out its opponents, Some are killed in the encounter after being declared as criminals. Others are arbitrarily executed. In some other cases, the death squads are created by the authorities. The feminist critique of human rights. Until recently, it has been conventional for human rights treaties to be cast in language in which rightsbearer used to be a man and the head of household. Many feminists argue that this reflects more than an old-fashioned linguistic phrase. The classic political and civil rights, freedom of speech, association from arbitrary arrest, and so on, assume that the rightsbearer is a living or would wish to live a life of active citizenship, but until very recently, such a life was denied to nearly all women in nearly all cultures. Instead of this public life, women were confined to the private spheres and subjected to the arbitrary and capricious power of the male head of the household. It is only very recently in the Western liberal democracies that women have been able to vote, to stand for office, or to own property in their own name, and such issues as the criminalization of rape in marriage and effective measures to prevent domestic violence against women are still controversial. The situation is rather worse in non-Western politics, which is why, although the feminist critique of the privileging of the interests of men is structurally quite similar to the Asian critique of the privileging of the interests of Western conceptions of what it is to be human. Evaluation. The moral principles behind the concept of human rights constitute the very strength of human rights, but this very strength is the weakness of the human rights in the following ways. The fact is that there are no universally valid moral truths true for all times. Moral truths are only individualistic moral doctrines. Richard Rorty refers to another criticism of human rights. He says that the human rights are not rationally defensible. They do not appeal to the canons of reason, though they are good and are desirable things. Culturally, human rights conflict in the face of numerous cultures. Female genital mutilation occurs in different African societies, a tradition in many cultures. The thrust on universalism, as is evident in UDHR, has become a form of imperialism. An Iranian representative in 1981 regarded the UDHR a Judeo-Christian tradition trespassing the Muslim law. Singapore and Malaysia thought of UDHR different from the Asian values as late as 1990s. 4. The human rights apply on the states. The non-states, such as NGOs, companies, corporations, informal groups, and individuals can commit human rights abuses as they are not subject to human rights laws. V. Human rights violate property rights if property is viewed in the Lockean broader sense to include life, liberties, and estates. The list of human rights is fairly large, but there are certain challenges to the human rights thinking. There is, for example, no current universal human right to water. Fetal rights have been a controversial subject, for human rights only belong to those who are born. Certain environmental rights are violated when the ecological balance gets disturbed. Gays' rights do not constitute part of human rights. Human rights make us the citizens of the world. The essence of human rights lies in defining the essential moral conditions, which ought to be guaranteed to citizens of any social and political order. The significance of human rights may briefly be summed up as under I. The Declaration and the Covenants of Human Rights have been the first of its kind in the history of international organizations. The Declaration and the Covenants of Human Rights have been the first of its kind in the history of international organizations. 2. They are a sort of statement of rights considered as essential for the development of human personality. Indeed, they, though not binding on the member states, provide a yardstick to know the progress made by the states. 3. They have served a very useful purpose. They are often cited in support of human values. 4. They exert a profound influence on the constitutions of new nations and regional agreements. Though not vested with any legal force, they serve as useful instrument in defending human dignity. The utility of human rights cannot be denied. In fact, human rights aim to offer a metapolitical moral framework for politics and social interaction among the states. They ensure a just treatment of the individuals and groups and help evaluate the activities of the numerous states. Practice questions. 1. How are rights described as social? 200 words. 2. How rights help individuals develop their personality? 200 words. 3. Describe the characteristic features of rights. 700 to 800 words. 4. Do you agree with the view that human rights are a modern and secular version of natural rights? 200 words. Or, analyze the relationship between natural rights and human rights. 2013, 700 to 800 words. 5. Are human rights universal, fundamental, and absolute? Explain. 200 words. 6. Write a brief note on natural rights. Theory. 200 words. 7. Explain in detail the Hofeldian classification of rights. 700 to 800 words. 8. Discuss the functions of rights with particular reference to will choice and interest theories. 700 to 800 words. 9. Write a critical note on the concept of human rights. 700 to 800 words. 10. Define rights and critically examine numerous theories of rights. 700 to 800 words. Democracy, representative, participatory, and deliberative. Introduction. Of all the forms of governments, democracy is, no doubt, the best. It is the rule of the people by them and for their welfare. As the direct rule of the people in vast countries of the world is impracticable, democracy now works through the representative system. Representation implies a whole system of elections, how to elect the representatives and how to make them accountable to the people. Democracy is a very difficult word to understand. Its numerous connotations have so vastly been stated that there could hardly be a definition of democracy containing all that it possesses. As a system of government, to some it is a form of government while for others it is a way of life. It is the government of the people for a member of the ruling class, but a narrow and indefensible oligarchy for the poor. As a form of government, as Burns tells us, democracy is another name for self-government. Lecky, on the other hand. 1. Oligarchy as the rule of the few. B. Dictatorship either of one person or compared to the other forms of non-democratic democracy is more educative, more revolution and violence. Its most important basis, it is based on equality, liberty, and the word democracy has a Greek ancestry. Historian Herodotus had coined the word in BC. The words demos, section of the populace as opposed to aristocrats. The Greek meaning implies reason that democracy, as Aristotle thought, form of government, the rule of the mob. The women, the children, and the dictionary says democracy is the rule. But this does not make things clear unless without any other qualification attached to have the rule of the people, because all the rule, and in fact, the people in the composition of the government makes it the government of the people, but it would be a democracy if it is controlled by the people. What it means is that the government of the people is one constituent of its being a democracy. Its another constituent is that it has to be a government by the people, i.e., people must control the government. This would mean that the people should have freedoms, liberties, and rights to check the dictatorial tendencies, if any, of the government. There is yet another constituent of democracy, and perhaps an important aspect, and that is, the government has to be a government for the people, i.e., it should exist for the welfare of the people. It is, in this context, that Abraham Lincoln's oft-quoted definition of democracy in the Gettysburg Address, 1863, has significance. Democracy is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Democracy, meaning and definitions. The political aspect of democracy emphasizes everyone's share in the government, its economic aspect demands abolition of exploitation, and its social aspect seeks elimination of all distinctions. A rather conservative definition of democracy is given by Professor Dicey. Democracy is a form of government in which the governing body is comparatively a large fraction of the entire nation. Professor Bryce hints at a more liberalized definition of democracy. Democracy is that form of government in which the ruling power of the state is vested not in a particular class or classes but in the members of the community as a whole. McIlver's definition of democracy, highlighting the representative system, says that it is not as much the way of governing as is a way of determining who shall rule and how. Democracy, its ideals. E-democracy is a shared experience, people's experience, not imposed one as in other forms. ET's ethical conceptions are individuality, liberty, equality, and fraternity. ET integrates individual fulfillment and social harmony. ET thrives on attitudes, democratic, scientific, flexibility, and openness. ET is a unity in diversity. Composite culture is its merit. It works towards human development and social, moral, cultural, and environmental growth. A despot may rule in the interest of the people, but nobody would call such a government a democratic one. A people's rule, either by themselves or through their representatives, may not grant substantial liberties to the people, much less care for their comforts, and so it would hardly be a democracy. An oligarchical rule which has existed all through the history, as Michaels would term it as the iron law of oligarchy, would not be described as democratic. The idea of democracy is the idea of participation, of representation, and of control, of accountability, of self-development. Professor Lively, Democracy, summarizes the following major characteristic in a democratic polity. 1. That all should govern in the sense that all should be involved in legislating, in deciding on general policy, in applying laws, and in governmental administration. 2. That there is a need for people's participation in crucial decision-making, that is to say, in deciding general laws and matters of general policy. 3. That the rulers should be accountable to the ruled, they should, in other words, be obliged to justify their actions to the ruled and be removed by the ruled. 4. That the rulers should be accountable to the representatives of the ruled. 5. That the rulers should be chosen by the ruled. 6. That the rulers should be chosen by the representatives of the ruled. 7. That the rulers should act in the interests of the ruled. Lakoff, Democracy, gives an elaborate definition of democracy, saying that democracy is a process of self-government in which individuals operate upon their environment directly and indirectly. directly as they make decisions for themselves, pursue careers, enter into relationships with others, and otherwise live their lives, and indirectly through political representatives accountable to them. The system of government makes possible centralized decision-making and rule-setting in matters that affect all citizens, the responsibility that accompanies all freedoms, and decentralized decision-making and rule-setting in those best addressed on the local level. It is, in short, a special and political system characterized by a high degree of personal liberty and equally high degree of political liberty manifested in regular and free competitive elections protected by a legal system based upon a constitution, and often articulated by means of federalism. It is possible to give a few general indicators which sum up the totality of the meaning of democracy. A. Democracy is commonality. It is more than one person, one vote. It is the sense of awareness which allows a consensus to be maintained. Democracy is not majority, and if it is so, it becomes the tyranny of majority. Consensus makes the outvoted feel that they are part of the whole, the community. B. Democracy is empowering, for it enables the individual to exercise control over his individual life, and acting together with others, it enables the community to exercise control over the decisions of its collective life. C. Democracy is accountability. Where accountability lacks, the elected system becomes nothing short of an elected dictatorship. Those elected as rulers must be accountable to their electorate. D. Democracy is the effective representation of the collective will of the electorate. It is not only the people's will, it is also their concerns in the corridors of power. It is not simply to delegate for the political party, slavishly following its policy, it is the expression of the policy of the people. The features that distinguish democracy from other forms of government, monarchy, oligarchy, military regime, dictatorship, etc., are the consent of the people, control over the rulers, and the accountability of the rulers towards the ruled. Only democracy has these characteristics which are missing in the other forms of government. Neither monarchy nor oligarchy and nor any form of dictatorship admit the democratic values of equality, liberty, and fraternity. The attitudes of flexibility and openness, of tolerance and of accommodation are the virtues of democratic polity, and no other form of government has even a shade of these virtues. Democracy is no dogma like dictatorship, it is no hereditary rule like monarchy, it is no hierarchical system like any oligarchy. Democracy is a belief that the human nature is essentially good, that a human being is a master of his/her destiny, and that human power is capable of attaining all possible heights. Democracy is, while other forms of governments are not, self-corrective, self-educative, and always evolving. LLL. Democracy, evolution, and growth. A Western concept of democracy. The Western idea of democracy had its roots in ancient Greece. But the idea then was considered a perverted one. Plato and Aristotle had no word of praise for democracy. As Lasky says, democracy was, of course, a limited democracy based on slavery, and in no Greek community, Athens including, did free citizens constitute the majority of the inhabitants. Aristotle's notion of citizenship, emphasizing the virtues of being a legislator and a judge, and of polity as the government of all in the interest of all, were not even labeled as democracy, for he had used the term in a perverted sense. During the period of ancient Roman Empire, the ideas of good government and sound administration were important, but the democratic element then was nominal in the Republican period and non-existent in kingdoms. The idea of plebeians never had any democratic character, much less the power of legislation. The Senate or the patricians had power and authority together with the emperors, but they were no commoners in the sense we use the term in democracy. Cicero, Seneca, Gaius, and Ulpian expressed shadowy democratic ideas by pointing out equality of men at the time of their birth. Democracy quotes. You can never have a revolution in order to establish a democracy, you must have a democracy in order to have a revolution. Chesterton. At the bottom of all the tributes paid to democracy is the little man walking into the little booth with a little pencil making a little cross on a little bit of paper. Chesterton. As long as the differences and diversities of mankind exist, democracy must allow for compromise, accommodation, and recognition of differences. McCarthy. In Atomocracy, dissent is an act of faith. Fulbright. Voting is the only thing where boycotting makes the problem worse. Our democracy is nothing more than mob rule where 51% of the people may take away the rights of the other 49. Jefferson. In a democracy, the individual enjoys not only the ultimate power but carries the ultimate responsibility. Cousins. Democracy is a form of worship. It is the worship of jackals by jackasses. Mencken. It is not the voting that's democracy, it is the counting. Smith. Of democracy, only the shoemaker can make the shoe. Only the wearer can tell if it fits. Spitz. Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. Adams. Democracy opens mouths but cannot fill them. Sokorokov. The Middle Ages had no conception of democracy. The dominance of faith over politics, or Christendom over the kings and the feudal lords, of birth over merit, of extinct equality over dead liberty, made democracy and democratic institutions a far cry in the whole period of the medieval age. It was only during the late Middle Ages when the two swords, authority, ecclesiastical and temporal, came to be separated from each other, that the ideas of benevolent rule, representation, and contract appeared, which prepared the basis for democracy that the West was to follow. With Renaissance, Reformation, and Enlightenment grew the present form of democracy in the West. Way back, the Magna Carta 1215 had voiced some freedoms. The Petition of Rights 1628 curtailed the absolute powers of the kings. The Glorious Revolution 1688, followed by the Bill of Rights 1689, cut short the unlimited powers of the rulers on the one hand and made them accountable for their actions, for example, execution of Charles and the fleeing of James II in England, on the other. All these developments show the idea that government has to be a government by the people. The American War of Independence 1776 and the French Revolution 1789, emphasizing on the rights of man and on liberty, equality, fraternity. And the revolutions of 1848 in most of the non-Anglo-French countries of Europe and later winning of the suffrage rights brought in focus the idea that the government has to be a government of the people. The introduction of the welfare state following the 1917 Soviet proletarian revolution filled up the vacuum of the idea that democracy has to be government for the people. In the liberal democratic world of the West, democracy was a later addition in their liberal ethos. C.B. Macpherson, The Real World of Democracy. The major features of democracy, i.e. participation, control, and welfarism, entered the Western world in this order: contro/first, participation later, and welfarism last of all. In the socialist Marxist world, the order was welfarism in the form of socialism first, participation later, and contro/thereafter. In the developing societies, these three features of democracy were introduced in one go. All these features, participation, control, and welfarism, were incorporated in their constitutions following the attainment of national sovereignty. Newer ways of democracy swept across Europe in the 1970s and the late 1980s, when representative governments were instituted in the nations of Southern, Central, and Eastern Europe, much of Latin America, Southeast Asia, Taiwan, South Korea, and some Arab and African states, notably Lebanon and the Palestinian Authority, moved towards greater liberal democracy in the 1990s and the 2000s. An analysis by Freedom House argues that there was not a single liberal democracy with universal suffrage in the world in 1900, but that in 2000, 120 of the world's 192 nations, or 62%, were such democracies. B. The evolution of democracy, the philosophers speak. The original meaning of democracy in the literal sense in the ancient Greek days was rule of the people. Herodotus, the Greek historian, included equality before the law, popular participation in decision-making, and popular control of public officials in the maxim of the rule of the people. But thinkers like Plato and Aristotle were hostile to the idea of democracy. In fact, both the teacher and the pupil were typically elitists. Plato was in favor of the ruling class, which represented reason, the philosopher rulers. Aristotle was well known for his sympathies towards benevolent monarchy. He was, as is known, the teacher of Alexander the Great, who had taught Alexander for some time. Though he regarded polity as the best form of government, a combination of aristodemocratic system. The ancient Romans did admire constitutionalism with emphasis on the concept of law, binding on both the rulers and the ruled, but they were monarchical in their views with fascination for far-flung empire. Slavery was an accepted norm both in ancient Greek and Roman societies. Cicero 106 to 43 BC had not only systematized the concept of natural law but also formulated explicitly the idea of natural rights. The Middle Ages are significant for emphasizing the conception of a moral law of nature, the quest for a universal society, and the belief in the dignity of the individual. And yet, Christianity propagated obedience to political authority as conditional. If the ruler defies the law of God, he may be lawfully overthrown. St. Thomas Aquinas, 1225–74, known as the Aristotle of the 13th century, did talk of human law, though he regarded it as inferior to the eternal law of God. Feudalism as a system was a step backward in the annals of democracy, for it represented a series of relationships between the king, the lord, the vassal, or the self, contractual, hierarchical, and personal relationship dominated and supported by religion. The Reformation, with religious, social, political, and economic changes, pointed towards individualism, which is regarded as one of the major steps towards democracy. Martin Luther, 1483–1546, eliminated the church as the intermediary between the individual and the Creator. John Calvin, 1509–64, thought salvation a question of individual effort and hard work. Calvinism found its supporters in the growing industrial, commercial, manufacturing, and business classes, whose very existence sought the emergence of a fairly permissive political environment and thereby the development of capitalism. This, in turn, was conducive to the development of the type of democracy that prized individualism and liberty. The Renaissance led to further the expression of individualism, the discovery of the human being, and the emphasis on self-expression, self-realization, and self-fulfillment. Reformation and Renaissance together contributed to the concept of the secular state. Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527, worked for the stability and permanence of political order. His main concern was the creation of a stable and secular state. Jean Bodin, 1530–96, Hugo Grotius, 1583–1645, and Thomas Hobbes, 1588–1679, developed the concept of state through its element of sovereignty, the ruler as sovereign or the state as sovereign, fitting neatly into the scheme of monarchical absolutism. The 17th and 18th centuries challenged the notions of absolute sovereignty. The scene was England and France, and the challengers were John Locke, 1632–1704, and J.J. Rousseau, 1712–78. Their social contract proved to be of potential importance for the development of democracy. Both Locke and Rousseau laid emphasis on the intrinsic value of the individual, a democratic element, though the latter submerged individuality into collectivity. Both regarded the state/government as a result of individuals' agreement. Both insisted on the consent of the individual as a condition for an ordered political life. Both referred to rights as almost natural, inalienable, and absolute: right to life, liberty, estate, Locke, or that man is born free, Rousseau. Both thought of the government as a trust, Locke declaring it explicitly and Rousseau implicitly. For Locke, if the rulers exceed their political authority, they may be rightly overthrown through revolution. For Rousseau, it is the general will which is the basis of government. General will as more will for the people than of the people. The individual obeys the government, and if he does not, he may be forced to be free, meaning thereby that in obeying the government he obeys himself. There were numerous factors emphasizing on the democratic elements evident from the social contract theory, at least of John Locke and J.J. Rousseau. Some among them were: I. Assertion on human freedom and dignity. 2. Emphasis on rights of the individual. 3. The state as the result of individuals' consent and their agreement. 4. The state to act as a means for the individual and community, and v. A revolt against monarchy and tyrannical rule. The English, the American, and the French revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries gave concrete reality to the social contract ideas as it came to be built in the West. In the later centuries, writers such as Thomas Jefferson, 1743–1826, Alexis de Tocqueville, 1805–59, Abraham Lincoln, 1809–65, Jeremy Bentham, 1748–1832, Edmund Burke, 1729–97, and John Stuart Mill, 1806–73. Systematized and elaborated the concept of democracy, with writers and scholars in the greater part of the 20th century building a case for representative or indirect democracy. See democracy thematic models of its growth. In order to have a clearer idea of the growth of democracy, it would be instructive, if not informative, to give a summary of different models of democracy as stated by David Held. Models of democracy. 1. Classical democracy. In a small city-state and in slave economy, citizens, though limited, enjoy equality among themselves and participate directly in legislative and judicial functions. There is a provision for open assemblies with executives directly elected by lot or by rotation. Assemblies' powers include all common affairs. 2. Protective democracy. Politically better organized and existing in a society of patriarchal chiefs, in this model of democracy, citizens need protection from the rulers and from one another. It is a system where the rulers rule in the interests of the citizens only in name. In actuality, they interfere in total governance. The model is protective because it protects either ruled from the arbitrariness of the rulers, either rulers from the infringement in one another's sphere, either whole legal system from those who violate the rules. 3. Radical model of developmental democracy. Radical model of developmental democracy. The system visualizes small, non-industrial communities with a society of independent producers where men are made free from work and politics. The citizens in this model enjoy political and economic equality. No one masters the other. All enjoy equal freedoms, legislative powers with directly elected legislative bodies, and executive with magistrates, either appointed or elected directly or chosen by lot. 2. Developmental democracy. The system visualizes an independent civil society with a laissez-faire state supported by competitive market economy, private ownership of means of production existing alongside the community or cooperative forms of ownership. In this model, participation in political life is regarded necessary for protection of individual interests and development of informed, committed, and developing citizenry. There is popular sovereignty with universal franchise along with proportional system of representation. The government is representative. The systems of checks and balances exist in order to avoid absolutism. 4. Direct democracy and the end of politics. This system visualizes classless society with the working class coming victorious against the bourgeoisie and where private property is abolished and market economy is destroyed. It aims at achieving freedom and free development for all, ensuring complete political and economic equality and providing equal opportunities for all according to their abilities. Public affairs are regulated by communes, all officials are elected and, therefore, can be recalled, economy is planned, and public affairs are collectively governed. 5. Competitive elitist democracy. The system visualizes industrial society with competitive groups competing with one another for power and benefit. The electorate is poorly informed and therefore is politically almost apathetic. In this model, the elite is re-elected because it is skilled and is, therefore, capable of making decisions, political and non-political. The essential features of such a model of democracy are: A. Parliamentary government with a strong executive or presidential government with an alert legislature. B. Competition between groups and political parties. C. Dominance of party politics, and D. Well-trained bureaucracy. 6. Pluralist democracy. It visualizes the existence of numerous communities in the society with their own culture, basis, strength, and objectives, and each attempting to achieve something for its own group. There exists active citizenry along with numerous passive bodies of citizens with full political participation. This model encourages government by minorities generally, prevents the development of powerful factions, and hence has almost unresponsive state. The essential features of such a model are: A. Freedoms and liberties are available. B. The device of checks and balances is put in place in order to keep legislature, executive, and judiciary in their respective domains. C. The presence of competitive electoral system is ensured. D. The coexistence of diverse range and sometimes overlapping interest groups seeking political influence is ensured. F. The state, instead of being impartial, seeks to attain its own sectional interests. E. The law and the Constitution are respected. 7. Legal democracy. The system visualizes effective political leadership guided by liberal principles. Role of bureaucracy and interest groups is minimized. The essential features of such a model are: A. A state that works on the basis of constitution. B. Rule of law prevails over those of men. C. Free market society is ensured. D. A state with minimal functions and maximal individual autonomy is created. 8. Participatory democracy. The system visualizes a perfect and just society with material resources available to everyone and also an open order where informed decisions are ensured to each. This model ensures: I. An equal right to self-development. 2. Developing a sense of political efficacy. 3. Concern for collective problems, and 4. Contribution to the formation of a knowledgeable citizenry. The essential features of such a model are: A. Direct people's participation in each institution of society. B. Party leadership is made accountable to party membership. C. An open institutional system is maintained to ensure the possibility of experimenting with all political forms. 9. Democratic autonomy. The system visualizes the availability of an open information, ensuring informed decisions in all public affairs, setting of the government's priorities with extensive market regulation of goods and labor, and minimizing of unaccountable power centers in public and private life. This model expects individuals to be free and equal in the determination of the conditions of their own life, guarantees equal rights, and demands equal obligations. The essential features of this model in respect of the institution of state are: A. Autonomy enshrined in the Constitution. B. Competitive party system. C. Central and local administrative services internally organized according to the principle of direct participation. In respect of society, the key features of such a model are: A. Existence of diverse institutions and groups. B. Self-managing enterprise. C. Community services, education, health, etc. internally organized on the principle of direct participation. D. Private and voluntary enterprises to help promote diversity and innovation. 4. Theories of democracy. Democracy has been an evolving concept, and this is its great strength. As it evolves, it makes its meaning clear. The meaning of democracy, used in the modern sense of the term, has its beginnings since the last quarter of the 18th century. Until the greater part of the 19th century, the concept of democracy remained confined to its classical form, while in the 20th century and thereafter, the concept of democracy entered its modern/contemporary era. C.B. Macpherson, The Real World of Democracy, is right when he asserts that the Western tradition was largely non-democratic until the last quarter of the 18th century, i.e. until the American and the French revolutions. This can be substantiated if we glance the earlier pages of the Western history. The kind of democracy in certain city-states of ancient Greece, especially in Athens, was no democracy. There was no rule of all, nor the system allowed all the people to have a voice in the decisions. The women, the slaves, and the resident aliens had no right to participate in administration. Those who participated in the open assemblies were men of property, usually the heads of the families, and hardly numbered 10% of the whole population. Active political participation was severely limited. There was neither any freedom nor any equality. Plato and Aristotle always suspected democratic system. Plato would give power to the few intellectuals/philosophers, whereas Aristotle, though admitted the virtues of participation, was afraid of unrestrained democracy. Both feared the degeneration of democracy into mob rule. The democratic Sangha, Ghana, Panchayat systems are said to have existed in ancient India in republics called the Mahajanapadas before the 6th century BC. The republics in ancient Roman days had elections, but as in ancient Greece, women, slaves, and large foreign population were excluded. The votes of the wealthy Romans were given more weight, and there were the people who held high offices of the state. In the face of slavery and autocratic despotic rule, the Roman administration did emphasize on the concepts of law and justice. During the Middle Ages, there were various systems involving elections or assemblies, though often only involving a minority of the population, such as the election of Gopala in Bengal, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Althing in Iceland, certain medieval Italian city-states such as Venice, the Tuatha system in early medieval Ireland, Scandinavian things, the states in Tyrol and Switzerland, and the autonomous merchant city of Sakai in the 6th century in Japan. However, participation was often restricted to a minority, and so these may be better classified as oligarchy. Most regions during the Middle Ages were ruled by clergy or feudal lords. The domination of Christianity during the period restricted the arrival of democracy in the West, while in India, the monarchies flourished. The Parliament of England had its roots in the restrictions on the powers of kings written in the 1215 Magna Carta. The first elected parliament was de Montfort's Parliament in England in 1265. However, only a small minority actually had a voice. Parliament was elected by only a few percent of the population, less than 3% until 1780. With the coming of the modern period, though, three major historical movements, Renaissance, Reformation, and Enlightenment, the process of the beginning of democracy through the ideology of liberalism, had a headlong start. Renaissance received the Ciceronian republicanism through the writings of Machiavelli, 1469 to 1527, and later influenced by men like Harrington, 1611 to 77, Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755, and Rousseau, 1712 to 78. Reformation eased the path of religion, taking the back seat in the affairs of the state. Enlightenment made the contractual theory of the state, reflecting the consent of the men necessary for the formation of the state, as is evident in Voltaire, 1694 to 1778, David Hume, 1711 to 76, and Denis Diderot, 1713 to 84. By the end of the 17th century, liberalism had come out, and by the end of the 18th century, it had begun moving towards democracy. This classical form. A classical theory of democracy. I theory. The Glorious Revolution of 1688, England, the American War of Independence, 1776, and the French Revolution of 1789 had established liberalism in the West, liberalism as the ideology of autonomous individual and her rights and liberties, and as the philosophy of the properties class, suspecting the powers of the state and professing the theory of limited government. Building on the scattered rudimentary democratic ideas scattered over the Western history since the days of ancient Greece and basing itself on liberalism, the classical theory of democracy found itself in the greater part of 19th century. The classical theory of democracy had its advocates such as John Locke, 1632 to 1704, Two Treatises of Government, Montesquieu, 1689 to 1775, The Spirit of the Laws, Rousseau, 1712 to 78, The Social Contract, Adam Smith, 1723 to 90, The Wealth of Nations, Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, Critique of Pure Reason, Critique of Practical Reason, Critique of Judgment, Thomas Jefferson, 1743 to 1806, Thomas Jefferson. Writings, Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832, Fragment on Government, Principles of Morals and Legislation, James Madison, 1751 to 1836, The Federalist Papers, Alexis de Tocqueville, 1805 to 59, Democracy in America, John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 73, On Liberty, Considerations on Representative Government. The characteristic features of the classical theory of democracy can be summed up as under: the state's powers endanger individual liberties and freedoms. Separation of powers, Montesquieu. Institutional mechanism, checks and balances, to check absolutism, Madison. The state's units, to limit the powers of the federal government, Jefferson. Defense of liberties, Voltaire, were what the classical theorists of individual is the basic and primary unit of democracy. Essentially good, moral, rational, social. Locke knows his interest well enough, Bentham, a noble savage, Rousseau, moral enough to see humanity in others, Kant. Basically good, individual is autonomous and is equipped with his property, life, liberties, and estates, Locke. Sovereign, over his body, over his mind, over himself, Mill. Individual's passion for his liberty is unparalleled. The possession of rights with him help him develop his personality. The end is the individual, the fulfillment of his interest, his welfare, for everything revolves around the individual. Individual being the end, Every institution exists as a means for the fulfillment of the end of the individual. The state exists for the individual. The chief end of men's uniting into commonwealth was the protection of the property of the people, Locke. The state exists for the greatest happiness of the greater number, Bentham. The state does what an individual cannot do, Mill. Free the capitalist, he will free the world, Smith. The government is limited both in functions as well as in powers. It is limited, evil for most of the time, necessary only at times. /ISA's fair institution, its absolutism is to be checked. The individual has the right to revolution against the state, Locke. Democracy had always urged. 7. The state is the result of the individual's deliberate intentions. It is built on the consent of the people and exists as long as it serves the interests of the individuals. The general will is not as much will of the people as is will for the people, Rousseau. The social contract theory voiced the democratic element when it made the state based on the consent of the people. 8. Public participation is another basic feature of the classical theory of democracy. Drawing largely on the ancient Greek view of direct democracy, the classical theory sought, year after year, suffrage rights so to enable the people form and control their governors. 9. The classical theory of democracy advocated constitutionalism. Government through legal norms, the rule of law, the written constitution, control of the people over its electors, and that of the legislature over the executive. X. The classical theory of democracy had a moralistic vision, a humane and humanistic individual constituting a just society and a state that would owe much more than own, and serve much more than command. 2. Landesgemeinde initiative referendum. The thrust of the classical theory of democracy has been political participation of the people in the affairs of the state. This is reflected in institutions like open assemblies, known as Landesgemeinde in Switzerland, and devices like initiative and referendum. Landesgemeinde is one of the oldest and the simplest forms of direct democracy practiced in some of rural cantons of Switzerland. The eligible citizens of a canton meet on a particular day in the open air. They decide on laws and vote for expenditure and income. They can deliberate any question. Voting is done by raising hands. It is still in effect in 2 cantons, Glarus and Appenzell Innerrhoden, though in small municipalities and at the district level it still exists. Uri, last assembly of the Landesgemeinde on May 6, 1928, now abolished. Schwyz, abolished 1848. Obwalden, abolished by ballot vote on November 29, 1998. Nidwalden, abolished by resolution of the Landesgemeinde on December 1, 1996. Glarus, Landesgemeinde still in effect. Zug, abolished 1848. Appenzell Innerrhoden, Landesgemeinde still in effect. Appenzell Ausserrhoden, abolished by vote on September 28, 1997. Initiative is a means by which a petition is signed by a certain member of registered voters forcing a public vote on I. A proposed statute, 2. Constitutional amendment, 3. Ordinance, and 4. Consideration of the passage of a bill. Initiative is direct when a measure is put to vote. It is indirect when a measure is put to vote after the legislative bodies have considered it. Initiative is available in a Swiss Federal Assembly on a question of amendment, though it is used in cantons for both legislative as well as amendment proposals. In the USA, the initiative is in use at the level of state government in 24 states and in the District of Columbia. Referendum is a principle or practice of referring measures passed upon by the legislative bodies for acceptance or rejection. The measure may include the adoption of a new constitution, a constitutional amendment, a law, etc. A referendum may be mandatory when the law or the constitution directs authorities to hold referendum on specific matters and is usually binding. It may be facultative when it is initiated at the will of a public authority, President of the Republic as in France, or government/parliament as in Greece or Spain, or at the will of the citizens as in Switzerland. Such a referendum can be binding or non-binding. In Switzerland, referendums are binding at the federal, cantonal, and municipal level. They are of 2 types. 1. Facultative referendum. Any federal law, certain other federal resolutions, and international treaties that are either perpetual and irredeemable joinings of an international organization, or the changed Swiss law may be subject to a facultative referendum if at least 50,000 people or 8 cantons have petitioned to do so within 100 days. In cantons and municipalities, the required number of people is smaller and there may be additional causes for a facultative referendum, e.g., expenditures that exceed a certain amount of money. The facultative referendum is the most usual type of referendum and it is mostly carried out by political parties or by interest groups. 2. Obligatory referendum. There must be a referendum on any amendment to the Constitution and on any joining of a multinational community or organization for collective security. In many municipalities, expenditures that exceed a certain amount of money also are subject to the obligatory referendum. Constitutional amendments are either proposed by Parliament or the cantons, or they may be proposed by citizens' initiatives, which on the federal level need to collect 100,000 valid signatures within 18 months and must not contradict international laws or treaties. Often, Parliament elaborates a counter-proposal to an initiative, leading to a multiple-choice referendum. Very few such initiatives pass the vote, but more often, the parliamentary counter-proposal is approved. Referendum exists in Australia, Ireland, Italy, New Zealand, and France, largely for constitutional proposals, and in the United States, in the constitutions of 24 states. B. Contemporary theories of democracy. The classical theory of democracy, laying emphasis on autonomous active individual, political participation, direct democratic institutions with constitutionalism at its base, became irrelevant with the introduction of party systems, electoral patterns, and economic inequality. These also became obsolete with vast size of populations and territories of the numerous countries. With such developments, individual who was at the heart of the classical democracy and sovereign in his own right became sovereign in the rhetorical sense of the term. Representation has come to replace direct participation. C. Representative theories of democracy. Are some representative theories of democracy? A. The elitist theory of democracy. I. Background of the theory. The elitist theory of democracy is an amalgamation of two opposing, rather conflicting strands, elitism and democracy. Elitism implies the rule of the few, whereas democracy, in its direct form, means the rule of all. The elitist theory of democracy is not elitist insofar as it claims to be democratic. It is not democratic insofar as it traces its roots in elitism. The elitists, notably Vilfredo Pareto (1848–1927) and Gaetano Mosca (1858–1941), both Italians, and Robert Michels (1876–1936), a German, never found democracy as a viable proposition. Their arguments are, democracy in the sense of popular exercise of power and people's participation in society's public affairs cannot in practice be realized. Power is and has always remained the privilege of the dominating few. Democratic system is impossible and impracticable. The elitists, therefore, accept the view that democracy is a device that marks the harsh reality of elite rule and that history is nothing but the graveyard of oligarchies, or what Michels declared as the iron law of oligarchy. The classical elite theorists such as Pareto, Mosca, Michels, together with the present-day elitists such as C. Wright Mills (1916–62), Schumpeter, Mannheim, Sartori opposed the classical form of democracy as the direct rule of the people themselves. Mosca's words still serve an authoritative statement of the elite theory. In all societies, two classes of people appear, a class that rules and a class that is ruled. The first class, always the less numerous, performs all political functions, monopolizes power, and enjoys the advantages that power brings, whereas the second, the more numerous class, is directed and controlled by the first. In other words, the elitists hold the view that it is always the few who have ruled the many, the elite that rules the masses. Michels puts forth the elite argument by talking about the political immaturity of the mass, the organic weakness of the mass, the need which the mass feels, the guidance, the apathy of the masses, and their need for guidance. The elitist conclusion is, as the masses are incompetent, so there arises the need of the leaders. As the masses are politically immature, so the idea of mass sovereignty is always a myth. As the masses are apathetic, so they are not political. As the masses are disorganized, so they are irrational, and as the masses are irrational and manipulable, so there are possibilities of demagogic leaders destroying democracy and then turning it to fascism. The democracy theorists have been skeptical about elitism, as have been the elitists about classical democracy. Each knows its merits as also its weaknesses. The elitists know how practical they are and how undemocratic they are at the same time. Similarly, the democracy theorists know how great servants of the people they are and how impracticable they are at the same time. The fusion of one into the other produces a form of government which is called elitist theory of democracy, democratic elitism, competitive theory of democracy, plebiscitary elitism, as Max Weber would have called it. The necessity of the growing industrial society during the 18th and 19th centuries necessitated the need of one by the other. Summing up the idea of democratic elitism, Schwarzmantel, Structures of Power, 1987, says, the fact that masses have a choice between different elites satisfies all the requirements of a democratic system. Organization implies oligarchy. As Michels asserted, democracy needs leadership. In this sense, the elite mass distinction is preserved and the analysis remains in the elitist tradition. On the other hand, it is a necessary and sufficient condition for a democratic system that, at stated intervals, the masses decide which elite is to rule. 2. The theory explained. Joseph Schumpeter, Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy, 1943, may rightly be called the most influential proponent of the elitist theory of democracy. He attacks democracy by saying that there is no such thing as the will of the people, that the masses being ill-informed do not formulate the agenda of politics, that the political issues are always raised, articulated, and debated by the leaders, and that initiative in politics travels from top to bottom and not from bottom to top. When the masses elect the leaders or a particular elite, the government is formed. In such a situation, Schumpeter says the leaders should be free and autonomous to formulate and carry out policies of the government as composed by the people. The democratic element in a situation like this is preserved in A. Periodic elections of the leaders by the masses, and B. In the accountability of the leaders towards the electorate. In the accountability of the leaders towards the electorate. The elitist element is preserved in A. Enough autonomy of the leaders to formulate the policies, and B. Enough freedom to execute them. The elitist view of democracy may be summed up as Weber once described in a situation like this. In a democracy, people choose a leader in whom they trust. Then the chosen leader says, "Now shut up and obey me." People and party are then no longer free to interfere with his business. Later the people can sit in judgment if the leader has made mistakes to the gallows with him. Joseph Schumpeter, 1883 to 1950. Schumpeter, a Moravian, now part of the Czech Republic, born U.S. economist and political scientist. His major work was Capitalism, Socialism and Democracy, a classical liberal. Schumpeter rejected Keynesianism. Sympathetic as he was to Marx's theory, he talked about creative destruction of capitalism. Old ways are replaced by new ways. Critical as he was about the classical doctrine of democracy ruled by the people, concept was both unlikely and undesirable. He argued in favor of a mechanism in which there is a competition among the leaders, periodic elections making the government legitimate and accountable to the voters, and a system where the participatory role of the individuals in day-to-day administration is severely limited. For an order of democratic elitism, Schumpeter insists on the following conditions. I. The caliber of politicians must be high. 2. Competition between rival leaders and parties must take place but within the prescribed norms. 3. There has to be a well-trained independent bureaucracy to aid and advise politicians. 4. Excessive criticism of government on all issues be permitted. V. A political culture capable of tolerating differences of opinion be guaranteed. In democratic elitism, the following features should constitute a broad framework of the elitist theory of democracy. I. The elite's unflinching faith in democratic norms. It needs to realize that it possesses power as long as the electorate wants it. 2. The establishment of the elite masses contact is the only basis of the elitist democracy. 3. Non-interference of the masses in elites' business, in the formulation of policies and in the conduct of administration. 4. The elite's capabilities and experiences in political and public issues are a matter beyond any doubt. V. Effective and active competition among the groups, constant and always continuing. 6. Circulation of elite from among the masses. 3. The theory's evaluation. The elite theory of democracy has the following inherent limitations. The democratic elitism alienates the ruled from the theory is no longer democratic if by democracy we mean a system where there is a substantial amount of popular power and involvement of the citizens. In this sort of democracy, the masses only produce a government, they do not sustain it. The elite theory of democracy does ensure a measure of responsiveness by the leaders to the led, but democracy, in its essence, is not just confined to responsiveness, nor is it limited to checking and controlling the executive. Democracy implies people's participation at each level of governance, from initiating a legislative proposal to vetoing the other. The elitist thesis that the masses, in general, need not interfere in elites' public affairs and the insistence that the politicians may keep get on with the job attitude are not compatible with classical democracy and is, in fact, a surrender of sovereignty. Indeed, democracy does mean citizens' participation in politics, but it also means right of the citizens to judge or pass judgment on their rulers. Real democracy is not only descriptive in the sense of being a way of electing the governors, but is normative in the sense of being a way of judging the rulers and the existing power system. Democratic elitism cuts out from democratic theory its very heart, the idea of participation. Schwarzmental writes, democratic elitism takes a purely static view, accepting the features of present-day mass society fixed forever instead of envisaging a process that would transcend the elite-mass dichotomy. The stability of the existing order is, thus, made the chief value, and democratic involvement then appears to threaten that value. Rulers. Despite the fact that the ruled can exercise control over the rulers, it does not imply that the ruled control the rulers. All the agencies and devices through which the masses can possibly control the rulers remain under the control of the rule. The distance between the ruled and the rulers keep widening. 6. Democratic elitism is more elitistic than democratic. The fact remains that the rulers, the elite, remain a class in themselves. As such, the theory is more elite-oriented and its democratic convictions are both formal and imaginary. 7. The elitist theory of democracy is anti-liberal, for it does not recognize the individual as a rational being. It is anti-socialist, for it has a theory of political democracy and has, in fact, no theory of socio-economic democracy. 8. The elitist theory limits democracy only to governance level. 9. In terms of progress, the elite theory of democracy is a step backward. It has removed from its essence the moral content of democracy, a feature the classical theory of democracy had possessed. What was the heart of the classical theory of democracy, democratic humanism, was replaced by the elitists with what they made democratic mechanism. The elitist theory of democracy is retrogressive. McPherson writes, democracy is reduced from a humanistic aspiration to a market equilibrium society. The strength of the elitist theory of democracy lies in the fact that effective political power has always, in all societies and in all ages, remained in the hands of the few, a select minority. It also lies in the fact that such a system of democracy has, in reality, worked effectively well in Western political systems, that any other alternative of democracy could not and has, in fact, not worked, and that the socialist model as against the elitist one has proved infeasible. B. The pluralist theory of democracy. Pluralism, as it developed especially in the United States of America in 1940s, 1950s, and later, was a reaction against elitist theory of democracy. While the elitist democracy advocated the exercise of power by a dominant and relatively united group, one or strictly very few, see Wright Mills, The Power Elite, 1956, the pluralists had an absolutely opposite thesis, saying that power is held not by one or the other group but by groups. Within the framework of liberalism, pluralism demonstrated a more democratic orientation than elitism. The pluralist democratic theory admits numerous groups of all shades competing to obtain power of the state. The pluralists are more democratic than the elitists insofar as the former do not allow the state to act arbitrarily, for there is a network of parties, groups, associations in the pluralist frame, exercising their democratic rights to check the absolutism of the state. The elitists do presume a fragmented society, not the one in which numerous groups are equally powerful, but the one where there is the monopolistic control of the group which is more powerful. In pluralism, on the other hand, the state is highly responsive to numerous groups. In elitism, there's no group conflict. In pluralism, there is. In pluralist democracy, the people, though non-political, are not apolitical, but in elitist theory, the people are regarded apolitical and therefore made to act as non-political. Elitism is a matter of containment, pluralism of democratization. Following are the factors that separate neopluralism from pluralism. A. Neopluralism is an extension of pluralism, but one in which the role of the business groups is relatively crucial. B. In a pluralist democracy, groups are powerful, more or less, equally, whereas, in a neopluralist arrangement, dominant groups are seen distinct from secondary and weak groups. C. Power is an observable phenomenon and is relatively dispersed in pluralism, whereas, in neopluralism, power is unobservable, hidden structurally and ideologically, and therefore, is concentrated in big issues but dispersed in secondary ones. D. In the pluralist theory, democracy exists through conflictual groups, whereas in neopluralist theory, it exists but very little, and E. In pluralism, society is distinct and in a way, non-political. In neopluralism, society is distinct, but with limited influence. I. Development and growth. Pluralism as it grew and developed in the United States was largely the result of the writings of Truman, Bentley, Dahl, and Lindblom, though its ancestry is related to Schumpeter, Weber, Madison, and others. It has, in the Western political system, traveled through various phases and assumed the names of empirical democratic theory, which is a descriptive explanatory account of democratic politics. With the changing times, pluralism has passed through its classical stage to its reformed and then to its neo-pluralist ones. Each subsequent stage of pluralism was a variant of the preceding one. Robert A. Dahl, born 1915. Robert Allen Dahl is the Sterling Professor of Political Science at Yale University. He was also the president of the American Political Science Association. He is described as the Dean of American Political Science. He is described as the Dean of American Political Scientists for his prolific writings. His works include A Preface to Democratic Theory, E. Who Governs? Political Oppositions in Western Democracies, Pluralist Democracy in the United States, After the Revolution, Polyarchy, Participation and Opposition, Dilemmas of Pluralist Democracy. Authority versus Control, A Preface to Economic Democracy, Democracy and Its Critics on Democracy, How Democratic is the American Constitution. On Political Equality. Dahl regards democracy as theoretical utopia and as such calls politically advanced countries polyarchies. The ideals of democracy, he insists, must meet criteria such as effective participation, voting equality at the decisive stage, enlightened understanding, people's right to control agenda, and inclusiveness, everyone to have legitimate stake within the political processes. 2. Pluralist democracy features. Although there are numerous variations of pluralism, yet it is possible to state some recognizable features common to all. Pluralism is a process of political action, and a process which, in Laswell's phrase, settles who gets what, when, and how. It assumes a multiplicity of groups/actors competing for power, influence, job, status, and so on in a variety of political arenas. It minimizes the conflicts between the different arenas and maximizes the openness of the contests. In it, democracy is competitive rather than consensual and one where politics is pragmatically focused upon the here and now situation. The characteristic features of pluralist democracy, common to all shades of pluralism, as summed by Schwarzmantel, are I. There is no single group which is able to exercise systematic and pervasive control over more than one range of issues. What it means is the existence of numerous groups in the society and the fact that each group is dominant in its own areal trying, in varying degrees, to influence the government. More the issues, more the groups, and more dispersed and varying is the influence. 2. The idea of countervailing power, as used by J.K. The pluralist democracy is a democracy in the sense that it prevents the concentration of political power in the hands of few. It is also a democracy in the sense that it permits the numerous groups and all citizens their democratic right of participation in politics. Galbraith exists in a pluralist scheme. Galbraith explains that in an advanced economy, there exists a balance between the capital and the labor with no one having an inbuilt advantage over the other. Both exist not in a situation of perfect competition, but in one that is imperfect, where both hold power and both can influence and restrain governmental action. Although the pluralists do not have any coherent theory of state yet, they seek a state which is neutral. Indeed, the role of the dominant business groups is growing fast, yet the pluralist democracy envisages a state which acts as an umpire, impartially controlling the conflicts of groups, supervising and regulating social antagonisms. As the pluralist democracy survives in a multiplicity of groups with their own interests and demands, pluralism is not committed to any ideology. There is, thus, the plurality of ideas and therefore no uniformity of belief, any belief, a society of publics, as C. Wright Mills would have used the phrase. The pluralist democracy is a democracy of competition, consent, and accountability. It is a democracy of competition because it allows competition among the numerous groups. It is a democracy of consent because it is run by a group which has a considerable support and base, and it is a democracy of accountability because the elected representatives have to be responsible to the electorate for their deeds. Charles E. Lindblom, born 1917. Like Robert Dahl, Lindblom is also a sterling professor of political science, though he is professor emeritus with interest in economics. Like Dahl, he has been the president of the American Political Science Association. His works include The Market System, the Policymaking Process, Politics and Markets, Usable Knowledge, Politics, Economics, Welfare, The Intelligence of Democracy. Together with Dahl, he also advocated polyarchy, holding the view that elite controls government and society, though he would also criticize polyarchy turning into corporatism. 3. Assessment of the pluralist theory of democracy. The pluralist theory of democracy remains within the ambit of Western political systems. Systems which allow economic inequality and political democracy, separation of powers, rule of law, constitutionalism, competitive society, citizenship rights, a system of freedoms and liberties, and a talented bureaucracy. Its strength lies in its effective application in the Western society, in whatever form it suits a system. And yet, its weaknesses can be highlighted. The assumptions that a society has numerous groups, and that the groups play a significant role is to assume that the numerous groups are equally powerful. Indeed, certain groups, mostly the economically dominant groups, have more resources and more means, and therefore hold more powers in the society at the cost of others. This makes the whole pluralist assumption undemocratic. The pluralist theory of democracy, while making group as a political unit, ignores the emphasis on individual which was the hallmark of the classical democratic theory. The pluralists have reduced individual to a rhetorical sovereign, making him almost a slave to the groups around him and submerging his identity in that of the group. As the pluralist democracy is a group democracy, it is always likely that politics may not be able to receive the attention of the problems and issues concerned with the average citizen or an ordinary group. To put the point the other way, power may prevent certain issues to come before open discussion. Bachrach and Baritz rightly point out that a group may be powerful enough to determine the agenda of politics, and to make sure that certain items are never put on that agenda. This kind of process may make the pluralist democracy as the democracy of the dominant. The pluralist view of the democratic state as neutral arbiter is countered by the assumptions that a society has numerous groups, and that the groups play a significant role is to assume that the numerous groups are equally powerful. Indeed, certain groups, mostly the economically dominant groups, have more resources and more means, and therefore hold more powers in the society at the cost of others. This makes the whole pluralist assumption undemocratic. 2. The pluralist theory of democracy, while making group as a political unit, ignores the emphasis on individual which was the hallmark of the classical democratic theory. The pluralists have reduced individual to a rhetorical sovereign, making him almost a slave to the groups around him and submerging his identity in that of the group. 3. As the pluralist democracy is a group democracy, it is always likely that politics may not be able to receive the attention of the problems and issues concerned with the average citizen or an ordinary group. To put the point the other way, power may prevent certain issues to come before open discussion. Bachrach and Baritz rightly point out that a group may be powerful enough to determine the agenda of politics, and to make sure that certain items are never put on that agenda. This kind of process may make the pluralist democracy as the democracy of the dominant. 4. The pluralist view of the democratic state as neutral arbiter is countered by ever-increasing power of the state and b. Imposing and influential business groups in the society. As the state assumes more powers, it becomes more bureaucratic and hence less democratic. As the economically powerful groups exert influence on the state, they make the state their instrument. And if the state is in a situation like that of neopluralism where the state comes to forge its own interests, it hardly remains neutral then. In an unequal and market sort of society where the power is captured through competition, the emerging victorious group not only holds the power but attempts to retain it. Power, in the hands of the small cohesive group dominating the society, fades the pluralist vision of dispersion of power and thus makes the whole politics oligarchical. But up to a point, pluralism has a value and an appeal to those who believe in liberty and in democracy. To those who hate tyranny and concentration of powers, and to those who favor dispersion of power, pluralism must provide a workable system, and to that extent, it may appear to be democratic. See the concept of people's democracy. See the concept of people's democracy. People's democracy. People's democracy is associated with the Marxian theory of democracy. The Marxists do not think bourgeois democracy as the real one. For them, it is the dictatorship of the capitalists, rule of the capitalists by them and for them. It is a class democracy, i.e. democracy of a class, a dominant class, an economically dominant class, the rule of minority over majority. Giving the Leninist account of Westernal democracy, Neil Harding, Lenin's political thought, says, Western-style representative democracy was no more than a sometimes convenient constitutional form, through which the real economic dominance of the capitalist class was exercised. In the epoch of monopoly or finance capitalism, it had become redundant and potentially destabilizing. From all this, Harding continues, it followed that representative democracy, with its elaborate division of power and its attendant separate jurisdiction for legislative, executive, judiciary, army, and police could not possibly serve as the political form of the realization of socialism. Liberal democracy had not merely preserved, it had refined and sanctified the age-old and basic division of society into governors and governed. 2. Explanation of the concept of people's democracy. For the Marxists, democracy and its full form can only be found in a classless society, beginning from the socialist society onward. Revolutionary as Marx was, he saw in a revolution an engine of history, pushing history ahead to unfold an era of real human freedom. The political instrument of their enslavement cannot serve as the political instrument of their emancipation, for a master of society will not become a servant on request. So writes Marx, The Civil War in France, 1870. Once the bourgeois democracy is abolished by the working class, there would usher, the Marxists say, a transitional period of the dictatorship of proletariat which would eventually pave the way for a classless and a stateless society, the real permanent democratic society. Lenin believed that though the dictatorship of proletariat would be a bourgeois state without the bourgeoisie, yet it would be, as compared to the dictatorship of the capitalists under capitalism, democratic insofar as it would be the rule of the majority, therefore by them and for them, over the minority both quantitatively and qualitatively rule of the working class over the erstwhile exploiters. The socialist state would be quantitatively better than the bourgeois state, for socialism would mean the rule not of the rich, the capitalists, the few, but would mean the rule of the common man, the workers, the majority. Under socialism, after adopting the socialist economy, the power of the state would be reclaimed by the people. The people would debate, discuss, and finally decide all public issues. They would implement what they decide and would adjudicate all their disputes themselves. Marx and Engels had stated, the Communist Manifesto 1848, that socialism would be an association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. Mikhail Gorbachev, born 1923, that the Marxist-Leninist socialist state would rise and fall within a short period of a little over than 70 years would be a shock for the dead Lenin thanks to Gorbachev's efforts of perestroika and glasnost. He was the last president of the USSR and the last general secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union when Soviet Russia disintegrated as a single country in 1991, though he obtained the Nobel Prize in 1990. During his leadership, Gorbachev, affectionately called Gorby, sought to liberalize polity as well as economy well-intentioned measures which doomed not only his career but also the socialist model in the world to a great extent. About the Bolshevik people's democracy, Harding says, democracy was to be direct, participatory, and transformative. Its purpose was to transform people from passive objectives of the purposes of the others into conscious and active subjects. So considered, the features of the people's democracy as stated by Professor Held may be summed up briefly as under I. Regulation of public affairs by councils organized pyramidically in the socialist era, and leading ultimately to self-regulation under communism. 2. Election and recall of all the officials of the state under socialism while governance of the public affairs by the people collectively under communism. 3. People's militia to sustain the socialist society, leading to a system without coercion and with self-evolving norms under communism. 4. Defeat of the bourgeoisie, unity of the working classes and elimination of all class privileges of the socialist era, to be followed by abolition of private property, scarcity, market system, and the establishment of a citizen-centric society. V. Beginning with the free development of each and ending with the free development of all would make way for a free society where each and all would have all freedoms, end of exploitation, and ultimately the achievement of complete political, social, and economic equality. The concept of people's democracy, as suggested by Professor Held, would make somewhat a picture like this. The machinery of the state would be replaced by the commune structure. All aspects of government would then be fully accountable. The general will of the people would prevail. The smallest communities would administer their own affairs, elect delegates to larger administrative units, and these would, in turn, elect candidates to still larger areas of administration. This arrangement is known as the pyramid structure of direct democracy. All delegates are revocable, bound by the institutions of their constituency and organized into a pyramid of directly elected committees. 3. Assessment of people's democracy. The people's democracy smacks of an authoritarian form of politics in the face of the rule of the single Communist Party. In such a society, Professor Held says, there is no longer a place for systematically encouraging and tolerating disagreement and debate about public matters. There is no longer scope for the mobilization of competing political views. The society of the whole people, or what may be called the commune structure, where there is no public discourse and the procedure to protect people's autonomy, there is no guarantee that those elected by the people into high offices would like their action to be scrutinized or their behavior checked. The limitless. 6. The assumption that a person can be trained to become active through Lenin's vanguardism is a position which stands in direct opposition to what Marx and Engels repeatedly held. We cannot ally ourselves, therefore, with people who openly declare that the workers are too uneducated to free themselves. The Marx did not, Professor Held thinks, produce an adequate theory of institutional structures of the powers with the communes would generate and foster dictatorship. The Marxian picture of the communist society as an association of free men, working with the means of production held in common and expanding, in full self-awareness as one single labor force. An association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all, are all good democratic words, but without practical application, only blueprints of the new society. Numerous difficulties arise when the ideals of government of the people are replaced by the government of things, self-regulating, and self-evolving system. Things, in fact, are not as simple as they are viewed to be so. There has to be someone to initiate a tangible proposal, suggest as to where a steel plant is to be built, and make a beginning. To say that things would begin themselves is a position which is untenable. There are severe limitations of smooth functioning of institutions in a classless society. The idea that the executive tasks can be spread amongst the population, that the delegates act under and within instructions, and that the representatives are recallable, are all very attractive but, at the same time, unworkable. Classless society. He reduces political institutions to an undifferentiated type, to a complex of organizations which are not clearly separated. He makes power conceal in a hierarchical form and then assumes the new system would be transparent, open, and accessible to all. All this is a gamble, a gigantic gamble. A.J. Polin, Lenin and the End of Politics, 1984 says, the gamble that it will be possible to set about constructing the state, in the best of all possible words. The odds against the gamble are astronomic. It demands, in short, an absence of politics. V. Models of democracy. There are a number of models of democracy. The Athenian direct form of democracy was based on continuous and direct participation in the processes of government. Protective democracy was an indirect democracy designed to protect the individuals against the government. Developmental democracy is a model to broaden participation, to advance freedom. Developmental democracy is a model to broaden participation, to advance freedom and ensure well-being of the individuals. A brief discussion of the major models of democracy is given here. A. Liberal democracy. Liberal democracy is a model of democracy which is most popular in the West. It is a model which began as a liberal idea and to which the democratic content was added later. The greater parts of the 18th and 19th centuries provided the liberal base, and with the broadening of franchise rights and the welfare activities, the 20th century made the Western countries democratic. Now the West is called the liberal democracies. With the collapse of the socialist communist model in late 1980s and early 1990s, men like Fukuyama have pronounced the defeat of communism and the triumph of liberal democracy. Anthony Down. Anthony Downs is a noted scholar in public policy and is a senior fellow at Brookings Institution in Washington. His works include An Economic Theory of Democracy, Inside Bureaucracy, and Struck in Traffic. The Downsian axis is a left-right axis in which he places socialists and communists on the left and the Christian Democrats, social democrats, and liberal in the center and the conservatives and fascists on the right, where communism allows 0% private ownership and fascism 100% private ownership. Voters while voting contemplate on how much government intervention in the economy there should be. The Downsian axis has been integrated into the median voters theory articulated first by Duncan Black. The kind of democracy in liberal democracies is known as the representative democracy, periodic, free, and fair elections, the system of rights, liberties, and freedoms, the essence of constitutionalism, free press, the rule of law, universal adult franchise, devices of elections and electoral systems, and the like are the basic characteristics of liberal representative democracy. Anthony Downs' An Economic Theory of Democracy explains that competitive elections achieve the goals of democratic government. He drew upon the ideas of market economics to help explain political behavior in a liberal democracy. Politicians seek to acquire power by gaining votes in an election, as is usually done while businessmen sell goods in the marketplace. Elections are like political markets where voters exercise choices and select products from the policies, goods offered by the competing political parties. Liberal democracies are based on principles such as a belief in the individual who is both moral and rational. 2. A belief in reason and progress, growth and development to be sought through the art of adjustments and compromises, a consensual society based on cooperation. 4. A belief that power has to remain decentralized. Liberal democracies seek a political system where rights and liberties are defended against the encroachments of the state. 2. Where government intervention is restricted or regulated. 3. Where society's opportunities are open to talents or merits rather on privilege or status. 4. Where the rules are framed for the maximum well-being of the citizens. B. McPherson, 1911-87. McPherson was a noted Canadian political scientist who taught political theory at the University of Toronto. His works include The Political Theory of Possessive Individualism, The Real World of Democracy, Democratic Theory, The Life and Times of Liberal Democracy, a Pastmaster volume on Burke, The Rise and Fall of Economic Justice. An avowed socialist, McPherson believed that the culture of possessive individualism prevented individuals from developing their powers of rationality, moral judgment, contemplation, and even friendship and love. B. Participatory Theory of Democracy. The participatory theory of democracy has its advocates in scholars such as Carol Pateman, Participation and Democratic Theory, The Problem of Political Obligations, C.B. McPherson, The Life and Times of Liberal Democracy, and Palance's State, Power, Socialism. Professor Held, New Forms of Democracy, Models of Democracy, tells us that participatory democracy is the main countermodel on the left to the legal democracy of the right countermodel on the left, so far as it condemns closed society of the socialist societies, and a critique of the right insofar as it exposes the so-called equalities which the Western societies claim to have won. Payman questions the idea of free and equal citizens and says that the existing inequalities of class, sex, and race have gone to denounce the equalities among the citizens. Palances holds the view that the socialist democratic model has failed to train citizens in the art of democratic administration. McPherson doubts if liberalism would succeed in shouldering the weight of democracy as seen in the direct participation of the people in administration. Democracy, explanation of the theory. The theory of participatory democracy as advocated by Pateman, McPherson, and Palances can be briefly stated as under. A. Democratization of parliaments, bureaucracies, political parties, and the like is the first condition of participatory democracy so as to make them all more open and more accountable. B. Drastic decentralization of powers, both vertically and horizontally, so as to enable the formulation of policies and decision-making run from the bottom to the top. C. Reorganization of political parties while making them less hierarchical on the principles of procedures of participatory democracy. D. Accountability of the political administrators and managers to the people they represent. E. Direct participation of citizens in the regulation of the key institutions of society, including the workplace and the local community. F. Maintenance of an open institutional system to ensure the possibility of experimentation with political forms. So understood, participatory democracy envisages an equal right to self-development, a type of society which fosters a sense of political efficacy, prepares people to solve collective problems, and contributes to the formation of a knowledgeable citizenry capable of taking a sustained interest in the governing process. Birch offers rather a relatively negative meaning of participatory democracy. He says in his work, The Concepts and Theories of Modern Democracy, participatory democracy means a system in which small local units, informally organized, would have a veto power over national decisions. The participatory theory is subject to the following criticism. Participatory model of democracy fails to specify the conditions necessary for such a democracy as also the means of securing such conditions. Indeed, there is no better method of learning than practicing what we want to learn. Accordingly, we learn to participate by participating, but there is no evidence to show that participation would help, as Professor Held says, to trigger a new renaissance in human development. It would be unwise to think that participation would make people cooperative and dedicated. It would rather be wise to presuppose that participation would not make people morally or vi. Participatory theory is too demanding. It makes a politician out of each citizen. A chemist may not like to indulge in politicking, an astronomer may not find time for politics, a businessman may not have an aptitude to know as to what goes on in the debates of the municipal committees. Why demand so much from the people? Why seek so large changes in the lives of the common people? Why not leave politics to the politicians? Intellectually better than what they are. Indeed, there is no better method of learning than practicing what we want to learn. Accordingly, we learn to participate by participating, but there is no evidence to show that participation would help, as Professor Held says, to trigger a new renaissance in human development. It would be unwise to think that participation would make people cooperative and dedicated. It would rather be wise to presuppose that participation would not make people morally or intellectually better than what they are. The crux of participatory democracy is the availability of specialized information and expertise to the decision-makers. In such a situation, groups of amateur politicians, Birch says, may lend themselves to manipulation by demagogues or by ideological factions. Participatory democracy envisages substantive involvement in all spheres and at all levels. The important question is as to how these spheres and levels are to be connected with each other and how the different aspects of these spheres and levels would come together. The participation theorists never thought that such problems would ever be there. To that extent, the terms of references with regard to participation theory have been too narrowly drawn. The merit of the theory of participatory democracy lies in the fact that it focuses on the individual not in isolation but in the context of cooperative effort with others. 2. It engages in finding out the means for achieving the ideal of self-rule. 3. It provides, or at least attempts to provide, suggestions for remedying the ills of the existing societies. And 4. It helps us to know or discover the limitations of the existing systems and thereafter to envisage changes in the political, economic, and social conditions of the people. See radical democracy. Although Fukuyama's proclamation of the triumph of liberal democracy has attracted many in the West, it would be a mistake to say that his conception has earned universal acceptance. The critics of liberal democracy point out to the gulf between the government and the people despite the periodic, free, fair, and competitive elections in liberal democratic societies. The rulers in these policies. The critics of liberal democracy point out to the gulf between the government and the people. The critics of liberal democracy point out to the gulf between the government and the people despite the periodic, free, fair, and competitive elections in liberal democratic societies. The rulers in these polities are more accountable to the powerful economic interests than to the people. The participation of the people in this model of democracy, people in the affairs of the government, in such societies has been reduced to casting votes every few years. Thus, there have been doubts about the realities on which the liberal democratic theorists usually boast of. John Bernheim. Bernheim is a former professor of general philosophy at the University of Sydney, Australia. His work, /Is Democracy Possible? 1985, has been well received. Drawing the word démarche from F.A. Hayek, Bernheim has used this word to describe a political system without state, without elections, without bureaucracies, and instead based it on randomly selected groups of decision-makers. Bernheim was a one-time Roman Catholic priest. The rise and growth of the radical democracy model represents a cocktail of elements of postmodernist, openness, neo-Marxist, equality, and the Republican democratic, active citizenship, partnership theories. The advocates of radical democracy include J. Bernheim, /Is Democracy Possible? Democracy, Nation-States and the World System, W. E. Connolly, Democracy and Territoriality, H. Patamaki. Republican Public Sphere and the Governance of Globalizing Political Economy, R.B.J. Walker, International Relations and the Concept of the Political International Theory. This model of democracy has its sympathizers in groups and social movements such as the peace campaigners, gay rights advocates, feminist and environmentalist proponents who help broaden individuals' continuous participation in social and political life. Joshua Cohen, in his article, Radical Democracy, points out certain flaws in liberal competitive democracy which have helped the rise of the radical democracy. Citing Rousseau's Argument Cohen refers to the lack of responsibility in the representative democracy. As soon as public business ceases to be the citizens' principal business, they representatives prepare to serve with their purse rather than with their persons. The state is already close to ruin. Competitive representative liberal democracy abandons equality, for in such a form of democracy, people are so mobilized that they become subordinate to the more dominant economic groups and lose their political equality. The competitive representative liberal democracy fails to ensure political autonomy because in such a democracy there is always a better measure of bargaining than of self-government. Radical democracy, Cohen explains, has two major strands of democratic thought. A broader participation in public decision-making, and 2. deliberations so as to reach decisions that affect the people. Though between the two, radical democracy has a better share of the former. Radical democracy is essentially a bottom-up theory of democratization articulating itself through the multiplicity of self-governing and self-organizing collectivities without the sovereign or centralized structures of authority. To a great extent, radical democracy presents a substantive view of democracy insofar as it refers to the creation of good communities based on normative principles of equality, active citizenship, the promotion of the public good and humane governance, and the accommodation of diversity. Ernesto Laclau and Chantal Mouffe, Hegemony and Social Strategy, Towards a Radical Democratic Politics, seek to incorporate in democracy elements of not only freedom and equality but also difference. It is not only the acceptance of difference, dissent, and antagonisms but also dependence on them. Laclau and Mouffe are of the opinion that in a society of power relations, or what they call the site of agonism, oppressive relations are always visible and they need to be renegotiated, and that is what makes radical democracy radical. The assumptions and characteristic features of radical democracy are VII. Society consists of plurality of power relations. Democracy's main concern is the acceptance of power relations as they exist together with the oppressive relations which emerge. Democracy's main task is to accept, debate, discuss, negotiate, and resolve such relations. Democracy is a matter of participation as well as deliberation. Democracy not only represents the plurality of voices, it also fosters the continual proliferation of new voices, new identities, and new communities through the process of democratization. Democracy does not simply mean participation, it also means constituting people into citizens and achieving what is common among them. Political parties, pressure groups, and other centers of power need to go under scrutiny of the entire assertive civil society. The communicative channels could help broaden participation of numerous elements which can make the civil society more assertive and alert. To conclude, one may say with Kate Sandilands' Radical Democracy, a contested/ing terrain, that radical democracy is a form of democracy that can never claim itself to be fully democratic. What constitutes the common and the specific is always subject to change. What constitutes democracy is thus also necessarily mutable, subject to debate. And with the changes come new modes of political speech, new meanings for empowerment and participation, new shapes, new directions, and new floor plans for the forum. Thus, we can never precisely define just what a true, radical democracy might look like, which is why it's so radical. Radical democracy model makes the participatory democracy model relatively more understandable. But it is not understandable as to how the multiplicity of groups and movements would resolve their conflicts in the absence of the fading sovereignty of the fast-shrinking role of the state. Deliberative democracy. The rationale behind the deliberative democracy model is what may be called the principle of stakeholding, that all those affected by or with a stake in the decisions of public authorities have the right to a voice in the governance of those matters. Petit republicanism, a theory of freedom in government, puts the notion of deliberative democracy as one in which the people individually and collectively enjoy a permanent possibility of contesting what the government decides. Public authorities are expected to justify their actions whilst those affected must have the right to contest such actions. As against the traditional theory of democracy which emphasizes voting as the central institution in democracy, deliberative democracy theorists argue that legitimate lawmaking can only arise from the public deliberations of the citizens. Deliberative democracy strengthens citizens' voices in governance by including people of all races, classes, ages, and geographies in deliberations that directly affect public decisions. The term deliberative democracy was originally coined by Joseph M. Bassett in Deliberative Democracy, the Majority Principle in Republican Government, 1980. And he subsequently elaborated and defended the notion in The Mild Voice of Reason, 1994. Others contributing to the notion of deliberative democracy include John Elster, Jürgen Habermas, Joshua Cohen, John Rawls, Amy Gutman, John Dryzek, James Fishkin, Dennis Thompson, and Salah Ben Habib. Joshua Cohen, born in 1951, is a political philosopher and professor at Stanford University, where he holds appointments in the Department of Political Science and Philosophy and in the School of Law. At Stanford, Cohen is the head of the New Center for Global Justice. Much of his work concerns philosophy of law, political philosophy, democratic theory, especially deliberative democracy, and global justice. Previously a professor of political science and philosophy at MIT, he was educated at Yale University and Harvard University, where he earned his Ph.D. under the direction of John Rawls. His works with Joel Rogers include On Democracy, Inequality and Intervention, Rules of the Game, Associations, and Democracy. He has also edited several books. Joshua Cohen, a student of John Rawls, outlines some conditions that he thinks constitute the root principles of the theory of deliberative democracy in the article Deliberation and Democratic Legitimacy in the book The Good Polity. These include 4. An ongoing independent association with expected continuation. The citizens in the democracy structure and their institutions are such that deliberation is the deciding factor in their creation and that they allow deliberation to continue. A commitment to the respect of a pluralism of values and aims within the polity. The participants in the democracy regard deliberative procedure as the source of legitimacy, and as such they also prefer those casual histories of legitimation for each law to be transparent and easily traceable back to the deliberative process. Each member and all members recognize and respect each other for having deliberative capacity. Cohen also goes further than deliberative democracy as a theory of legitimacy and forms a body of substantive rights around it based on achieving ideal deliberation. 1. It is free in 2 ways. A. The participants regard themselves as bound solely by the results and preconditions of the deliberation. They are free from any authority of prior norms or requirements. B. The participants suppose that they can act on the decision made. The decision through deliberation is a sufficient reason for compliance with it. 2. It is reasoned. Parties to deliberation are required to state reasons for proposals, and proposals are accepted or rejected based on the reasons given as the content of the very deliberation taking place. 3. Participants are equal in 2 ways. A. Formal. Anyone can put forth proposals and criticize and support measures. There is no substantive hierarchy. B. Substantive. The participants are not limited or bound by certain distributions of power, resources, or pre-existing norms. The participants do not regard themselves as bound by the existing system of rights, except in so far as that system establishes the framework of free deliberation among equals. 4. Deliberation aims at a rationally motivated consensus. It aims to find reasons acceptable to all those who are committed to such a system of decision-making. When consensus or something near enough is not possible, majoritarian decision-making is utilized. Describing deliberative democracy as discursive democracy, Dryzek, discursive democracy, deliberative, and beyond, refers to its following features. It is pluralistic in embracing the necessity to communicate across difference without erasing difference. 2. It is reflective in its questioning orientation to established traditions. 3. It is transnational in its capacity to extend cross-state boundaries into settings where there is no constitutional framework. 4. It is ecological in terms of its openness to communication with non-human nature. V. It is dynamic in its openness to ever-changing constraints upon and opportunities for democratization. Dryzek's advocacy of discursive democracy broadly implies that participation in relatively unrestrained discourses in civil society is valuable for the development of individual capabilities and for generating an authentic and informed public opinion under free and equal conditions of deliberation, which benefits the political decision-making process as a whole. Lynn Carson writes, "Deliberation is not a debate and is more than a dialogue. Deliberations are conversations that matter because they work methodically toward consensus, attempt to build common good." 2 conceptions of deliberative democracy are usually talked about, micro and 2 macro. Micro deliberative democracy concentrates on the ideal deliberative procedure, a form of face-to-face communication which emphasizes on reasoned argument and persuasion rather than on manipulation, coercion, and deception. Habermas and Dryzek take the macro perspective of deliberative democracy, emphasizing on the loose, unstructured forms of deliberation where discourses are free to overlap and engage with one another. Scott London, Teledemocracy versus Deliberative Democracy, refers to a term teledemocracy in which innovative form of electronic discourse is said to remedy numerous shortcomings of representative democracy. Interactive telecommunication fosters increased civic participation. Telecommunication links citizens together across the boundaries of time and space. A direct link between citizens and government ensures the accountability of the representatives. Electronic media can function as a mass feedback system, providing the legislators with instant public opinion. Electronic media can provide vast amount of information to the citizens almost instantaneously. The strength of the deliberative democracy models is that these models tend to generate ideal conditions of impartiality, rationality, and knowledge of the relevant facts. The more these conditions are fulfilled, the greater is the likelihood of decisions being made morally correct. The political philosopher Charles Blattberg, from pluralist to patriotic politics, has criticized deliberative democracy on 4 grounds. The rules for deliberation that deliberative theorists affirm interfere with, rather than facilitate, good practical reasoning. 2. Deliberative democracy is ideologically biased in favor of liberalism as well as Republican over parliamentary democratic systems. 3. Deliberative Democrats assert a too sharp division between just and rational deliberation on the one hand and self-interested and coercive bargaining or negotiation on the other. And 4. Deliberative Democrats encourage an adversarial relationship between state and society, one that undermines solidarity between citizens. Contemporary democratic theory. Contemporary democratic theory has its own issues which are being debated from time to time and from issue to issue. With regard to the representation, electoral representation to informal kinds of representation, interest in the fairness of electoral representation, a renewed focus on political judgment and democratic theory, a new appreciation that participation and representation are complementary forms of citizenship. Another issue that is being debated in the contemporary democratic theory is the relationship between democracy and majoritarianism, and between majoritarianism and counter-majoritarianism. Such debates affect the functioning of democratic working. Issues which are being debated reflect the contemporary democratic theory in various aspects. Practice questions. 1. Explain the meaning of democracy. 200 words. 2. Comment on the issues of contemporary democratic theory. 2012. 200 words. 3. What distinguishes democracy from monarchy, oligarchy, and dictatorship? 200 words. 4. Write a note on developmental democracy. 200 words. 5. Highlight the major characteristics of the classical democracy. 700 to 800 words. 6. Write a brief note on referendum. 200 words. 7. Explain clearly the meaning of radical democracy. 700 to 800 words. Critically examine either the elitist or the pluralist theory of democracy. How far does any one of the two match the characteristics of representative democracy? 700 to 800 words. 9. Evaluate the participatory theory of democracy. 700 to 800 words. 10. Examine critically the features of deliberative words, democracy. 2014. 200. Concepts: power, hegemony, ideology, legitimacy. Introduction. Power as a concept is central to any study of politics. To say that politics is all about power, or the term power is the one around which politics revolves, is not surprising. Power in politics is always political power, power of the state, power of the government, and power of the laws through which governments operate. Power is a means through which the state or the government or any other agency, governmental or non-governmental, gets something done which others do not otherwise want to do. It is a power to influence others. Power as an end is power over others, i.e., to dominate, to control, to exert. Power as a means is power to, and power as an end is power over. The concept of power in politics is closely related to terms like hegemony, ideology, and legitimacy and authority. Through hegemony, a class or a group, social, economic, or political attempts to dominate the other classes/groups. In this sense, hegemony is one aspect of exercising power. Ideology, as the science of ideas, is yet another device through which the dominant class, economic, social, or political, seeks to influence and control and activate the behavior of others, in politics particularly. Legitimacy makes the power holder exercise his/her power in a manner which is considered permissible, sanctioned, and legal. Lee concept of power. A meaning and definitions. Power is the ability to do or act, control, and influence others. Dahl defines it as a relationship among actors in which one actor induces other actors in a way that they would not otherwise act. For Morgenthau, politics among nations, power is man's force, persuasion, authority, control over the minds and actions of other men. Easton says power is a relationship in which one person or group is able to determine the actions of another in the direction of the former's ends. Russell Power views it as the production of intended results. Indeed, power, as Tiberius had said, has no limits. It is not power of money, but it is always political power. The word power is derived from the Latin word potere, meaning to be able. Principal forms of power. Principal forms of power. The force in its narrow sense implies a control of the body rather than the person. We may kill, bind, or render comatose without being able to get a person's actions to our will. Only when they comply because of the threat of force can the relationship be called power, and this becomes, strictly, coercion. Persuasion by which the slave may persuade the emperor or the professor, the prime minister. In other words, the powerless may persuade the powerful. The offering of ideas is not controlled until it creates a dependency and, therefore, the capacity to manipulate. Authority is sometimes defined as legitimate power, but it can also be understood as the existence, in various senses, of rights to command and corresponding duties to obey. Authority is, therefore, separate from power, though it constitutes a resource for power in the same way as does money and a capacity for rational persuasion. It can exist in a pure form, without power, as, for instance, the authority of a priest over his flock in a secular society. Coercion is perhaps the paradigm form of power and is said to consist of controlling people through threats, whether overt or tacit. Although it is extremely difficult to distinguish a threat from other forms of relationship. Is it a threat if we say we are going to make a person worse off than she expected to be? Or worse off than if we were not to act? Most modern relationships, whether children's pocket money or promotions at work, seem to exist in a middle territory between threats and others for which we have no established word in English, though Hillel Steiner suggests, throffers. Manipulation involves control exercised without threats, typically using resources of information and ideas. Usually people do not realize they are being manipulated or the process would not work. Arguably, it is a more durable form of power. Subversive obedience to superior is more securely founded on the belief that God wants him to obey than on the fear of being whipped. Increasingly, as power has failed as a concept for the positive investigation of political systems, it has been taken over by writers like Foucault who see power as permeating all social relationships. This tradition of thought does not, generally, seek to easure or attribute power or to distinguish its forms, but is content to emphasize its transcendence and the effect of power in distorting social relations. Politics, Oxford Dictionary. The purpose of the modern concept of power was recognized as early as 1748 with the publication of Hume's essay of the original contract, associating power with either force or violence or both. Almost all of the governments which exist at present have been funded originally either on usurpation or conquest or both, without any pretense of a fair consent or voluntary subjection of people. Power is not merely force or violence, it is not only different than these but is much more than them. The term power has been a term contested by many scholars, each one defining it on her own terms. Some theorists define power as getting someone else to do what one wants rather than doing it himself/herself, power over, whereas others define it more broadly as an ability or a capacity to act, power to. In the first case, power is domination or control over others, while in the other case, power is influence. Max Weber, The Theory of Social and Economic Organization and Economy and Society, defines power as the probability that one actor within a social relationship will be in a position to carry out his own will despite resistance. According to Robert Dahl, A has a power over B to the extent that he can get B to do something that B would not otherwise do. Dahl's one dimension of power has been recognized by Bachrach and Baratz, Power and Poverty, who emphasize on two-dimensional view of power, and Luke's Power, a radical view, who refers to three-dimensional view of power. Michel Foucault, Power/Knowledge, almost gives the one-dimensional view of power when he says, if we speak of the structures or the mechanisms of power, it is only insofar as we suppose that certain persons exercise power over others. All these definitions relate power as power over. Others define power as an ability or capacity to do something, power to. Thomas Hobbes's Leviathan definition of power as a person's present means to obtain some future apparent good. Hannah Arendt's On Violence has given definition of power as the human ability not just to act but to act in concert. Hannah Picken, Obligation and Consent, notes that power is related etymologically to the French word pouvoir and the Latin potera, both of which mean to be able. That suggests, in turn, that power is a something anything, which makes or renders somebody able to do, capable to doing something. Power is capacity, potential, ability, or wherewithal. Similarly, Peter Morris, Essentially Uncontestable Concepts of Power, and Luke's define power as a dispositional concept, meaning, as Luke's puts it, that power is a potentiality, not an actuality, indeed a potentiality that may never be actualized. Some of the theorists who analyze power as power to leave power over entirely out of their analysis. For example, Arendt distinguishes power sharply from authority, strength, force, and violence, and offers a normative account in which power is understood as an end in itself. As Jürgen Habermas has argued, this has the effect of screening any and all strategic understandings of power, where power is understood in the Weberian sense as imposing one's will on another. Out of her analysis, Habermas on Arnott's power. Others suggest that both aspects of power are important but then focus their attention on their power over, or power to. Still others define power over as a particular type of capacity, namely the capacity to impose one's will on others. Thus, power over is a derivative form of power to. However, others have argued power over and power to refer to fundamentally different meanings of the word power, and that it is a mistake to try to develop an account of power that integrates these two concepts. Man, the sources of power, regards power as a social power, both as a matter of domination and of collective organization. Giddens, the constitution of society, regards it as a structural property of society or the social community. Power as a concept is to be distinguished from its other closely related terms. Power is not force because force refers to events humanly uncontrolled circumstances, while power is always a function of human relations. Power is a social force. Power is not strength because strength is usually individual related, whereas power is a human ability to act in concert to persuade or coerce others. Power is usually a socially related force. Power is not authority, for authority is always a source of power. Power is always the child of authority. Power is not violence because violence is unlawful exercise of power. Power is the legalized exercise of power. Power quotes. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Acton. Power does not corrupt men, fools, however, if they get into a position of power. G.B. Shaw. Power is everywhere, because it comes from everywhere. Foucault. A friend in power is a friend lost. Henry Adams. Absolute power does corrupt, and those who seek it must be subject and must be opposed. Barry Goldwater. Justice without force is powerless, force without justice is tyrannical. Pascal. Power can be taken but not given. The process of taking is empowerment in itself. Steinem. No science is immune to the infection of politics and the corruption of power. Bronowski. Washing one's hands of the conflict between the powerful and the powerless means to side with the powerful, not to be neutral. Frary. Hope our wisdom will grow with our power and teach us that the less we use our power, the greatest wisdom will be. Jefferson. Indeed, power is force, lawfully exercised when security and protection and peace are to be sought. Power is manipulation, a manipulation of open intent of those who exercise power. Power is never secretive. Power is persuasion when it has to operate while arguments of right and wrong are debated. Power is domination when it is legitimately used and indeed is coerced, competent. Power is both negative as well as positive. Negative power is related to one's ability to get things done which would otherwise not be done. It is a capacity of the individual to act freely with responsibility. It is a notion associated with the liberal tradition, a notation where one is authorized to exercise power, punish those who violate the lawful authority, be accountable for the exercise of power. It is a power over. Positive power is expressed as empowerment. It is seen as the ability to do things. It is a capacity to develop one's personality, achieve social good, work toward the attainment of the welfare of the community as a whole. It is a power to. Elshton, the power and the powerlessness of women makes a distinction between potestas which relates to control, supremacy, domination, negative power, and potential which relates to ability, efficacy, and potency, positive power. Power, nature, bases, and characteristics. The term power, when used in politics, is always political. Power and politics go together. It is seen in the operations of the government, in the laws made by the government, in the sanctions that capacitate punishment, and in the legalized exercise of power. Power is, therefore, illegal power is sheer force. Force with laws connotes power. Power without laws connotes force. Power is a relationship between the ruler and the ruled, between one who commands and the one who obeys. It helps influence others. It helps conduct the behavior of others. It is an instrument through which desired ends are achieved. Obedience is extracted. Justice is maintained. Criminals are punished. Though the anarchists and the Marxists hold the opposite view, the anarchists see in the power of the state absence of individual liberty, while the Marxists, the exploitation of the non-possessing class. French and Raven, the bases of social power, refer to the following bases of power. Legitimate power. Legitimate power. Legitimate power refers to power of an individual because of the relative position and duties of the holder of the position within an organization. Legitimate power is formal authority delegated to the holder of the position. It is usually accompanied by various attributes of power such as uniforms, offices, etc. This is the most obvious and also the most important kind of power. Referent power. Referent power means the power or ability of individuals to attract others and build loyalty. It is based on the charisma and interpersonal skills of the power holder. Here the person under power desires to identify with these personal qualities and gain satisfaction from being an accepted leader. Nationalism or patriotism counts towards an intangible sort of referent power as well. For example, soldiers fight in wars to defend the honor of the country. This is the second least obvious power, but the most effective. Expert power. Expert power is an individual's power deriving from the skills or expertise of the person and the organization's needs for those skills and expertise. Unlike the others, this type of power is usually highly specific and limited to the particular area in which the expert is trained and qualified. Reward power. Reward power depends upon the ability of the power wielder to confer valued material rewards. It refers to the degree to which the individual can give others a reward of some kind, such as benefits, time of desired gifts, promotions, or increases in pay or responsibility. This power is obvious but also ineffective if abused. People who abuse reward power can become pushy or are reprimanded for being too forthcoming or moving things too quickly. Coercive power. Coercive power means the application of negative influences onto employees. It might refer to the ability to demote or to withhold other rewards. It is the desire for valued rewards or the fear of having them withheld that ensures the obedience of those under power. Coercive power tends to be the most obvious but least effective form of power, as it builds resentment and resistance within the targets of coercive power. With the meaning of the concept of power together with the nature and basis of power, it becomes pertinent to highlight, though briefly, the characteristic features of the concept of power. The concept of power is a contested concept, and significant disagreement exists among the scholars as to what it really means. 2. The concept exists where there exist a number of people. It does not exist in a vacuum, but exists among the people, assuming a relation among them, someone to command, someone else to obey. 3. The concept of power is, thus, a relational concept. Allotting individuals is their position and the role relating to the position. There is the ruler because there are people who recognize him so. 4. The concept of power is something that depends upon the relationship between group members, such as father-son, employer-employee, leader-follower, teacher-student, ruler-ruled, etc. V. The concept of power is legal, formal, impersonal. What is not legal has no sanctions. What is not formal has no recognition. And what is not impersonal is not public. 6. The concept of power is public in the sense that it is not privatized. It is external in the sense that it has nothing to do in what we think in our minds. 7. The concept of power is a concept of granting benefits and sanctioning deprivation. The state institutes awards and punishes criminals. 8. The concept of power as such is casual in the sense that it is caused, i.e., it helps happen something or prevents something from happening. 9. Intentionality is another feature of power. Without intentionality, the concept of power is vague, i.e. meaningless. The power is used for attaining desired objectives. X. Power operates reciprocally. To control others, one must have control over things. An employer wields power over his/her workers because she has control over wages, on working conditions, and the like. See Analysis of power. The evolution and the growth of the concept of power in the history of Western political thought reveals its numerous facets. Some political philosophers view it as a means while others regard it as an end. Those who view it as a means are I, those who think it as an ability or a capacity to act, and 2, those who regard it as a right to act. Among those belonging to the former are philosophers such as Hobbes, the elitists, Weber, the behavioralists, and those who belong to the latter include Arendt and the sociologist Parsons. There are still others who see in the concept of power the capacity to make political decisions, i.e., to formulate political agenda, as well as to obstruct decision-making, i.e., non-decision-making. There are scholars who regard power as a device of manipulation, i.e., doctrinizing ideas, others who relate power to knowledge, and still others who associate it with violence and wealth. A brief discussion of the concept of power, while analyzing it, can be given here as follows. The ancient Greeks, Plato and Aristotle, took the normative view of power and sought through the state the better and relatively a full-fledged life of the individual. The ancient Romans saw in the state's power the capacity or the ability of one person or thing to affect another. In the medieval ages, the concept of political power was that it was regarded lower than the spiritual power. Machiavelli defined politics as the struggle for acquisition, maintenances, and consolidation of political power. Hobbes, while attempting to analyze power scientifically and empirically, thought of power as a relation between cause and effect, between an active agent and passive patient. Locke's view of power was different from that of Hobbes. He viewed power as based on the consent of the people. Hobbes also did so, and seeking the power holder accountable to the ruled. Hobbes did not do so. Locke defined power as a trust of the general community which specifies purposes and limits of power. Locke's treatment of the concept of power came to be followed during much of the time in 18th-19th centuries, though the state's power came to be challenged by numerous groups. Anarchists, Marxists, and the elitists. The anarchists, Stirner, Proudhon, Bakunin, Kropotkin, suspected political power endangering individual liberty. Early liberals Locke, Smith, Bentham permitted to the state be limited power as possible. The Marxists, Marx, Engels, Lenin, and their followers, found in power a class mechanism of exploitation. The elitists, Pareto, Mosca, Michaels, and Mills, while attacking the concept of direct rule of the people as impracticable and impossible, advocated the exercise of power by an elite, psychologically elevated Pareto. Sociologically nominated Mosca, organizationally chosen, Michaels, and institutionally drafted Mills class of people. It was left to Schumpeter, Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, and Sartori, The Theory of Democracy Revisited, to make a case for the elitist theory of democracy. Burnham, Managerial Revolution, referred to the power of professionalism, while Dahl, Pluralist Democracy in the United States, advocated a relatively better view of power in a pluralist society. Keith Boulding, Three Faces of Power, refers to the use of power as intimidation, the stick, productive exchange involving mutual gain, fee deal, the creation of obligations, loyalty, and commitment, the kiss. This may be stated as under I power as decision-making. The open face of power, it the one that can be exercised when a decision is taken. This type of decision-making can nevertheless be influenced in a variety of ways. For examples, Boulding said that it may not be that open, but it may influence by intimidation, the stick, or productive exchanges involving gain, the deal, or the creation of obligations, loyalty, and commitment, the kiss. 2. Power as agenda setting. The secret face of power is exercised behind closed doors. Those who have power to set the political agenda have the power to determine not only what can be discussed but also, more importantly, what cannot be. Those who have power to set the political agenda have the power to determine not only what can be discussed but also, more importantly, what cannot be discussed. Power is also, therefore, about preventing decisions being taken, i.e., non-decision making. 3. Power by manipulating desires. People with such power can persuade others to think that what is being offered is desired. Such a power is related with the ability to shape what someone thinks. Stephen Luke's Power, A Radical View, seeks to sketch 3 conceptual maps which reveal the distinguishing features of the 3 views of power: the pluralist view, which he calls one-dimensional view, the critics of pluralist view, which he calls two-dimensional view, and the third view of power, which he calls the three-dimensional view. According to the one-dimensional view, power is thought of as intentional and active and thus can be measured. See Dahl's Who Governs. Conflicts exist and power aims at defeating the opponent's preference. The focus, thus, is on decision-making behavior on issues where there is an observable conflict of subjective interests as revealed by policy preferences. Professor Stephen Luke, born in 1941, is the author of numerous books and articles on political and social theory, a professor of politics and sociology at New York University. His main academic interests include the sociology of Durkheim, individualism, rationality, Marxism, conceptions of power. His works include Individualism, Power, A Radical View, Power, and Conflicts and Politics. According to the two-dimensional view of power, power is limited in that it focuses on observable conflicts. Luke claims that A can also exercise power over B by influencing, shaping, or deter exists where there are grievances in the form of issue which are devised entry into the political process. Luke argues that power can also be exercised by preventing grievances by shaping, for example, perceptions and preferences in a way that they secure the acceptance of the status quo and may be seen natural, unchangeable, and beneficial. The three-dimensional view of power, Luke argues, may prevent the formation of grievances by shaping perceptions and preferences in such a way as to ensure the acceptance of a certain role in the existing order. Though contentious, this may, at the same time, be a beneficial view. Of the 3 views of power, Luke regards the third one as better for the investigation of power relations. According to Luke, power is the imposition of internal constraints, and those subject to it acquire beliefs that result in their consent or their adaptation to domination by either coercive or non-coercive forms. This radical view of power is argued to be empirically useful in the sense that it allows the framing of hypotheses that are in principle verifiable or falsifiable. Luke maintains that power is one of those concepts which is unavoidably value-dependent, that is, both its definition and any given use of it once defined are inextricably tied to a given set of value assumptions which predetermine the range of its empirical application. Foucault. For Foucault, power is exercised with intention. Instead of analyzing the difficult problem of who has what intentions, he focuses on what is intersubjectively accepted knowledge about how to exercise power. For Foucault, power is actions upon others' actions in order to interfere with them. Foucault does not recur to violence, but says that power presupposes freedom in the sense that power is not enforcement, but ways of making people by themselves behave in other ways than they else would have done. One way of doing this is by threatening with violence. However, suggesting how happy people will become if they buy an off-roader is an exercise of power as will. Marketing provides a large body of knowledge of techniques for how to try to produce such behavior. Foucault's works analyze the link between power and knowledge. He outlines a form of covert power that works through people rather than only on them. Foucault claims better systems gain momentum and hence power as more people come to accept the particular views associated with that belief system as common knowledge, hegemony. Within such a belief system or discourse, ideas crystallize as to what is right and what is wrong, what is normal and what is deviant. Within a particular belief system, certain views, thoughts, or actions become unthinkable. These ideas, being considered undeniable truths, come to define a particular way of seeing the world, and the particular way of life associated with such truths becomes normalized. Backrack and Barrett's. Backrack and Barrett's two faces of power refer to two faces of power. One is the participation in decision-making, and the second is the capability, primarily through manipulation, of the prevailing mobilization of bias, i.e., the efforts to prevent the decision being taken. D. Models of power. For models of power usually referred to are I. A voluntarist model rooted in the early liberal tradition relating to mythological individualism. 2. A hermeneutic or communicative model of power rooted in German phenomenology. 3. A structuralist model of power developed differently in the writings of Marx and Durkheism. 4. A postmodernist model of power developed differently in the writings of Foucault and other feminists. The voluntarist model. Its chief advocate is Robert Dahl. Power in International Encyclopedia of Social Sciences. Dahl holds the view that power is a capacity to get others to do what they would not otherwise do, to set things in motion and change the order of events, i.e., produce movement, a cause-effect relationship Newtonian in nature. He says, power terms in modern social sciences refer to subsets of relations among social units such that the behavior of one or more units depend, in some circumstances, on the behavior of other units, and whenever A does something, what follows, or what probably follows, is an action by B. This model is criticized for its atomistic assumptions. It does not give a satisfactory explanation as to how and why the agents are able to exercise power as they do. The hermeneutic model. This model has its advocates in philosophers like Bernstein, Praxis and Action, and Taylor, Hegel, and modern society. It argues that the first principle of any social explanation must be uniquely linguistic and a conceptual character of human social life. According to Taylor, rituals, festivals, etc. are not like the facts of nature, and they cannot be separated from experience they give rise to. They are, rather, constituted by the ideas which underlay them. The political philosophers like Aristotle, Machiavelli, Montesquieu, Tocqueville, etc. sought to account for the norms, mores, and the spirit that constituted forms of social power. Hegel is undoubtedly an important mentor of the hermeneutic thinking, who insists that all relationships of domination are sustained by mutual recognition on the parts of agents. Peter Winch, the DEA of a social science, argues that the exercise of power presupposes a normative context. Arendt on violence writes that power is never the property of the individual, it belongs to a group and remains in existence only so long as the group keeps together, and that the humans are always communicative, and that this shared relationship, acting in concert, sustains their capacities to act. This model is criticized on the ground that its overemphasis on languages blinds it to the more material dimensions of power. The structural model. With the hermeneutic model, the structuralist model is averse to atomistic and methodological individualism, though it avoids the normative treatment of power as advocated by the hermeneutic model. The structuralist model contends that power has a structural objectivity. This model can be traced to the writings of Marx, Capital, in his analysis, and of Durkheim's rules of sociological method, analysis of the capitalist mode of production. Its advocates include Bale, Power, Causation and Explanation, and Isaac, Power and Marxist Theory. According to this model, power can be defined as the capacities to act, and power can be derived from its attachment to structural rules, resources, positions, and relationships. The critical theory advocates, Frankfurt School and the neo-Marxists share with the structuralist theorists the idea that power is embedded in structural relationships. The postmodernist model. Common with the hermeneutic and the structuralist models, the postmodernist model rejects individualism and voluntarism. The postmodernist model believes that language and symbols are central to the concept of power. Its advocates include Flax, postmodernism and gender relations in feminist theory, Ferguson, male-ordered politics, Foucault, power/knowledge, some feminists, and some modernists. The feminists argue that the conceptions of power are gender-specific. Foucault described power as a complex phenomenon and, therefore, regarded it as discursive, as knowledge, and as production. LLL. Concept of hegemony. Among numerous values that sustain a system, mention may be made about political culture on the one hand and hegemony on the other. The concept of political culture is used to refer to the pattern of orientations to political objects usually expressed in beliefs, symbols, norms, and attitudes. Amund and Verba, the civic culture, while explaining political attitudes and democracy in certain nations, are of the opinion that political culture effectively uphold the democratic politics. What is important to note is the fact that a system sustains because of certain values, traditions, ideas, or cultures. Burke wrote about customs Burke wrote about customs and traditions, Marx about ideology, and Herder about national spirit. Amund and Verba have concluded that a system survives or is sustained when its inhabitants participate in its functioning. More the participation, more the support for the system, and greater the chances of democracy max its place in the system. This may be called participant culture. The subject culture characterizes the passivity of the citizens. They influence the functioning of the system in a limited way, while the parochial culture, Haywood, politics, says, shows the absence of a sense of citizenship, as the citizens have neither the desire nor the ability to participate in politics. Within the Marxist tradition, a different view and role of political culture developed. For the Marxists, culture is a specific culture. The members of a class in a society share the same ideas, the same values, and the same beliefs. It is in this sense that there is the bourgeois culture of the bourgeoisie and the proletarian culture of the working class. Each class shares the same ideas, ideals, values, and beliefs. There is another sense in which the term culture is used in Marxism. The ideas of the ruling class become the ruling ideas of the age, i.e., the ideas take the form of power. The power of the ruling class, in the capitalist society, as a class society, the capitalist power seek to reconcile the subordinate classes to their exploitation on the one hand, and its domination over the deprived classes on the other. These ideas of the capitalists in the capitalist class society, subordinating the exploited classes, take the form of bourgeois hegemony. Antonio Gramsci, 1891–1937, Prison Notebooks, is known for his theory of hegemony. Hegemony is drawn from the Greek word hegemon, which means leader or chieftain. According to Haywood, hegemony is, in its simplest sense, the ascendancy or domination of one element of a system over the others. The Marxists use the term hegemony in a technical and specific sense. In the writings of Gramsci, Haywood says, hegemony refers to the ability of a dominant class to exercise power by winning the consent of those it subjugates. As a non-coercive form of class rule, Haywood explains the term. Hegemony is typically understood as a cultural or ideological process that operates through the dissemination of bourgeois values and beliefs throughout society. What is hegemony? The Italian Marxist, Antonio Gramsci, 1891–1937, used the term hegemony to describe how the domination of one class over others is achieved by a combination of political and ideological means. Although political force coercion is always, Gramsci accepts, important, the role of ideology in winning the consent of dominated classes may be even more significant. Dominant groups in society, including fundamentally but not exclusively the ruling class, maintain their dominance by securing the spontaneous consent of subordinate groups, including the working class, through the negotiated construction of a political and ideological consensus which incorporates both dominant and dominated. Hegemony is the ascendancy, Gramsci says, of a class not only in the economic sphere, but through all social, political, and ideological spheres, and its ability to persuade other classes to see the world in terms favorable to its own ascendancy. The historian Howard Zinn writes, if those in charge of our society, politicians, corporate executives, and owners of press and television can dominate our ideas, they will be secure in their power. They will not need soldiers patrolling the streets. We will control ourselves. Antonio Gramsci, 1891–1937. Gramsci was an Italian philosopher, writer, politician, and political theorist. A founding member and one-time Secretary General of the Communist Party of Italy, founded in 1921, he was imprisoned by Mussolini in 1926. During his trial, Mussolini had said, "We have to prevent that this mind continue thinking," and prosecutor having said, "For 20 years, we must stop this brain from functioning." Gramsci was then 35 years old. He died in prison in 1937 at the age of 46. His writings have appeared in the form of prison notebooks. His contribution to the Marxist tradition included his theory of hegemony, role of ideology as developed by the intellectuals so to bring about the proletarian hegemony, distinction between the state and the civil society, historicism, and critique of economic determinism. Drawing on the work of Machiavelli and the elite theorist Pareto, Gramsci used the concept of hegemony to describe the way in which he believed the bourgeoisie, in the capitalist class, establish and maintain control even in a democratic society in which the workers and peasants make up an electoral majority. The dominance of the bourgeoisie, he says, is not based on their control of the coercive power of the state, but rather rests upon their ability to exercise moral and political leadership and to win consent for their vision of what is possible and worthwhile. In Gramsci's thought, each political system requires the creation of a historic bloc, unified around the hegemonic project headed by the dominant ruling class. To win the consent for its institutions and ideas, the intellectuals build this historic bloc. Through this historic bloc, the dominant class, the state, earns the consent of the civil society. The more prominent the civil society, the more likely it is that hegemony will be achieved by ideological means. the civil society constituting the whole arena of the family, the trade unions, the public sphere, etc. The dominant class maintains hegemony not simply by force or threat of force or coercion, but also, more importantly, by consent. The power of hegemony is, thus, primarily through coercion and consent, also called cultural hegemony, rather than through armed forces. Laclau and Mouffe, Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, define hegemony as discursive strategy of combining principles from different systems of thought into one coherent ideology. Slack, Contextualizing Technology, defines hegemony as a process by which a hegemonic class articulates the interests of social groups, such as that those groups actively consent to their subordinated status. B. Gramsci's rationale for the concept of hegemony. Marxism is a methodology of interpreting the world. Marx interpreted the world, though he insisted on changing the world in his own times, and in the process analyzed things that were around or would come about. The later Marxists not only contributed to Marxism in their own right, they also explained as to why things did not happen the way Marx and Engels had predicted. Lenin, 1870–1924, The State and Revolution, in his Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, stated the emergence of imperialism as a stage between the abolition of capitalism and the establishment of socialism and later communism. Gramsci took upon himself the task of explaining as to why the revolution, as predicted by Marx, did not occur in the industrially developed countries. He argued that the anti-capitalist revolution did not usher in the industrially developed countries because of the following reasons. I. The successful capture of the workers' ideology and self-understanding along with the organization of the homogenic culture of the dominant class. 2. The workers had absorbed in themselves the perspective of the ruling class. 3. The homogenic cultural innovatives such as the capitalistic ideas, values, mass media, popular culture, etc. had indoctrinated the workers, and they had begun embracing the bourgeois ways of life, accepting and consenting their system. The bourgeois hegemony in the advanced capitalist societies was not the result of their exercise of military force, but of the consent the dominating class was able to achieve through ideological and political means. Any social class which comes to power is also a class with its own ideas. It does not merely control, it cultivates consent of the people on whom it rules. Gramsci was of the opinion that capturing power is not as important as maintaining it. He held the view that consent, and not coercion, helped maintain the ascendancy of the dominant class. That is why Gramsci suggested the growth of the proletarian hegemony to combat the bourgeois one. See Gramsci's explanation of the concept. For Gramsci, hegemony is a form of control exercised by a dominant class. When a class succeeds in persuading the other classes of a society to accept its own moral, political, and cultural values, it is called hegemony. Hegemony, therefore, is the exercise of power based on the consent of the people. It is a domination accepted by those who are being dominated. It is ascendancy where force and coercion do not stand by the power that be, but it is the willingness of the people which makes the power holders legal and legitimate. If hegemony is a form of control exercised by a dominant class in Gramsci's views, what constitutes the dominant class and what classes are dominated by the dominant class? These questions bring to the fore what Marx had described as the superstructure, the whole range of institutions. Gramsci would call it the institution of the state and the institution of civil society. According to Gramsci, civil society corresponds to hegemony while state corresponds to direct domination. Civil society provides spontaneous consent by the masses to the general directions imposed on social life by the dominant ruling class, while the state, as political government, provides the apparatus of coercive power enforcing discipline on the groups which do not consent. The state in the capitalist societies is a bourgeois state and controls the various classes under it through A. domination and B. intellectual leadership, i.e., through control and the ideological power to attain consent. Gramsci recognizes the role of ideology, the role of the intellectuals in creating and strengthening consent. Gramsci is of the opinion that the ideas play no less role in the society and, therefore, the role of the intellectuals in society is no less significant. He does not discredit Marx's famous lines, "It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their conscious." Rather, he improves upon them by emphasizing that the ideas are as important as the matter. Accordingly, the intellectuals have a role in the society. Gramsci divides intellectuals into two types, organic and traditional. The organic intellectual holds a close relationship with the world as also with the experience of the class he represents. He is the one who is guided by a vision of emancipation and common good. He is the one who shares class experience with those he represents and articulates that experience in political terms, whereas a traditional intellectual stands apart from his class in order to represent the lofty ideals of universal interests. Each social group has its own intellectuals creating their respective ideas, ideologies so as to help their respective groups. The bourgeois hegemony, if it is to be dismantled, has to be replaced by the proletarian hegemony. The working class has to develop its own hegemony as a strategy to control the state. A social group, say the working class, can, indeed, must, Gramsci says, already exercise leadership hegemony before winning governmental power. Nevertheless, he insists that the only way for a group to have control is to take into account the interests of other groups and social forces and combining them with its own. The strategy to be adopted, as Gramsci says, has to be the war of position and the war of maneuver. The war of position is a culture war in which anti-capitalist elements seek to gain a dominant voice in mass media, mass organizations, and educational institutions to heighten class consciousness, teach revolutionary analysis and theory, and inspire revolutionary organization. Following the success of the war of position, the working class leaders would be empowered to begin the war of maneuver, the actual insurrection against capitalism with mass support. The critics hold the view that Gramsci's hegemony tends to imply a false consciousness of the working class. It also suggests that the masses, being gullible, can be easily manipulated. 4. Concept of ideology. Ideology may be described as an organized collection of ideas, the science of ideas as such. It refers to comprehensive vision and a way of looking at things. It is no ideation but an assemblage of thought viewing society, state, nature, world, in short any phenomenon, offering to change them, reform them, or retain them. Ideology, meaning and definitions. Coined by Count de Stud de Tracy, though its original meaning is traced to Hippolyte Taine, origins of contemporary France, who had described it as rather teaching philosophy through the Socratic method, the term ideology is related to the science of ideas, the systematization of ideas. According to Webster's dictionary, ideology is a visionary theorizing, alternatively it is a systematic body of concepts about human life or culture. Malcolm Hamilton in his article The Elements of the Concept of Ideology writes that ideology is a system of collectively held normative and reputedly factual ideas and beliefs and attitudes advocating and or justifying, thus, a shared belief system that may serve at once to motivate and to justify. It generally asserts normative values and includes causative beliefs. It offers a way in which to order the world, defining enemies and allies, dangers and opportunities, us and them. Ideologies are formal, structured, and involve their own particular logic, often appearing in the guise of science or objective knowledge. Ideology is implicated in collective action as criticism, good explanation, or promise. It is represented in symbols and beliefs held by a community and is publicly expressed. Ideology is at once philosophy, science, religion, and imagination. David W. Minar, in an article Ideology and Political Behavior, describes 6 different ways in which the word ideology has been used. I as a collection of certain ideas with certain kinds of content, usually normative. 2. As the form or internal logical structure that ideas have within a set. 3. By the role in which ideas play in human social interaction. 4. By the role the ideas play in the structure of an organization. V.A.S. meaning, whose purpose is persuasion and 6. As the /AUKUS of social interaction, possibly? Jorge Larraín, The Concept of Ideology, 1979, draws attention to its meaning taken from different angles. In its negative terms, ideology means a form of false consciousness, a deception which distorts men's understanding of social reality. In its positive terms, it means the expression of the world view of a class. The opinions, theories, and attitudes formed within a class in order to defend and promote its interests. 2. With regard to its character, the concept of ideology can be termed either as subjective and psychological or as dependent on objective factors. If subjective, ideology is conceived of as a deformation of consciousness unable to grasp reality as it is. If objective, ideology appears as deception induced by reality itself. 3. As to its range to the area, the concept of ideology may be restrictive when it does not cover all cultural objects. It may mean to be free when it covers all forms of social consciousness, i.e., all cultural objects within the society. 4. With regard to its relationship with science, ideology may be regarded as an antithesis of science when it may be conceived with preconceptions which disturb reason and hamper it from reaching the truth. Ideology, when considered as a companion of science, may mean to be a science that helps in having the truth reached scientifically. Some major definitions of ideology are: A political and social ideology is a system of political, economic, and social values and ideas from which objectives are derived. These objectives form the nucleus of a political program. Political ideologies are more or less consistent. Often they form a complete, harmonious, and consistent system of explanation of the purpose of society and of the surrounding social, economic, and political phenomenon, setting forth dynamic and practical objectives to influence future social and political developments. They try, with a most ambitious design, to decide mankind's destiny. /ver. B. An ideology is a value or belief system that is accepted as fact or truth by some group. It is composed of sets of attitudes toward the various institutions and processes of society. It provides the believer with a picture of the world both as it is and as it should be, and in so doing, it organizes the tremendous complexity of the world into something fairly simple and understandable. Lyman. C. An ideology is a belief system by virtue of being designed to serve on a relatively permanent basis a group of people to justify its reliance on moral norms and a modicum of factual evidence and self-consciously rational coherence, the legitimacy of the implements and technical prescriptions which are to ensure concerted action for the preservation, reform, destruction, or reconstruction of a given order. Seliger. These definitions of ideology highlight the following characteristics of ideology. I. Ideology is a value or a belief system. I. It pertains to the world view of a social group, which the social group holds to be a matter of fact. 3. It explains and analyses the world as it is, the foundations on which the given society stands. 4. It exists to perform an inspirational function. V. It attempts to explain the cause-effect relationship of a given society. 6. It is always an action-oriented program, either to justify the status quo or to construct a new society. Willard A. Mullins says in his article on the concept of ideology that an ideology is composed of 4 basic characteristics. I. It must have power over cognitions. 2. It must be capable of guiding one's evaluations. 3. It must provide guidance towards action. 4. It must be logically coherent. Ideology. In the negative sense, ideology means a form of false consciousness. In the positive sense, it means the expression of a worldview of a social group. In the negative sense, ideology means a form of false consciousness. In the positive sense, it means the expression of a worldview of a social group. It is a collection of ideas correlating ideas with society. Inspirational insofar as it guides and inspires. Action-oriented insofar as it either helps to conserve things, reform society, or reconstruct it afresh. The concept of ideology has been viewed differently by different philosophers. Destutt de Tracy described it simply as the science of ideas. Napoleon Bonaparte took the word ideologues to ridicule his opponents. Marx used it to refer to ideas that serve the interests of the ruling class by concealing the contradictions of class society, thereby promoting false consciousness. Antonio Gramsci, arguing in a rather neutral sense, holds that the ruling class, say, the capitalists in the capitalist society, upholds the system by what he terms the hegemony, i.e. dominant hegemony ideas/theories, and, therefore, insists on establishing proletarian hegemony that is on socialist ideas/theories. The neo-Marxists, Herbert Marcuse, one-dimensional man, have pointed out the totalitarian tenets in the concept of ideology. The non-Marxists, Karl Mannheim/Theology and Utopia, think of ideology as thought systems that serve to defend a particular social order. Karl Popper and Hannah Arendt view ideology as an instrument of social order to ensure compliance and subordination. The Cold War theorists describe it as a closed thought. The conservative Oakeshott describes ideology as an abstract system of thought, i.e. a set of ideas which distort political realities. William Bloom/Theologies and Attitudes, Modern Political Culture, writes, in its most developed form, an ideology constitutes an explanation of the nature of man in the universe, a critique of existing society. From the standpoint thus established, and a description and justification of the good or legitimate political and social order. In revolutionary ideologies, the critique of the status quo and the vision of the new society are separate enterprises. In conservative ones, they constitute a single descriptive evaluative statement. C.B. Macpherson, Democratic Theory, 1973, says, I take ideology to be any more or less systematic set of ideas about man's place in nature, in society, and in history, i.e. in relation to particular societies, which can elicit the commitment of significant number of people to, or against, political change. Seliger holds the view that ideology is a set of ideas by which men posit, explain, and justify the ends and means of organized social action irrespective of whether such action aims to preserve, amend, uproot, or build a given social order. For whatever truth ideologies may claim, there is no objective standard of truth with which ideologies may be judged. Ideologies are neither good nor bad, neither true nor false, neither open nor closed, neither liberating nor oppressive. They can be all these things, and yet they may not be all these. B. Ideology, development of the concept. Destutt de Tracy, 1754 to 1836, was the first to use the term ideology, elements D. Ideology, and his other work, Treatise on Political Economy. By ideology, he meant the science of ideas aiming at what H.M. Drucker, the political uses of ideology, calls the correction of ideas about society. In its origin, Lorraine says, the term ideology had a positive connotation as the rigorous science of ideas which may serve as a new basis for political education. It was Napoleon who used the concept as a tool against his one-time friends, referring them now as the ideologues, thus giving it a negative connotation. Karl Marx caught the term ideology and gave it negative and critical character. He did something more as well. He liberated the term ideology from its psychological character and brought it in relation to the historical development. His argument runs as follows. All social life, Marx explains, is essentially practical. In the German ideology, he says that the real individuals and the material conditions constitute the materialist base when men, through their activities, produce material means and the consequent social life. The social conditions, Marx says, which are the result of men's activity, do not flow from their will. The social conditions emerging and existing as they are as a consequence of the division of labor and already established classes are conditions already in existence in which men have to work despite their wills. The social conditions are, thus, independent of men's will, the fact that determines the constitution of social reality as a contradictory reality. Explaining this contradiction, Marx says that the development of the division of labor ultimately leads to the separation of individuals into social classes. The social conditions under which men are to carry out their activities are conditions of the rule of a definite class which holds contradictory relations with other classes. Contradictions arise not because of human practice but because of the structures which control human activity. Man is not the conscious master of these structures but is rather controlled by them. Ideology quotes. Ideology is just an escape from thought. Galbraith the death of dogma is the birth of reality. Kant a fanatic is someone who cannot change his mind and would not change the subject. Churchill the third world is not a reality but an ideology. Arendt ideology has very little to do with consciousness. It is profoundly unconscious. Althusser ideas are what men and women live by and will consciously die for. Eagleton power can be taken but not given. The process of taking is empowerment in itself. Steinem everything ideological possesses a meaning. It represents, depicts, or stands for something lying outside itself. In other words, it is a sign. Without signs, there is no ideology. Voltaire great ideologies create great times. Qin Zhang. I like villains because there is something so attractive about a committed person. They have a plan and ideology no matter how twisted. Russell Crowe we are born in relation, we live in relation, we die in relation. There is no such human place as simply inside itself. Nor is any person, creed, ideology, or movement entirely outside myself. Hayward. So, for Marx, the division of labor culminates in the division of contradictory classes, the dominant class, ultimately controlling the dominated class. So contradictions creep in. As contradictions emerge and reach consciousness before men can solve them in practice, they are given distorted solutions in the mind. As men in their reproductive practice are unable to solve these contradictions, they project them in ideological forms of consciousness. Ideology, therefore, is a solution in the mind to the contradictions which can be solved in practice. It is the necessary projection in consciousness of man's practical inabilities. Ideology attempts to solve the contradictions in consciousness by negating and concealing them. Ideology has the precise function, Palanca says, of hiding the real contradictions and of reconstituting on an imaginary level a relatively coherent discourse which serves as the horizon of agents' experience. The social conditions being the conditions of the rule of a definite class, the ideological hidings of contradictions are bound to emanate and also serve that definite class alone, the economically dominant class in a given society. In sum, ideology for Marx, Larrain says, is a distorted consciousness, has a particular negative connotation whose two specific and connected features are, firstly, that it conceals social contradictions and, secondly, that it does it in the interests of the dominant class. Hence for Marx, ideology has always meant to be a distorted knowledge which works in the interests of the dominant class. Such a conception of ideology, negative in character as it is, was also given a positive connotation by Lenin, with whom ideology was a set of cognitions and theories which express the interests of a class, the worldview of a class. In this sense, the class can be both a bourgeois class and a proletarian class. As such, ideology can be a bourgeois ideology as well as proletarian ideology. Thus, ideology, so understood as by Lenin, can encompass distorted as well as true forms of consciousness. Now by Lenin's times, the concept of ideology came to be understood both in negative and positive senses. Lenin merely added the positive sense to Marx's negative meaning of ideology. He also added to its critical connotation a constructive role of establishing a socialist system. But he, following Marx, adhered to the objective character in the meaning of ideology by emphasizing that the true ideology is one that remains akin with reality. Another contribution in the development of the concept of ideology comes from Karl Mannheim's sociology of knowledge. For Mannheim, ideology develops from a particular conception to a total conception and from the special formulation of the latter to its general formulation, that is, the sociology of knowledge. The particular conception of ideology being skeptical with which one judges the adversary's ideas and operating as it is at a psychological level is more or less a conscious deception disguising the pursuance of particular interests. The total conception of ideology being concerned with the characteristics and composition of the total structure of the mind of a social group of a given age and operating as it is at the sociological level, challenges the whole outlook of the opponent's social group. Condemning Marx's concept of ideology as only the analysis of opponents' ideas /e, a special formulation Mannheim contends /theology and utopia that the notion of ideology cannot, in the long run, remain the exclusive privilege of one class. It is no longer possible for one point of view and interpretation to assail all others as ideological without itself being placed in the position of having to meet that challenge. The total general formulation means the analysis of all points of view, signaling thus an important change. Condemning Marx's concept of ideology as only the analysis of opponents' ideas /e, a special formulation Mannheim contends /theology and utopia that the notion of ideology cannot, in the long run, remain the exclusive privilege of one class. It is no longer possible for one point of view and interpretation to assail all others as ideological without itself being placed in the position of having to meet that challenge. The total general formulation means the analysis of all points of view, signaling thus an important change in the concept of ideology which, now with Mannheim, is based on the fact that knowledge is determined by the social structure. Karl Mannheim, 1893 to 1947. Mannheim was a Jewish-Hungarian-born sociologist who taught sociology at Heidelberg and at London School of Economics, after he fled Germany in the wake of Nazi regime and settled in Britain. He died at the age of 53. His work /Theology and Utopia, 1936, has been a great contribution in the field of sociology. His other works include Man and Society in an Age of Reconstruction, Diagnosis of Our Time, Freedom, Power and Democratic Planning, Sociology as Practical Education, Structures Thinking, Conservation, a contribution to the sociology of knowledge. Unlike Marx, he found in utopianism a forward-looking tendency. Rejecting Marx's view of ideology, he thought of it as a system of ideas firmly rooted within the confines of existing reality. Mannheim contends, Lorraine holds, that when the theory of ideology becomes the sociology of knowledge, a qualitative change occurs. What was a part weapon becomes a scientific method of research. This new method has, as its main purpose, the task of finding the factors in the social situation which determine, and consequently revitalize, the thought of each social group. Mannheim thus universalizes the concept of ideology by making it the same as the social determination of historical knowledge, affirming thus that the thought of all parties throughout history has been of an ideological character, and that no particular point of view has any special claim over any other. So understood, Lorraine comments, it is, therefore, difficult to envisage what is really specific to the concept of ideology. When the concept is universalist in such a way that it may cover all parties in all epochs, it ends up with very little meaning and loses its critical capability. Concluding his remarks on Mannheim's concept of ideology, Lorraine says, in Marx, ideology has a historical character, as it is directly related to the evolution of social contradictions and economic forms. In Mannheim, on the contrary, specific economic forms play no role in determining ideology. To this extent, ideology is again psychologized, that is, found upon the very nature of human thought. Hence, with Mannheim, the concept of ideology maintains the subjective status which it had before Marx and which it regained with the psychological and Durkheimian conceptions. Mannheim's definition of ideology takes away from ideology its very essence. It gives the concept a psychological and a subjective character, but in the process makes the concept exist only in one's mind. If Mannheim's definition of ideology is accepted, it would throw very little light on the analysis of the contradictions in a given society which, for Marx, was an important factor for understanding any history. Nor does his definition give a clear idea of what the future society possibly should be, something which Lenin valued so much. Mannheim's meaning of ideology, in short, hardly explains as to what the world is at present and as to what it can be in future. Usage of the term ideology followed the Marxian thinking on the subject I.e. Ideology is distorting and irrational, an instrument of power, while most of the people and scholars, after having witnessed the World War and the rise of Hitler and Mussolini and of Stalin, identified ideology with totalitarianism. Hannah Arendt, in her The Origins of Totalitarianism, 1951, wrote that the totalitarian states demonstrated a neglect of national interests, a contempt for utilitarian motives and unwavering faith in the ideological fictitious world, while terror and ideology became inseparable in her interpretation. See Ideology, Functions, Components, and Elements. Describing the functions of ideology, Bloom/Theologies and Attitudes, refers to four theories. The interest theory, a theory that views ideology as a rationalization of non-rational interests. 2. The The truth theory, a theory that describes ideology as an independent cause grounded not in social or material status or non-rational necessity, but in the rational desire to know the truth. 3. The social strain theory, a theory that patterns ideology as a symptom of, and to some degree a remedy for, emotional ills produced by the role and demands of modern society. 4. The cultural strain theory, a theory that demands of ideology to act as a means for rebuilding the polity both in its authority structure and in its purpose. A program, a culture pattern which provides a template or blueprint for the organization of social and psychological processes, as Clifford Geertz aptly remarks. In the words of Willard A. Mullins, ideology incorporates a type of historical consciousness characteristic of the modern age in which a high degree of social change is recognized, where change means the coming into being of new and specifically different constellations and not merely the replacement of one set of conditions by a new set of the same specific type. Ideology comes to perform definite functions in a given society. It explains, analyses, and criticizes, and in the process inspires. It, thus, performs explanatory, analytical, and advocatory functions. So understood, ideology's components would include, as Martin Seliger, Ideology in Politics, says, descriptions, analysis, moral prescriptions, technical prescriptions, implements, i.e. the ways and means of implementation, and rejection. Rational presentation and justification or logical coherence, action orientation, and emotive appeal are already the presupposed components which any ideology must have in its description of a given society. Similarly, factual statements, being the very subject matter of ideology, are in themselves part of description and analysis. Related with the functions and components of ideology is the problem of what an ideology must contain. One of the elements of ideology is its goal value. Every ideology, quite interestingly it can be said about any ideology, has to a great extent the same goal value, i.e. material abundance. The liberal and the Marxist ideologies both seek to promise maximum economic growth. Another element of modern ideology is its affinity with change. Every ideology, for that matter, is dynamic. Ideology today does not consider the world as a static order, but rather something that is on its way to development. Progress is the belief that each ideology cherishes. Similarly, ideology today is not the concern of a solitary individual. It signifies group membership and group identity. It is always, now, the outlook of a numerous body, a social group, a class view as the Marxists prefer to call it. Ideology, being action-oriented, must concern itself with change, reform in the liberal ideology and revolution in the Marxist one. Ideology, as has been shown above, has its own conception of the world as it sees it. For a liberal, the world is all peace, all harmony, whereas for a Marxist, it is all conflict, all struggle. Each ideology, mainly political in character, strives to capture power and authority, and through them aims to establish its own authority structure. And where a particular ideology is already in power, this is true about both the liberal ideology as well as the Marxist ideology, it only justifies the status quo. C.B. McPherson, Democratic Theory, says, ideologies contain, in varying proportions, elements of explanations of fact and of history, justification of demands, and faith or belief in the ultimate truth or rightness of their case. They are informed by, but are less precise and systematic than, political theories or political philosophies. They are necessary to any effective political movement, hence to any revolution, for they perform the triple function of simplifying, demanding, and justifying. The concept of legitimacy. Legitimacy is the state or quality of being legitimate. It is legitimacy that makes force as power and power as authority. It entails a set of rights as well as duties. If those who are in authority do not perform their duties, they lose their claim to rule. To understand legitimacy, we seek to understand power, force, and the like. Authority is legitimate and rightful power, it is a right, and as a right, it is empowered. Authority is legitimate and rightful power, it is a right, and as a right, it is empowered to command, it is an authorization. Authority is, as Eric from The Fear of Freedom, an interpersonal relation in which one person looks upon another as somebody superior to him. Normatively, it is supposed to be used cautiously, like a heavy ace without an edge, fitter to bruise than to polish, and descriptively, it means people's faith in rightfulness. It is, in the sense, that authority is legitimate power and accordingly is associated with legitimacy. Power is what is exercised legitimately by an authority. It is, in the sense, that power, like authority, is always legal, both possessing the feature of influence, i.e., both have the influencing effect. Power is distinguished from force. Power has the legitimate or legalized right. Force is never legal, never legitimate. Force does not constitute right. One who has force does not mean that he has the right to exercise power. Force becomes power when it is embedded with the legal right to do so. A. Legitimacy, meaning and definitions. Derived from the Latin word /legitimare, legitimacy means to declare lawful, meaning, broadly speaking, rightfulness or lawfulness. It is through legitimacy that power is transformed into authority. Power legitimized is authority. Legitimation of authority is what may be called power. But this does not make the meaning of legitimacy clear. In fact, like any other concept, the concept of legitimacy has also been the subject of debate and discussion. There is no universally accepted definition of legitimacy. Weber's definition of legitimacy refers to nothing more or less than a belief in the right to rule, a belief in legitimacy. Aristotle had argued that only that rule is legitimate which operates in the benefit of the whole society. Rousseau had said that the government was legitimate if it was based upon the general will. David Beetham, the legitimation of power referred to three conditions to be fulfilled for legitimacy to exist. Power to be exercised according to the established rules. 2. Such rules need to be justified in terms of the shared beliefs of both the rulers and the ruled. 3. Legitimacy must be demonstrated through consent of the ruled. Beetham's understanding of the concept of legitimacy was a critique of Weber's meaning of legitimacy, which normatively centered around belief in legitimacy. Rosemary O'Kane, against legitimacy, understands legitimacy as rationally legitimate if the government, as Ronald Rogowski, rational legitimacy maximizes the expected utility of its citizens. Lipset, political man, holds the view that legitimacy is the capacity of the system to engender and maintain the belief that the existing political institutions are the most appropriate ones for the society. The non-Marxists lay emphasis on the effectiveness as the characteristic of legitimacy, whereas the neo-Marxists, Habermas, particularly point out at the manufacturing of consent in the capitalist societies, the legitimation crisis to which Habermas hints at. The sociologists define legitimacy as the formula by which individuals accept a power and consider their obedience as a just commitment. They regard it as a social relationship. 2. A relationship which is meaningful for the people who are involved in it. 3. Power that includes the ability to use violence, and 4. The power holders are able to manipulate such relationships. B. Legitimacy, legitimation process. Not only is there a disagreement among philosophers with regard to the meaning of the concept of legitimacy, debates continue among the philosophers relating to the legitimation process, i.e., the debate as to how power is legitimized. Some such theories relating to the debate are given lead. The belief theory. There is the belief theory with regard to the legitimation process. It states that it is the belief which legitimates power, the power of the rulers. Citizenry believes in the ruler's claims to power. Weber is a prominent belief theorist. Legitimacy exists when people believe power to be just, referring to three regimes/states as follows. Traditional states were valid because they were always that way or a product of ancient recognition, whereas the populace believed in the old ways. Charismatic states were legitimate based on the rule of charismatic leaders who by a gift of grace possessed authority. Illegal legitimacy existed and was based on the belief in the validity of legal statutes and functional competence based on rationally created rules. Legitimacy quotes. Government loses its claim to legitimacy when it fails to fulfill its obligations. Martin Gross. A regime that has lost its legitimacy will also lose its power. Colin Powell. Love as a relation between men and women was ruined by the desire to make sure of the legitimacy of children. Bertrand Russell. The wisest have the most authority. Plato. My people and have come to an agreement which satisfies us both. They are to say what they please and am to do what please. Frederick the Great. The primary criterion of legitimacy of any regime should be its degree of commitment to the protection of human lives. Without a minimal amount of legitimacy, a government will collapse. Robert Daw. Power-based theorists. Power-based theorists have included such scholars as Tilly and Stinchcombe. Drawing inspiration from the philosophy of Rousseau, both scholars have questioned legitimacy based on the belief and conformity to an abstract principle. The citizenry of the state, in fact, has little choice in the matter of legitimating government. When, for example, we believe in the police officer, it is not because we actually believe in him. But we do not know of the power those above him have and the consequences of crossing him. Or in Tilly's example in War-Making and State-Making as Organized Crime, where he says that legitimate state is the one that makes war, extracts resources, and provides protection before any other. Therefore, legitimacy does not arise from believing or choosing anything but arises from power. Power is legitimized through the process of power. A ruler is accepted as legitimate by the people because he is a ruler. Constitution. Power is legitimized by constitution. A constitution is understood as the embodiment of rules which govern the government. It confers legitimacy upon the rulers to make and execute laws. Such activities legitimize their power, though Beetham insists on the adherence to the principles of values and beliefs by the Constitution. The consent process. John Locke can be said to be an advocate of the consent process of legitimacy. His social contract developed the notion of consent, an implied agreement among the people to obey the law and respect the government. In democracies, consent provides legitimacy to the rulers. In dictatorships, especially with single-party system and military regime, the consent is said to be achieved and usually demonstrated through arranged marches. See legitimation crisis. Legitimation crisis is a condition during which a political order or government is unable to evoke sufficient commitment or sense of authority to proper government. Whenever the justification for authority is not accepted by society or by some powerful group in society, there occurs a crisis of legitimation. There are only two alternatives: a change in the form of government, sometimes through revolution to reflect a different legitimation of authority, or a modification of the current legitimation in an effort to retain unchanged the same structure of governmental authority. Habermas, in his Legitimation Crisis, argued that the traditional Marxist analysis of crisis tendencies in the capitalist society had become outdated, given the relative success of the welfare state compromise. He claimed instead that crisis tendencies generated in the economic sphere would be displaced via state action into the cultural sphere. This would in turn create problems of social integration, undermining many of the resources that the state requires for its ongoing management of the economy. In particular, it creates the possibility of a large-scale loss of legitimacy for government institutions. Jürgen Habermas, born 1929. Habermas, a German philosopher, is a sociologist of the critical theory tradition. His theoretical system is related to revealing the possibility of reason, emancipation, and rational critical communication. His works include The Structural Transformation of the Public Sphere Toward a Rational Society, Legitimation Crisis, The Theory of Communicative Action, Post-Metaphysical Thinking, The Philosophical Discourse of Modernity, The New Conservatism, Rationality and Religion, Truth and Justification, The Future of Human Nature, The Divided West, The Dialectics of Secularization. His areas of interest include the German political thought, especially of Kant and Hegel, the study of the Marxian theory of Marx and the neo-Marxists, Horkheimer, Adorno, Marcuse, the sociological theories of Weber, Durkheim and Mead, the study of American pragmatic tradition relating especially to John Dewey. Legitimation crisis arises as and when legitimacy is questioned on one ground or the other. It is an indication that something is not aright in the system. It is, therefore, an opportunity to deliberate if possible and to act if necessary. In times of crisis, liberal democratic states, Habermas believes, will not be able to maintain legitimacy. The 1970s presented situations of crises which were beyond, as he claimed, the capacity of liberal democracies to control, though the electoral mechanism did provide them to adjust their policies. In fact, the rise of the new right, as represented by Reagan and Thatcher, did manage the crises in the West. The collapse of the regimes in Eastern Europe and in the Soviet Union, 1989–91, is another significant example of the legitimation crisis or a series of legitimation crises. These crises have shown that something was, indeed, wrong in these socialist societies, because of which legitimacy in such societies was severely undermined and which had led to the debacle of the socialist model. Practice questions. 1. Describe briefly different models of power. 700 to 800 words. 2. Give a brief account of the three faces of power, with special references to Luke's views. 700 to 800 words. 3. Elucidate the concept of power. 200 words. 4. Explain Gramsci's theory of hegemony. 700 to 800 words. 6. Compare Marx's views on ideology with those of Mannheim. 700 to 800 words. 5. What is ideology? What are its characteristics? 200 words. 7. Explain the term legitimacy with reference to the term power and authority. 2012. 700 to 800 words. Distinguish between the concepts of legitimacy and hegemony. 2012. 700,800 words. Write a brief note on legitimation crisis. 200 words. 9. Compare the belief theory of legitimacy with that of the power theory. 200 words. 10. What functions does ideology perform? 200 words. Comment on the marginalization of the left ideology in India. 2014. 200 words. 11. Explain, as per Gramsci, the distinction between hegemony and equals, 2013 domination. 2013. 200 words. 12. Examine the conditions that are required for the maintenance of legitimacy in modern societies. 2014. 700 words. Political ideologies. Liberalism, socialism, Marxism, fascism, Gundeism, feminism. Introduction. Political ideology may be described as a set of ideals, principles, doctrines, myths, or symbols of a movement by an institution, a class, or a large group that explains how a society should work, and offers some political, social, and economic blueprint for a certain order. There are two major dimensions of a political ideology. I. How a society should work. Itis a goal. 2. How to achieve the ideal. Thesis what would constitute methods. Political ideologies are identified by their position as /eft, communist, socialist, etc. Right, conservative, fascist, totalitarian, center, neither left nor right, usually liberal, neoliberal, and the like, though such a division is very often controversial. They relate to particular times and circumstances and have a significant impact on societies. They are circumstantial and time-related. They fade away with the changing times. New ideologies keep emerging. Liberalism and its variants. A liberalism. It is a political ideology founded on I. The natural goodness of humans and 2. The autonomy of the individual. Earlier liberalism was called individualism, favoring A. Individual civil and political liberties. B. Government through law. C. The consent of the people. D. An economic theory, the maximum individual initiative and the minimum governmental interference in economic affairs. According to Britannica Concise Encyclopedia, liberalism is a political and economic doctrine that emphasizes on the rights and freedoms of the individual and on limited powers of the state. Its basic ideas were given formal expression in the works of Thomas Hobbes and John Locke, both of whom argued that the powers of the state have ultimately to be justified by the consent of the governed. In the economic realm, liberals in the 19th century urged the end of state interference in the economic life of society. Following Adam Smith, they argued that economic systems based on free markets are more efficient and generate more prosperity than those that are partly state-controlled. In response to the great inequalities of wealth and other social problems created by the Industrial Revolution in Europe and North America, liberals in the late 19th and early 20th centuries advocated limited state intervention in the market and the creation of state-funded social services, such as free public education and health insurance. Broadly speaking, liberalism emphasizes on individual rights. It seeks a society characterized by E. Freedom of thought for individuals, E. Limitations on power, especially of government and religion, E. The rule of law, E. Free exchange of ideas, a market economy that supports free private enterprise, and E. A transparent system of government in which the rights of all citizens are protected. In modern society, liberals favor a liberal democracy with open, free, and fair elections, where all citizens have equal rights and equal opportunities. Liberalism has been the result of numerous events which occurred in the West during the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. These events included the Enlightenment, the Glorious Revolution, and the French Revolution. The Enlightenment refused to accept moral goals as absolute rights. Glorious Revolution denounced the divine and, therefore, the absolute rights of the kings, and the French Revolution gave the idea of individual liberty and made it so sacred that no one could suppress it. Liberalism fought simultaneously on two fronts. Against the unlimited and unrestricted powers of the. It was thus a war against feudalism and absolute monarchy. As the war was launched by the bourgeoisie, liberalism has been till date the political philosophy of the capitalists. Table 9.1 Liberalism. Traces of liberalism go back to the days of John Locke, 1632 to 1704, and not Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, who did begin with the individual but did not end up with the individual. His philosophy ended with the concept of a powerful sovereign, Leviathan. Locke was an individualist, and as such the forerunner of liberalism. His work, Two Treatises of Government, established the fundamental liberal idea, economic liberty, meaning the right to have and use property and intellectual liberty, including freedom of conscience, which he expounded in a letter concerning toleration, 1689. However, he did not extend his views on religious freedom to Roman Catholics. Locke developed ideas of natural rights, which he saw as life, liberty, and property, and which can be seen as the distant forerunner of the modern conception of human rights. However, to Locke, property was more important than the right to participate in government and public decision-making. He did not endorse democracy, because he feared that giving powers to the people would erode the sanctity of private property. On the European continent, the doctrine of laws restraining even monarchs was expounded by Charles II, Baron de Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755, whose The Spirit of the Laws argues that better is it to say that the government most conformable to nature is that which best agrees with the humor and disposition of the people in whose favor it is established. The late French Enlightenment saw two figures who were to have tremendous influence on later liberal thought: Voltaire, 1694 to 1778, who argued that the French should adopt constitutional monarchy and disestablish the Second Estate, and Rousseau, 1712 to 78, who argued for a natural freedom for mankind. Both argued, in different ways, for changes in political and social arrangements based around the idea that society can restrain a natural human liberty, but not obliterate its nature. For Voltaire, the concept was more intellectual. For Rousseau, it was related to intrinsic natural rights, perhaps related to the ideas of Diderot. The Scotsman Adam Smith, 1723–90, expounded the theory that individuals could structure both moral and economic life without direction from the state, and that nations would be the strongest if their citizens are free to follow their own initiative. He advocated an end to feudal and mercantile regulations and to state-granted monopolies and patents, promulgating a /ISIS fair government. In the Theory of Moral Sentiments, 1759, he developed a theory of motivation that tried to reconcile human self-interest and an unregulated social order. In The Wealth of Nations, 1776, he argued that the market, under certain conditions, would naturally regulate itself and would produce more than the heavily restricted markets. Those were the norms at that time. He assigned to government the role of taking on tasks which could not be entrusted to the profit motive, such as preventing the individual from using force or fraud to disrupt competition, trade, or production. Following him were Jeremy Bentham, 1748–1832, and de Tocqueville, 1805–1859, and with them, the early liberalism, may be called classical liberalism or negative liberalism, was complete. Adam Smith, 1723–1790. Adam Smith was a Scottish philosopher and a pioneer of political economy. His works included 7. He Theory of Moral Sentiments and an Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations. Adam Smith sought to explain as to how rational self-interest and competition could lead to economic prosperity and well-being. His invisible hand metaphor had gained widespread use in the discussion of free markets. His work provided one of the best-known rationales for free trade. He is rightly called the father of modern capitalism. Politically, he belonged to classical liberalism. The features of early liberalism were: individual is a rational being capable of taking decisions. 2. A good society is one in which individual satisfaction is maximized. 3. Society is a conglomeration of individuals who maximize their interests. 4. Increased production, market mechanism, and competitive devices all work for the maximization of individuals' interest. The individual enterprise and unlimited rights to property are instruments working for the satisfaction of the individual's interests. Liberalism quotes: "Liberalism is totalitarianism with a human face." Sowell: "Liberalism is trust of the people tempered by prudence. Conservatism is distrust of the people tempered by fear." Gladstone: "A man who has both feet planted firmly in the air can be safely called a liberal as opposed to the conservative who has his feet firmly in his mouth." Brazen: "The liberals have tails and chase them all." Mencken: "Liberals tend to put the onus of your success on society and see on you and your family." Prager: "If you are a liberal, anything you say is protected. If you are a conservative, anything you say is hateful." Schlesinger: "Liberalism is an attitude rather than a set of dogmas." Cohen: "From classical liberalism, liberalism moved to become positive liberalism." J.S. Mill and T.H. Green. "Its advocates thought of the state as no more a necessary evil but an institution which could do something for the individual. It emerged in the second half of the 19th century thanks to the Industrial Revolution with its laurels. The larger part of the first half of the 20th century saw welfare liberalism, Lasky, McIlver, when the state exists to contribute in the fuller development of individuals' personality on the one hand and regulating market rules on the other. The second half of the 20th century, i.e. since the 1960s, had libertarianism followed by neoliberalism, Hayek, Nozick, Rawls, and the like, demanding more free and autonomous individual and the least role of the state in affairs relating to the individual and the economy. Pluralism, Dahl, for example, in the 1950s and 1960s, communitarianism, Walzer, Sandel in 1970s, and republicanism, Skinner, while criticizing one or the other aspect of liberalism, remained inclined towards it. Forms of liberalism. Liberalism, with all its shades, has its basic essentials almost the same: a belief in the autonomy of the individual, a passion for the existence and protection of the rights, liberties of the people, rationalism with an eye on future progress, consent of the people in the formation and in the functioning of the state, free economy, constitutionalism and toleration, and limited government. Scholars have pointed out the following forms of liberalism. Political liberalism. This is the belief that individuals are the basis of law and society, and that society and its institutions exist to further the ends of individuals. It enfranchises all adult citizens regardless of sex, race, or economic status. It emphasizes on the rule of law and supports liberal democracy. Cultural liberalism. This focuses on the rights of individuals pertaining to conscience and lifestyle, including such issues as sexual freedom, religious freedom, cognitive freedom, protection from government, and intrusion into private life. John Stuart Mill aptly expressed cultural liberalism in his essay on liberty. He wrote, "The sole aim for which mankind are warranted, individually or collectively, in interfering with the liberty of action of any of their number is self-protection." That the only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of a civilized community against his will is to prevent harm to others. His own good, either physical or moral, is not a sufficient warrant. Cultural liberalism generally opposes government regulation of literature, art, and academics. Economic liberalism, also called classical liberalism or Manchester liberalism, this is an ideology which supports the individual rights of property and freedom of contract, without which, it argues, the exercise of other liberties is impossible. It advocates laissez-faire capitalism, meaning the removal of legal barriers to trade and cessation of government-bestowed privileges such as subsidy and monopoly. Economic liberals want little or no government regulation of the market. Some economic liberals would accept government restrictions of monopolies and cartels, others argue that monopolies and cartels are caused by state action. Economic liberalism holds that the value of goods and services should be set by the unfettered choices of individuals, that is, of market forces. Some would also associate market forces to act even in areas conventionally monopolized by governments, such as the provision of security and courts. Economic liberalism accepts the economic inequality that arises from unequal bargaining positions as being the natural rights of competition, so long as no coercion is used. Of late, there has been a tendency to reduce governmental interference to the minimum. Social liberalism, also known as New L/liberalism and Reform liberalism, this form of liberalism arose in the late 19th century in many developed countries, influenced by the utilitarianism of Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill. Some liberals accepted, in part or in whole, the Marxist and socialist exploitation theory and critiques of the profit motive and concluded that government should use its power to remedy these perceived problems. According to the tenets of this form of liberalism as explained by writers such as John Dewey and Mortimer Adler, since individuals are the basis of society, all individuals should have access to basic necessities of fulfillment, such as education, economic opportunity, and protection from harmful Marco events beyond their control. Conclusion. A distinction has to be made between conservative liberalism, which is a right wing of the liberal movement, and liberal conservation, which is a variety of conservation with some liberal elements, influenced largely by Edmund Burke. Liberalism is stated to have achieved worldwide triumph during the late 20th century, with Fukuyama proclaiming the universalization of the Western liberal democratic system. And yet its challenges, coming from communitarianism and feminism, are no less real. Its tensions, therefore, are, indeed, real. On the one hand, it unfurls the flag of liberty, and on the other, it argues for equality. On the one hand, it works, and in fact, has to work within the framework of market society, and on the other, it promises equal opportunities to all. On the one hand, it is wedded to the unlimited rights of man for acquisition of property, and on the other, it seeks to curb the property rights for the common good. On the one hand, it views, as Macpherson says, man as desirer of utilities, and on the other, it wants him as the enjoyer and the developer of his powers. On the one hand, it builds a capitalist economy leading ultimately to inequality, and on the other, it seeks to establish an egalitarian society. Liberalism is a philosophy of an individual with abstraction. The communitarians attack liberalism for building the case of an egoistic individual and isolated entity. Liberalism is also attacked for its advocacy of individual liberty. The liberals' passion for liberty is untenable insofar as their view of liberty is an empty liberty. Barker had aptly remarked about J.S. Mill, describing him as the prophet of empty liberty and abstract individual. The liberals build a police state and a capitalist society of the propertied people. B. Libertarianism. Libertarianism is political philosophy of individual rights and free will. It believes that individuals have complete freedom of action provided their actions do not harm others or their freedoms. For the libertarians, deprivation of individual rights is immoral. Obviously, the libertarians oppose governmental control over individuals' life. They view government as both the cause and the effect of all societal ills. It is the cause of crime and prejudice because it robs people of their independence and frustrates initiative and creativity. Then, having created the sources of crime and prejudice by depriving individuals of their natural rights, government attempts to exercise the evils with more controls over natural rights. Libertarians believe that government should be limited to the defense of its citizens. There are broadly two types of libertarians: consequentialists and rights theorists. Rights theorists hold that it is morally imperative that all human interactions, including government interactions with private individuals, should be voluntary and consensual. They maintain that the initiation of force by any person or government against another person or her property is a violation of that principle. Consequentialist libertarians do not have a moral prohibition against initiation of force, but believe that allowing a very large scope for political and economic liberty results in the maximum well-being or efficiency for a society, even if protecting this liberty involves some initiation of force by government. It just so happens that such governmental actions are limited in the free society they envision. This type of libertarianism is associated with Milton Friedman, Ludwig von Mises, and Friedrich Hayek. Libertarianism quotes, "A government which robs Peter to pay Paul can always count on the support of Paul." G.B. Shaw. Giving money and power to government is like giving whiskey and car keys to teenage boys. O'Rourke. The more corrupt the state, the more it legislates. Tacitus. When the government's boot is on your throat, it is of no consequence whether it is a left boot or a right boot. Lyade. The government was set to protect man from the criminals, and the Constitution was written to protect man from the government. Ayn Rand. It is dangerous to be right when the government is wrong. Voltaire. You cannot adopt politics as a profession and remain honest. Bierce. Whoever prefers life to death, happiness to suffering, well-being to misery must defend, without any compromise, private ownership in the means of production. Von Mises. Libertarians generally do not oppose force used in response to initiatory aggressions such as violence, fraud, or trespassing. Libertarians favor an ethics of self-responsibility and strongly oppose the welfare state because they believe forcing someone to provide aid to others is ethically wrong, ultimately counterproductive, or both. Libertarians' passion for property rights is their chief merit. They hold the view that individuals have right to fully own and acquire property. There is, however, a distinction to be made between right libertarianism and left libertarianism, though both endorse full self-ownership. Ronald Dworkin, born 1931. Dworkin is a professor of philosophy as also of law. He is the author of several works. Taking Rights Seriously, Freedom's Law, ILS Democracy Possible Here? Principles for a New Political Debate, A Matter of Principle, Life's Dominion. He belongs to the libertarian tradition and believes that the rights and the liberties of too significant for the development of individual personality. Right libertarianism holds that typically such resources as property may be appropriated by the first person who discovers them, mixes her or his labor with them, or merely claims them without the consent of others, and with little or no payment to them. Left libertarianism, by contrast, holds that the appropriated natural resources belong to everyone, requiring the first users to make a payment to others for the value of those rights who make a claim. Libertarianism can be traced back to ancient China, where philosopher Lao Tzu advocated the recognition of individual liberties. The modern libertarian theory emerged during the 16th century in the writings of Étienne de la Boétie, 1530–63, an eminent French theorist. During the 17th century, John Locke and a group of British reformers known as the /Evilers fashioned the classical basis for libertarianism. Its advocates in late 20th century included Nozick and Rawls as well. The central tenet of libertarianism is the principle of self-ownership. To libertarians, an individual human being is sovereign over his/her body, extending to life, liberty, and property. As such, libertarians define individual as being completely free in action, while not initiating force or fraud against the life, liberty, or property of another human being. Libertarians generally view constraints imposed by the state on persons or their property, if applicable, beyond the need to penalize infringement of one's rights by another, as a violation of liberty. Anarchist libertarians favor no governmental constraints at all and advocate a society based on the naturally formed self-governing social bonds and rules. Libertarians generally defend the ideals of freedom, the perspective of how little one is constrained by authority, that is, how much one is allowed to do, which is referred to as negative liberty. This ideal is distinguished from a view of freedom focused on how much one is able to do, which is termed as positive theory, a distinction first noted by John Stuart Mill, and later described in fuller details by Isaiah Berlin. Many libertarians view life, liberty, and property as the ultimate rights possessed by individuals, and argue that compromising one of these necessarily endangers the rest. In democracy, they consider compromise of these individual rights by political action to be tyranny by the majority, a term first coined by Alexis de Tocqueville. Rawls, in his A Theory of Justice, regards liberty of the individual strengthening the tenets of justice, and the state, amidst inequalities, providing opportunities equal to all while caring for the least advantaged ones. Nozick, Anarchy, State, and Utopia, is all for the individual for his/her rights, which are inalienable, and for the most minimal state. Critics of libertarianism from both the left and the right claim that libertarian ideas about individual economic and social freedoms are contradictory, untenable, or undesirable. Critics from the left tend to focus on the economic consequences, free markets or /ISIS fair capitalism, and of social inequality, poverty, and lack of accountability for the most powerful. Criticism of libertarianism from the right tends to focus on issues of tradition and personal morality, claiming that the extensive personal freedoms promoted by libertarians encourage unhealthy and immoral behavior and undermine religion. See neoliberalism. It is often called neoclassical liberalism. Ever since the 1970s or so, the revival of economic liberalism, evident through developments Ever since the 1970s or so, the revival of economic liberalism, evident through developments during the times of Reagan, Thatcher, Roger, and Manmohan Singh, has sought to halt the trend towards collectivistic government and state intervention. Close to New Right and globalization, neoliberalism argues for unregulated market capitalism and for an individual who is free and autonomous. Neoliberalism, in the words of Margaret Thatcher, is nothing but individual. There is no such thing as society, only individuals and their families. It opposes the nanny state, a state acting as a nursemaid, doing extensive social responsibilities, i.e. welfare type of state, and reposes faith in self-help and entrepreneurialism. Neoliberalism, Andrew Haywood, Political Ideologies, says, amounts to a form of market fundamentalism. The market, he continues, is seen to be morally and practically superior to government and any form of political control. Elizabeth Martinez and Arnaldo Garcia, what is neoliberalism? Specify the following main points of neoliberalism. Ronald Reagan, 1911 to 2004. Ronald Reagan was the 40th U.S. president between 1981 to 89. Born in Illinois, Reagan moved to Los Angeles in 1930s, where he became an actor and also the spokesman of General Electric, GE. Originally a member of Democratic Party, he switched to the Republican Party in 1962. He served as the governor of the state of California. Though defeated twice, in 1968 and 1976, Reagan won the presidential election in 1980 and got re-elected in 1984. His economic policies, dubbed Reaganomics, included substantial tax cuts, and he rose as an advocate of free market trade. The rule of the market, freedom for capital, goods, and services, where the market is self-regulating, allowing the trickle-down notion of wealth distribution. It also includes the unionizing of labor forces and removal of any impediments to capital mobility, such as regulation. The freedom is from the state or government. Reducing public expenditure for social services, such as health and education, by the government. Deregulation, to allow market forces to act as a self-regulating mechanism. Privatization of public enterprise, things ranging, for example, from water to even the internet. Changing perceptions of public and community good to individualism and individual responsibility. Overlapping the above are also some of the guiding principles behind the ideology of neoliberalism, which Richard Robbins, in his book, Global Problems and the Culture of Capitalism, summarizes as follows. Sustained economic growth as the way to human progress. Free market without government interference as the most efficient and socially optimal allocation of resources. Economic globalization as beneficial to everyone. Privatization as helpful in removing inefficiencies of the public sector. The main function of governments as that of providing the infrastructure to advance the rule of law with respect to property rights and contracts. So explained, Martinez and Garcia define neoliberalism as a set of economic policies that have become widespread during the last 25 years or so. Although the word is rarely heard in the United States, one can clearly see the effects of neoliberalism as imposed by powerful financial institutions like the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the World Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank. The capitalist crises over the last 25 years, with whose shrinking profit rates, inspired the corporate elite to revive economic liberalism. That's what makes it neo or new. The specific aspects include new space for the market, i.e. new areas of market. 2. Emphasis on property. 3. Private expansionism. 4. Contract. And v. Transaction of intensive markets. Neoliberalism is reigning all over Latin America. The first clear example of neoliberalism at work came in Chile after the CLA-supported coup against the popularly elected Allende regime in 1973. Other countries followed, with some of the worst effects in Mexico, where wages declined by 40 to 50% in the first year of NAFTA while the cost of living rose by 80%. Over 20,000 small and medium businesses have failed and more than 1,000 state-owned enterprises have been privatized in Mexico. As one scholar said, neoliberalism means the neo-colonization of Latin America. In the United States, neoliberalism is destroying welfare programs, attacking the rights of labor, including all immigrant workers, and cutting back social programs. The Republican contract on America is pure neoliberalism. Its supporters are working hard to deny protection to children, youth, women, the planet itself, and trying to trick people into acceptance by saying this will get government off their back. The beneficiaries of neoliberalism, the critics argue, are a minority of the world's people. For the vast majority, they say, it brings even more sufferings than before, sufferings without the small, hard-won gains of the last 60 years, sufferings without end. Opponents argue that neoliberalism is the implementation of global capitalism through government/military intervention to protect the interests of multinational corporations. Notable opponents to neoliberalism in theory or practice include economists such as Joseph Stiglitz, Amartya Sen, Noam Chomsky, and the anti-globalization movement. D. Republicanism. Related to the word republic, republicanism implies essentially two phenomena: I. Public domain, and 2. Popular rule. Much more than a mere non-monarchy, republicanism is rooted in civic virtues which include public spiritedness, patriotism, public concern, and active citizenship, all these forming the notions of republicanism. Republicanism, as developed during the Renaissance, is known as classical republicanism, whose numerous notions included mixed government, common good, a definite view of liberty, social contract, separation of powers, and rule of law. The modern view of republicanism, referred to often as neo-republicanism, lays emphasis on a general revival of republic thinking. The most important theorists of neo-republicanism are Philip Pettit and Cass Sunstein, of whom each has written a number of works defining republicanism and how it differs from liberalism. A late convert to republicanism from communitarianism, Michael Sandel, is perhaps the most prominent advocate in the United States for replacing or supplementing liberalism with republicanism as outlined in his Democracy's Discontent: America in Search of a Public Philosophy. Republicanism is a system that replaces monarchical absolutist rule with citizenship based on individual liberty and civic virtues. Positively, it emphasizes on liberty. Negatively, on the rejection of all forms of autocracies and aristocracies. Though separate conceptually from democracy, republicanism includes the key principles of rule by law, the consent of the government, and sovereignty of the people. In effect, republicanism means that the kings and the aristocracies are not the real rulers, but rather the people as a whole certainly are. As republicanism has, at its base, the core notion of the people, it must stand for protecting and promoting liberties of the people. So considered, liberties are related more to republicanism than to democracy. Philip Pettit, born 1945. Philip Pettit, an Irish philosopher, is a political theorist. His works include The Common Mind, Republicanism, Three Methods of Ethics, A Theory of Freedom, Sons and Norms. He is known for defending republicanism in political philosophy. He has developed the idea of how laws should be based on non-domination as a route to liberty. Republicanism is usually used in two senses. In the first sense, it refers to a loose tradition for a family of writers as diverse as Machiavelli. The Italian, the English Republicans such as Milton, Harrington, Sidney, the French Montesquieu, Rousseau, the Americans, Jefferson and Madison. These writers lay emphasis on the importance of civic virtue, political participation, the dangers of corruption, the benefits of mixed constitutions, and the rule of law, drawing heavily on the writings of Cicero and the Latin historians. The other sense in which the term republicanism is used is evident from the works of Quentin Skinner and Philip Pettit, who see in the term the core. The other sense in which the term republicanism is used is evident from the works of Quentin Skinner and Philip Pettit, who see in the term the core value of liberty, one that is understood as non-domination or independence from arbitrary power, which is, to a great extent, a negative concept. Pettit, who has done more than anyone else to develop this concept of republican freedom, philosophically puts it thus: a person and group enjoys freedom to the extent that no other person or group has the capacity to interfere in their affairs on an arbitrary basis. On a plausible rendering of the term domination as roughly speaking, arbitrary power, see Wartenberg, Pettit, Lovett, one may equivalently say that freedom in the republican sense is the enjoyment of non-domination. Such a meaning does not help exercise of self-mastery, it is essentially negative. Republican freedom merely requires the absence of something, namely the absence of dependence on arbitrary power or domination. And yet it is not absolutely negative, for it seeks to enlarge liberty through rightly ordered laws, institutions and norms. It is what separates them from the liberals and libertarians on the one hand and classical Republicans on the other, who do not have such a comprehensive view of liberty as the modern Republicans, neo-Republicans, or civil Republicans have. Republicanism lays emphasis on liberties of the individual's popular rule, i.e., rule of the people, citizens' practice of civic virtues opposed to aristocracy, oligarchy, monarchy, and dictatorship. Republicanism, i.e. civil republicanism, remains committed to institutional devices, the rule of law, separation of powers, federalism, constitutionally entrenched basic rights, and so on. Republican theorists insist that lest the authorities use their power to reduce the quantum of Republican notions, discretionary authority should be left in the hands of courts and public agencies. Republicanism sees remedy in enhanced democracy. The idea is that properly designed democratic institutions should give citizens the effective opportunity to contest the decisions of their representatives. This possibility of contestation will make government agents wielding discretionary authority answerable, rendering them non-arbitrary. In many respects, civic republicanism remains an underdeveloped political doctrine. There are many issues that civil Republicans have barely touched on. To mention just a few, multiculturalism, distributive justice, conservation and environmentalism, and international relations still await substantial treatment. Haywood, Key Concepts of Politics, criticizes republicanism as politically incoherent and illiberal. Communitarianism. The term communitarianism is of 20th century origin, though it is derived from the 1940s term communitarian, a word coined by Goodwin Barmby to refer to a member or an advocate of a communalist society. The modern use of the term is a redefinition of the original sense. It may not be regarded as ideology as Haywood insists, but as a theoretical position. It opposes individualism and emphasizes on the importance of community in the functioning of political life, in the evolution and analysis of political institutions, and in the understanding of human identity. As a critique of Rawls' A Theory of Justice and a reaction to his assumption that the task of the government is to secure and distribute fairly the liberties and economic resources of the individuals, relying on a conception of the individual who is atomistic and abstract, opposing Nozick, Dworkin, and Hayek, the communitarians McIntyre, Taylor, Walzer advocate phenomena such as civil society, community-oriented citizens, and active citizenship. Communitarianism. The individual does not exist in isolation but is constituted through the community. She is born in the society in a cultural milieu. The individuals do not have rights, inalienable. They have duties as well, inalienable. The communitarian state is democratically constituted with citizens shaping it from time to time. The communitarian state is responsible, so are its members. The term communitarianism is used in two senses. Philosophical communitarianism, which considers classical liberalism to be incoherent and opposes it on that ground. Unlike classical liberalism, which construes communities as originating from the voluntary acts of pre-community individuals, it emphasizes on the role of the community in defining and shaping individuals. Communitarians believe that the value of community is not sufficiently recognized in liberal theories of justice. Ideological communitarianism, which is a radical middle ideology that emphasizes on the community and is sometimes marked by leftism on economic issues and conservation on social issues. This usage was coined recently. When the term is capitalized, it usually refers to the responsive communitarian movement of Amit al-Etzioni and other philosophers. As a philosophy, communitarians claim that values and beliefs exist in public space. They argue that individual is not an isolated self, but is one rooted in the community where she is born, inherits the culture in which she is nurtured, and owes obligations to the society which help her in raising her personality, and expects respect and consideration from the individual. Ideologically, the communitarians seek to support the institutions of civil society and advocate positive rights such as free education, housing, safe and clean environment, healthcare, and a social safety net. As against the libertarians, who argue for rights, the communitarians insist on rights accompanied by social responsibilities. As against the libertarians, who seek as minimum a state as possible, the communitarians seek to establish and maintain institutions of civil society. As against the libertarian advocacy of pluralism, the communitarians insist on universalism. As against the libertarian passion for self, the communitarians value the importance of community, community life, and active citizenship. As against the libertarian minimal state, the communitarians advocate a state that responds to the demands of the citizens. The critics of communitarianism hold that it is conservative as well as authoritarian. It has conservative implications because it attempts to defend the existing social structures and moral codes. The feminists condemn communitarians for supporting the traditional sex roles. The authoritarian features in communitarianism emerge from the communitarians' emphasis on duties and obligations of the individuals over their rights. LLL. Socialism and its variants. Socialism. It is difficult to define socialism because it is not one doctrine but a sum total of doctrines. It is close to anarchism, syndicalism, guild socialism, democratic socialism, and evolutionary socialism. That is one reason it has a variety of shades with little differentiations here and there. All shades of socialism talk about organization. Some choose authoritarian while others prefer democratic ones. All shades of socialism resort to planning. Some favor centralized planning while others decentralized one. All shades of socialism stand for equality. They all have their own perception of equality. Socialism arose as a reaction to the rise and development of capitalism. It arose at a certain stage of development when capitalism failed to deliver goods. It arose against the concentration of wealth in fewer hands, against the deteriorating conditions of the workers, and against overproduction, exploitation, and unemployment. Socialism, both as an ideology and tendency, stands for an egalitarian society, a society of human fellowship where genuine liberty exists with reasonable equality. 2. The satisfaction of man's basic needs, a system where there is a sufficiency for all before surplus is available for some. 3. Social ownership of the means of production, at least of some major ones, say, of land, power, banks, insurance, leading ultimately to a situation of equality of wealth and opportunities, and 4. A system where all the citizens have to contribute to the common good or general/social welfare. Socialism is neither Marxism nor communism. While socialism is more a tendency, communism is more of an ideology. Socialism has a measure of flexibility whereas communism has the quality of rigidity. Socialism is more a moral imperative while communism is a society of the future, of complete material development. Socialism believes in a gradual, peaceful, and democratic transformation of society whereas communism believes in the revolutionary abolition of society. The socialist society would continue with the state while the communist society would be a stateless society. Socialism means the reduction of the capitalist might whereas communism is for its elimination. G.D.H. Cole, 1889 to 1959. G.D.H. Cole was an English political theorist, economist, and historian. As a libertarian socialist, he was a longtime member of the Fabian Society and was an advocate of the cooperative movement. He worked as a professor of social and political theory at Oxford. His works included Say/F Government in Industry, Social Theory, Guild Socialism Revisited. He was a prolific theoretician of the labor movement. The word socialism dates back at least to the early 19th century. It was first used self-referentially in the English language in 1827 to refer to followers of Robert Owen. In France, again self-referentially, it was used in 1832 to refer to followers of the doctrines of Saint-Simon and thereafter by Pierre Leroux and J. Regnaud in I Encyclopédie Nouvelle. Use of the word spread widely and has been used differently in different times and places, both by various individuals and groups that consider themselves socialists and by their opponents. While there is wide variation between socialist groups, nearly all would agree that they are bound together by a common history rooted originally in the struggles by industrial and agricultural workers during 19th and 20th centuries. Socialism is a philosophy of the workers. It demands a system where workers participate in every walk of life. It seeks to establish socialism through democratic means and legislation. It attempts to secure social, economic, and political rights for the workers. Durkheim posits that socialism is rooted in the desire to bring the state closer to the realm of individual activity. Weber saw in socialism the acceleration of the rationalization. Churchill, while criticizing socialism, wrote the following: "A socialist policy is abhorrent to the British ideas of freedom. Socialism is inseparably interwoven with totalitarianism and the object worship of the state. It will prescribe for everyone where they are to work, what they are to work at, where they may go, and what they may say. Socialism is an attack on the right to breathe freely. No socialist system can be established without a political police. They would have to fall back on some form of Gestapo, no doubt very humanely directed in the first instance. The libertarians attack socialism, especially its economics. Hayek says that no rational economic decisions can be taken in socialism. Ludwig von Mises declared that a socialist economy is not possible at all. Hayek also argued that the social control over distribution of wealth and private property as advocated by socialists cannot be achieved without reduced prosperity for the general populace and a loss of political and economic freedoms. There is a tendency for over-centralization and bureaucratization in socialism. Some important variations of socialism are: B. Evolutionary socialism. Edward Bernstein, 1850 to 1932, a German Marxist who differed with Marx drastically, has rejected in his book, Evolutionary Socialism, 1898, some of the following postulates of Marxism. E. The Marxian theory of historical materialism is, at best, a trend. E. In the two classes model where the two classes are mutually opposed, theory ignored the role of the middle class. E. Class cooperation that this theory done more service than class antagonism. E. Capitalism, over the years, has not weakened, rather has strengthened itself. Bernstein, therefore, advocated I. Empowering of the trade unions. 2. Pressurizing capitalists to yield to workers' demands. 3. Pressurizing democratic and gradual means to weaken capitalism and empower working classes. Edward Bernstein, 1850 to 1932. Edward Bernstein was a German social democratic theoretician. He was a member of Social Democratic Party and also a founder of evolutionary socialism. His series of articles entitled Problems of Socialism led to revisionism debate in the party. To revise Marxism by holding to that views. I. Capitalism is not going to die soon. 2. It has strengthened itself. Movement is everything. The final aim of socialism is nothing. Ely. The Social Democratic Party needs to build pressure on capitalists and that the trade unions need to be strengthened. 4. The state needs to bring about social legislations through peaceful and democratic means. He says that in socialism, the movement is everything. The final aim of socialism is nothing. Bernstein never thought of capitalism as a system of class oppression. Rather, he saw in it a system with a human face and the capitalist as one who cared for the workers. He was of the opinion that capitalism had all the possibilities of reforming itself, regulating it through the state as constituted democratically by the people. What, in his opinion, was needed was the movement for building pressure on capitalism, a process which could be achieved peacefully. The possibilities of revolution in the changed conditions in which capitalism developed itself were remote, for there was no capitalism so weak to be overthrown, no nonconformist working class so strong to launch a revolution. That was Bernstein's evolutionary socialism, a revisionist stance. See syndicalism. Syndicalism refers to a set of ideas, tendencies, and movements which vow to transform the capitalist society through the organized working class. A distinguishing feature of syndicalism is its emphasis on industrial working class organization. For the syndicalists, the labor unions are the means of both overcoming capitalism and running society in the interests of the workers, where industry and government would be run by the labor union federations. Syndicalism is a French word meaning trade unionism. Its advocates include Georges Sorel and Hubert Lagardelle, both French, and Alceste de Ambris and Arturo Labrado, both Italians. Syndicalism is opposed to the state, regarding it a bourgeois and a middle class which is an exploitative institution. All states are instruments of class rule. The syndicalists regard trade unions organized on a functional basis as the foundation of future syndicalist society. A system of producers' societies is to take the place of the state. The ideal of the syndicalist is free work in a free society. Free workshop means free society. The syndicalists seek to promote class solidarity. The syndicalists have no faith in peaceful methods in transforming the oppressive and exploitative capitalist society. They favor strikes, sabotage, destruction of machinery, boycott, and label. They prefer to resort to slow techniques. D. Fabianism. Fabianism is the doctrine of the Fabian Society, a small but influential group of British socialists. This society grew out of the Fellowship of the New Life, founded in 1883 under the influence of Professor Thomas Davidson, which looked to ethical reforms and utopian community making rather than to political action for the regeneration of society. A group which included Frank Podmore and Edward R. Pease broke away from the fellowship to found the Fabian Society in 1883, officially on January 4, 1884. George Bernard Shaw joined in 1884, Sidney Webb in 1885. The society became socialist in 1887 with the adoption of the statement of its policy. It became famous with the publication of the Fabian Essays in 1889 by Shaw, Webb, Annie Besant, Graham Wallas, and others. Fabian socialism has remained essentially evolutionary and gradualist, hence its name from the tactics of Fabius Maximus Cunctator, also the Delayer, expecting socialism to come as a sequel to the full realization of universal suffrage and representative government. The advocates of Fabianism include Sidney Webb, Beatrice Webb, Bernard Shaw, H. G. Wells, G. D. H. Cole, Edith Nesbit, Rupert Brooke, Arnold Bennett, and Eleanor Marx. Fabianism stands for socialism to be achieved through reformist and gradual means. It is a middle-class intellectual movement which seeks to establish socialism by educating people in socialism and through methods such as persuasion. The means, according to Laidler, are that I. It regards the transition from capitalism to socialism as a gradual process. 2. It looks forward to the socialization of industry by the peaceful economic and political agencies already at hand. 3. It sees in the middle class a group that can be utilized in developing the techniques of administration on behalf of the new social order. And 4. It sees in the middle class a group that can be utilized in developing the techniques of administration on behalf of the new social order. And Fabians were committed socialists. Their significant slogan was the inevitability of socialism. They wanted socialism to be established by gradual reforms within the Law theory, which advocates state ownership of major industries. Guild socialism. Guild socialism is a political movement which advocates workers' control over industry through trade-related guilds. It originated in Britain and was influential in the first quarter of the 20th century. Rockout describes guild socialism as the intellectual child of English Fabianism and French syndicalism. Hollowell writes, guild socialism was and remains a kind of anemic version of French syndicalism. It is a halfway between syndicalism not wanting to abolish the state and collectivism not wanting the state to control industry. It wants to establish guilds of producers and guilds of consumers within the state. The chief advocates of guild socialism are A. J. Pentey, Restoration of the Guild System, who was practically its founder, A. R. Orridge, the editor of The New Age, S. G. Hobson, National Guilds, the veteran of the movement, and G. D. H. Cole, its most effective and prolific thinker and popularizer. The chief characteristics of guild socialism are I. Wage system to be abolished. 2. Self-government to be established in industry through a system of national guilds. 3. Functional representation to be introduced. 4. Democracy to be brought about first in the economic field and to be extended to political field later. V. Industrial guilds and consumers guilds which function side by side to be organized locally, regionally, and nationally. 6. The state to play a limited role only as a facilitator to the guilds. The Guild Socialists' methods are, in nature, peaceful and constitutional. F. Democratic Socialism. Democratic socialism is a broad political movement propagating the ideals of socialism on the one hand and their practice within the democratic system on the other. In many cases, its advocates seek to promote evolutionary methods while some others, the revolutionary ones. Numerous writers, thinkers, and activists varying in their views, such as Robert Owen, Karl Marx, Edward Bernstein, George Orwell, Bertrand Russell, and Sidney Webb, all have contributed to what may be described as the democratic socialist philosophy. Democratic socialism is largely a left-wing ideology. It supports a fully socialist system seeking to establish it either by gradually reforming capitalism from within or by resorting to revolutionary methods. It seeks to advocate a welfare state while willing to consider other means of providing a social safety net for the poorest in the society. It maintains a commitment to the redistribution of wealth and power and social ownership of most major industries, i.e., mixed economy. It defends the role of the public sector, especially as regards the provision of key services such as healthcare, education, and public utility works. Variants of democratic socialism vary from country to country, but their major features remain more or less the same: exploitation-free society, equitable distribution of social products, enabling state, mixed economy, gradualism, and the like. To a great extent, the modern socialism is a critique of anti-capitalism. It rebuilds itself on the one hand and casts its shadow on the variants of capitalism. In its spirit, it condemns capitalism. 4. Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, Third Way, Anarchism. A. Marxism. Marxism as a theoretical system has emerged as a major alternative to /liberalism or its economic aspect, capitalism. Its genesis lay in the deteriorating conditions of the workers following the establishment of the factory system. The workers, as a result of the Industrial Revolution during the 16th and 17th centuries, who entered the factory were subject to all sorts of exploitation, long hours of work, life in slums, ill health, and the like. Karl Marx, 1818-83, and Friedrich Engels, 1820-95, realized clearly the adverse effects of industrialization and capitalism and brought out what is called as the scientific socialism or Marxism. After the name of Marx, Marxism has developed since the days of Karl Marx. Even in his own times, there used to be the talks of two Marx, one, the younger, and the other, the older, the matured one. The young Marx of the pre-communist manifesto days, i.e., before 1848, was described as a socialist humanist, while the matured Marx as a revolutionary socialist. He, along with Engels, built what is now called classical Marxism. Following it emerged modern Marxism through the disciples of Marx and Engels, who only built on their philosophy. Among these disciples, mention may be made about Karl Kautsky, 1854-1938, Georgy Pekanov, 1856-1918, V.I. Lenin, 1870-1924, Joseph Stalin, 1879-1953, Mao Zedong, 1893-1976, and the like. The contemporary Marxism, one may call it neo-Marxism, have its advocates such as George Lukács, 1885-1971, Theodor Adorno, 190369, Max Horkheimer, 1895-1973, Herbert Marcuse, 1898-1979, and the like. Meaning Marxism specifies E means of production, a combination of the means of labor and the subject of labor. E means of labor, machines, tools, equipment, infrastructure, and the like. E subject of labor, raw materials and materials taken directly from nature. E mode of production, a specific combination of productive forces and relations of production. E base and superstructure, base is the foundation, material relations, the material base. Over it is built the superstructure, society, economy, law, polity. As is the base, so is the superstructure. E revolution, a conflict between the development of material productive forces and the relations of production causes the social revolution. E surplus value, the difference between the value of the product made by the worker and the actual wage that the worker receives. E class, the identity derived from the relationship of a people to the means of production. E proletariat, those who sell their labor power and who do not own the means of production. E bourgeoisie, those who own means of production and buy labor power and pay only wages. O lumpenproletariat, criminals, beggars, those who have no stake in the economic system and those who sell themselves to the higher bidder. E lumpenproletariat, criminals, beggars, those who have no stake in the economic system and those who sell themselves to the higher bidder. The three major components of classical Marxism, as Lenin has stated, are I. The dialectical philosophy, the German imprint, and in particular Hegel's dialectical idealism, which Marx had put on its feet, advocating in the process dialectical materialism and historical materialism. 2. The economic ideas, the English imprint, and in particular the writings of Adam Smith, advocating, in the process, his theory of surplus value and the analysis and critique of capitalism. 3. The State and Revolution, the French imprint, in particular the writings of Saint-Simon, Charles, Fourier, and Proudhon, advocating, in the process, his theories of classes, class struggle, alienation/freedom, and the Socialist and the Communist Society. Dialectical materialism is the sum total of general principles which explain as to why and how social changes take place. The social changes take place because of the material forces, and they occur through a dialectical method, a triple method where the mode of production changes into the relations of production, and relations of production give birth to the productive forces, and at a certain stage of development, the two relations of production and the productive forces clash and as a consequence lead to the emergence of a new mode of production. Historical materialism is the application of dialectical materialism to society. According to Marx, all history is the history of the self-development of productive forces, and each stage of history is the specific stage of the development of specific productive forces. The slave-owning society indicates the first kind of development of productive forces, the feudal society is the next, followed by the capitalist society, further next is the socialist society, and then the communist society. Each subsequent society, Marx says, is an improvement over the earlier society in terms of material development and of the development of the productive forces. The different kinds of societies are, according to Marxism, formulations of two types, class and classless societies. The slave-owning, the feudal, and the capitalist societies are class societies where at each stage there is the struggle economic, political, ideological between the possessing class, the masters, the feudal lords, the capitalists, and the non-possessing class, the slaves, the serfs, the workers. Class antagonism is characteristic of the class societies and cooperation is the characteristic of the classless societies. The socialist society and the communist society. Revolution is no revolt but a social change, the point where the relations of production and the productive forces clash with each other and the point from where begins the new era, the new mode of production. Marx lived at the stage of capitalistic mode of production. He had studied and analyzed the functioning of capitalism. He regarded capitalism as a specific stage of material development of society and as such had a beginning and, therefore, as a result, would have an end to give way to the next stage of material development, socialism. Marx had said that capitalism thrives on surplus value and that the individualistic capitalism would give way to monopolistic capitalism, at which stage the conscious working class would launch a revolution and after smashing the capitalistic society would establish the socialist society, the first ever classless society where each would work according to his abilities. Socialism would give way to communism. Alienation is one of the central tenets of classical Marxism. It exists where commodity production exists. More the commodity production, more is the amount of alienation. As commodity production is more widespread in the capitalist society, alienation is more in such a society, more than what it was in the earlier class societies, the feudal society and the slave-owning society. Alienation is a characteristic of only class system. In the classless societies, socialism and communism, for example, there would be no alienation. Alienation amounts to workers being alienated from the product of their labor, from the process of labor, from fellow workers, and ultimately from themselves as creative and social beings. Marx's theory of surplus value is one which makes the capitalist more rich and the worker more poor. It is the difference between the value a worker creates and the wages he gets. Capitalism thrives on the surplus value but ultimately leads to a stage where revolution alone releases the society of its contradiction. Socialism, which replaces capitalism, is a classless society but with a state in the form of the dictatorship of proletariat, whose job is to establish socialism from each according to his abilities, to each according to his work. As society attains complete socialism, it will turn into what is called communism, a classless and a stateless society where the state will wither away from each according to his work to each according to his needs. B. Leninism. Lenin, 1870 to 1924. What is to be done? Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, the state and revolution, was a Marxist theoretician, the author of the October Revolution, 1917, of Russia and the first head of the first socialist state of the world. Leninism's chief contribution can be summed up as follows. Before capitalism is doomed to its demise, it would pass through the stage of imperialism. Imperialism, Lenin felt, is nothing but capitalism at the international level. 2. The revolutionary intent among the workers would come from above, i.e., avant-garde revolutionaries who operate from above. Accordingly, a new class of revolutionaries, the new type of party, different from what had existed in the Western European countries, secretive, radical, underground, would be required to guide the workers in their historical task of launching the revolution and thereafter establishing socialism. 3. The dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e., the state of the working class, would seek to abolish capitalism and establish socialism. It is a proletarian political apparatus, a transitional one. Stalinism. Stalin's one major thesis was socialism in one country, while Trotsky's thesis was permanent revolution. See Maoism. Maoism is the application of Marxism-Leninism on the peculiar Chinese conditions. Mao interpreted Marxism-Leninism in the changing conditions of the near later part of the 20th century China. Unlike the earlier forms of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, under the Chinese conditions, sought to have nationalist revolution followed by the bourgeois and thereafter the proletarian revolution. It was thus the People's Revolution, the Communist Party of China, CPC, guiding the people. Unlike the earlier forms of Marxism-Leninism in which the urban proletariat was seen as the main source of revolution, and the countryside was largely ignored, Mao focused on the peasantry as the main revolutionary force which, he said, could be led by the proletariat and its vanguard, the CPC. Furthermore, unlike other forms of Marxism-Leninism, in which large-scale industrial development was seen as a positive force, Maoism asserted that in a semi-feudal and semi-colonial society like that of China, agrarian revolution is the priority. Mao felt that this strategy made sense during the early stages of socialism in a country in which most of the people were peasants. Unlike most other political ideologies, including other socialist and Marxist ones, Maoism contains an integral military doctrine and explicitly connects its political ideology with military strategy. In Maoist thought, political power comes from the barrel of the gun, one of Mao's quotes, and the peasantry can be mobilized to undertake a people's war of armed struggle involving guerrilla warfare. The first stage involves mobilizing and organizing the peasantry. The second stage involves setting up rural base areas and increasing coordination among the guerrilla organizations. The third stage involves a transition to conventional warfare. Maoist military doctrine likens guerrilla fighters to fish swimming in a sea of peasants, who provide logistical support. Mao's Cultural Revolution of 1960s and 1970s sought to explain the transitional stage of socialism ranging from one century to several centuries in which the mind is to be attuned as the body in socialist ethos. Marxist schools of thought. Western Marxism is a term used to describe a wide variety of Marxist theoreticians based in Western and Central Europe, and more recently North America, in contrast to the philosophy as in the former Soviet Union. Structural Marxism is an approach to Marxism based on structuralism, primarily associated with the work of the French theorist Louis Althusser and his students. It was influential in France during the late 1960s and 1970s, and also came to influence philosophers, political theorists, and sociologists outside France during the 1970s. Neo-Marxism is a school of Marxism that began in the 20th century and looks back to the early writings of Marx, before the influence of Engels, which focused on dialectical idealism rather than on dialectical materialism. Thus rejects economic determinism, being instead far more libertarian. Neo-Marxism adds Max Weber's broader understanding of social inequality, such as status and power, to orthodox Marxist thought. Comes under the broad heading of New Left thinking. It is opposed to inequalities experienced by lesser developed countries in a globalized world. The Frankfurt School is an informal term used to designate the thinkers affiliated with the Institute for Social Research or influenced by them. It is not the title of any institution, and the main thinkers of the Frankfurt School did not use the term to describe themselves. The Frankfurt School gathered together dissident Marxists, severe critics of capitalism who believed that some of Marx's alleged followers had come to parrot a narrow selection of Marx's ideas, usually in defense of orthodox communist or social democratic parties. Influenced especially by the failure of working-class revolutions in Western Europe after World War, and by the rise of Nazism in an economically, technologically, and culturally advanced nation, Germany. They took up the task of choosing what parts of Marxist thought might serve to clarify social conditions which Marx himself had never seen. They drew in other schools of thought to fill in Marx's perceived omissions. Max Weber exerted a major influence, as did Sigmund Freud, as in Herbert Marcuse's Freudo-Marxist synthesis in the 1954 work Eros and Civilization. Their emphasis on the critical component of theory was derived significantly from their attempt to overcome the limits of positivism and crude materialism. Cultural Marxism is a form of Marxism that adds an analysis of the role of media, art, theater, film, and other cultural institutions in a society, often with an added emphasis on race and gender in addition to class. As a form of political analysis, cultural Marxism gained strength in the 1920s and was the model used by the Frankfurt School, and later by another group of intellectuals at the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies in Birmingham, England. Analytical Marxism refers to a style of thinking about Marxism that was prominent amongst English-speaking philosophers and social scientists during the 1980s. It was mainly associated with the September group of academics, so called because they used to have biennial meetings to discuss common interests in varying locations every other September. The group also dubbed itself non-bullshit Marxism. It was characterized, in the words of David Miller, by clear and rigorous thinking about questions that are usually blanketed by ideological fog. Marxist humanism is a branch of Marxism that primarily focuses on Marx's earlier writings, especially the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 in which Marx exposes his theory of alienation, as opposed to his later works which are considered to be concerned more with his structural conception of capitalist society. It was opposed by Louis Althusser's anti-humanism, who qualified it as a revisionist movement. Marxist humanists contend that Marxism developed in a lopsided way because Marx's early works were unknown until after the orthodox ideas were in vogue. The manuscripts of 1844 were published only in 1932, and it is necessary to understand Marx's philosophical foundations to understand his later works properly. Post-Marxism represents the theoretical work of philosophers and social theorists who have built their theories upon those of Marx and Marxists but exceeded the limits of those theories in ways that puts them outside Marxism. It begins with the basic tenets of Marxism but moves away from the mode of production as the starting point for analysis and includes factors other than class, such as gender, ethnicity, etc., and a reflexive relationship between the base and superstructure. Marxist feminism is a subtype of feminist theory which focuses on the dismantling of capitalism as a way to liberate women. Marxist feminism states that capitalism, which gives rise to economic inequality, dependence, political confusion, and ultimately unhealthy social relations between men and women, is the root of women's oppression. Marxist feminists see gender inequality as determined ultimately by the capitalist mode of production. Gender oppression is class oppression, and women's subordination is seen as a form of class oppression. Third way. The third way provides an alternative to both capitalism and socialism. Described in various ways as the radical center, the active center, the new middle, and neo-revisionism, it is referred to the New Democrats in USA, Bill Clinton, New Labour in the United Kingdom, Tony Blair, or the types of states which have emerged in Germany, the Netherlands, Italy, and New Zealand. The third way is not what communism is because it seeks ethical socialism, reformism, gradualism, humanized capitalism, mixed economy, political pluralism, liberal democratic state. It is not non-Marxian socialism because it is pragmatic and seeks globalization, information society, market economy, community as such, full employability, meritocracy, opportunity for all. Certainly, it is not what capitalism is, because it is not all for industrial society, profit, private ownership. The key features of the third way are: socialism in the form of state intervention has become irrelevant. 2. Community, drawing upon the idea of social essence, is another name of cooperation and fraternity. 3. Society to be viewed consensually. 4. Emphasis on meritocracy and opportunity for all. State has to play a definite role and has to be a competitive state. The third way is something different and distinct from liberal capitalism with its unswerving belief in the merits of the free market and democratic socialism with its demand management and obsession with the state. The third way is in favor of growth, entrepreneurship, enterprise, and wealth creation, but it is also in favor of greater social justice and its The third way is in favor of growth, entrepreneurship, enterprise, and wealth creation, but it is also in favor of greater social justice, and it sees the state playing a major role in bringing this about. So in the words of one of its gurus, Anthony Giddens of the LSE, the third way rejects top-down socialism as it rejects traditional neoliberalism. And yet in this age when the great ideological divide which characterized the post-war era has evaporated, we seem to feel the need to understand our politics as a single story rather than as a set of disjointed initiatives. A government, it seems, must have at least a big idea underpinning its policies. Simply wanting to make the world a better place will not do. Key elements of the third way. Belief in the value of community. A commitment to equality of opportunity. An emphasis on responsibility. Belief in accountability. Of course, the third way, to this extent, is not new. There have been the familiar tenets of neoliberalism and Christian and social democracy. A related criticism, of course, is that the third way is no more than a crude attempt to construct a bogus coalition between the haves and the have-nots. Bogus because it entices the haves by assuring them that the economy will be sound and their interests would not be threatened, while promising the have-nots a world free from poverty and injustice. Based on opportunism, it has no ideological commitment at all. One of the important theorists of the third way is Anthony Giddens, Blair's guru. His works include Beyond Left and Right, 1994, The Third Way, 1998, The Runaway World, 1999, and The Third Way and Its Critics, 2000. Anarchism. Anarchism is a doctrine which does not accept any authority. All forms of government are oppressive and, therefore, undesirable and as such need to be abolished. It rejects all kinds of coercive control and political authority. Derived from the Greek word anarchy, it literally means without state. Though the word has been in use since the days of the French Revolution, its negative sense continued for a long time. The term has been equated with chaos and disorder, and the anarchists have been seen as bomb-toting terrorists, semi-rebel, and semi-cynic. Anarchism is not only opposed to the state, it is opposed to capitalism. This is why it rejects political slavery and economic exploitation. It sees a union between the rulers who are usually capitalists and the capitalists who have much at stake in the political system. The anarchists are liberals insofar as they seek liberty for the individual. They are socialists insofar as they oppose all types of exploitation, especially economic ones. The fact of the matter is that they are neither liberals nor socialists. They are not liberals because they want to abolish the state altogether. They oppose the institution of private property. They condemn capitalism. Liberalism is usually described as the political philosophy of the capitalist class. They admire revolution. They favor the organizations of the workers and producers. On the other, they are not socialists because they emphasize on the free will of the individual. They insist that the liberty of the individual is beyond the domain of the state. To put it rather specifically, anarchism is a doctrine that stands between Marxian socialism and capitalistic liberalism against the state and opposed to capitalism. Anarchism is a libertarian branch of socialism or a socialist branch of liberalism. Every anarchist is or can be a socialist, but a socialist can never be an anarchist. The advocates of anarchism include William Godwin, 1756 to 1836, Inquiry Concerning Political Justice. Everything understood by the term cooperation is, in some sense, an evil. Max Stirner, 1806 to -56, The Ego and His Own, I and the State, We Are Enemies to Each Other. The Whole World is a Jail. Proudhon, 1809 to 65. What is property? All property is a theft. The philosophy of poverty, usually described as the founder of modern anarchist theory, Mikhail Bakunin, 181476, Statehood and Anarchy. Liberty lies in the destruction of the state. Peter Kropotkin, 1842 to 1921, Modern Sciences and Anarchism, The Conquest of Bread and Fields, Factories and Workshop, Mutual Aid. We do not want to rob anyone of his coat, but we wish to give to the workers all those things the lack of which makes them fall an easy prey to the exploiter. Anarchism, Kropotkin says, is the no-government system of socialism. The abolition of capitalism and government, as Malatesta towards anarchism asserts. It is a political theory that aims to create a society without hierarchies, political, economic, or social. It is the maximization of individual liberty and social equality. Freedom without socialism, Bakunin says, is injustice, and that socialism without freedom is slavery and brutality. Kropotkin's definition of anarchism is that it is a political theory which advocates the creation of anarchy, a society based on the maxim of no rulers. To achieve this, the anarchists hold that the private ownership of land, capital, and machinery had had its time, that it is condemned to disappear, and that all requisites for production must and will become the common property of society, and be managed in common by the producers of wealth. And they maintain that the ideal of the political organization of society is a condition of things where the functions of government are reduced to minimum, and that the ultimate aim of society is the reduction of the functions of government to nil, that is, to a society without government, to anarchy. Anarchism is a theory of liberty. For the anarchists, freedom is basically individual's freedom, where individual pursue their own good in their own way. Liberty is, thus, a precondition of one's own potential only in and through community. Liberties are socially produced. They do not exist because they have been legally set, but because they have become the ingrown habit of people. Anarchism is a theory of no government. It is an admission that the state or the government is an institution which is oppressive, repressive, exploitative, and authoritarian, and which has never done anything useful. Proudhon writes, to be governed is to be watched over, inspected, spied on, directed, legislated, regimented, closed in, indoctrinated, preached at, controlled, assessed, evaluated, censored, commanded, all by creatures that have neither the right, nor the wisdom, nor the virtue. Anarchism rejects capitalism, which according to most of the anarchists is as coercive and authoritarian as the state. It is a theory that condemns economic exploitation. Benjamin Tucker opposes the socialization of the ownership of capital. All the capitalists have a stake in politics, and all politicians tend to amass wealth. It is a theory of anarchy, but it is a theory of society, a decentralized society. The anarchist society is a society based on free association. Individuals are free to join together as they see fit, come out of it as they feel necessary. The anarchist society, the anarchists hold the view, is a society organized. Organization is everything and everything is organization. Life itself is organization. The capitalist society is a society, but a badly organized one. Anarchism is a theory of social equality. It does not favor equality of endowment nor equality of income. Equality, for the anarchists, means social equality, i.e., the equality of condition, i.e., equal opportunity. By this, what the anarchist means is that an anarchist society recognizes the differences in ability and need of the individuals, but does not allow their differences to be turned into power. Anarchism is not a theory of terrorism. It is not against individuals, it is against institutions and social relationships that cause abuse of power. The anarchists argue that the anarchist revolution is about destroying structures, not people. As Bakunin pointed out, we wish not to kill persons, but to abolish status and its perquisites, and anarchism does not mean the death of the individuals who make up the bourgeoisie, but the death of the bourgeoisie as a political and social entity economically distinct from the working class. Anarchist school of thought. The anarchist school of thought includes the following. Mutualism. While mutualism as a body of economic ideas began in English and French labor movements of the 18th century, it later took on an anarchist form, mostly associated with Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. In his landmark book, What is Property? Published in 1840, he criticized existing theories of private property and expounded an economic theory based on a labor theory of value, stating that the price of every product in demand should be its cost in time and outlay, neither more nor less. However, every product not in demand is a loss to the producer, a commercial non-value. Collectivist anarchism. Collectivist anarchism is most commonly associated with Mikhail Bakunin and the anti-authoritarian section of the First International, 1864-76. Unlike mutualists, collectivist anarchists oppose all private ownership of the means of production, instead advocate that the ownership be collectivized. Workers would be compensated for their work on the basis of the amount of time they contributed to production rather than goods being distributed according to need, as in anarcho-communism. By the early 1880s, most of the European anarchist movement had adopted an anarcho-communist position, advocating the abolition of wage labor and distribution according to need rather than labor. Anarchist communist. Anarchist communist proposes that a society composed of a number of self-governing communes with collective usage of the means of production, with direct democracy as the political organizational form, and related to other communes through federation, would be the most free form of social organization. However, some anarchist communists oppose the majoritarian nature of democracy, feeling that it can impede individual liberty in favor of consensus. In anarchist communism, individuals would not receive direct compensation for labor but would instead have free, unregulated, or unrestricted access to the resources and surplus of the commune. Kropotkin was one of its advocates. The early 20th century saw the rise of anarcho-syndicalism as a distinct school of thought within the anarchist tradition. More heavily focused on the labor movement than previous forms of anarchism, syndicalism posits radical trade unions as a potential force for revolutionary social change, placing capitalism and state by a new society, democratically self-managed. Egoism. Rudolf Rocker was one of the most popular voices in the anarcho-syndicalist movement. He outlined a view of the origins of the movement, what is sought, and why it was important to the future of labor in his 1938 pamphlet Anarcho-Syndicalism. Max Stirner was the author of a form of individual anarchism called egoism. Stirner's name appears with familiar regularity in historically orientated surveys of anarchist thought as one of the earliest and best-known exponents of individualist anarchism. In 1844, Max Stirner's The Ego and His Own was published, which is considered to be a founded text in the tradition of individualist anarchism. Stirner held that society had no responsibility for its members. V. Fascism and conservatism. A. Fascism. Fascism is no ideology, it is a policy, a program. In fact, it is less of a theory and more of a practice. It is less of a reasoning and more of a belief. It is less a matter of rights and more of duties, as much a matter of duties as of discipline. Fascism, along with its German synonym, Nazism, is dictatorship within and expansionism outside. It makes no distinction between nation and society, society and state, state and government, government and party and leader. The dictionary meaning of fascism is that it is a system of government marked by centralization of authority under a dictator like Mussolini 1883 to 1945, the political and social doctrine of fascism, who is described as the Duce, or Hitler 1889 to 1945, Mein Kampf, who is described as the Führer. Fascism advocates harsh and stringent socio-economic controls, suppression of the opposition through terror and censorship, and typically a policy of belligerent nationalism and racism. The Britannica Concise Encyclopedia refers to fascism as a philosophy of government that stresses the primacy and glory of the state, unquestioning obedience of people to its leader, subordination of the individual will to the state's authority, and strict suppression of dissent. Martial virtues are celebrated, while liberal and democratic values are disparaged. The term fascismo was first coined by the Italian fascist dictator Benito Mussolini. It is derived from the Italian word fascio, which means union or league, and from the Latin word fasces. The fasces, which consisted of a bundle of rods tied around an axe, were an ancient Roman symbol of the authority of the civic magistrates, and the symbolism of the fasces suggested strength through unity. A single rod is easily broken, while the bundle is very difficult to break. Mussolini himself defines fascism as a right-wing collectivistic ideology in opposition to socialism, liberalism, and democracy. He wrote, "Anti-individualistic, the fascist conception of life stresses the importance of the state and accepts the individual only insofar as his interests coincide with those of the state, which stands for the conscience and the universal will of man as a historic entity. The fascist conception of the state is all-embracing. Outside of it no human or spiritual values can exist, much less any value. Fascism is, therefore, opposed to that form of democracy which equates a nation to the majority, lowering it to the level of the largest number. We are free to believe that this is the century of authority, a century tending to the right. A fascist century. If the 19th century was the century of the individual, liberalism implies individualism. We are free to believe that this is the collective century and, therefore, the century of the state. What is fascism? The word fascism is almost entirely meaningless. In conversation, of course, it is used even more wildly than in print. Have heard it applied to farmers, shopkeepers, social credit, corporal punishment, fox hunting, bullfighting, the 1922 Committee, the 1941 Committee, Kipling, Gandhi, Chiang Kai-shek, homosexuality, Priestley's broadcasts, youth hostels, astrology, women, dogs, and do not know what else. Almost any English person would accept bully as a synonym for fascist. George Orwell. What is fascism? 1944. Fascism has no theoreticians but has all leaders, practical politicians at that. It arose after World War I in Italy under Mussolini in 1922 and in Germany under Hitler in 1933. Mussolini and Hitler were alike in their hatred against the Allies, and for this reason Italy was denied its principal territorial claims at the Paris Conference 1919, and Germany was declared as guilty of war and therefore was made victim of severe imposition, loss of overseas colonies, cession of her bordering territories to France, Poland, Denmark, and Belgium, huge war bill to be paid to the Allies, national humiliation, and reduction of her forces to the level of domestic security. Fascism arose in Italy with a promise to capture what was not given to her, and in Germany with a promise to take back what was taken away vide Versailles Treaty, 1919. The Phalangists in Spain in 1930s, Salazar's right-wing authoritarian government in Portugal in the 1930s, the Austrian Nazis around 1930-34, and the Vichy regime in France during World War II are other examples of fascism. Fascism rose in 1920s, came of age in 1930s, and was doomed in early 1940s. The anatomy of fascism. A form of political behavior marked by obsessive preoccupation with community decline, humiliation, or victimhood, and by compensatory cults of unity, energy, and purity in which a mass-based party of committed nationalist militants, working in uneasy but effective collaboration with traditional elites, abandons democratic liberties and pursues with redemptive violence and without ethical or legal restraints goals of internal cleansing and external expansion. Robert O. Paxton, The Anatomy of Fascism. Fascism's assumptions are: I. Individual is irrational. 2. State is reason personified. 3. Party under its leader is flawless. 4. Society, nation, state, government, and party are all interchangeable terms. Fascism's belief in irrationalism of the individual is unalterable, its faith in statism and authoritarianism is unchallengeable, its echo of racialism is unassailable. It is elitism, dictatorial, and expansionist. Fascism quotes: Fascism is a religion. The 20th century will be known in history as the century of fascism. Mussolini: guns will make us powerful, butter will only make us fat. Goering: why nationalize industry when you can nationalize people? Hitler: all within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state. Mussolini: war is to man what maternity is to a woman. Mussolini. Fascism is more authoritarian than totalitarian. Its state has more powers than responsibilities. As an authoritarian, the fascist state is centralized, seeking to usurp as much power as is possible. Its object is to seek more functions with no obligations. It sounds a form of government as in Japan under Tojo, in Austria under Dollfuss, and in Greece under Metaxas. Though the fascist state seeks to impose control over all aspects of life, political, social, cultural, and economic, it does not want to do everything under the sun. Hannah Arendt classified Italian fascism as an authoritarian ideology but described Stalinism and Nazism as totalitarian. Fascism seeks a corporate type of state. It is a state under whose direction economy works. It is not capitalistic insofar as it does not allow the closing of factories, nor it is socialist insofar as it does not grant the workers any right of organizing themselves. The fascist policies promoted a middle way, neither capitalist nor socialist, seeking a radical extension of government control over the economy without wholesale expropriation of the means of production. Fascist governments nationalized some key industries, managed their currencies, and made some massive state investments. They also introduced price controls, wage controls, and other types of economic planning measures. Fascist governments instituted state-regulated allocation of resources, especially in the financial and raw material sectors. Fascists are expansionists insofar as they seek to extend their boundaries and, therefore, are militarists and imperialists. They are anti-conservatists insofar as they want to create a new type of state and a new type of society. And yet they are anti-communists, for their state does not work for the welfare of the workers, nor for revolution, and nor for equitable distribution of national income. Though anti-conservatives, the fascists hold on to the revival of a mythical ethnic, national glorifying past. They are, therefore, revivalists of a rigid religious order. Numerous present-day writings have projected fascism as a radical rightist ideology, as a protagonist of radical authoritarian state, and also a revolt against modernism. As an ideology, fascism has been anti-humanitarian for being inhuman to those belonging to other races. As a movement, fascism abruptly appeared and abruptly disappeared. As a political system, fascism was despotic, imperialistic, oppressive, and imposing. Though totalitarianism is different to what fascism is, yet oppression and despotism are elements which are common in both. Both believe in one leader, one people, signifying one master, and millions as slaves. Totalitarianism is a region in which the state regulates nearly every aspect of public and private behavior. It is an all-embracing and a total type of state. It is a state where the entire population is mobilized in support of the official state ideology. Such regimes maintain themselves in political power by means of secret police, propaganda disseminated through the state-controlled mass media, regulation and restriction of free discussion and criticism, the use of mass surveillance, and widespread use of terroristic tactics. B. Conservatism. Conservatism is more than an attitude of mind. It is, in fact, an approach of what Hugh Serrell said, a natural disposition of the human mind. Conservatives, in fact, prefer to base their arguments on experience and reality rather than on abstract principles. Conservatism is neither simple pragmatism nor mere opportunism. It is based upon a particular set of political beliefs about human beings, the societies they live in, and the importance of a distinctive set of political values. As such, like liberalism and socialism, it can rightfully be described as ideology. The essence of conservatism, Russell Kirk, The Conservative Mind, says, is the preservation of the ancient moral traditions of humanity, and that for the conservative customs, conventions, traditions, and prescriptions are the roots of a tolerable civil order. He adds that forces of great power in nation are prescriptions in favor of local rights and private property, of habits of life, prejudices in favor of old decencies, the family, and religious dogmas. Kirk lists 6 canons of conservative thought. These are: I. A belief in a body of natural laws which rules society and conscience. 2. A love of variety and the mystery of human existence as opposed to narrowing uniformity, egalitarianism, and utilitarianism. 3. A conviction that civilized society requires orders and classes as opposed to a classless society, equality in the judgment of God and before courts of law. Equality of condition means equality in servitude and boredom. 4. Freedom and prosperity are inseparable, or else government becomes the master of all. V. A faith in prescriptions, for customs, conventions, and old prescriptions are checks upon anarchy and man's lust for power. 6. Change may not be good reform, a statesman's chief virtue is prudence. The assumptions on which conservatism rests, as Clinton Rossiter sums up, include: I. That man, by nature, is imperfect. 2. That people differ in character, body, and mind. 3. That laws are needed so as to order their lives. 4. That property helps individual strength and liberty. V. That progress is elusive. 6. That there has to be a universal order as ordained and supportive. 7. That an aristocracy needs to rule and serve people. 8. That traditions, institutions, symbols, rituals have their own virtues and as such need to be defended. Conservatism relates to a general preference for the existing order of society and also an opposition to efforts to bring about sharp changes. Samuel Francis defined conservatism as the survival and enhancement of a particular people and its institutionalized cultural expressions. Roger Scruton calls it maintenance of the social ecology and the politics of delay, the purpose of which is to maintain in being, for as long as possible, the life and health of a social organism. Conservatism is described as temperamental when it denotes a disposition to resist changes. It is situational when it opposes disruptive changes in the social, economic, legal, religious, political, or cultural order. It is political insofar as it defends society, i.e., when it is restorationist. Conservatism quotes: A conservative is a man who believes that nothing should be done for the first time. Wigham. Conservatism discards prescription, shrinks from principle, disavows progress, offers no redress to the present, and makes no preparation for the future. Disraeli. A conservative is a man who is too cowardly to fight and too fat to run. Hubbard. The business of progressives is to go on making mistakes. The business of the conservatives is to prevent mistakes from being corrected. Chesterton. A conservative is a man who sits and thinks, mostly sits. Woodrow Wilson. Conservatism looks towards the past, history insofar as it represents traditions. It defends tradition, and by defending it, it defends history. It is a desire to maintain established customs and institutions. Conservatism is a philosophy of human imperfection. The roots of man's basis lay more in prejudice than in reason. The conservative belief in an organic society indicates that men cannot live apart from society and that they are rooted in it and belong to it, and that men are parts of the society as are parts, organs of the social organism. Conservatism regards power necessary insofar as it helps to establish order in the society and authority as one through which power is used. Conservatives adore power insofar as it helps them establish order. They admire authority insofar as it helps them exercise power. Conservatism seeks property as much as life. Conservatives believe that property is an essential part of the life of the individual related to his personality. A person sees in property his own self, his life. Conservatives would not allow property to be taken from the individual for any purpose, good as it may be. Every form of social justice, a conservative thinks, tends towards confiscation. Burke and Oakeshott represent two prominent examples of conservatism of our times. Two significant divisions in the conservative thought are usually stated: I, authoritarian for being autocratic and reactionary and seeking government from below to help establish order in the society. 2, paternalistic, one that seeks reform from above preferable to revolution from within, urging that the more wealthy have an obligation to look after the less well-off. 6. Gandhiism. Though Gandhi, 1869 to 1948, himself denied Gandhiism, yet it is difficult to overlook what he gave to the world. His political career apart, he was a great thinker insofar as he challenged most of the assumptions and beliefs of his times, for example, a centralist state, disintegrating social fabric, capitalism, violence, and the like, and provided plausible alternatives, for example, the concept of Ramrajya, well-knit society, spiritualism, trusteeship, satya and satyagraha, nonviolence, and the like. He integrated the ideas of Swadeshi with the idea of nonviolent satyagraha. Indeed, it is difficult to project Gandhi in any particular frame. He was more than a Plato, one can call him a Socrates. He was more than an Aristotle, one can call him a Buddha. He was more than a Mill or a Marx, one can call him a humanist like Guru Nanak. Lebs Gandhi was a liberal among the Marxists and a Marxist among the liberals. He was a Democrat among the individualists and an individualist among the socialists. He was an idealist among the realists and a realist among the utopians. He was a nationalist among the internationalists and pacifist among the internationalists. In fact, he combined in himself the core ideas of all the known ideologies, past and present. He was a great human being, the greatest among the greats. Gandhi's major writings include an autobiography, The Story of My Experiments with Truth, Hind Swaraj, Satyagraha in South Africa, collected works of Gandhi, Harijan. Gandhi was influenced by his family, especially his mother. Gokhale was his political guru. B.G. Tilak also influenced him. Tolstoy, Glimpses in Belief, What to Do. The Kingdom of God is Within You, Ruskin, unto this last, Thoreau, essay, Civil Disobedience, too influenced Gandhi. Gandhi once wrote about himself, I lay claim to nothing exclusively divine in me, do not claim prophetship. Am but a humble seeker after truth and bent upon finding it. Count no sacrifice too great for the sake of seeing God face to face. The whole of my activity, whether it be social, political, humanitarian, or ethical, is directed to that end. And as know that God is found more often in the lowliest of his creatures than in the high and mighty, am struggling to reach the status of these. Cannot do so without their service. Hence, my passion for the service of the suppressed classes. And as cannot render this service without entering politics, find myself in them. Thus am no master, am but a struggling, erring, humble servant of India and therefore of humanity. This, in short, was the crux of his philosophy in his own words. That is how he looked upon life and politics, i.e., through the eyes of religion. As Gandhi was a religious man, he regarded religion as purely a personal matter. He said, religion is a personal matter, and if we succeed in confining it to the personal plane, all would be well in our political life. Religion with him was another name of truth and righteousness. Gandhiji once said, let me explain what I mean by religion. It is not the Hindu religion, which certainly prize above all other religions, but the religion which transcends Hinduism, which changes one's very nature, which binds one indissolubly to the truth within and which ever purifies. It is the permanent element in human nature which counts no cost too great in order to find full expression and which leaves the soul utterly restless until it has found itself, known its maker, and appreciated the true correspondence between the maker and itself. His attitude towards religion is characterized by the following beliefs. A. All religions are true. B. All religions have some errors in them. C. All religions aim at fellowship. To quote Gandhiji, religion does not mean sectarianism. It means a belief in ordered moral government of the universe. It is not less real because it is unseen. This religion transcends Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, etc. It does not supersede them. It harmonizes them and gives them reality. There was hardly any difference between religion and morality so far as Gandhi was concerned. There is, for Gandhi, no such thing as religion overriding morality or There is, for Gandhi, no such thing as religion overriding morality or morality overriding religion. He was convinced that man cannot be untruthful and cruel, and yet claim to have God on his side. Firm again on his belief, he averred, "I reject any religious doctrine that does not appeal to reason and is in conflict with morality. Tolerate unreasonable religious sentiment when it is not immoral." Politics, for Gandhiji, was but a part of man's life, one that encircles men like the coil of a snake from which one cannot get out, no matter how much one tries. Though he thought that an increase in the power of the state can inflict the greatest harm to mankind by destroying individuality, which lays at the root of the progress, yet he viewed political power as a means that enabled people to make their conditions better in every department of life. He wrote, "My work of social reform was no way less or subordinate to political work. The fact is that when saw that to a certain extent my social work would be impossible without the help of political work, took to the latter and only to the extent that it helped the former. Political life is not stranger to other aspects of life." He used to say, "My life is one indivisible whole, and all my activities run into one another, and they all have their rise in my insatiable love of mankind." Political activity of man is closely associated with other activities of man, and all these activities, according to Gandhiji, influence each other. That is why he never separated politics from other walks of man's life. What he hated in politics was the concentration of power and the use of violence associated with political power. In his own words, "The state represents violence in a concentrated and organized form. The individual has a soul, but the state is a soulless machine. It cannot never be weaned from violence to which it owes its very existence. What would personally prefer would be not a centralization of power in the hands of the state, but an extension of the sense of trusteeship." Politics, and for that matter the state, according to him, was not an end, but a means that enabled men to make their lives better. An ideal state or ideal political life is one in which men rule themselves. For Gandhiji, there is no political power in the ideal state because in it there is no state. But as the ideal was not fully realized in life, Gandhiji contented himself with Thoreau's classical statement that government was best, which governed the least. Most religious men have met are politicians in disguise, however, who wear the guise of a politician, am at heart a religious man. My bent is not political but religious. At the back of every word that have uttered since have known what public life is, and of every act that have done, there has been a religious consciousness and a downright religious motive. For me, politics bereft of religion is absolute dirt, ever to be shunned. Politics concerns nations, and that which concerns the welfare of nations must be one of the concerns of a man who is religiously inclined, in other words, a seeker after God and truth. For me there is no politics without religion, not the religion of the superstitious and the blind, religion that hates and fights, but the universal religion of toleration. Those who say that religion has nothing to do with politics do not know what religion means. All these above statements provide a key to what Gandhiji thought about the relationship between religion and politics. His whole political philosophy was only a corollary of his religious and moral philosophy. In his political philosophy, Gandhiji attempted to apply moral and ethical truths to the facts of social life. Participation in politics, for him, was an unavoidable evil, and yet, he tried his very best to introduce religion into politics. Gandhiji never drew any distinction between religion and politics. To talk of leaving religion for politics, writes Glyn Richards, The Philosophy of Gandhi, 1982, or politics for religion was incomprehensible to him, for Gandhi conceived of every activity as determined or governed by one's religious outlook. So much importance did Gandhi attach to politics that he insisted on taking part in politics as if it is something religious in nature. Religion, for him, meant participation in politics. In fact, it meant, for him, participation in all human activities. It gives, according to him, a moral and ethical foundation to all his activities. Religion, in a way, provides a moral base. It becomes, Gandhi asserts, a motivation for political activity. Religion-oriented politics serves humanity. Such a politics helps men lead a better life. More purified a political activity, more it would serve the people. Swaraj. Gandhi's political ideas revolved around Swaraj, democracy, and freedom. Swaraj, for him, was not merely the transfer of power to the Indians. At the national level, Swaraj did mean national independence. But at the individual level, it meant a power to improve one's lot through one's own efforts, and, thereby, shape one's destiny the way one would like it to be. Swaraj, for Gandhi, meant more than independence. So understood, it was not only an end, but was also a means, a capacity to rule oneself, a capacity to resist unlawful authority or authority when abused, and a capacity to regulate and control authority. Democracy, indeed, was a government based on the consent of the people. It is not a gift that comes to the people from above, it is a gift that comes from within. Democracy is not the exercise of one's voting power, holding any political office, or exercising the power of the government. It is, Gandhi insists, when the people are able to develop their inner freedom, capacity to regulate and control one's desires/impulses in the light of reason, freedom that arises from the individual and rests with the individual. This does not mean, as Gandhi argues, that freedom is something isolated and confined to the individual self. Gandhi submits individual freedom to social restraints. Gandhi's state is not the state of the Western type force personified, one that has no soul and one that is a centralized one. His state is one that is described as Ramrajya, not one as the kingdom of God, but the one of truth and righteousness, the one in which the meanest citizen was sure of swift justice, and the one which ensures equal rights alike to the prince and the pauper. According to him, the society with true Swaraj would have a relatively weak central government but a strong base of nearly self-sufficient and self-governing villages containing independent, well-educated individuals. All adults would elect a small body, panchayat, to deal with disputes and crimes, and also relevant political and economic matters. Villages would be grouped into districts, districts into provinces, provinces into states, each administered by representatives elected from its constituent units and not directly by the whole electorate. The essence of Gandhi's thought was what can be summed up in one word: truth. Truth, Gandhi would insist, was the essence of all types of morality. It is what inner self experiences at any point of time. It is an answer to one's conscience to what responds to one's moral self. Gandhi's concept of satyagraha was related to his notion of truth. What it meant was urge for truth. In nonviolent resistance, Gandhi defines satyagraha as such. Its root meaning is holding on to truth, hence truth force. Have also called it love force or soul force. Gandhi advocated self-suffering as a means of protest against wrong. If your opponent's actions were wrong, Gandhi felt that they could be made to amend their wrong practices through acts of love and nonviolence. This was Gandhi's principle of satyagraha. Gandhi talked of a satyagraha tree, a branch of which was civil disobedience or civil resistance. The satyagrahi generally obeyed laws of the alien British government. If laws are unfair, he writes, the satyagrahi breaks them and quietly suffers the penalty for their breach. Gandhi was careful to distinguish nonviolence, an active form of protest, from passive resistance. He knew that passive resistance is regarded as a weapon of the weak. Gandhi's satyagrahi was a volunteer bound by the following principles. He harbor no anger but suffer the anger of the opponent. Refuse to return the assault of the opponent. He do not submit to any order given in anger, even though severe punishment is threatened for disobeying. He refrain from insults and swearing. He protect opponents from insult or attack, even at the risk of life. He do not resist arrest nor the attachment of property, unless holding property as a trustee. He refused to surrender any property held in trust at the risk of life. He, if taken prisoner, behave in an exemplary manner. He, as a member of a satyagraha unit, obey the orders of satyagraha leaders and resign from the unit in the event of serious disagreement. He do not expect guarantees for maintenance of dependence. And satyagraha's campaign would follow the following steps. Negotiation and arbitration preparation of the group for direct action agitation, issuing of an ultimatum, economic boycott, and forms of strike, non-cooperation, civil disobedience, usurping of the function of government, parallel government. Gandhi's satya and satyagraha were related to his concept of nonviolence. Nonviolence, in the negative sense, meant no injury either in words or deeds, and in positive sense, it meant love for others. Maximum convenience to others at the cost of maximum inconvenience to oneself. To quote Gandhi, literally speaking, ahimsa means nonviolence, but to me it has much higher, infinitely higher meaning. It means that you may not offend anybody, you may not harbor uncharitable thought, even in connection with those who consider your enemies. To one who follows this doctrine, there are no enemies. If you express your love ahimsa in such a manner that it impresses itself indelibly upon your so-called enemy, he must return that love. This doctrine tells us that we may guard the honor of those under our charge by delivering our own lives into the hands of the man who would commit the sacrilege, and that requires far greater courage than delivering of blows. For Gandhi, the nonviolence of the brave was the highest kind of nonviolence, for she would have force but would not use it. There is the nonviolence of the common man who would use it to extract her objectives. The nonviolence of the coward is the lowest type of nonviolence, the nonviolence of the impotent person. Gandhi prefers violence to impotency. One of the important principles of Gandhism is his theory of ends and means. Gandhi, unlike Machiavelli, believed in the essential unity between ends and means. To quote him, means and ends are convertible terms in my philosophy of life, and the people say means are after all means. Would say means are after all everything. As the means, so the end. There is no wall of separation between means and ends. Indeed, the Creator has given us control, and that too very limited, over means, none over the end. Realization of the goal is in exact proportion to that of the means. This is a proposition that admits of no exception. The means may be likened to a seed, the end to a tree, and there is just the same inviolable connection between the means and the ends as there is between the seed and the tree. If one takes care of the means, end will take care of itself. Impure means result in impure ends. One cannot reach truth by untruthfulness. Truthful conduct alone can reach truth. Are not non-violence and truth twins? Between ends and means, Gandhi always chose means. It is the means which make ends as real ends. It is through means that one reaches ends, for as are the means so are the ends. We have control over means and not over ends. It is through the means of non-violence that we are able to attain the truth, the ends. Gandhi's economics revolves around the fact that economy must work towards equality and non-exploitation. 2. It must be consistent with full employment. 3. It must provide low-priced consumer goods. 4. All those industries with sophisticated technology be in non-private sectors. There should not be mass production without mass distribution. In fact, equality and social justice dominated in Gandhi's economic thought in the form of following beliefs. Economic policies are to be pursued on need base and not on want base. 2. Irrational desires are to be controlled. 3. Labor-intensive technologies are to be preferred to capital-intensive ones. Gandhi was for Swadeshi spirit in us, which restricts us to the use and service of our immediate surrounding to the exclusion of more remote. In economics, it meant the use of goods and services available around us. Gandhi's theory of trusteeship was an answer to the evils of capitalistic order. Under trusteeship, everyone, including the present owner of the factory, for example, would get salary or wages as any worker gets, while the entire social profit goes to the factory as such, which Gandhi used to say was God's property. His concept of trusteeship answered the problems raised by capitalism. Gandhism is not without its limitations. Gandhi did not rise above his ruralized views. He never accepted capitalism, nor what is called modernized economy. He provided gospels without providing either the infrastructure or the strategy. His decentralized plan was infeasible. His Ramrajya was nothing less than a utopia. And yet no one denies Gandhi's greatness. Feminism. One may do well by describing feminism as our action and a revolt against patriarchy, against male domination, and against the idea that the women serve as a means for men's joy. 2. As an ideology which seeks the end of female exploitation. And 3. As a movement seeking a new definition of everything and the culmination of public-private syndrome. Although the term feminism as a theory belongs to the 20th century, feminist views have been described in many different cultures and have been found in ancient civilizations of Greece, China, and India. Christine de Pisan's book of The City of Ladies, Italy, 1405, had recorded the deeds of famous women of the past and had advocated women's right to education and political influence. The first text of modern feminism is usually taken to be Mary Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Women, 1792. 3 waves of feminism are usually stated: first wave beginning with around 1830s or so, women's movement for suffrage and winning it in 1920 or so. Some 40 years later, women began mobilizing again. This second wave of feminism rose out of the demand of equal pay for equal work. The feminists demanded the right to a non-discriminatory workplace in which sexual harassment would be legally punishable, right to abort unwanted fetuses, right to determine whether or not to have children, and the like. The third wave, arising out of the second wave, beginning with 1980s and 1990s, sought what may be described as the feminist identity. Feminism is influenced, and sometimes even dominated, by its enemies. In some parts of Africa, feminism means a fight against female genital mutilation. In the Middle Ages, it would have meant a fight for witches' right to live. In the Western world 100 years ago, it meant a fight for women's right to hold property, to divorce, to vote, to be recognized as adult legal subjects. And in the Western world today, it means a fight against tacit beliefs derived from gender roles and sex-based prejudices. The common thread running through these different periods and places is neither, as John Gray said, that men are from Mars and women are from Venus, nor women are inferior and men are superior, but that there are no virtues or psychological characteristics belonging exclusively to males or to females. Feminism means the closing of the gender gap, and not widening it. Famous feminists: E. Adams, Abigail, 1744 to 1818. Adams was a prolific writer, patriot, abolitionist, and early feminist. In her famous correspondence to her husband, she spoke eloquently against slavery many years before the abolitionist movement and on behalf of women. E. Anthony, Susan B. 1820 to 1906. American suffragist, Anthony worked tirelessly for the woman suffrage movement. She lectured on women's rights and organized a series of state and national conventions on the issue. She collected signatures for a petition to grant women the right to vote and to own property. Black, Clementina, 1850 to 1923. Social reformer and writer. Born in England. Worked to improve social and industrial conditions for women and girls. Bloomer, Amelia Jenks, 1818 to 1994. Social reformer, born in Homer, New York, active as speaker and writer for women's rights, editor of the Lee/Y, which was believed to be the first newspaper edited entirely by a woman. Casgrain, Marie-Therese Forget, 1896 to 1981. A Canadian feminist who led the fight to obtain full suffrage for women. She was also the president of Quebec League for Women's Rights from 1929 to 48. Cat, Carrie Chapman, 1859 to 1947. American woman suffrage leader, born in Ripon, Wisconsin, and educated at the State College of Iowa. She was an organizer and lecturer for the women's suffrage movement. She was president of the National American Women's Suffrage Association from 1900 to 1904 and of the International Women's Suffrage Alliance, which she helped to organize from 1904 to 1923. Chopin, Kate, 1851 to 1904. Writer. Born in St. Louis, Missouri, regular contributor of feminist short stories to literary journals, her novel, Seven He Awakening 1899, shocked many people with its portrayal of a young woman's sexual and artistic longings. Feminism has its advocates mostly among women scholars, though there are certain male supporters. Mention may be made about Shulamith Firestone, The Dialectic of Sex, Germaine Greer, The Female Eunuch, Betty Friedan, The Feminine Mystique, Kate Millett, Sexuous/Politics, Robert Stoller, Sex and Gender, Eva Figure, Patriarchal Attitude. Robin Morgan, Sisterhood is Powerful, Simone de Beauvoir, The Second Sex, Christina Hoff Sommers, Who Stole Feminism. Carol Gilligan/N. A Different Voice, Jagger Allison, Feminist Politics and Human Nature, Carol Payman, The Sexual Context and the Disorder of Women, Oken S.M., Justice, Gender and the Family, and Jean B. Elshton, Public Man and Private Woman. Gender division is one of the chief characteristics of feminism. The feminists regard gender division as political rather than natural. Elshton's Public Man and Private Woman highlights this, men's domain as public and women's private. Feminism seeks to break down this divide. Women's liberation would mean that they enjoy equal access with men to enter public life. It would also mean that the responsibilities of private life would be transferred to the state or other public bodies. Child rearing, for example, would become the responsibility of the community. Famous feminists. E. Clallands, Martha Lane, born 1963, Kentucky's first female governor and first woman to chair the National Conference of Lieutenant Governors. E. Friedan Betty, born 1921, born in the U.S., a famous author and a known feminist. She wrote the best-seller, The Feminine Mystique, and challenged traditional roles of women. Co-founder and president of the National Organisation for Women from 1966-77. She co-founded the first Women's Bank and convened International Feminist Congress in 1973. Gilman, Charlotte, 1860 to 1935, U.S. writer famous for her writings on feminism and labor. His Religion and Hers, The Crux. Ginsburg, Ruth, born 1933, director of Women's Rights Project of the American Civil Liberties Union and argued many cases before the Supreme Court. Was appointed at the Supreme Court by President Bill Clinton in 1993. Murphy, Emily, 1886 to 1933. A Canadian lawyer and writer. In 1916, helped establish the Women's Court to hear women's evidence in such cases as divorce of sexual assault. Became first women magistrate in the British Empire. Truth, Sojourner, 1797 to 1883. Born a slave in New York, Sojourner was originally called Isabella Van Wagner. She gained her freedom in 1827 after most of her 13 children had been sold. She took the name Sojourner Truth in 1843 after having a vision. In 1836, Truth became the first black to win a slander action against whites. At the 1851 Women's Convention in Acton, Ohio, her powerful "Ain't a Woman" speech awed even detractors. Wollstonecraft, Mary, 1759 to 1797. Writer. Born in England. Work includes Thoughts on the Education of Daughters, 1787. The Female Reader, 1789, and A Historical and Moral View of the Origins and Progress of the French Revolution, 1794. A Vindication of the Rights of Women, 1792, which challenged Rousseau's ideas of female inferiority. She is a classic of liberal feminism. The opposition of patriarchy is another characteristic feature of feminism. All feminists wish to overthrow patriarchy. For them, abolition of patriarchy would mean end of sexist oppression, male domination, or what Millett described patriarchal government as an institution whereby that half of the populace which is female is controlled by that half which is male. For many feminists, end of patriarchy means making women, like men, a desire to develop and achieve fulfillment as women, in other words, to be women identified. Different feminists look to different answers for abolishing the institution of patriarchy. Liberal feminists seek equal rights for men and women. The socialist feminists argue for social equality between men and women. And the radical feminists regard patriarchy as undesirable and, therefore, seek its complete abolition. The feminists make a clear distinction between sex and gender, regarding sex inequality between men and women as biological and gender inequality as cultural and the root cause of all evils in the society. What the feminists seek is not the abolition of distinction on grounds of sex, but elimination of gender distinction. The biological fact, the feminists argue, should neither necessarily be disadvantageous to women nor should determine their social destiny. Women may be mothers, but they need not accept the responsibilities of motherhood. Nurturing, educating, and raising children and other domestic obligation can be shared by men or can be transferred to community. Most feminists believe that sex differences between men and women are relatively minor and that they neither explain nor justify gender distinctions. All human beings, regardless of sex, it is argued, possess the genetic inheritance of a mother and a father and, therefore, embody a blend of both male and female attributes or traits. The goal of feminism is the achievement of personhood. Gender differences are entirely artificial. Kate Millett, Baum, 1934. Kate Millett is an American feminist writer and an activist. She is known for her Sexual Politics, 1970, her Ph.D. dissertation from Columbia University. In this work, she offered a detailed critique of patriarchy. Her other works include The Prostitution Papers, Flying, Sita, The Basement. She worked for Women's Welfare, had a women's art colony, a shelter for female artists and writers. She attacked the modern novelists D.H. Lawrence, Henry Miller, and Norman Miller for writing on sexism and heterosexism. Feminism encompasses three principal traditions: liberal, socialist, and radical. Conservatives do not question the patriarchal structure and regard the sexual division between public man and private women as natural and inevitable. Liberal feminism, as represented in the first wave, had sought and still seeks equal rights for women together with men. Frieden's The Feminine Mystique witnessed the resurgence of the feminist thought in the 1960s, while in 1980s and 1990s, liberal feminism sought women's identity. The philosophical basis of liberal feminism lies in the principle that all individuals, men and women alike, are equal, seeking the opening up of public life for women. The socialist feminism, as against the reformist liberal feminism, regards women's exploitation as a result of capitalism. Engels used to say that man is a bourgeoisie and woman a proletariat, and hopes that with the abolition of capitalism, woman's exploitation would also come to an end. Radical feminism, as is evident from the writings of Millett and Firestone, demands that the sexual differences between men and women be diminished, eventually abolished, and the traditional roles of men and women be defined afresh, possible reversed. While feminism is generally accepted, dissenting voices do exist. Some feminists do nothing except that they preach hatred against males, while others are no better than being inherently genocentric. Some scholars argue that because of feminism, males are beginning to be oppressed, claiming that males die from suicides 4 times more frequently than females, as in USA. Feminists do not object to any distinction on grounds of sex. They say that sexual distinction is natural. A woman is, indeed, born, but she need not be made, for to make a woman is to create not only a second but a secondary species. Women need not be more than men, but they need to be like them. One would do well to accept that women's attitudes and values are different from men's. One would do well to accept that in certain respects women are superior to men, possessing the qualities of creativity, sensitivity, and responsibility which men can hardly fully develop. Practice questions. 1. Liberalism is a philosophy of autonomous individual and limited state. 700 to 800 words. 2. Libertarianism is an ideology of empty liberty and abstract individual. Comment. 700 to 800 words. 3. Do you agree with the view that neoliberalism is market liberalism? 200 words. 4. Formulate a case for non-Marxian socialism. 200 words. 5. Trace the major elements of Marxism with special reference to the writings of Marx, Lenin, and Mao. 700 to 800 words. 6. Write a brief note on the following. A. Third way. B. Republicanism. C. Communitarianism. 7. Compare and contrast anarchism with Marxism. 8. There is no such thing as gundeism. Comment. 9. Critically examine the doctrine of fascism or conservatism. 700 to 800 words. 10. What is feminism? Do you think that it is merely a revolt against patriarchy? Give reasons. 200 words. 11. Examine the Gandhian idea of village community as an ideal unit of self-governance. 2012, 700 to 800 words. 12. Discuss the communitarian critiques of liberalism. 2013, 700 to 800 words. 13. Comment on the view that socialism in the 21st century may be reborn as anti-capitalism. 2014, 700 to 800 words. 14. Examine the conception of the state in the ideologies of fascism and Erxism. 2014, 700 to 800 words. 15. Write a detailed essay on feminism. Indian political thought, Dharmashastra, Arthashastra, Buddhist tradition, and Sir Syed Ahmed Khan. Sources of ancient Indian polity. In the literature of ancient Indian political thought, there are many texts, both Vedic and non-Vedic. Vedic literature includes, among numerous others, Shruti, what is heard, and Smrti, what is remembered. Shruti has no author. It is believed to be a divine recording of the cosmic sounds of truths heard by the sages. Shruti includes the four Vedas, Rig Veda, Atharva Veda, Samaveda, and Yajur Veda. Smrti, second in authority to Shruti, was compiled by sages, notably Manu, Manu Smrti, Yajnavalkya, Yajnavalkya Smrti, and Parasara, Parasara Smrti. Shruti is composed in Vedic Sanskrit and Smrti in Laukika Sanskrit, Sanskrit spoken by the people. The works of Smrti are the law books, the Dharmashastras. The non-Vedic literature includes the epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. The 18 Purans, too, discuss topics such as polity, society, law, kingship, and the like. The Arthashastra, written by Kautilya, is a treatise on politics, while the Buddhist literature, both canonical and non-canonical, projects the sort of polity related closely to the Republican one. The Buddhist literature, available in Pali and Prakrit, includes the Vinaya Pitaka, the Jataka, and the Dainikaya. In addition to the above Brahmanical and non-Brahmanical sources depicting the ancient Indian polity, one may include the accounts and reports of the foreign travelers, for example Megasthenes, 327 to 325 BC, and Fa Shin, 399–414 AD, as also the literary evidence from coins, inscriptions, etc. Before an attempt is made to give an account of the nature of polity as it comes through the Dharmashastra, the Arthashastra, and the Buddhist traditional sources, it is important to note controversies that relate to the identification and fixation of the dates of the composition of the above sources. 2. The style of the works referred to above, secularistic or moralistic. 3. The authenticity of the use of the languages Sanskrit, Pali, and Prakrit. These difficulties apart, the discussion of the nature of polity in ancient India, mostly during the period a little before or after Christ, is worthwhile. Professor R.S. Sharma, Aspects of Political Ideas and Institutions in Ancient India, describes the 6 main stages in the history of ancient Indian polity. These stages, as Professor Sharma says, are Vi. The 6th stage, identical with the Gupta period, was the earliest stage was that of the tribal military democracy, in which tribal assemblies, with some having a place for women, were mainly preoccupied with war. The age of the Rig Veda was primarily a period of assemblies. The 2nd stage saw the breaking up of the tribal polity under the stress of kin conflicts between the Rajanyak Kshatriya and his ordinary kinsmen called the Vis. The chiefs were helped by the priests called the Brahmanas. This stage saw the beginnings of taxes and classes on Varnas, which came to be firmly established in the 3rd stage. The 3rd stage was marked by the formation of the full-fledged state with large territorial monarchies of, for example, Kosala and Magadha, and also tribal oligarchies in northwestern India. There appeared the large standing armies and organized machinery to collect land revenue. The 4th stage, the Mauryan period, saw the bureaucratic centralization based on the expanding economic activities of the state. In this period, religion was particularly exploited for political ends. Kautilya was more Brahmanical than secular. The 5th stage was marked by the process of decentralized administration, in which towns, feudatories, and military elements came to the forefront in both the Deccan region and in North India. In some regions, the divinity of the king came to be institutionalized. The Kusana princes assumed the title of Devaputra, the dead kings came to be worshipped, while the Satavahana principles came to be described as heroes. Period of proto-feudal polity, the land grants, as fixed and administrative privileges, were conferred on priestly beneficiaries. Professor Sharma notes that during the ancient Indian period, the polity was not isolated from the socio-economic process. 2. Economic activities began gaining a place in the polity and administration. 3. The influence of religion was clearly seen in every stage, as mentioned above. It may, however, be mentioned that the Vedic tradition was out-and-out Brahmanical, while the period of Kautilya's Arthashastra was more practical and had less influence of religious considerations. Republicanism was, more or less, the characteristic of the polity in the Buddhist tradition. LL. Nature of polity. Dharmashastra, Arthashastra, and the Buddhist tradition. Dharmashastra. Dharmashastra, like the Dharma Sutras, cover all legal texts, leading texts, and commentaries. Dharma Sutras, developed into Smritis, were written in verse while the Dharma Shastras were written in prose. Among the oldest well-known Smritis, mention may be made particularly to Manusmriti, Yajnavalkya Smriti, and Parasara Smriti. Smritis give us a good idea of the functions of the king, the position of the ministers, and of interstate relations. They also tell us about the judicial machinery, the type of law, and the way it was administered. Manu Smriti and Yajnavalkya Smriti lay emphasis on ethical codes, while the Narada, Brahaspati, and Katyadhana Smritis are legal texts. The Dharmashastra sounds theoretical. Dharmashastra is rightly regarded as the foundation of law. According to Dharmashastra, everything was to work within the framework of law. Dharma directs the evolution of life, nay the world. In upholding it, humanity gets evolved. It means destruction of everything. Manu refers to 4 sources of law. The first is the eternal law of the universe, the Vedas. Smriti is the making of law on the basis of Shruti. The third law is the approved conduct, moral in nature. The fourth law is the law of Manu, i.e., what is agreeable to one's soul or good conscience. Manu regards Dharma as the foundation of all law. It is this which protects the weaker sections of society. Dharma makes no distinction. It is, in fact, the king, the Satya, the Ahimsa. Arthashastra. Arthashastra, as compared to Dharmashastra, is relatively more practical. Evidence suggests that Kautilya's Arthashastra was elaborated in the 1st century AD, divided into 15 Adhikaranas and 180 Prakarkanas. The Arthashastra text embraces sociology, economics, and politics, though a major portion is devoted to the problems of administration. The Arthashastra deals with the 7 explained ahead elements of the kingdom: training, duties, and the vices of the king, recruitment and duties of Amadyas and Mantrans, civil and criminal administration, guilds and corporations, interstate relations, suggesting methods to win wars and acquire popularity. To that extent, the Arthashastra was close to Aristotle's Politics than to Plato's Republic, though like Plato, Kautilya also devotes a full section in his work to the education of the prince. The Arthashastra is more of a practical treatise. The Buddhist tradition. The early canonical Buddhist texts in Pali, as these took a final shape in Sri Lanka in the 1st century BC, did refer to monarchies and republics, though the stance is too sketchy. The Mahavagga and Kulavagga portions of the Vinaya Pitaka, or Book of Discipline, provide considerable information on the organization of the Buddhist monasteries. The Greek account of the period, the work of Panini, the commentary of Patanjali, and the Jataka folk tales give the early information on the basis of which later superstructure of the Buddhist nature of polity was raised. The early account, especially relating to the Lichavi, the constitution of the 2nd century BC, speaks of the duties of the king, administration of justice varnas, and of economic activities. The Daya Nikaya also gives us information about the origin of kingship or the state and of the social order. The later texts, especially of Panini's grammar, refer to the republics of those days. Steve Muhlberger, Democracy in Ancient India, says, yet research into the Buddhist Pali canon during the 19th century confirmed the picture of widespread republicanism. Archyd David's Buddhist India depicts the land of Buddha as one in which there were many clans dominating extensive and populous territories who made public decisions in assemblies, moots, or parliaments. LLL. Polity in Dharmashastra, Arthashastra, and the Buddhist tradition. Polity in Dharmashastra, Manusmriti in particular. Manusmriti, also known as Manav Dharmashastra, is one of the 19 Dharmashastras that belong to the Smriti literature. Manusmriti, also known as Manav Dharmashastra, is one of the 19 Dharmashastras that belong to the Smriti literature. It is one of the oldest texts and is believed to have been written at a time when the Brahmin tradition, between 200 BC and 200 AD, was under serious threat by the non-Vedic movements. The work has been attacked by numerous colonial scholars, modern liberals, the Hindu reformists, the Dalit advocates, the feminists, and the Marxists. The Manusmriti runs into 12 chapters with 2,694 couplets. Though the other well-known Smritis, such as Yajnavalkya Smriti and Parasara Smriti, are important in their own right, Manu, as Brahaspati says, takes the foremost place because his work is based on the teachings of the Vedas, and any Smriti text opposed to Manu is not to be valued. While agreeing to the date as to when the Manusmriti was written, Professor V.R. Mehta says, although the date of Manusmriti is disputed mythologically, Manu is supposed to have been the first teacher of mankind who revealed the knowledge of man in society to Bhrigu. Maharishi Bhrigu was one of the 7 sages entrusted at the beginning of the cosmic cycle with the task of preservation of right in the world. Shiva and Parvati were asked to set the process of motion. They, therefore, became the symbols of the world as well as transcendence. The 7 rishis were then entrusted to safeguard Dharma. It may be remembered that such beliefs were legion in the ancient world. Manu. Excessive eating is prejudicial to health, to fame, and to heaven. It prevents spiritual merit. Prajapati, the Lord, milked out from the 3 Vedas the sound Aum and the Vyaritis Ba, Bhuva, and Sva. Desire is never extinguished, it only grows stronger like a fire. It is in the nature of women to seduce men in this world. For that reason, the wise are never unguarded in the company of females. The teacher, the father, the mother, and an elder brother must not be treated with disrespect, especially by a brahmana. Land belongs to him who clears of the timber and gives a forest animal to him who owns the arrow. By honoring the mother, he gains higher world. By honoring the father, he gains middle sphere. But obedience to his teacher, he gains both the worlds. Like any system of thought, Manusmriti also starts with a certain view of the man-cosmic relationship. It gives a profound account of the creation of the world as also the details of ordinary daily life. According to Manusmriti, the cosmos came into existence when God awakened from primeval sleep, that the cosmic process works according to certain rules which are also binding on God himself, that the cosmic reality can be known and communicated with the help of reason and experience. Yoga, Tantra, and Tapa provide integrative knowledge towards that reality. That man's existence has significance only when he participates in the process of knowing the reality, and that he can do so through karma, the most important yoga of all the yogas. That Parvarti, regulation of desires, and Nivrti, the eradication of desires, constitute part of the yoga. That man must not abandon Fapa, Dhyana, and Japa when he does karma. That myths, legends, rituals, and symbols are different facets that help man move towards reality. That the world keeps moving for sustenance, expansion, and development. That virtues keep the world moving, continuing. That only the human beings can acquire knowledge and wisdom while the other beings only respond to the world stimulus, and that human beings have the will to attain desires and accomplish ambitions. The family is the basis of a social fabric, one where, Manu says, man finds happiness. Wife in the family is the soul of her husband, and being physically weak and vulnerable has to be protected by father, husband, and children at different stages of life, though a woman's place and position in the family have not been clearly defined in the Manusmriti. And yet family is so important in organization that Manu gives it a place that is usually given to the heart in the body. It is an institution that helps enable people belonging to other institutions to perform their functions. The good household is that in which there is mutual accord and which serves students, old people, the forefathers, and the gods. But the chief aim of the family is not domination of others. Manusmriti. Manusmriti is one of the 19 Dharmasastras which constitutes part of the Smrit/literature. It is one of the oldest and the most important texts. Some of its codes pertain to the caste system and also talks about ashramas. It also talks about the king's powers and duties, the systems of taxation, theories of justice, art of war, diplomacy and diplomatic wars, and war policies. In all, it has 12 chapters and 2,694 verses. There is realization that both power and wealth are necessary for the efficient management of the household. But both these should not become instruments of domination over others. They should not lead to pride and unrighteousness. Manu declares that a household commits sin by accumulating more property than is required by the end of fulfillment of needs and performance of one's duties towards one's parents, teachers, and society. A craze for property merely becomes the cause of unhappiness. One should not merely follow one's own interest or what satisfies oneself. Manu declares that one must strive to attain the happiness of others. This is Dharma. Dharma for Manu is the welfare and happiness of others, upkar, and it must get preference over all other good. The basic governing principle is that the larger group must obtain preference over the smaller one. In so doing, one is able to follow the path of virtue and establish links with the divine order and ultimately attain moksha. Manu's philosophy is one that seeks to embrace totality in social and public life. In fact, the most striking feature of Manusmriti, Professor Mehta writes, is that it conceives of politics as integral to society as a basic factor, he continues, without which society cannot function. He, Manu, Mehta says, was convinced that without a king there would be anarchy in which order would perish, the strong would devour the weak, no one would be able to perform his obligations and live a happy existence. Manu linked politics to ecology also and said that in the absence of the king even the trees would be felled. A good state may be judged not only by the services rendered by it but also by the quality of people inhabiting it, for Manu says that a good kingdom is that in which many saintly people live, there is no disease, fruits and vegetables are grown in plenty. People are polite and fearless, and there are good crops and easy commerce. The main duty of the king is to protect good people and punish the bad ones. He must remove the thorns in the path of good life. There is no place in his state for smugglers, profiteers, or black marketeers. The whole emphasis is on the idea that the community cannot be divorced from the cosmic relationship. The powers of the king are limited by the purpose for which the kingdom has been created. A kingdom in which there is theft or dacoity or which is full of smugglers cannot survive. To protect the weak, especially orphans, widows, and the old is the supreme duty and the highest religion of the king. Manu's ideas on social organization are aimed at establishing order and justice. Justice, being very significant, has to be performed by judges who are appointed on the basis of their character and experience by the king. The decisions of the judges should be based not only on equity, dharmam sasvatamis ritya, but also take into account diverse customs and practices of different castes, regions, and even families. His theory of punishment was reformatory rather than retaliatory. According to Manu, a king's powers originate from God, Vishnu, but for day-to-day administration, a king's authority is dependent on the approval of the Brahmanas. Manu says that if order is to be established in society, the Brahmanas and Kshtriyas must act in concert with each other. The king himself should work under the advice of the Brahmanas. Manu wants the king to maintain Varna system, as does Plato, the establishment of justice by the rulers. Manu could not think of the king without the authority of the Brahmanas. According to Manu, a good king alone is not enough. He must be assisted and advised by good and truthful ministers and civil servants. Manu says that in the discharge of his duty, the king must be guided by the advice of his ministers and wise men. He must ensure that his ministers are firm in truth and firm in action. He lays down elaborate rules for the selection of ministers. Exercise of whimsical authority destroys the king and his relatives. It is for this reason that Manu elaborates a system of education for the king. The objective of this education is not merely to provide knowledge but also to teach the king how to control his senses. With regard to other administrative issues, Manu refers to the organization of a state into villages, districts, and provinces. The basic governing principle is that the larger unit must deal with the problem only when the smaller unit fails to solve it. That is Manu's dictum of decentralization. A larger and more diverse country cannot be governed except by organizing it in terms of smaller units. The systems of taxation should be such as to enhance national wealth. Manu was convinced that a kingdom in which people starve perishes sooner or later. According to him, the king is entitled to 1/50th of the gold, 1/6th of the crop, and 1/12th of the commerce. The Dharmashastra gives a clear picture of the developed administrative machinery with the king charged with the highest executives and judicial and military functions. His staff includes the Purohito, the Mantri, the Amadhya, the Pradvivaka, the judge, the Subhya and Sabasad, the assessors, the Dandaka, and the Bandhaka, as well as the other lord officials. There is, in the older Dharmashastra, no trace of the 7 elements, though in the later texts there is. The older Dharmashastras are also silent with regard to the state policy and relations between states, of which references are found in the later texts. Ghoshal, History of Indian Political Ideas, writes in this regard, the king, we are here told, shall honor the good people and slay the wicked. He shall apply as is required by the time and the occasion the fourfold policy of conciliation and dissension, bribery and force towards his enemy, his ally, his most. Ghoshal, History of Indian Political Ideas, writes in this regard, the king, we are here told, shall honor the good people and slay the wicked. He shall apply as is required by the time and the occasion the fourfold policy of conciliation and dissension, bribery and force towards his enemy, his ally, his most powerful neighbor, Yudasana, and the neutral king, Madhyama. He shall also apply according to the exigencies of the time the sixfold policy, namely, peace, war, attack, neutrality, seeking protection, and the dual policy. He shall select the proper time and occasion for his march. The above extracts repeat some well-known categories and concepts of the technical science of polity, Arthashastra. The former Dharmashastra relates to the list of the 4 political expedients, the 6 forms of foreign policy, and the constituents of the state system. The latter, Arthashastra, are concerned with the application of the political expedients and policies just mentioned to interstate relations in according with the principle of expediency. The mandala concept is thought of an aggregate of kings, friendly, hostile, and neutral, where the efforts are made to increase the number of friendly states with the help of 6 types of foreign policy gunas. These are Sandhi, peace, war, Vigraha, attacking the enemy, Yana, neutrality, Asana, seeking protection from the powerful king, Samsraya, and the dual polity, Dve Bhava. The Dharmashastra advocates the Dharamuta, the war fought to accomplish the values of Dharma. 2. Polity in Arthashastra. Kautilya lived during the period 350 to 275 BC. Most of the details about Kautilya's life are uncertain and, in fact, hazy. He is also known as Vishnugupta and Chanakya and is traditionally known as the author of the Arthashastra. The ancient Indian tradition describes Kautilya to be a native of Taxila near Peshawar in modern Pakistan, as the Mahavasma Taika, the Buddhist literature, mentions it, though the Jain scriptures, the Adbodhana Chintamani, mention the place of his birth as South India, around the place presently known as Kerala. However, Kautilya's birthplace will continue to remain a controversy. What is certain about Kautilya is the fact that he was a man of strong will and unparalleled determination. That is why he made up his mind to avenge the insult inflicted on him by Nanda, the king of Patliputra. After leaving the city humiliated, he met young Chandragupta on his way. He found Chandragupta a promising young man with all the traits of a king. He worked hard for Chandragupta's installation on the throne of Magadha. After having met with failure in the first attempt, Chandragupta regrouped his forces and kept launching his onslaughts on the Nanda kings, ultimately killing Dhanananda in 322 BC and establishing a new dynasty, the Maurya. Chandragupta Maurya was enthroned as the king of Magadha in 321 BC dynasty and ruled up to 298 BC. All through, it was Kautilya who masterminded the attacks first and continued as the king's advisor in statecraft. The scholars differ with regard to the date when the Arthashastra was written, some contesting even the authorship. There is a school of thought that describes the time of the Arthashastra somewhere around the 4th century BC, while the other to the 3rd or 4th century AD. What is usually agreed to is that it was the Mauryan Kautilya who had written the Arthashastra and that someone else rewrote his work or compiled a text from his teachings. Kautilya's Arthashastra, containing the essence of the ancient Indian political thought, was discovered as late as 1904, when an anonymous priest of Tanjore district handed over the manuscript of the monumental work written by Battis Vaman to Dr. Sharma Shastri, who got it published later in 1915 in English. R.P. Kangle refers to 7 different manuscripts of the Arthashastra published in different languages. Kautilya's Arthashastra is described to be a compendium of all the Arthashastras penned down by the ancient teachers. Hence, it has been portrayed as the culmination of the earlier Arthashastra literature embracing its essence. In fact, the Arthashastra is the only treatise that has preserved the old political ideas. UN Ghoshal writes, Kautilya makes a closer analysis and expresses a sounder judgment on the points at issue and reconstructs the science of politics. It is believed that the Arthashastra had 2 major objectives. I. To discover the ways through which a ruler is able to protect his domain. 2. To discover the ways through which he is able to add new territories to his domain. For the first objective, Kautilya discusses in his work the basis of state administration, and for the second objective he explains in detail the foreign policy of the state in relation to other states. Thus, the 2 objectives constitute the whole range of the state's activities. That is why Kautilya views his Arthashastra as the science of statecraft, of politics, and of administration. Kautilya. A good wife is one who serves her husband in the morning like a mother does, loves him in the day like a sister does, and pleases him like a prostitute in the night. A man is great by deeds, not by birth. A person should not be too honest. Straight trees are cut first. As soon as the fear approaches near, attack and destroy it. Do not reveal what you have thought upon doing, keep it secret so as to carry it out into execution. Even if a snake is not poisonous, it should pretend to be venomous. The biggest guru mantra is never share your secrets with anybody. It will destroy you. The world's biggest power is the power of youth and the beauty of a woman. The state, for Kautilya, is people organized with the king exercising full authority over his subjects, above him being only the divine power. It is a kingdom in which all lead a disciplined life. There is the king who is wise and virtuous. There are the officials who advise the king in his administration, every official performing his duties honestly. There are the people as subjects who demonstrate their loyalty to the king. For them, the king and the kingdom are the same, the king personifying the domain of the kingdom. The security of the kingdom and its protection constitute what may be called the king's dharma. The king is himself under the law, which he is supposed to obey himself. He is a public servant, for, as Kautilya says, in the happiness of his subjects lies the king's happiness, in their welfare, his welfare. He shall not consider as good only that which pleases him, but treat as beneficial to him whatever pleases his subjects. The state is kingdom, it is monarchical in form. There is a contractual reference to the origin of the kingship, though not of the state. The authority of the king finds justification on the ground that it is the consequence of a contract. R.S. Sharma writes, overtaken by a state of anarchy, the people elected Manu Vaivasvata as their king, and undertook to pay 1/6 of their grain and 1/10 cent of their articles of merchandise, in addition to a portion of their gold. In return for these taxes, Sharma continues, the king guaranteed social welfare to the people by undertaking to suppress acts of mischief, afflicting the guilty with taxes and coercion. For Kautilya, the kingship originated as a result of the contract. The king came to overtake anarchy, he came to give people protection, he came to provide people their welfare. On their part, the people agreed to pay taxes, they agreed to burden themselves with the expenses of their ruler so as to enable him to maintain his officers and army as well as the police. They agreed to pay full regard to their king. The contractual nature of the authority, as propounded by Kautilya, was twofold, the king and the people agreeing to certain conditions. The king was powerful, but powerful within limits. The people admitted the king's authority. But the admission was to their welfare. The king had possessed powers because he was to perform certain duties. The people had duties, but duties because they had a regard for his authority. The Kautilyan king possessed power like that of the Hobbesian Leviathan, but he was one whose powers were limited like that of the Lockean state. The contractual references in Kautilya did contain the anarchical situation, a situation of the state of nature before the contract was concluded. But such a state appeared to be Lockean rather than Hobbesian. It was a situation where there was society, though there was no authority to ensure its application, there were moral values, though there was none to enact it. The contract was concluded so as to create a situation of security, protection, welfare, and dharma. That was what John Locke was to argue for in the late 17th century England. The Kautilyan state had, thus, certain features. A. The kingdom is presided over by the king around whom revolve all powers. B. The king's powers are absolute but are exercised within the limits of the Dharma. C. The king rules to enable him to safeguard and protect his subjects. D. The king rules to promote the happiness and welfare of his subjects. 7 elements of state. The Kautilyan state has 7 elements. Kautilya is known for his Saptang theory of the state. These elements are A. Swami. Literally, Swami means the master, the lord. But as an element of the state, it refers to the headship in both monarchies and republics, the Raja for monarchical systems and the Vairagya for the non-monarchical systems. As head, he enjoys an exalted position with all state powers vested in him. As head, he has to have certain qualities, such as native of the territory, noble by birth, easily accessible, truthful and pious, person of sharp intellect, brave and of strong mind, one who has the virtues of inspiring confidence in others, and one who takes prompt and quick decisions. B. Amadya is usually translated as a minister. In the Arthashastra, the Amadyas constitute a regular cadre of service, as R.S. Sharma says, from which all high officials such as the chief priest, ministers, collectors, treasurers, and officers engaged in civil and criminal administration, officers in charge of harem, envoys, and the superintendent of various departments are to be recruited. Thus, for Kautilya, Amadyas constitute the whole body of executives that operate the laws of the state. The actual ministers' number is very small, called as mantrans. The Amadyas are also men of noble birth, trained in the arts, possessing eyes, intelligence, dexterous, bold, eloquent, persons with a ready wit, endowed with energy and power, able to bear troubles, upright, friendly, firmly dwelled, endowed with character, strength, health and spirit, devoid of stiffness and fickleness, amiable and not given to creating animosities as the Arthashastra describes them. The king's mantrans, or let us say mantris, are his advisors. The former may or may not go by their advice. The number of the mantris is limited only to 3 or 4 or depending upon the needs of the domain. C. Janapada. The Janapada as another element refers to both the territory as well as the population. The nature of the Janapada defined in the Arthashastra, as R.S. Sharma explains, indicates territory which should have a good climate, should provide grazable land for cattle, and should yield grain with little labor, and should have population inhabited by industrious peasants who are capable of bearing the burden of taxes and punishments. Finally, it should contain, Sharma continues, intelligent masters and be predominantly populated by members of the lower classes, and its people should be loyal and devoted. D. Durga. The expression Durga is understood in the sense of a fortress and in the sense of a fortified capital if we include in it the sense of Pura as well. Durgavidhava and Durganivasa, the two terms used, refer to fortress and the fortified capital respectively. E. Kosa as the 5th element of the Kautilyan state refers to the treasure. According to Kautilya, the treasure accumulated by righteous and legitimate means should be under the control of the Swami, the king, filled with gold, silver, precious jewels, and gems. The treasury should be able to meet the strains of expenditure caused during the times of adversity, famines, wars, floods, or any other calamity. F. Danda or force in the form of army is another element of the state. It is sometimes bracketed with Kosa. This element, according to Kautilya, consists of hereditary and hired, forest and corporation soldiers comprising infantry, chariots, elephants, and cavalry. He says that the army should consist of the Kshatriyas, though Vaisas and Sudras can be enlisted on considerations of their numerical strength. The army has to be equipped with weapons and has also to be skilled, patient, and always ready at the call of the king. G. Mitra means ally. According to Kautilya, the ally should be hereditary, not artificial, one with whom there is no possibility of rupture, and one who is ready to come to help when occasion so demands. His mandala theory clearly states the kind of role an ally has to play. He wants to increase the number of allies in relation to other states. The Kautilyan state is for the welfare of the subjects of the king. He says, the state exists to provide order. The order is not merely for the sake of order, it is for the sake of protection, protection for the sake of development. The state exists to conserve and develop so as to distribute the social benefits among the people. Role of the state. In Kautilyan terms, the role of the state relates to 2 main domains. I. Acquisition of dominion. 2. Preservation of dominion. Hence, he has to offer 2 distinct policies. A. Policy of acquisition of dominion. Kautilya refers to a 5-fold method of achieving the policy of acquisition of dominion. These are by creating disaffection among the enemy's partisans, Uparjapa, by getting rid of the enemy through regret tactics, Vogovamana, by setting spies in the enemy's kingdom, Apasarpa, by seizing Parapasana, and by assault, Avanarta. The policy of acquisition of dominion is supplemented by Kautilya's statement of the policy of pacification of the acquired kingdom. An acquired territory, according to Kautilya, is of 3 kinds. I. Newly acquired by a king from his enemy. 2. That which had belonged to him formerly and now has been recovered. 3. That which was inherited from his father. The measures of pacification with regard to the first should include the king's efforts to display the enemy's faults, to double his merits as against those of his enemy, to do good to the new subjects by performing his dharma and karmas, To bestow gifts and honors, to keep his promises, to show favor to the poor, the helpless, and the diseased, to identify himself with his subjects. B. Policy of preservation of dominion. This can be studied under the following headings. 1. Policy of security of the king and the community. The king needs to be protected from princes, while the ill-controlled should be banished or imprisoned. The self-controlled should be appointed to the official posts. The king needs to be protected from his own officials as well as of his enemies through an elaborate system of spies. The king needs to be protected against the enemy's wiles corrupting his loyal subjects through his policy of conciliation. He needs to protect the dharma and the territory of the state through a loyal and disciplined army. He needs to protect his people, rich and poor, and those belonging to numerous varnas living in both rural and urban areas from thorns, humans such as violators of laws, animals such as rats and wild animals, and natural calamities such as floods, earthquakes, and famines. 2. Policy of regulation. The regulative functions of the state, through the king, include regulation of contractual relations between the employees and the employers relating to weights and measures, trade and commerce, market force, social system and societal relations, health services, and the like. 3. Financial function. The state has certain financial functions as well. For guarding the treasury, the king is justified in applying the use of force and farce. The king possesses the power to tax people, ask for people's benevolences to strengthen his territory. He has to be very careful in spending the state's money. He has to protect the natural resources and has to see that the state-owned industries are carefully run. 4. Welfare function. The state's welfare functions include I. Building of dams, tanks, irrigational works, opening trade routes, developing pastures, cultivation of virgin lands, and protection of citizens. 2. Helping the poor, the orphans, the aged, the infirm, the helpless, the pregnant women, and the newly born babies. 3. Healthcare. 4. Recreation and entertainment. V. Social insurance through strengthening the family structure for the widows, minor kids, the aged, and the unmarried daughters. 5. Policy of interstate relation. Kautilya shows how his sixfold policy produces efforts for achieving a work and for securing the desired results. The sixfold policy is Sandhi, treaty, Asana, armed neutrality, Vigraha. State of hostility, Yana, a position of preparedness so as to march against the enemy, Samsraya, an alliance with a superior power, and Dvadhibhava, a policy of alliance with me and war with another. Other aspects of the king's role. Kautilya says that the successes, the cities, can be achieved if the king has 3 powers: the power of the king's counsel, the power of the king's material resources, and the power of the king's energy mantra Sakti, the strength of knowledge, Prabhu Sakti, the strength of revenue, and Utsaha Sakti, the prowess. Kautilya is particular too with regard to the foreign relations the king is supposed to undertake. He says that if the king ignores foreign relations, he would soon become a prey to the conspiracy hatched by other princes. He should make offense as his best defense. He should keep increasing the number of the other princes as his friends. He should normally adopt the right means, but if they fail, he should make use of means such as intrigues and treachery. Sam, dam, dand, bed. He should always dream of attaining for himself the position of a Chakravartin, the ruler of the land belonging to the south of the Himalayas. Kautilya seeks to make politics autonomous and practical. He is not interested in philosophical theorizing. Pragmatic as Kautilya is, he is concerned with practical bureaucratic and military administration. He knows for certain that a stable economic base, obtained through systematic taxation and corruption-free officials, is essential for any social order founded on the Varna system. Though he allows mobilization of the people belonging to different Varnas, he wants the system to stay. Though he wants Dharma to reign everywhere, he believes strongly in Dan Niti, penalties to be fair and just and proportionate to the offense committed. Kautilya's secularization of political life was beyond any doubt. He regarded religion as a useful instrument in the service of the state and for that matter wanted it to be respected. But he would not allow religion to play with the life of the state. He would rather permit the temple money to be used for the preservation of the state. This is where Kautilya differs from Manu, for whom religion was an article of faith and would thus stand above the temporal power. This is where Kautilya and Machiavelli come closer. Although Nehru describes Kautilya as the Indian Machiavelli, yet Machiavelli could not reach to those details and complexities of the administration which Kautilya expounded. Although there is a vision of statecraft politicking in both, yet Kautilya's limited and selfish art of administration could not touch the burning and moving urge for patriotism of Machiavelli. Nor could Machiavelli, on the other hand, reach the heights of urge for dharma as it is evident in Kautilya. Arthasastra. Arthasastra is an ancient treatise on economics and politics written by Kautilya, also Chanakya, in the 4th century BC, during the rule of the Mauryan dynasty. Although the Sanskrit word Arthasastra literally means economics, the book devotes itself to the demands of the statecraft in an unsettled society, describing thus the powers, duties, and ethics of the emperors. Kautilya argues for a welfare state. The central theme of the Arthasastra is that no kingdom can survive without a stable economy. 3. Polity in Buddhist thought. The non-Vedic Buddhist literature is available in Pali and Sanskrit. The Vinaya Pitaka is a book of discipline and organization of the Buddhist monasteries. Its chapters on Mahavagga and Kulavagga are particularly interesting. The organization is democratic, the decisions are taken by the majority, and after deliberations, the rules of procedure for conducting the proceedings of the assembly are usually taken from the republican states of the time. The Jatakas are stories of Buddha's previous births. They reflect the influence of the Lichavi constitution around 2nd century BC. The Ambata Sutta of Dainikaya, containing the teachings of Buddha, discusses the origin of the kingship around 3rd century BC. We may refer here to Panini's grammar, 5th century BC, and Patanjali's commentary about the 2nd century BC, the first referring to contemporary republics and the second to the mode of administration. The foreign accounts given by the visiting travelers do give a picture of polity and society during and after the days of Buddha. A brief account of the nature of polity, as is evident from the canonical and the non-canonical works of the Buddhists, can be summed up, randomly, as under. The Buddhist ideas of the authority and obligation of the ruler are not as consistent as those of the Brahmanical theories. In Pali canonical and non-canonical works, kings are presented as gods by human convention to whom the obedience of the subject constitutes a matter of necessity and where the kings have the duty to provide protection. Aryasura of Jatakamala refers to the king's moral obligation of protection in return for the willing obedience of his subjects, while Aryadeva in his Chattisataka asserts the sovereignty of the people with the king serving them for wages. Righteousness constitutes the basic value of the Buddhist literature. It is described as the essence of kingship as well as the king's policy. This means, Ghoshal writes, that the king is not only to adopt a virtuous line of conduct after the high standard of the Buddhist ethics, but is also to direct his principles and policies of government towards the end of complete happiness of his subjects. The above conception of the principle of righteousness in relation to kingship is repeated in the pictures of the world order in the Buddhist canonical works. There is a reference of contractual theory of kingship in the works of the Buddhist tradition. The state is described to have been created through a bilateral agreement made by the people with their original ruler for escaping from the evils of the state of nature. This is clear from a work of the Buddhist, Aryadeva, and in the technical work on polity called the Sukranitasara, the former declaring the king to be a servant of the people with his 1/6 share of revenue received as his means of subsistence, and the latter stating the king to have been ordained for the service of the people with the taxes as his wages. 4. The Buddhist literature, as is true of what Gautama Buddha followed, conceives of politics as a dismal science and the antithesis of ethics. That is one reason that the Buddhist canonical and non-canonical works had advocated the unqualified application of the principle of righteousness. Asvaghosha justifies the separation of politics from ethics, and Aryasura, urging the separation, argues that politics is dominated by the ends of wealth. Republicanism constitutes a significant feature of the Buddhist era of ancient India. Research on the Buddhist Pali canonical works during the 19th century confirms the picture of widespread republicanism in ancient India of the 6th century. T.W. Rhys Davids' Buddhist India points out that the Jatakas depicted a country in which there were many clans dominating extensive and populous territories who made their public decisions in assemblies. Though evidence for non-monarchical government goes back to the Vedas, 12 republican politics were most common and vigorous in the Buddhist period, 600 BC. AD 200. At this time, India was in the throes of urbanization. The Pali Canon gives a picturesque description of the city of Vaisali in the 5th century BC as possessing 7,707 storied buildings, 7,707 pinnacled buildings, 7,707 parks and lotus ponds, and a multitude of people, including the famous courtesan Ambapali, whose beauty and artistic achievements contributed greatly to the city's prosperity and reputation. The cities of Kapilavatthu and Kosavati were, likewise, full of traffic and noise. Moving between these cities were great trading caravans of 500 or 1,000 carts, figures that convey no precise measurement but give a true feeling of scale. Caravans stopped for more than 4 months in a single place, as they often did because of the rainy season, were described as villages. Religion, too, was taking to the road. The hereditary Brahmin, who was also a householder, as in later Vedic tradition, saw his teachings, authority, and perquisites threatened by wandering holy men and self-appointed teachers. There were warlord kings who sought to control this fluid society, some with a measure of success. But the literature, Pali and Sanskrit, Buddhist and Brahmanical, shows that non-monarchical forms of government were omnipresent. There was a complex vocabulary to describe the different types of groups that ran their own affairs. Some of these were obviously warrior bands, others more peaceful groups with economic goals, some religious brotherhoods. Such an organization of whatever type could be designated almost indifferently as a Gana or a Sangha, and similar though less important bodies were labeled with the terms Sreni, Puga, or Vrata. Gana and Sangha, the most important of these terms, originally meant multitude. By the 6th century BC, These words meant both a self-governing multitude in which decisions were made by the members working in common and the style of government characteristics of such groups. In the case of the strongest of such groups which acted as sovereign governments, the words are best translated as republic. The polycanonical work and Panini's grammar identify numerous Ganas and Sungas, some minor and some large and powerful. Panini says that the Janapadas of those days were based on the conquest of a given area by a warrior people, while in some others such peoples were subject to a king who was of their own blood and was perhaps dependent on their special support. Elsewhere, the Janapadans ran their affairs in a republican manner. Thus, in both kinds of state, the government was dominated by people classified as kshatriyas or, as later ages would put in, members of the warrior caste. But in many states, perhaps most, political participation was restricted to a subset of all the kshatriyas. One needed to be not just a warrior but a member of a specific royal clan, the Rajanya. Evidence from a number of sources shows that the enfranchised members of many republics, including the Buddha's own Sakyas and the Lichavis with whom he was very familiar, considered themselves to be of royal descent, even brother kings. The term Raja, which in a monarchy certainly meant king in a state with Gana or Sangha constitution, could designate someone who held a share of sovereignty. In such places, it seems likely that political power was restricted to the heads of a restricted number of royal families Rajakulas among the ruling clans. The heads of these families were consecrated as kings and thereafter took part in deliberations of the state. Power was held by a few patriarchs. All this was, by our standards, undemocratic. Depicting the democratic institutions of the days of Buddhist India, Panini refers to the working of the assemblies through the process of corporate decision-making, decisions as the term Panini used, reached by voting and the completion of a quorum. Working in concord, government by discussion within Ganas and Sanghas. The polycanonical works also give us a detailed look at the ancient Indian Republican, its working and its political philosophy. The Jatakas, too, tell us about it, though, in brief. By any history, the tale of Indian republicanism, evident in the Buddhist tradition, is necessarily a rather schematic one. 4. Sir Syed Ahmed Khan. Sir Syed Ahmed Khan, commonly known as Sir Syed, was born in October 1817 and died in 1898. He is rightly described as the Indian educator for having laid emphasis on the education, especially Western, of the poor Muslims, a politician of the 19th century seeking a place for the Muslim community in the British hierarchy, whom the British had blamed for having engineered the 1857 revolt, an Islamic reformer who, like Raja Ram Mohan Roy (1772–1833) and Swami Dayanand Saraswati (1829–1883), wanted the socially backward Muslim society to reform itself. Born as Syed Ahmed Khan Bahadur in a noble family that migrated from Herat in Afghanistan during the reign of the Mughal emperor, though some other account describes the family as having come from Arabia. The family's closeness with the Mughal administration was a fact beyond any doubt. He was born at a time when the rebellious governors of numerous Mughal regions and the ever-growing power of the British colonialism were threatening Mughal sovereignty. However, he, along with his brother, was raised in accordance with the Mughal noble traditions as also exposed to politics. His mother disciplined him with a strong emphasis on education, especially Islamic. He studied Persian, Arabic, Urdu, and other subjects including mathematics, astronomy, and Islamic jurisprudence, and was active in Mughal court culture activities. He also knew swimming. He lived the life of a customary affluent Muslim noble. Though he could join the Mughal court, Sir Syed joined the British East India Company as a Sarastater and was promoted to the position of Munshi in 1840, continuing his work as a jurist in the company's service. Sir Syed began writing Athara-sanatid Great Monuments in 1842 and some works on religious and cultural subjects in 1844. Sometime around 1854, he wrote a commentary on the Bible and argued that Christianity was close to Islam. Acquainted with high-ranking British officials, Sir Syed obtained close knowledge about British colonial politics during his service at the courts. At the outbreak of the Indian Rebellion on May 10, 1857, Sir Syed was serving as the chief assessment officer at the court in Bijnor. Northern India became the scene of the most intense fighting. The conflict left large numbers of civilians dead. In 1858, he was appointed to a high-ranking post at the court in Moradabad, where he began working on his most famous literary work. Publishing the booklet Asbabi Bhagavathi Hind in 1859, Sir Syed studied the causes of the revolt. In this, his most famous work, he rejected the common notion that the conspiracy was planned by Muslim elites who were insecure at the diminishing influence of Muslim monarchs. Sir Syed blamed the British East India Company for its aggressive expansion as well as the ignorance of British politicians regarding Indian culture. However, he gained respect for British power, which he felt would dominate India for a long period of time. Seeking to rehabilitate Muslim political influence, Sir Syed advised the British to appoint Muslims to assist in administration. His other writings were Loyal Mohammedans of India, Tabi'un-ul-Kalam, and a series of essays on the life of Muhammad. These works helped cultivate cordial relations between the British authorities and the Muslim community. During and after 1850, Sir Syed developed a strong passion for education, especially Western education. Despite being a devout Muslim, he criticized the traditional dogmas and religious orthodoxy that had kept the Muslim community largely backward and the British ruler suspicious of the Muslims. He intensified his work to promote cooperation with the British authorities, promoting royalty to the empire. In 1859, he founded a modern school in Moradabad. He began working on social causes such as relief for flood-struck people. In 1863, he established another modern school. Upon his transfer to Aligarh in 1864, Sir Syed began working wholeheartedly as an educator. He founded the Scientific Society of Aligarh, the first scientific association of its kind in India. Modeling it after the Royal Society and the Royal Asiatic Society, Sir Syed assembled Muslim scholars from different parts of the country. The society had annual conferences, disbursed funds for educational causes, and regularly published a journal on scientific subjects in English and Urdu. Sir Syed felt that the socio-economic future of Muslims was threatened by their orthodox aversions to modern science and technology. He published many writings promoting liberal and rational interpretations of Islamic scriptures. However, his view of Islam was rejected by the Muslim clergy as contrary to traditional views on issues like jihad, polygamy, and animal slaughtering. Sir Syed Ahmed Khan was a great advocate of Urdu. The onset of the Hindi-Urdu controversy of 1857 saw the emergence of Sir Syed as a political leader of the Muslim community. He became a leading Muslim voice opposing the adoption of Hindi as a second official language of the United Provinces, now Uttar Pradesh. Sir Syed perceived Urdu as the lingua franca of Muslims. Having been developed by the Muslim rulers of India, Urdu was used as a secondary language to Persian, the official language of the Mughal court. With the decline of the Mughal dynasty, Sir Syed promoted the use of Urdu through his own writings. Under Sir Syed, the Scientific Society translated Western works into Urdu. The schools established by Sir Syed imparted education in the Urdu medium. The demand for Hindi, led largely by the Hindus, was to Sir Syed an erosion of the centuries-old Muslim cultural domination of India. Testifying before the British-appointed Education Commission, Sir Syed controversially exclaimed that Urdu was the language of gentry and Hindi that of the vulgar. His remarks provoked a hostile response from Hindu leaders who unified across the nation to demand the recognition of Hindi. The success of the Hindi movement led Sir Syed to further advocate Urdu as the symbol of Muslim heritage and as the language of all Indian Muslims. His educational and political work grew increasingly centered around and exclusively for Muslim interests. He also sought to persuade the British to give Urdu extensive official use and patronage. On April 1, 1869, Sir Syed traveled to England where he was awarded the Order of the Star of India from the British government on August 6. Traveling across England, he visited its colleges and was inspired by the culture of learning established after the Renaissance. Sir Syed returned to India in the following year, determined to build a Muslim Cambridge. Upon his return, he organized the Committee for the Better Diffusion and Advancement of Learning among Mohammedans Muslims on December 26, 1870. The committee proposed the establishment of a college at Aligarh. He published Talazab al-Akhlaq, Social Reformer, to spread awareness and knowledge on modern subjects and promote reforms in the Muslim society. In his several works, Sir Syed sought to promote Muslim ideology so as to reconcile it with the Western education. 2. To argue that the Holy Quran rested on the appreciation of reason and natural law. 3. To state clearly that scientific inquiry is important to being a good Muslim. Accordingly, Sir Syed laid the foundation of the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental School on March 24, 1867, and raised it to college level in 1877. In 1920, the college became a university. In 1878, Sir Syed was nominated to the Viceroy's Legislative Council. He testified before the Education Commission to promote the establishment of more colleges and schools across India. In the same year, Sir Syed founded the Mohammedan Association to promote political cooperation amongst the Indian Muslims from different parts of the country. In 1886, he organized the All India Mohammedan Educational Conference in Aligarh, which promoted his vision of modern education and political unity for Muslims. His works made him the most prominent Muslim politician in 19th century India, often influencing the attitude of Muslims on various national issues. He supported the efforts of Indian political leaders Surendranath Banerjee and Dadabhai Naoroji to obtain representation for the Indians in the government and civil services. In 1883, he founded the Mohammedan Civil Service Fund Association to encourage and support the entry of Muslim graduates into the Indian Civil Service (ICS). However, Sir Syed's political views were shaped by a strong aversion to the emerging nationalist movement which was, according to him, composed largely of the Hindus. Sir Syed opposed the Indian National Congress, founded in 1885, on the grounds that it was a Hindu majority organization calling on Muslims to stay away from it. While fearful of the loss of Muslim political power owing to the community's backwardness, Sir Syed was also averse to the prospects of democratic self-government which would give control of the government to the Hindu majority population. At this time our nation is in a bad state with regard to education and wealth, but God has given us the light of religion and the Quran is present for our guidance, which has ordained them and us to be friends. Now God has made them rulers, the Britishers, over us. Therefore, we should cultivate friendship with them and should adopt that method by which their rule may remain permanent and firm in India and may not pass into the hands of the Bengalis. If we join the political movement of the Bengalis, our nation will reap a loss, for we do not want to become subjects of the Hindus instead of the subjects of the people of the book. His fierce criticism of the Congress and Indian nationalists created a rift between the Muslims and the Hindus. At the same time, Sir Syed sought to politically ally Muslims to the British government. An avowed loyalist of the British Empire, Sir Syed was nominated as a member of the Civil Service Commission in 1887 by Lord Dufferin. In 1888, he established the United Patriotic Association at Aligarh to promote political cooperation with the British and Muslim participation in the government. Sir Syed Ahmed Khan was knighted by the British government in 1888, and in the following year, he received an LL.D. honoris causa from the Edinburgh University. Sir Syed, a great Muslim scholar. Professor V.P. Verma describes Sir Syed as a great Muslim leader and the foremost man produced by the Indian Muslim community in the 19th century. By temperament a great scholar, known to the legendary Urdu poet Mirza Ghalib, whom he fondly called Chacha Ghalib, who was about 20 years older to him. He got national fame for his Athar-Asanidid, great monuments, for which he was considered a cultural scholar. His other literary works include Jil-ul-Kulub bi Zikr-il Mabab, Tufar-i-Hasan, Tahsil Fijar Isajal, Namaga Dar Bayan Masala Tesurai Sheikh, Silsilat ul-Mulk, Asbabi Bhagawathi Hind. The causes of the His other literary works include Jil-ul-Kulub bi Zikr-il Mabab, Tufar-i-Hasan, Tahsil Fijar Isajal, Namaga Dar Bayan Masala Tesurai Sheikh, Silsilat ul-Mulk, Asbabi Bhagawathi Hind. The causes of the Indian Mutiny. Loyal Mohammedans of India, Tabi'in al-Kalam, a series of essays on the life of Muhammad and subjects subsidiary. Apart from these, he also wrote a commentary on the Bible and the Quran. The Athar-Asanidid Great Monuments documented antiquities of Delhi dating from the medieval era. This work earned him a high reputation. In his Jil-ul-Kulub bi Zikr-il Mabab and Tufar-i-Hasan, along with the Tahsil Fijar Isajal in 1844, he focused on religious and cultural subjects. In his two works, Namaga Dar Bayan Masala Tesurai Sheikh and Silsilat ul-Mulk, he proved his literary scholarship. In his commentary on the Bible, the first by a Muslim, he argued that Islam was the closest religion to Christianity with a common lineage from Abrahamic religions. In his Asbabi Bhagawathi Hind in 1859, Sir Syed studied the causes of the revolt. In this, he rejected the common notion that the conspiracy was planned by Muslim elites who were insecure at the diminishing influence of Muslim monarchs. Sir Syed blamed the British East India Company for its aggressive expansion as well as the ignorance of British politicians regarding Indian culture. His other writings such as Loyal Mohammedans of India, Tabi'in al-Kalam, a series of essays on the life of Muhammad and subjects subsidiary helped to create cordial relations between the British authorities and the Muslims. Sir Syed, a great educationist. Sir Syed Ahmed Khan was a great educationist. He believed that without learning English, the Indians, especially the Muslims, could not compete in the world. He was convinced that education, especially Western education, was a key to progress. Success is that old ABC, ability, breaks, and courage. At the foundation-laying ceremony of Mao College, Sir Syed had said, "From the seed which we sow today, there may spring up a mighty tree whose branches, like those of the banyan of the soil, shall, in their turn strike firm roots into the earth and themselves send forth new and vigorous saplings." In fact, since 1850, Sir Syed began developing a strong passion for education. He thrived hard to inject the Western style of education among the Indian masses and worked throughout his life to achieve this goal. He was against the traditional dogma and religious orthodoxy that were the influential themes among the Muslims at that time. He was criticized by many religious zealots at that time and had even been termed as a kafir for his efforts. He worked for the welfare of the Muslim community through education. The importance of the knowledge of English, Sir Syed thought, was of paramount importance. To a question, he says, "The importance of a knowledge of English in this country cannot be questioned. The government has justly rendered the possession of that knowledge indispensable to natives who are placed in charge of high and responsible offices in executive and judicial administration. And the blessings of the British rule will no doubt be increased when native subordinate officials who are to assist the English officers in the work of administration are acquainted with the English language. In the same manner, a knowledge of the English language is essential to those who engage in trade or who adopt the legal or medical profession. He was of the opinion that religious beliefs, social customs, and poverty had kept the Muslims away from Western learning. He was convinced that education alone could help the Muslims shed their backwardness. He favored modern education. He founded a modern madarsa in Moradabad in 1859 and another at Ghazipur in 1863. He started a scientific society at Aligarh, got numerous books translated into Urdu, and also started a journal on scientific subjects in English and Urdu. Sir Syed as a Muslim reformer. Sir Syed Ahmed Khan was a liberal Muslim reformer. Unlike the conservative Muslim leaders who thought of India under the British rule as Darul Arab, the land of war, he thought the other way, saying that India could be a Darul-Slam, the land of Islam, the land of peace, if it adopted the Western way of education and life. In his periodical, Tazabul Akhlaq, The Social Reformer, he sought to engender enthusiasm for social reforms, modern education, and general economic and intellectual progress. He was pained to see the abject and desolate conditions of Muslims. He wrote, "They, the Muslims, are the influence of false and meaningless prejudices, orthodox Muslim leaders, and do not understand their own welfare. In addition, they are more jealous of each other and more vindictive than the Hindus and suffer more from a sense of false pride. They are also poor, and for these reasons fear that they may not be able to do much for themselves." He thus laid emphasis on the education of the Muslims. He had a rational approach towards religion, especially the Holy Quran, for which he was even criticized by his co-religionist heretics. He urged for social reforms as the other socio-religious movements were seeking reforms during those days. His educational curriculum sought to synthesize the old and the new. The Aligarh movement was an example of his desired schemes. He wanted to give pride of place both to secular modern education and the Islamic theory. While asking his co-religionists to adopt the Western ways of life, style, and education, he wanted a separate identity of Muslim personality in India. For him, the Muslim personality was a cultural and historical reality. The founding of the schools at Moradabad, Ghazipur, and Aligarh were clearly a contribution to maintain, retain, and strengthen Muslim personality in India. The establishment of the Scientific Society started translation of Western texts into Urdu and of Urdu works into the English language, and its objectives were to impart scientific education among the Muslims, aimed at reforming not only the backward Muslim community but were also attempts to keep up the Muslim culture, identity, and personality alive in India. He was convinced that the socio-economic modern future of the Muslims was threatened by orthodox aversions to modern science and technology. In the face of pressures from the orthodox Muslims, Sir Syed Ahmed Khan stopped discussing religious subjects in public and began focusing on the spread of education among the Muslims so as to improve their lot through his efforts and through the scientific society he founded in 1864. Sir Syed and his political ideas. Sir Syed was not, to say the least, a communalist. In his origins and nurture, he was a conservative to the point of being a feudal. He was a Muslim of upper caste with Mughal nobility. Indeed, he was not ahead of his time, hence he never preached a separate land for the Muslims, though he was, to some extent, behind his time, for he wanted a British Muslim rule in the country. And yet Sir Syed was a liberal of the type that any liberal Indian at that time was. What the other socio-religious leaders of any particular community were asking, he was demanding the same for his community. If Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Swami Dayanand Saraswati were not communalists, how was Sir Syed a communist? The political ideas of Sir Syed can be summed up as the following. A. To create an atmosphere of mutual understanding between the British government and the Muslims. B. To motivate the Muslims to learn Western education. C. To persuade the Muslims to abstain from agitational politics. The political ideas of Sir Syed were important, seen from the times they were expressed. They may briefly be stated as under. 1. Like his so-called Chacha Ghalib, who had regarded the 1857 event Rustikizi Bij a rebellion without a cause, Sir Syed wrote his booklet Asbabi Bhagawathi Mutiny, which was translated by Colvin and Graham in 1873, and one copy of which was sent to the then Viceroy, and several copies of the same were sent to England. Sir Syed was of the opinion that had there been the association of the Indians in the English administration in India, the mutiny could have been averted, an idea echoed by the early Congress leaders, especially A.O. Hume. Sir Syed then wrote, most men believe that it is conducive to the welfare and prosperity of government. Indeed, it is essential to the stability that the people should have a voice in its councils. It is from the voice of the people that government can learn whether its projects are likely to be well received. The security can never be acquired unless the people are allowed a share in the consultation of government. The men who have ruled India can never forget that they were here in the position of foreigners. The security of government is based on the knowledge of the governed as well as its careful observance of their rights and privileges. Though among some other causes, Sir Syed did include passing of certain objectionable laws by the Britishers. 2. The Britishers' ignorance of the desires and aspirations of the people. 3. The rulers' neglect of the basic elements essential for good governance. 4. The army's bad management. 2. Sir Syed did learn a lot from the 1857 event by way of his political ideas. More than anyone else, he alone felt the necessity of inculcating the friendship between the rulers and the ruled, especially between the British and the Muslims. During his visit to London in 1869, he realized as to how education was essential for the Indians. He then wrote, without flattering the English, think that the Indians, high and low, educated and illiterate when contrasted with the English in education, manners, and uprightness, were animals. The English have reason for believing us in India to be imbecile brutes. In his opinion, the close relationship between the English rulers and the Muslims was important for both the communities. In his Loyal Mohammedans of India, Sir Syed, described by Muhammad Ali as a loyalist of the loyalists, sought to argue. In his Loyal Mohammedans of India, Sir Syed, described by Muhammad Ali as a loyalist of the loyalists, sought to argue that the Muslims were not disloyal and that there was no atrocity committed of which the blame was imputed. He endeavored to bring closeness between the Britishers and the Muslims. In fact, he was able to attract a number of sincere friends who shared his views. Among them were men like Nawab Mohsin ul-Mulk, Nawab Vigar ul-Mulk, Hali Shibli, Nazir Ahmad, Chirag Ali, Muhammad Hayat, and Zakala. Some English professors like Beck, Morrison, Raleigh, and Arnold contributed a lot to his views. He was convinced that the Muslims would not develop without acquiring the knowledge of modern sciences and technology and without their association with the English people in general and the English rulers in India in particular. Lest the Muslim community got marginalized, Sir Syed intensified his work to promote cooperation with the British authorities. He thought that if the British were convinced of the Muslims' loyalty and support, the resulting official patronage would help them overcome their relative backwardness. His association with the British won him the title of the Companion of the Star of India by the English Queen herself, and he was elevated to be called as Sir in 1870. In 1878, he was nominated to the Viceroy's Legislative Council, was knighted in 1888, and obtained an honorary degree from the University of Edinburgh in 1889. His motivation for the Muslims to attain Western education was, indeed, significant. 3. Sir Syed was a nationalist, for he never thought on communal lines. In a speech at Putna in 1883, he said, just as the high-caste Hindus came and settled down in this land once, forgot where their earlier home was and considered India to be their own country, the Muslims also did exactly the same thing. They also left their homes hundreds of years ago, and they also regard this land of India as their very own. But my Hindu brethren and my Muslim co-religionists breathe the same air, drink the water of the sacred Ganga and the Jamuna, eat the products of the earth which God has given to this country, live and die together. Say with conviction that if we were to disregard for a moment our conception of Godhead, then in all matters of everyday life the Hindus and Muslims really belong to one nation. And the progress of the country is possible only if we have a union of hearts, mutual sympathy, and love. Have always said that our land of India is like a newly wedded bride whose two beautiful and luminous eyes are the Hindus and the Muslims. If the two exist in mutual concord, the bride will remain forever resplendent and becoming. While if they make up their mind to see in different directions, the bride is bound to become squinted and even partially blind. That Sir Syed was a nationalist of the liberal sort is evident from the fact that he wanted the British rule to stay as was urged by the moderate congressmen of 1885 to 1905, that he wanted the British to associate the Indians in the activities of administration, that he wanted the British to modernize India, that he wanted the people to attain modern Western scientific education. The Indians of those days sought reforms in social, educational, and economic life, and that was what Sir Syed had also urged for. He made the point clear in the following words: at this time our nation is in a bad state in regard to education and wealth, but God has given us the light of religion and the Quran is present for our guidance, which has ordained them, the English, and us to be friends. Now God has made them rulers over us. Therefore, we should cultivate friendship with them and should adopt that method by which their rule may remain permanent and firm in India and may not pass into the hands of the Bengalis, the early congressmen mostly. If we join the political movement of the Bengalis, our nation will reap a loss, for we do not want to become subjects of the Hindus instead of the subjects of the people of the book. 4. Sir Syed was opposed to any effort that was against Urdu. This was so because he thought of Urdu as the secondary language to Persian, the official language of the Mughal court for centuries. Urdu was the language of the gentry and thought of Hindi as the language of the vulgar. That is how Sir Syed held his views. 5. Sir Syed was opposed to the Indian National Congress founded in 1885. He regarded the Congress as the organization of the Hindus and the Bengalis, who, he thought, were incapable of exercising power. He opposed the Congress because it was, according to him, heading towards politics that moved towards agitation. He opposed any kind of politics in India that would disrupt harmony. Mentioning John Stuart Mill, Sir Syed had said, "The aims and objects of the Indian National Congress are based upon ignorance of history and present-day realities. I'll consider," he wrote, "the experiment which the Indian National Congress wants to make is fraught with dangers and sufferings for all the nationalities of India, especially for the Muslims." He was against the Indian National Congress more because of his suspicion of the organization than those of his ideas. The projection of a distinct Muslim personality like that of any social and cultural minority was perfect and in order. Sir Syed's fear of the Hindu majority domination haunted him, though not without reasons. In conclusion, we may say that Sir Syed was a great educationist, a great reformer of his community, and a great advocate of Muslim interests. In his religious ideas, he was a liberal one who wanted a synthesis between Islam and Christianity. In his social ideas, he was a reformer par excellence. In his political ideas, he could hardly see beyond the present. Practice questions. 1. Describe the nature of polity as is evident from the Dharam Shastras. 700. 800 words. 2. Discuss Kautilya's Saptang theory of the state. 700 to 800 words. 3. Write a detailed note on Manusmriti. 700 to 800 words. 4. Highlight the characteristic features of polity as expressed in the Buddhist writings. 700 to 800 words. 5. Describe Sir Syed Ahmed Khan as an educationist. 200 words. 6. Bring out briefly the political ideas of Sir Syed Ahmed Khan. 200 words. 7. Comment on the Arthashastra tradition and compare it with Machiavel's realist tradition. 2012, 700 to 800 words. 8. Write a note on the Buddhist tradition in Indian political thought. 2012, 700 to 800 words. 9. Examine the significance of Dharma in ancient Indian political thought. 2013, 700 to 800 words. 10. Analyze as per Kautilya the Saptang theory of state. 2013. 11. Examine the contributions of Buddhist tradition to Indian political thought. 2014, 700 to 800 words. 12. Comment on Syed Ahmed Khan as a modernizer. 2014, 200 words. Indian political thought 2, Sri Aurobindo, M.K. Gandhi, B.R. Ambedkar, M.N. Roy. Introduction. 7. Indian political thinkers of our times, such as M.K. Gandhi, M.N. Roy, B.R. Ambedkar, and Sri Aurobindo belong to that period of nationalist struggle when our efforts for liberation struggle had reached its climax. The struggle had passed through its moderate period and had entered the decisive stage of do or die. The English colonial masters had experienced, at the global level, 2 great wars and had now reached a stage when they could hardly manage their colonies, India including, from so far a distance. At home in India, the freedom movement, with varying degrees of pressures, was wanting to throw off its chains and trying to lay the foundations of the self-government in the country. Among the host of political leaders fighting the independence struggle, it is important to mention a few, though the sacrifices of numerous others can neither be denied nor ignored. These few are Sri Aurobindo, Mahatma Gandhi, B.R. Ambedkar, and M.N. Roy. Sri Aurobindo. A. His life and works. Sri Aurobindo Ghose was born in Calcutta, then the capital of the British India, on August 15, 1872, as the third son of the 6 children of Dr. Krishnadhan and Swaranlata Devi. The word Sri was used as a mark of respect and formed an integral part of his name, Sri Aurobindo. His life. Sri Aurobindo got his early education in a convent school and went to England in 1879 for further schooling at Manchester and later at St. Paul's School at London. A scholarship helped Sri Aurobindo to study at King's College, Cambridge in 1889. He was a brilliant student who won all prizes in Greek and Latin and also passed the first part of the classical tripos in the first class in 1892. As he did not report for the writing test, Sri Aurobindo was disqualified for the civil services. He returned to India in 1893. While in England, Sri Aurobindo was associated with a secret society of the Indian revolutionaries called the Lotus and Daggers. Sri Aurobindo's career is usually divided into 2 periods. E the first dating from his arrival in India and extending until 1910, and E the second when he established his ashram in Pondicherry, then a French settlement in India, till his death in 1950 he stayed in his ashram. During the first period between 1893 and 1910, Sri Aurobindo served the princely state of Baroda for about 13 years, first as a teacher of English and then as... During the first period between 1893 and 1910, Sri Aurobindo served the princely state of Baroda for about 13 years, first as a teacher of English and then as the vice principal of Baroda College. During this period, He undertook intensive self-directed research, learnt Sanskrit and Bengali, immersed himself in the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, and the other Hindu ancient philosophical works, and also learnt various systems of yoga. This period is also notable for his active involvement in the struggle for Indian independence. The proposal set forth for the partition of Bengal, 1905, as with other leaders of the time, aggrieved Sri Aurobindo. He studied Indian nationalism when he was at Cambridge, and his later association with the ancient Hindu works made him understand the divinity of his country, and he began calling India as the Mother India. His closeness with the revolutionaries, while editing the newspaper Mataram, following the partition of Bengal, 1905, and the later bombing incidents got Sri Aurobindo arrested in 1908 on the charges of sedition and terrorism. Acquitted later, Aurobindo spent a year in jail awaiting trial. He engaged the time fruitfully in political and spiritual affairs, which helped him to broaden his ideas of independence and attribute the divinity to humanity in general. After his release, he founded two weeklies, the Dharma in Bengali and the Karamayogen in English. The ideal of Karamayogen, a system of education, and the art of Karamayogen, appearing as a result of his numerous articles in the Karmayogen. In 1910, Aurobindo retired from active politics and spent the rest of his long life, about 40 years in the ashram until 1950, developing his spiritual ideas through meditation. At Pondicherry, he wrote prolifically and discussed numerous philosophical and religious topics with his enormous number of devoted followers. From 1914 until 1921, he published a monthly journal, the Arya, to disseminate his ideas. With the exception of Savitri, which he began writing in the 1890s and continually revising until his death, all of Sri Aurobindo's most important works, the ideal of human unity, the life divine, the human cycle, essays on the Gita, the foundations of Indian culture, the future poetry on yoga, and on the Veda, originally appeared serially in the Arya. Many of his other writings were published after his death. In 1926, Sri Aurobindo had another profound mystical experience. He claimed to have had a vision of the Lord Krishna, and he went into isolation for over a decade. However, he maintained close contacts with his disciples through letters, many of which were later collected and published as guides to his system of yoga. His works. Sri Aurobindo began writing at any early age, even during his days at Manchester, 1879–84. His first book, a collection of poems, entitled Songs to Myrtle, was published in 1895. Between 1895 and 1950, Aurobindo wrote extensively on yoga, culture, sociology, poetry, and plays. He has given a new cosmology and a new metaphysics in his Life Divine, considered to be the philosophical masterpiece of the 20th century, which has revolutionized our very conception of psychology, and gave it a new basis in Life Divine and in his letters. He formulated a profoundly new approach to sociology in his The Human Cycle, and showed through a searching analysis of past and current systems of social and political thought. He extended the application of this very approach to the sphere of international politics in his book, The Idea of Human Unity. In his writings on education, he formulated a theory that could, with some variations, be adapted to all the nations of the world. This theory advocates for the growth of the integral consciousness in every pupil, bringing back the legitimate authority of spirit over matter, and he showed in his The Synthesis of Yoga how all the systems of yoga combine and converge on the path to supermind. In his books, The Secret of the Vedas, the essays on the Gita, and writings on Upanishads, he opened up new and epic-making ways of studying the ancient Indian texts, throwing new light on philosophy, and reducing both anthropology and anthropomorphology to their proper place in a balanced scheme of knowledge. He gave an illuminating interpretation of Indian culture down the centuries in his book, The Foundations of Indian Culture. Sri Aurobindo's elaborated epic, Savitri, reveals the consummation of the many poetic styles that he attempted in all his works. Written in nearly 24,000 lines in blank verse, Sri Aurobindo's Savitri has been estimated to be the largest poem in the English language. In the future poetry, Sri Aurobindo worked out a literary theory, considered as an original contribution to aesthetics in its concept of poetry. All this, and his translations, letters, and minor works were compiled and published in a systematic manner after his passing away on the December 5, 1950. A new edition of these, in 30 volumes, was brought out on the occasion of his birth centenary in 1972. The Swedish Academy considered him for the nomination of the Nobel Prize of 1950, the last year of Sri Aurobindo's life. B. Sri Aurobindo's times. Sri Aurobindo, throughout the period between 1893 and 1910, was a great critic of the British rule in India. His sympathies were always with the revolutionaries. He never supported the Indian National Congress. He himself was a militant nationalist. He gave nationalism a spiritual outlook. For Sri Aurobindo, the foreign rule was both unnatural and fatal, for in such a case, the subject nation is always dependent and loses its power. Conversely, self-government signifies not only the strength of the individual but also that of the nation. The alien government, Sri Aurobindo held the view, develops only a few privileged, and in the process neglects the masses. To fight the alien rule, one has to fight the alien institutions, the alien way of life, the alien language. Nothing is more dear than the love of the motherland. Sri Aurobindo quotes, "E hidden nature is secret God. India of the ages is not dead, nor has she spoken her last creative word. She lives and has still something to do for herself and the human people. India is the meeting place of the religions, and among these Hindustan alone is by itself a vast and complex thing, a great diversified and yet subtly unified mass of spiritual thought, realization and aspiration. The Gita is the greatest gospel of spiritual works ever yet given to the race. The whole universe exists in the spirit, by the spirit, for the spirit, all we do, think and feel is for the spirit. Everyone has in him something divine. The task is to find it, develop it and use it. Even in rags, am a god, fallen, am divine. High. Triumph when downtrodden, long live when slain. Then which we call the Hindu religion is really the eternal religion because it embraces all the religions. Sri Aurobindo, by temperament in the early years of the 20th century, was a militant nationalist. Our enemy, he said, was our own crying weakness, our cowardice, our selfishness, our hypocrisy, our purblind sentimentalism. He was against those who were servilely English and wanted a new generation of those who believed in manliness and revolution. He thought of the Congress's aims as mistaken and its methods as fruitless. We are being led if not by the blind, but by those who are one-eyed. For him, the Congress was a middle-class organization, playing with bubbles, talking always about the blessings of the English rule. His sympathies were with the revolutionaries. This was clearly reflected in his Falonic activities. In 1896, he was the president of a secret society founded by one Thakur Saheb, a nobleman of the Udaipur state. In 1902, he helped Jayotindranath Banerjee to organize a secret society in Calcutta. In 1903, his radical view appeared in a book, No Compromise, circulated secretly. In 1904 and 1905, he attended the annual sessions of the Congress and found its proceedings too timid and too uninspiring. In 1905, he spoke of his 3 types of madness in himself. A. All his education, learning and wealth belongs to God. B. His resolve not to repeat the name of God, but to realize him face to face. C. India is not only a country but is the mother India whose children would run to rescue her. The 1905 partition of Bengal gave Sri Aurobindo an opportunity to get himself associated with the revolutionaries more intimately, Bipin Pal in particular, with whom he worked for his band Mataram, writing articles condemning the British rule in India together with the whole process of westernization. The Surat split of Congress in 1907 was made possible with Sri Aurobindo working. The Surat split of Congress in 1907 was made possible with Sri Aurobindo working for it. In 1908, he was arrested on charges of sedition. Though acquitted, he remained in the jail for about a year, where he found that India's nationalism had a spiritual purpose. The militant nationalist as Sri Aurobindo was, he thought of the English rule in India standing on weak and insecure foundations, and that the alien rule would end as soon as the Indians refused to cooperate with it. Sri Aurobindo, unlike the moderates before him and Gandhiji after him, believed in harsher measures. He wrote in the doctrine of passive resistance, politics is the realm of the Kshatriya and the morality of the Kshatriya ought to govern our political action. To impose in politics the Brahmanical duty of saintly sacrifice is to preach Varanasankara. For him, killing the national enemies, Sri Aurobindo wrote in his essay on the Gita, was a dharma. Yuddha. However, he never preached violence. For him, the task of national emancipation was a holy yajna. He wrote in the Bhavani Mandar, India cannot perish, our race cannot become extinct, because among all the divisions of mankind, it is to India that is reserved the highest and the most splendid testing. Though where Sri Aurobindo remained politically active during the anti-party tie-in days, he had always a strong religious instinct which eventually overwhelmed his political activities and set his path curved in an ashram at Pondicherry, which he established in 1910 and where he lived for the rest of his life, till 1950. Sri Aurobindo's close spiritual collaborator was Mira Richard, known as the Mother. Born in 1878 in Paris to Turkish and Egyptian parents, the mother was Sri Aurobindo's spiritual equal, managing the Sri Aurobindo ashram in 1926 when he retired into seclusion, and directed the ashram and the Oro Villa till her death in November 1973. She had served as Sri Aurobindo's successor very well and made Pondicherry a sort of cultural exchange between India and France, a place known for peace and progressive harmony, above all creeds and politics. See Sri Aurobindo's philosophy. Sri Aurobindo's life is usually classified into two phases. The first phase relates to his political activism and the second to spiritual activism. The first phase ran until 1910 and the second between 1910 and 1950. During the first phase, he took part in active politics. When in England, Sri Aurobindo was influenced by the Sinn Féin movement in Ireland spearheaded by Charles Parnell and Eamon de Valera, and then the Risorgimento in Italy, the great movement of unification of Italy by Mazzini and Garibaldi. He was also influenced by the movement of the secret society called the Lotus and the Daggers in Cambridge. At home, Swami Vivekananda, Bipin Pal, Sister Nivedita Kali the Mother, made him a complete nationalist and a militant extremist at that. After the partition of Bengal, Sri Aurobindo left his Baroda job and began writing radical and revolutionary articles in Band Mataram and Karamayajan. He was arrested in the Ali or bomb conspiracy case in 1908, and after spending about a year in jail when through yoga and meditation he saw glimpses of God, he was acquitted. The second phase of his life was in store for Sri Aurobindo in his spiritual retreat in Pondicherry in 1910. The first phase, particularly years between 1905 and 1910, was a phase of Sri Aurobindo's spiritual nationalism, while the second, his Pondicherry ashram phase, was a phase of spiritual evolution. Spiritual nationalism. Sri Aurobindo's spiritual nationalism was based on his key concepts. Nation for Sri Aurobindo was not merely a political entity but was, in fact and in effect, a divinity, a Bhavani Bharati, the Mother India. Sri Aurobindo saw no greater sacrifice than the one of total offerings to the motherland. He saw the nation as a living goddess, a symbol of collective inspiration and power of the Indian people. Nationalism was another concept characteristic of Sri Aurobindo's thoughts. For him, nationalism was not a mere political program but a way of life, like a religion. He wrote in an article in the Band Mataram 1907, "Nationalism is simply the passionate aspiration for the realization of the divine unity in the nation in which all the components are yet really equally and fundamentally equal. In the ideal of nationalism which India will set before the world, there will be an essential equality between man and man, between caste and caste, between class and class." Sri Aurobindo's concept of nationalism, as Professor V.P. Varma, Modern Indian Political Thought, says, was not narrow and fanatical but had a cosmopolitan character, a necessary stage in the social and political evolution of man. Nationalism a holy yajna. For Sri Aurobindo, nationalism was more than merely a political activity, it was a holy yajna, everything that was done as an offering to the motherland, the divinity. He thought of every Indian to offer himself at the altar of the Mother India, always working on the ideological concept of Purna Swarajya, plan of action. As a political theorist, Sri Aurobindo advocated a two-pronged strategy of political action for achieving the goal. Sri Aurobindo on liberty. Just as individual liberty is necessary for the richness and variety of national development, so self-government is necessary for its completeness and the full deployment of national strength. If certain classes are dominant and others depressed, the result is that the potential strength of the depressed classes is so much valuable force lost to the sum of national strength. The dominant classes may undoubtedly show a splendid development and may make the nation great and famous in history, but when all is said, the strength of the nation is then only the sum of the strength of a few privileged classes. The great weakness of India in the past has been the political depression and the nullifying of the mass of the population. It was not from the people of India that India was won by Mughal or Britain, but from a small privileged class. On the other hand, the strength and success of the Marathas and Sikhs in the 18th century was due to the policy of Shivaji and Guru Govind Singh, which called the whole nation into the fighting line. They failed only because the Marathas could not preserve the cohesion which Shivaji gave to their national strength, or the Sikhs the discipline which Guru Govind Singh gave to the Khalsa. The moment the nation becomes politically self-conscious, the doom of the alien predominance is sealed. The bureaucracy which rules us is not only foreign in origin but external to us. It holds and draws nourishing sustenance for itself from the subject organism by means of tentacles and feelers thrust out from its body thousands of miles away. Its type in natural history is not the parasite but the octopus. Self-government would mean the removal of the tentacles and the cessation both of the grip and the sustenance. Foreign rule is naturally opposed to the development of the subject nation as a separate organism, to the growth of its capacity for and practice in self-government, to the development of capacity and ambition of its individuals. To think that a foreign rule would deliberately train us for independence or allow us to train ourselves is to suppose a miracle in nature. Revolutionary means constituted Sri Aurobindo's first strategy. Sri Aurobindo was not an advocate of the use of violence. Non-violence was not his absolute or imperative factor. But violence was a factor which could not be dismissed in all cases. Sri Aurobindo once wrote that if one's mother is being strangled and cannot breathe, then one is fully justified in using force in order to break that stranglehold upon her. He did not outrightly condemn violence, but he, at the same time, did not dismiss it as a measure of action to be used if necessary. 2. Sri Aurobindo's another strategy of political action was his theory of boycott. He advocated economic boycott and the correlative Swadeshi, educational boycott and the correlative national educational system, judicial boycott and the correlate arbitration courts, executive boycott and the correlate national organization of self-government, social boycott and the correlate of emphasizing unity of all sections of society, the means which Gandhi was to use during his own times. Sri Aurobindo's theory of political action may be summed as passive resistance, which meant both boycott and Swadeshi, including, in particular, the following. A. Refusal to assist the government. B. Refusal to pay taxes to the government. C. Boycotting the products manufactured in the foreign countries. D. Boycotting the governmental schools, colleges, and law courts. E. Setting up our own schools, colleges, and arbitration courts. Sri Aurobindo's 5 dreams. Karan Singh. I. A revolutionary movement which would create a free and united India. 2. The resurgence and liberation of the peoples of Asia and her return to her great role in the progress of human civilization. 3. A world union forming the outer basis of a fairer, brighter, and nobler life for all mankind. 4. The spiritual gift of India to the world, and finally, V. A step in evolution which would raise man to a higher and larger consciousness and begin the solution of the problems which have perplexed him since he first started to think and to dream of individual perfection and a perfect society. Freedom. Sri Aurobindo always placed India's freedom in the larger context of the destiny of the human race. He used to say that India has to be free so as to play its role in the emancipation of the human race. With regard to individuals' freedom, Sri Aurobindo advocated spiritual freedom. Freedom for Sri Aurobindo, the obedience to the laws of God, the laws of Dharma, the laws of disinterestedness, to perform one's duties without caring for the results they have in store. That is what Bhagavad Gita taught. Freedom is a function, but it is a virtue as well, a virtue that takes individual to his self-fulfillment. Freedom is constituted in the individual, a part of his self. A nation composed of such individuals, according to Sri Aurobindo, is a free nation. Sri Aurobindo's concept of nation was the extension of individuals' consciousness. And nation's consciousness is one that ultimately leads to human unity through a world union. Sri Aurobindo, the /deal of human unity, writes, the ultimate result must be the formation of a world state, and the most desirable form of it would be a federation of free nationalities in which all subjection or forced inequality and subordination of one to another would have disappeared, and though some might preserve great natural influence, all would have an equal status. A confederacy would give the greatest freedom to the nations constituting the world state. A world union of this kind would have the greatest chances of long survival or permanent existence. 2. Spiritual evolution. The second phase of Sri Aurobindo's life is the period when he stayed at Pondicherry Ashram and devoted his full time in meditation, seeking spiritualism. During this period, he talked about his theory of cosmogenesis, a theory of pure consciousness. Sri Aurobindo has to say as follows. Sri Aurobindo tells us about 3 billion years of pre-biological evolution, primitive life forms, and 1 billion years of biological evolution through various forms, and then up through the ascending chain when the mind begins to appear, and then the human race begins to develop on the planet. Consciousness begins to grow gradually towards dawn. Thus, from mineral to vegetable, from vegetable to animal, from animal to human forms, these all develop on the planet. With the man or the human being on the planet, there is a being, i.e., a self-conscious being, conscious of being conscious. With this begins a new evolutionary possibility. Sri Aurobindo says that man is not the end product of evolutions, he is an intermediate creature between the animal and the divine. Man, a conscious being, would move from human consciousness to divine consciousness, a movement from the mental to the supermental and from man to superman. Such a movement has its characteristic implications, which are: for seasons of self-development, Sri Aurobindo. For all great movements, for all ideas that have a destiny before them, there are 4 seasons of life development. This is a first season of secret or quasi-secret growth when the world knows nothing of this momentous birth which time has engendered. When the peoples of the earth persist in the old order of things with the settled conviction that that order has yet many centuries of life before it. When Krishna is growing from infancy to youth in Gokul among the obscure and despised and the weak ones of the earth, and Kansa knows not his enemy, and however he may be troubled by vague apprehensions and old prophecies and new presentiments, yet on the whole comforts himself with the thought of his great and invincible power and his mighty allies, and by long impunity has almost come to think himself immortal. Then there comes the leaping of the great name of light, the sudden coming from Gokul to Mathura, the amazement, alarm and fury of the doomed powers and greatnesses, the delight of the oppressed who waited for a deliverer, the guile and violence of the tyrant, and his frantic attempts to reverse the decrees of fate and slay the young deity, as if that godhead could pass from the world with its work undone. This is the second period of emergence of the struggle of the idea to live, of furious persecution, of miraculous persistence and survival, when the old world looks with alarm and horror on this new and portentous force. And in the midst of wild worship and enthusiasm, of fierce hatred and frantic persecution, of bitter denunciation and angry disparagement, assisted by its friends, still better assisted by its foes, the new idea, fed with the blood of its children, thriving on torture, magnified by martyrdom, aggrandized by defeat, increases and lifts its head higher and higher into the heavens and spreads its arms wider and wider to embrace the earth until the world is full of its indomitable presence and loud with the clamor of its million voices. Dominations are crushed between its fingers or hasten to make peace and compromise with it that they may be allowed to live. That is its third period, the season of triumph, when the tyrant meets face to face the man of his own blood and sprung from the seed of his own fostering, who is to destroy him. And in the moment when he thinks to slay his enemy, feels the grasp of the avenger on his hair and the sword of doom in his heart. Last is the season of rule and fulfillment, when the victorious idea lives out its potent and unhindered existence, works its will with the world which has become in its hands as clay in the hands of the potter, creates what it has to create, teaches what it has to teach, until its own time comes, and with the arrow of age, the hunter, in its heel, it gives up its body and returns to the great source of all power and energy from which it came. Previously, the evolution, mineral to vegetable, then to animal, was a sort of natural instinctive evolution, a blind one. Now the evolution is consciousness. Previously, the plants or the animals had no role to play in the evolution. Now, human beings, conscious as they are, play a definite role. They cooperate with the evolutionary process. Previously, the evolutionary process took billions of years, which period now is reduced to a shorter time span, and previously there was hardly any method to help the consciousness-free entities to move forward. Now, the human beings, with the strength of the integral yoga as possessed by them, can move forward to the divinity. Sri Aurobindo developed and perfected what he called the integral yoga, which helps enable men to move from the present fractured, fragmented and disoriented state of people's consciousness into higher consciousness. Dr. Karan Singh explains Sri Aurobindo's concept of integral yoga in the following words. The psychic being, in some way, would be what in traditional Hindu thought would be the Atman, the divinity within us. Sri Aurobindo has analyzed the physical dimension, the psychological dimension, which he calls a vital, emotional dimension, and then the other deeper dimensions of the human body. His integral yoga brings together the four traditional yogas of Hindu philosophy and religious striving: the Jnana Yoga, the way of wisdom; the Bhakti Yoga, the way of devotion; the Karma Yoga, the way of words; and the Raj Yoga, the way of spiritual practices and inner development. Sri Aurobindo brings these together in an extraordinary way and is able, therefore, to put before us the integral yoga with all its difficulties. He has never underestimated the difficulties involved. He talks about the negative, hostile, and dark forces that are constantly trying to obstruct the descent of the light. And yet he has ultimately overcome it. 3 movements in his yoga can be identified. The first would be an entire surrender of all the elements of life to a total and integral surrender to the divine, not only a psychological surrender, but a physical, emotional, and a psychic surrender. Second, an ascent of consciousness to the supramental realm, the absorption of the light and the power of the supramental. Third, the return to earth with the light of the supramental. This is really where Sri Aurobindo's teachings are different from most other traditional teachings. The concept of rising into higher levels of consciousness and going out in ecstasy is well established in Vedanta. It is not new. In fact, that is the goal of Vedanta, of spiritual striving, to join the Atman and the Brahman, just as the dewdrop slips into the shining sea to become one with the ocean of light. But it is important to remember, and this is a key concept of Sri Aurobindo, that his goal was not individual salvation. His goal was not even a collective salvation. It was nothing short of a divination of matter, a transmutation of terrestrial consciousness. Conclusion. Sri Aurobindo can be rightly called one of the greatest political thinkers of our times. Indeed, he had no love for westernized thought or in its way of life. His nationalism was spiritual, religious at that. Though he was not opposed to acquiring new tools for the advancement of knowledge, he was not in favor of sacrificing tradition for science. In India, Sri Aurobindo declared the holy divine, even science had to breathe the religious spirit. LL. M.K. Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi, his times and his works. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, 1869–1948, was one of the greatest sons of India, respectfully called Bapu, the father of the nation. His greatest strength in politics was his power to convince others, especially his opponents. No other person